From the chilling snow-dusted mountains of the northern point of the empire, a tale unfolds of a man with a reputation as cold and stark as his homeland. Duke Filio Boliotti, a striking figure with eyes said to kill with a single glance, was known for his terrifying savagery and ruthless power. The owner of a territory known for its danger and ruggedness, he held a fearsome nickname, the Black Scavenger, and was counted among only 2 dukedoms in the entire country. But despite his unapproachable demeanor, he had a secret desire that was about to turn his carefully ordered world upside down. Leaving the grandiosity of the capital, he announced his plan to adopt a child. A shocking declaration that sent a ripple of disbelief through his entourage. They believed it to be a joke, a bizarre whim from a man with no time for such things. His quest brought him to the squalid confines of an eastern orphanage. He'd already visited several others, growing increasingly frustrated by the submissive and fearful children. It was here that he met Lenia, a frail, disheveled little girl with a fiery spirit and eyes that mirrored his own. Instead of cowering, she met his gaze with defiance, even yelling at him when he tried to grab her. In that moment, a clash of 2 untamed souls, he knew he had found her. He would call her Leonia, and in a single audacious decision, the fearsome duke and the courageous child set off on a journey to forge an unlikely family. The duke gazes at the girl with his usual cold expression and firmly declares her new name, Leonie Boliotti. The weight of the words makes her eyes widen in disbelief. For the first time, she has been given a name that carries the power and lineage of a noble family. As she repeats the name in her head, her lips part slightly, trying to process what it means for her. When he repeats that that's your new name, she stays silent, overwhelmed, until finally muttering a faint response. Breaking the tension, she frowns and blurts out that the name is too long. The duke immediately snaps back, saying, "Lenia is your name, idiot." His blunt tone makes her face flush with frustration and she shouts back, "I'm not an idiot." He doesn't flinch at her outburst. Instead, he effortlessly picks her up off the ground, holding her up in the air as if she were weightless. She flails her arms and legs in protest, her small fists swinging while she yells at him. Unmoved, the duke calmly muses that he should call for an etiquette tutor once they return to the dukedom, showing he already sees her as his responsibility. The scene turns comical as she struggles with all her might, screaming in indignation while he looks more amused than bothered. Watching from nearby, his attendant is horrified at the sight, shouting in shock, "My lord!" to the servant. It looks as though the terrifying duke is roughhousing with a child, but to the duke, her fiery resistance feels oddly entertaining, with a rare hint of humor. He even remarks that this is more fun than I thought, finding her temper to be refreshing rather than troublesome. The story shifts focus to Count Kramus Rin, a man known as one of the few in the empire who can hold casual conversations with the duke. Rin is introduced with a warm, gentle, image golden hair, a soft smile, and a noble air surrounded by flowers. This stark contrast highlights how unusual the duke's decision to adopt a child truly is. On that day, with families bustling joyfully around them, the duke silently observes their happiness. The sight seems to stir something in him, though he doesn't openly admit it. At that moment, Leonia, still skeptical, frowns and demands, "So that's why you're adopting me?" He answers bluntly, "Yeah," without hesitation. This only frustrates her more, and she angrily points out how strange his reasoning is compared to normal families who adopt out of love, grief, or compassion. Her voice rises in exasperation, but the duke remains calm, almost smirking, and simply notes, "You look unsatisfied," unfazed by her fiery complaints. The girl snaps at the duke, calling him stupid, but he doesn't react with anger. Instead, he calmly observes that his only child seems to have quite the vocabulary. Then, with a steady gaze, he reminds her that this was what she wanted too. Wasn't that why she had stepped in front of him, blocking his path? Startled by his sharp words, she lowers her eyes and admits quietly, "Yeah." Her thoughts drift back, remembering how his decision gave her the chance to finally escape the gloomy old orphanage. To her, being taken in by him had felt like a gamble, a desperate risk that might not have ended well. Yet as she looks at him now, she realizes she never imagined she would end up this fortunate. Gathering her courage, She turns to him with seriousness in her eyes. "I have a request," she says. The Duke remains silent, waiting for her to continue. Her voice grows firmer as she reveals her demand. The teachers and the head of the orphanage had been corrupt. They had been embezzling funds, taking what was meant for the children. The Duke narrows his eyes, as if unsurprised, and replies flatly, "I figured." But she isn't done. Her tone hardens as she continues. "They abused the children. Worse, they had even been in contact with pimps, preparing to sell the kids off." Her small fists tremble as she shouts, "They're planning to sell off one of the girls. So, can you punish them?" Her plea echoes with both fear and fury. The Duke leans back, unbothered, and asks with cool detachment, "All of them?" She quickly shakes her head and explains that not everyone was cruel. Miss Connie, a woman with brown hair and a broken finger, had always taken care of the children. She was the only one who showed them kindness. The Duke acknowledges this, recognizing her as the one who truly tried to protect the orphans. When he asks about the bruises on her arm, she points them out without hesitation. The dean often beat them whenever he was drunk, and the other teachers were no better. One had caused the bruises she bore now. The Duke studies her quietly, his sharp gaze making her feel both exposed and understood. Then comes the crucial moment. She looks him in the eyes and demands again, "Punish them." He asks plainly, "How? Should I kill him?" But the girl shakes her head, her own eyes burning with a maturity far beyond her years. "No," she says fiercely. "Torture him until he begs for a quick death." The Duke sits in thought, his sharp gaze drifting toward the small girl who had just spoken with such maturity. He studies her intently, wondering to himself if she is truly only 5 years old. Her words and demands carry a weight that seems far beyond her age. At that moment, his aide approaches the carriage window. "Your Grace," the man calls. The Duke acknowledges him with a curt, "Rupert." When Rupert confirms his presence, the Duke gives his orders. With a calm yet chilling tone, he instructs Rupert to stay behind. The butler is shocked, his face comically panicked as he blurts out, "Pardon?" But the Duke continues without hesitation, saying the orphanage was pretty dirty and that Rupert should do some cleaning for them. His eyes glint with menace as he clarifies what he means. "Clean it thoroughly and leave no trace behind." Rupert, now serious, bows his head and answers, "I understand." Lenia, however, bursts in with fiery energy. She shouts instructions with childlike fury, yet disturbingly violent detail, demanding, "They tear their limbs apart, strike their backs with belts, cut them until they can never rise again." Her little fists shake as she screams these words, her face red with rage. But, in the middle of her tirade, she makes sure to emphasize one thing. "Except for Miss Connie, she's been treating us nicely." She even reveals where evidence of embezzlement is hidden, explaining it's stored in the safe behind a photo frame. The Duke listens quietly, and once she finishes her passionate outburst, he only comments coolly, "She is spirited." Rupert, taken aback but obedient, gathers men and prepares to carry out his master's command. Meanwhile, Leonia peeks out curiously from the carriage, her small hands gripping the doorframe as she watches. Onlookers, seeing the scene, whisper among themselves, wondering if the girl might be the Duke's hidden daughter. But Rupert quickly regains his composure. His expression sharpens, his voice lowering as he tells his men, "First, let's finish our work." The atmosphere shifts dark and heavy, signaling that the Duke's order will soon be carried out with merciless efficiency. The night is quiet as the Duke's carriage travels under the stars. Inside, Leonia sits huddled in a corner, wrapped in a blanket. Though safe, her body still trembles slightly, showing how fragile she is after everything. Her knees are pulled close to her chest, and she curls inwards, trying to comfort herself. Her stomach growls loudly, breaking the silence. Embarrassed, she lowers her gaze, hugging the blanket tighter. The Duke, sitting across from her, glances at her without a word, his sharp eyes catching even the smallest detail. He notices her exhaustion, her hunger, and the way she stubbornly keeps her chin lifted, as if refusing to admit weakness. The carriage halts suddenly, and a knock comes at the window. Dame Levypath, a knight in his service, bows and apologizes. "I'm sorry we had to stop so suddenly, Your Grace." The Duke calmly asks for the reason. Levypath explains that it's late, and the little lady doesn't seem well. He suggests they rest at a nearby inn for the night. Before the Duke can reply, Lenia insists, I'm fine. But he ignores her protest and decisively says, let's do that. Flustered, she yells at him, reminding him she's right there and capable of speaking for herself. The Duke, unimpressed, replies coolly that her shaking comes not from strength but from hunger. Noting that even so, she still manages to keep her voice loud. Pouting under her blanket, Leonia glares, cheeks puffed in annoyance. Soon the carriage arrives at an inn glowing warmly in the night. The Duke steps out first, observing the building, then declares that Leonia will rest there. Turning to Levipath, he orders, once Leonia recovers her strength, make preparations to leave. Levipath bows obediently, promising to follow. But just as Leonia is about to step down, something happens, an unexpected commotion. Startled, her body sways, and she nearly falls. A hand shoots out, pulling her back in time. The Duke himself catches her mid-stumble, holding her securely against him. Lenia gasps in shock, eyes wide as she looks up at him. For a brief moment she sees his expression soften, though he says nothing. Her small hands clutch at his clothing as she realizes how close she came to harm. Wow, I almost died. Mister, your reaction time is something else, she blurts out, still shaken but impressed. The Duke kneels slightly while holding her, ensuring she is steady before handing her to Dame Levipath. The knight, stunned, can hardly believe his eyes his cold and untouchable master had just bent down for a child. Snapping out of his shock, Levipath nods quickly as the Duke commands him, take care of the lady. First, get her somewhere warm, and then get her some food. Cradled in the Duke's arms one last time before being passed on, Leonia looks up at him silently. Though he doesn't say it, his actions have already made clear he intends to protect her. Leonia, now being cared for at the inn, looks up at the knight holding her. With innocent curiosity, she asks, who are you? The knight introduces herself politely. My name is Levipath Rebaless, my lady. Please call me Levipath. Leonia's eyes brighten as she asks eagerly if Levipath is also a knight. When the woman confirms, Leonia's face lights up with admiration. Wow, that's cool, she exclaims, her excitement bubbling out as her tiredness temporarily fades. Levipath blushes internally, charmed by how adorable the little girl is. She's so cute, she thinks to herself, completely smitten. But her smile falters when she later helps Leonia change and notices the terrible state of her back. Deep bruises cover her small body, evidence of prolonged abuse. Her expression hardens in silence, anger and sorrow mixing together as she takes in the sight. Despite the bruises, Lenia calls cheerfully, Ine, pulling Levipath out of her dark thoughts. Surprised, Levipath stutters, yes. The child, sitting in a warm bath, points to her back, and says with casual honesty, my back is a bit bruised, right? The marks are severe, purple and red across her skin. Levipath's breath catches, but she listens as Lenia continues, I really want it to heal faster. I keep waking up because it stings. The girl confides that the bruises never had the chance to heal before because every time, she'd just get hit again. The words hang heavy in the air, but Levipath forces herself to smile gently. Pouring water over her, she says, my lady, please close your eyes. Lenia obeys, chirping, okay. Levipath reassures her, saying not to worry too much. At her age, with proper rest and good food, her body will recover. To comfort her further, Levipath shares something personal. Her younger brother also gets hurt often, and she keeps medicine that helps heal wounds. I'll put some on after we're done washing, she promises. Leonia's eyes sparkle at her kindness, and she asks curiously, you have a younger brother? Levipath chuckles and nods, explaining he's a troublemaker who gets into accidents all the time. Later, dressed in new clothes, Lenia bursts into the room with energy. Surprise, she sings, twirling in a blue dress with ribbons in her hair. Hearts practically surround her as she beams. The Duke, lounging nearby, looks up with his usual stoic face. For a moment, his eyes linger, but instead of praising her, he bluntly says, you're still pretty ugly. Lenia fumes instantly, her cheeks puffing in anger. She stomps her foot and yells, while Levipath laughs awkwardly in the background. The little girl then explodes at the Duke, "And did you help with this at all?" He shrugs with indifference, responding only with a casual, "Oh," infuriating her further. Leonia's small fists pound against the table as she declares that he can't just brush things off. She's his daughter now, so he should take responsibility and worry about her properly. The Duke coldly retorts that he has never simply lived with something in his life, dismissing her complaints. But Leonia shouts back with childlike conviction, "That's what it means to raise a child." Her determination stuns the room, even making Levipath smile softly at her spirit. That night Lenia is given her own warm room. She curls up in the bed, finally able to sleep peacefully. Yet, as she slumbers, the Duke lingers nearby. His gaze falls on her small form, his face unreadable but thoughtful. Later, Levipath reports to him in private. She explains that the abuse was more severe than she imagined, bruises that clearly accumulated over a long time, and a body small for her age due to poor nutrition. The Duke listens silently, his expression sharpening as he absorbs every word. Duke Filio sits in a darkened room, his presence heavy and commanding. His knight Dame Levipath stands respectfully before him, awaiting his orders. With a calm but chilling tone, the Duke makes his stance crystal clear. "Anyone who dares to touch her again will be delivered to the dungeon. I'll torture them myself." The words are not an empty threat. His expression sharpens, his eyes dark with fury as he vows this punishment. His hand rests near his lips, and the dangerous glint in his gaze shows he is dead serious. The protective anger beneath his cold demeanor leaks through, revealing just how far he is willing to go for Leonia's safety. The morning begins at the inn, the sun bright against the building's windows. Inside, Lenia tries on new clothes for the first time in her life. She twirls in wonder, running her hands along the soft fabric. "Wow," she exclaims, her eyes sparkling with delight. The fur-trimmed blue dress and matching shoes make her look like a completely different child. "This is my first time wearing these kinds of clothes," she thinks, overwhelmed by joy. Levipath watches warmly, smiling as she adjusts the outfit. "They suit you well," she says gently. Leonia beams, her face bursting into a wide, happy grin. But Duke Filio, ever blunt, ruins the mood. He coldly remarks that she finally looks like a proper human. Enraged, Leonia puffs up and shouts, "I was still a human before." She stomps her feet, yelling at him that moments like this call for compliments. The Duke, however, dismisses her. "Why should I compliment someone who isn't that pretty?" Leonia explodes. "Mister, aren't you too much? You're even my dad now." Her face reddens as she yells, but Filio's sharp eyes only narrow. "And you still call me mister?" Leonia stammers, embarrassed, and admits she's not used to the word dad. The Duke responds flatly that he isn't used to giving compliments either. The girl pouts, glaring stubbornly. Filio stares at her, unimpressed, before adding with biting bluntness, "If you want compliments that much, gain some weight." His words hit her like a dagger, leaving her speechless and fuming. Breaking the tension, Levipath excuses herself to check on the carriage. Outside, she meets other knights preparing for departure. They chat casually, but quickly turn awkward when one knight blurts out that his grace treats Lenia differently from everyone else. Levipath pauses, eyes narrowing slightly, though she says nothing. When Filio arrives, carrying Leonia in his arms, the knights quickly scatter out of his way. They scramble to cover their nervous chatter with forced cheer, greeting him and remarking how beautiful the morning is. Filio ignores them, announcing that since meals will take time to prepare, he'll take Lenina for a walk instead. The knights watch, the pair leave, stunned. "What did we just see?" one whispers, as they marvel at the rare sight of Duke Filio, openly carrying someone with such care. On the carriage ride, Leonia sits excitedly but quickly worries aloud. "What if I vomit?" Filio, unfazed, answers coolly, "Why, just vomit." The nonchalant response makes her eyes widen in disbelief. Still, her practical side shows as she mutters that the carriage is expensive, and vomiting inside would trouble the cleaning staff. Filio glances at her, almost amused, and asks why she's worried about such trivial things. Then, with quiet finality, he reminds her, "You're now a member of the Bogliati family." The words settle heavily, but also firmly, as though placing an unshakable shield of belonging around her. Leonia sat in the fancy carriage, still a bit shaky after talking to Duke Filio. He had brushed off her worry about the carriage's cost by saying, "Throwing away a carriage like this is nothing, while you breathe. We make enough money to buy another one." This had left her wide-eyed image, showing Leonia in the carriage, surprised, with Filio's words in her thoughts. She then told him, "Mister, you're so cool. This is the best." Filio just looked at her calmly. "Tell me what you want," he said, getting to the point. Before they left, Filio asked her, "But Leonia, you've ever gone through the gate before?" The word gate made her eyes grow big. Filio looking at Lenia seriously, asking about the gate. She didn't know what it was. "What's that?" she asked. Filio told her it was a special way to travel. "It's something that can take you across half the world very fast. It's like a tunnel," he said, adding that some people might feel sick the first time. Leonia's excitement turned to worry. She hadn't seen a gate, but she tried to be brave. "I haven't seen one before, but I think I'll be okay," she told herself. As a knight helped her in the snow, Lenia said in a dramatic voice, "I'm dying. I haven't seen anyone die yet. This is awful." The knight looked worried, but Filio just watched and said, "So weak." He walked over and gently moved her hair. "Look, you're a bit better now," he said, his eyes a tiny bit softer as he checked on her. Lenia, however, was already back to thinking about bigger things. She remembered a saying, "Wisdom and goodness are things to be proud of." When Filio heard her thought, he quickly said, "That's all bullshit," while holding a paper. Leonia looked surprised, then nodded. "True, it's bullshit," she agreed. "That's just what poor people say to feel better about themselves." Filio was impressed by her smart answer and mumbled, "She's knowledgeable." Later, when Filio asked her what kind of people she needed around her, Leonia's answer was surprisingly good. "I need people I can learn things from," she said simply. "She's really smart." "Okay," Filio told an attendant, clearly proud of her common sense. He then saw a new guard, Malaeus, who looked strong. Lenia saw her too and quickly said, "I like her." Filio just watched, realizing his daughter was good at finding the people she needs, people who were strong, reliable, and could teach her more about the world. Now he grabbed Lenia, his face pale and sickly. The moment was truly beautiful as he gently patted her. But for Lenia it wasn't. She felt like she was going to puke and even said she might vomit on Filio's clothes. Within seconds, Leonia fell asleep, and Filio silently watched her, praising her softly.
The Glastigo Order of Knights faithfully protects the northern territories under their loyal service to Duke Bolitai. Throughout the years, they have witnessed Duke Filio's transformation, which stands in stark contrast to his infamous nickname, the Black Beast. This stark contrast creates an enchanting yet unsettling scene for the knights. As the carriage finally arrives in town, Lady Leonia awakens from her slumber, her eyes widening in wonder at the new surrounding. The city instantly captivates her, though Duke Filio remarks that it is still relatively small compared to the capital. Lady Leonia's admiration for the beautiful area and her love for the snow and now the time pass. Their journey leads them to the grandeur of the dukedom, a sprawling castle adorned with a classic gate. The imminent return of Duke Filio sends the maids and stewards into a flurry of panic as they hastily prepare for his arrival. The carriage gracefully enters the castle grounds, and the head maid positions herself at the forefront, ready to greet Duke Filio. In a surprising turn of events, Lady Leonia eagerly springs from the carriage, catching the head maid off guard with her spirited enthusiasm. Lady Leonia, she is utterly captivated by the sheer size and grandeur of the house. Duke Filio gently scoops her up into his arms, and the stewards and maids offer their warm greetings to their esteemed master. As Duke Filio strolls through the halls, Lady Leonia's presence prompts bewildered whispers among the maids who catch snippets of their conversation. In a tender moment, Lady Leonia marvels at the strength she feels in Duke Filio's embrace. The exploration of the house continues as Lady Leonia meticulously observes every corner, her eyes alight with fascination, noting that the house's architecture resembles settings from intriguing murder stories. Duke Filio mentions the existence of a basement jail, suggesting a visit. However, Lady Leonia kindly declines, expressing her aversion to dark and gloomy places. The head maid or head butler suggests that Duke Filio must be tired from the journey. Duke Filio commends her efforts in caring for the mansion, and Duke Filio gave her tasks with finding skilled wardrobe designers and craftsmen. The head butler's confusion is apparent as they question the purpose behind this request. Duke Filio clarifies that it is to ensure Lady Leonia's quarters are adorned with exquisite furnishings, as the head butler confuse about the identity of Lady Leonia, but Lady Leonia, she introduces herself simply as Leonia. Duke Filio playfully interjects, reminding her that he had given her a name and asking questions if she had already forgotten it. A hint of shyness colors Lady Leonia's cheeks as she reintroduces herself as Leonia Bolitai, her full name. Duke Filio's satisfaction gleams in his eyes, while head butler Kara still struggles to comprehend the unfolding situation. Eventually, head butler Kara announces that she will prepare a meal, tending to their hunger after a long journey. As the days pass within the castle, murmurs about Duke Filio's adopted child, Leonia, fill the air. The maids, stewards, and workers engage in discussions about Leonia's distinct features, particularly her striking black hair. While Duke Filio is known for his intimidating demeanor, Leonia is the epitome of gentleness and kindness. Head butler Kara, grappling to comprehend the unfolding situation, calls upon Connie and inquires if she would like to attend to Lady Leonia. Connie eagerly agrees. Understanding that Leonia has experienced hardships and deserves special attention, Connie's concern arises from Leonia's slender figure. In another room, Duke Filio is engrossed in paperwork, accompanied by head butler Kara, Levi Path, and another night head butler Kara confronts Duke Filio, questioning his decision to adopt a child based on Count Carnus Rinne's advice, which she finds infuriating. However, Duke Filio remains unperturbed, ignoring her queries as he gazes out the window. Outside, Leonia is frolicking in the snow, accompanied by Connie. Duke Filio's heart swells with joy at the sight of Leonia's exuberance. Disrupting the moment, the head butler interjects, stressing that a child should not be treated like a pet. Duke Filio calmly assures her that he understands. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as a knight with brown hair joins in and raises questions about Leonia's relationship with Duke Filio. Duke Filio clarifies that they are not blood-related, yet Leonia's distinctive black hair signifies her connection to the Boliotti family. Speculations and rumors about Leonia being Duke Filio's illegitimate daughter may start to circulate. Duke Filio, however, shifts the focus, emphasizing the need for Leonia to gain weight and instructs the knight to refrain from further questioning. Head butler Kara, curious about Duke Filio's plans, seeks clarification. Duke Filio reveals his determination to raise Leonia, a statement that brings relief to the head butler, who then proposes silencing the rumors surrounding Duke Filio's impulsive actions. She discloses that she has enlisted the help of merchants to acquire items for Leonia, which may have fueled the rumors. Seeking guidance, she asks Duke Filio how to handle the situation. A brief silence fills the room as Duke Filio fixates his gaze on Leonia, who continues to explore the castle grounds as if it were her own domain. With a resolute tone, Duke Filio decides to let the rumors persist for now. Knight Levi Path expresses concern over potential disparaging remarks made about Leonia behind her back. Duke Filio sternly vows to confront anyone who dares to utter such words. The trio exits the room, and as they do, one of the knights enter in the room and informs Duke Filio that the squad awaits his presence in the lobby. A determined expression crosses Duke Filio's face as he declares the arrival of their esteemed guests. Lady Leonia gleefully engages in playful activities with the maids, her infectious joy shining through as she a warrior in the snowy surroundings. In an unexpected turn of events, a chef arrives, bearing a tantalizing pizza that immediately catches Lady Leonia's attention. With just a single bite, the flavors of the focaccia captivate her, eliciting elation not only from herself but also from the maids and the chef. Meanwhile, as Lady Leonia relishes her meal, Levi Path enters the room, extending a warm greeting that fills her heart with contentment. Levi Path kindly requests that Lady Leonia dispense with the formal address, but she explains that it has become a habit for her. Levi Path then highlights the impropriety of a lady from the Boliotti household maintaining such formality in her interactions with one of her knights. Touched by Levipath's remark, Lady Leonia acknowledges the arduous efforts he has made to become a knight, bringing a genuine smile to his face. However, the atmosphere takes a sudden shift as Levi Path reveals that Duke Filio is seeking Lady Leonia's presence. In the subsequent scene, Lady Leonia finds herself encircled by the other butlers, maids, and Duke Filio, who presents her with a thoughtfully animal stuff with ribbon. With genuine kindness, Duke Filio requests that Lady Leonia express her appreciation upon receiving a gift and, in return, asks her to exhibit gracefulness at least once a day while engaging in meaningful conversations, playfully. Duke Filio inquires when Lady Leonia plans to start referring to him as Dad. In the present moment, Lady Leonia turns to Levi Path and seeks clarification regarding Duke Filio's summons. Levi Path, overcome by a mix of emotions, is momentarily rendered speechless. Perceiving his disquietude, Lady Leonia probes further, questioning whether Levi Path is harboring anger. With a somber tone, Levi Path reveals that the individuals whom Duke Filio has summoned are not well-intentioned guests. They are the very people who have caused harm to Lady Leonia. Filled with concern, Levi Path fears that encountering them again may result in Lady Leonia experiencing distress. He assures her that she has discussed this matter with Duke Filio, emphasizing his sole desire to safeguard her well-being. Inside the castle on the ground floor, Duke Filio holds a document while Assistant Rupert stands by his side. A group of individuals kneels before them, their hands bound. Duke Filio questions the current situation of the orphanage, to which Rupert responds with the distressing news that it has been consumed by a fire, claiming the lives of everyone inside. Duke Filio expresses his remorse, believing that they could have saved them had they arrived a bit earlier. With a determined gaze, he sets the document ablaze, instilling fear in the kneeling individuals. However, amidst the tense atmosphere, a melodious voice breaks through. The Boliotti family has always held sway over the north, even when faced with opposition from the imperial family, it declares. There are numerous reasons for this, notably the beast fangs, an aura that only those who have reached a certain level of swordsmanship can possess, and then there is mana, the wellspring of magic. An entirely different power altogether. The mood suddenly shifts as Lady Leonia calls out to Duke Filio, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Rushing towards him, she is cautioned to be more careful by Duke Filio. Lady Leonia reminisces about her talent for running away back at the orphanage, prompting her to question why Duke Filio appears so serious. Duke Filio inquires if Lady Leonia used to run away frequently from the orphanage, to which she reveals that it was due to the constant mistreatment she endured there. The individuals in the background grow apprehensive. Lady Leonia extends her greetings to Rupert, engaging in a brief but delightful conversation. However, the pleasant exchange abruptly ends when the teacher and others in the vicinity address Lady Leonia by her old name and attempt to communicate with her. Duke Filio informs Lady Leonia that these guests have been searching for her and, as her father, it is his responsibility to entertain them. He suggests that she meet them before helping them adjust to their new surroundings. Perplexed, Lady Leonia questions the purpose of this meeting, and Duke Filio explains that he wants to see if Lady Leonia has forgiven any of them. With an intense expression and voice, Lady Leonia addresses each of the teachers, reminding them that she arrived at the orphanage during the fall, not the summer. She then presents a box to Duke Filio, who inquires about its contents. Lady Leonia reveals that the box is intended for the guests, a requiem, perhaps symbolizing a closure or a farewell. Assistant Rupert is shocked to discover that Duke Filio and Lady Leonia are not blood-related, yet they share similar personalities and appearances. Lady Leonia, with her characteristic speech, expresses her amazement and relief that the stress she had carried for the past 10 years has vanished. Duke Filio, however, reminds her that she is only 7 years old and offers her a strawberry candy. Lady Leonia playfully remarks that she hasn't done anything cute today, but Duke Filio counters, saying that she just did by harassing the orphanage people. Duke Filio praises her for acting like a true Boliotti, and both Levi Path and the head butler are amazed and proud of Lady Leonia. Assistant Rupert, on the other hand, is the only one who remains unmoved, questioning his own peculiarity. As Duke Filio, Lady Leonia, and Assistant Rupert walk together in the hallway, Lady Leonia requests that Duke Filio not end things too quickly. Duke Filio assures her that he would not be so wasteful. Much to her delight, Lady Leonia emphasizes the importance of using their resources properly. Duke Filio is taken aback by her choice of words and asks where she learned it. Lady Leonia replies that she learned it from the orphanage. She then suggests tying them up on a cliff, to which Duke Filio responds with agreement. In this conversation, Lady Leonia warns Duke Filio that she will slap him if he breaks his promise. Assistant Rupert, feeling stressed, ponders about a member of the Boliotti family, the lovely Lady Regina. However, He concludes that Lady Leonia and Lady Regina are not alike and that Lady Regina is already deceased. In a day filled with relentless rain in the Boleoti territory, Lady Regina made the daring decision to run away with her beloved. Their escape took a tragic turn when their carriage, engulfed by the raging storm, plummeted off a cliff. Assistant Rupert, who took it upon himself to investigate the aftermath, shares that the carriage was swept downstream by the forceful currents. Despite their thorough search, no trace of the couple's bodies was found. The head butler Kara the possibility that Lady Regina and her companion managed to survive the accident and clandestinely flee from the Boleoti territory. The mystery of their fate hangs in the air, leaving room for speculation and uncertainty. As Duke Filio soaked in his bath, memories swirled through his mind, captivating his thoughts. Among them was a poignant recollection of a conversation with head butler Kara, who had once remarked, "That child is not a pet." The words lingered in Duke Filio's memory, prompting him to reflect on their significance. He firmly believed that labeling someone as a pet was an insult, for it reduced them to the status of mere animals, diminishing their inherent worth. Another memory emerged, this time featuring Lady Leonia. Duke Filio couldn't help but be astounded by her astute comprehension of words like requiem and money embezzlement. Such knowledge seemed beyond what one would typically expect from a child of her age. It sparked a curious thought in Duke Filio's mind, contemplating whether Lady Leonia possessed an exceptional intellect, perhaps even bordering on genius. Suddenly, Assistant Rupert entered the room, and Duke Filio questioned whether he had given permission to be there. Rupert explained that he had something important to discuss. Duke Filio couldn't help but feel sorry for Rupert, who always seemed burdened with work. Rupert began speaking, but their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lady Leonia had arrived, and a maid informed her that Duke Filio was still in the bath. Lady Leonia decided to wait for him. Curious, Lady Leonia asked Connie, one of the maids, if she was scared of Duke Filio. Connie replied that Duke Filio was not only the leader of the North and Duke of Boleoti but also the strongest person in the world. It was natural to feel fear towards him, especially for a mere servant like her. Lady Leonia then questioned why Duke Filio was kind to her. Connie explained that it was because Duke Filio cared deeply for her. Just as Lady Leonia was lost in her thoughts, Duke Filio opened the door, and Lady Leonia caught sight of him, questioning why he pretended not to be around. She then noticed Rupert inside the room, blushing as he struggled to hold back his laughter. Duke Filio, shirtless, tried to explain that things weren't as they seemed, but Lady Leonia couldn't help but suspect that something was going on. Duke Filio attempted to lift Lady Leonia, but he quickly noticed that something seemed amiss in her expression. Wearing his bath clothes, he felt weary of being playfully harassed by his own daughter. With a hint of concern, Duke Filio inquired about the reason for Lady Leonia's visit. Lady Leonia, meanwhile, reached into her pocket and pulled out a bunch of cookies. Excitedly, she explained that this a reward for his hard work in the dungeon earlier. Duke Filio couldn't help but mention that all the ingredients used to bake those cookies came from his own money. Lady Leonia, determined to retrieve her cookies, tried to reclaim the cookies from Duke Filio's grasp. Duke Filio, observing this playful exchange, couldn't help but question Lady Leonia, asking if his money now belonged to her. Lady Leonia responded with a display of cuteness, seemingly brushing off his inquiry. In the midst of this light-hearted interaction, Assistant Rupert felt as if he had been momentarily forgotten, observing the scene with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Lady Leonia's joy was palpable, filling the room with a sense of warmth and happiness. Assistant Rupert visited because of Lady Leonia. She was the reason behind his visit. At night, Lady Leonia approached Connie and asked if Duke Filio enjoyed the cookies. Connie agreed, and they engaged in a brief conversation. Connie then advised Lady Leonia to get some sleep and encouraged her to ring the bell if she needed anything. Lady Leonia became curious about the bell, and Connie explained that it was a magical bell connected to the servants' bracelets, allowing them to hear it. As Lady Leonia lay down, her thoughts drifted towards her past life. Rupert spoke about the circumstances surrounding Lady Leonia's birth, and Duke Filio's gaze intensified, indicating that they had already discussed this topic. However, Rupert believed that they should delve deeper into the matter. He suggested that there might be a possible connection between Lady Leonia and Lady Regina. Duke Filio firmly stated that Regina was deceased, but Rupert countered by mentioning that her body was never found. Duke Filio contemplated the weight of Lady Leonia's lineage, being the daughter of a woman who had defied her family's wishes and the illegitimate daughter of the powerful Duke Boleoti, the Lord of the North. In Duke Filio's perspective, the latter title held far more significance. Rupert expressed his apologies for his mistake, but commended Duke Filio for his foresight. Duke Filio admitted that he had never considered the possibility of Lady Leonia being Lady Regina's daughter. Curious about Lady Leonia's resemblance to Lady Regina, Duke Filio asked Rupert for his opinion. Rupert honestly stated that he didn't see a strong resemblance and instead felt that Lady Leonia closely resembled Duke Filio himself. Duke Filio acknowledged that confirming Lady Leonia's lineage would be a simple matter. Reflecting on their first encounter at the orphanage, he remembered how Lady Leonia's eyes, shining like gold, had initially seemed to be an uncontrolled flow of mana. However, he realized that it was a clear manifestation of the Boleoti family trait, the beast's fangs. While Duke Filio and Lady Leonia were enjoying their breakfast, Duke Filio mentioned that they should try the idea of dangling next time, leading to a brief conversation about the topic. Lady Leonia then stood up from her seat and Connie immediately helped her put on a warm cape. Lady Leonia expressed her happiness, comparing herself to Superman. Duke Filio, unfamiliar with the reference, asked who Superman was. Lady Leonia explained that Superman was a man who wore underwear on top of his clothes and proceeded to enthusiastically demonstrate Superman's flying posture by running around. Duke Filio warned her that she might break her nose if she continued moving like that. Duke Filio and Lady Leonia are just chilling when one of the maids brings the book that Lady Leonia ordered. Duke Filio notices the title of the book, Life is Meaningless. Duke Filio suggests reading fairy tales instead, but Lady Leonia finds them too childish. The conversation continues, and Duke Filio asks why Lady Leonia chose that particular book. Lady Leonia explains that based on her experiences, life truly feels meaningless. Duke Filio changes the topic and asks if Lady Leonia ever wants to meet her birth parent. Lady Leonia responds that she doesn't know who they are. Duke Filio is shocked by her answer, and Lady Leonia expresses sadness that her origins are just a secret, a part of her that remains unknown. A moment of silence follows as Lady Leonia ponders whether she is required to remember her past. Duke Filio assures her that it's fine if she doesn't want to remember. Then, in a cute moment, Duke Filio asks Lady Leonia to look into his eyes. As they engage in a staring contest, Duke Filio's eyes suddenly glow color of red, and Lady Leonia's eyes also emit a yellow color, and Lady Leonia suddenly felt drained. Duke Filio turns his attention to the maid and instructs them to leave. Without hesitation, Duke Filio reveals to Lady Leonia that she is her niece. Lady Leonia is shocked and doesn't know where to begin with this new information. Duke Filio explains that Lady Leonia is part of the Boleoti bloodline because she possesses the traits of the beast fangs. He further elaborates on the concept of beast fangs, and Lady Leonia explaining that can change the eye's color and evoke a bloodlust. Lady Leonia expresses her fear of the beast fangs but also admits that the glow in Duke Filio's eyes wasn't scary to her at that moment. Duke Filio clarifies that it was not meant to be scary. Instead, he wanted to check if Lady Leonia possessed the ability of the lion's fangs, which resonates with those who share the same ability. Lady Leonia is shocked to discover that she is a true Boleoti. Lady Leonia inquires about her biological mother, and Duke Filio reveals that it was her older cousin who gave birth to her. He candidly describes her cousin as the most vexing woman he has ever encountered. Varia of the Black Beasts was a novel that Lady Leonia enjoyed reading in another world. It depicted the love story of Duke Boleoti, the Lord of the North, and his eternal companion, Countess Varia Albaniu. The novel created an entertaining story, but unexpectedly, Lady Leonia woke up in an unknown place and realized she was not a noble or an aristocrat as portrayed in those romantic fantasy novels. Instead, she found herself working tirelessly as a penniless orphan. While Lady Leonia was busy picking up pieces of wood, she suddenly spotted a carriage adorned with a black lion logo. The sight of the carriage door triggered a shock within her because she realized that she had entered the world from the story she had been reading. In that moment, she took a leap of faith, believing that working as a maid for the Duke would be far better than languishing in the confines of an orphanage. However, Lady Leonia never anticipated that she would be given a name and, moreover, discover that she was the niece of Duke Filio. Duke Filio instructs Lady Leonia to approach Kara if she has any questions or curiosities. Lady Leonia eagerly rushes towards Kara and locks the door behind them, emphasizing the need for secrecy. Kara, intrigued by the secret Lady Leonia wishes to discuss, expresses her shock. Lady Leonia reveals that she knew about the person who gave birth to her. This revelation leaves Kara emotional, and she queries how Duke Filio confirmed this information. Lady Leonia explains that her beast fangs serve as evidence. As Kara and Lady Leonia sit together, Lady Leonia asks if Duke Filio hated her mother. Kara vehemently denies this, recounting how Lady Regina had strong feelings for Duke Filio. Kara speculates that Lady Regina's actions were driven by her desire to be closer to him, as she lacked siblings and acted with innocent intentions. Kara and Lady Leonia engage in a peaceful conversation, sharing information about Lady Regina's decision to run away with her lover, who happened to be a wandering knight. Lady Leonia expresses her disagreement, dismissing the idea as a lie created to make someone look better. Kara then asks if Lady Leonia ever wishes to meet her mother, Lady Regina. In response, Lady Leonia simply offers a warm smile and expresses gratitude for the information shared about her mother. In the middle of the night, Lady Leonia and Duke Filio find themselves bonding together, enjoying the warmth of the hearth. Lady Leonia is engrossed in her books. Duke Filio takes the opportunity to ask Lady Leonia if she has any curiosity about her parents. Lady Leonia responds by saying that she doesn't want to dwell on the past and shed tears for people she can't remember. Instead, she prefers to focus on the future. Duke Filio, impressed by her response, remarks that in that aspect, Lady Leonia is more similar to him than Lady Regina. Lady Leonia blushes at the compliment and expresses her desire to see Miss Connie and her friends from the orphanage. Duke Filio reveals that they are currently residing in an orphanage within the Boleoti territory. Lady Leonia is overjoyed at the prospect of reuniting with her friends and Miss Connie. Duke Filio notices Lady Leonia's current outfit and remarks on how much she spills to the point of needing an apron. Lady Leonia becomes angry and shouts back, stating that it's just an outfit and part of the set. This sparks a small argument between the two. Duke Filio then mentions that he won't be around for long. Lady Leonia questions the reason behind this, and Duke Filio explains that it's almost time for the monsters to start roaming, and the Boleoti territory is known for having an abundance of monsters, often referred to as the monster nest. He needs to lead the knights and reduce the number of monsters. Duke Filio proceeds to explain that they will be able to complete their tasks more efficiently if they have sunny weather during their outing, as it affects humans more than monsters. He then reveals his plan to bring Lady Leonia along with him. Lady Leonia is taken aback by the proposition and questions why she needs to go. Duke Filio explains that Lady Leonia is his chosen successor and that he brought her to the mansion precisely for this purpose. Their conversation takes a playful turn as they exchange banter. In the midst of their discussion, a maid enters the room carrying a plate of cookies. Lady Leonia expresses her gratitude and warmly thanks the maid. Duke Filio notices that Lady Leonia is speaking formally to the staff and engages in a brief conversation about it. Lady Leonia assures Duke Filio that time will resolve the matter, but he disagrees, emphasizing that money will be the key to resolving such issues. The sentence uttered by Duke Filio leaves the maids and Lady Leonia in a state of shock. As he declares that all the staff are fired, Lady Leonia questions the reason behind this decision, and Duke Filio explains that a mere servant daring to address a Boleoti formally is unacceptable. As the head of the household, he cannot ignore the lack of discipline among the staff, and even the punishment of cutting off their ears would be too lenient. Lady Leonia reluctantly agrees to stop addressing the staff formally, knowing that there is no other choice. In a fit of madness, Lady Leonia's eyes change color to yellow, displaying her intense emotions. Duke Filio proudly states that there is nothing that can't be solved with money. Duke Filio then emphasizes that Lady Leonia needs to stop being lazy and he's going to introducing her to the knights before they leave. The maids and other staff follow Duke Filio and Lady Leonia outside. While walking together, Lady Leonia questions Duke Filio if he would throw her out on a whim later. Duke Filio playfully asks how Lady Leonia sees him, but he notices that she is serious about her question. He gently pokes her nose and reassures her that she is his daughter, and he will take responsibility for her until the end. Lady Leonia blushes and remarks that she doesn't like a dad who teases people. Duke Filio warmly smiles, expressing his happiness. Suddenly, a loud voice reverberates, capturing Lady Leonia's attention. She turns her head towards the sound, and Duke Filio carries her, directing her gaze towards the ceiling. Lady Leonia is amazed to see a massive image of a lion. Duke Filio explains that she should learn how to use the beast fangs, and they playfully engage in a game of being beasts. However, Lady Leonia playfully threatens to bite Duke Filio's chest, leaving him speechless. She admits her fascination with bulging muscles and shouts, "I like bulging muscles." The knights hear her loud voice, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone is shocked and they hear it. One of the knights wonders if he's hallucinating, but he realizes that the other knights have also heard the loud voice saying, "I like muscles." Duke Filio and Lady Leonia enter the training ground, catching the attention of the knights. One knight named Mono is the first to spot Duke Filio and immediately pays his respects. Lady Leonia is amazed by Mono's wide shoulders and muscles. Duke Filio clarifies that Mono is already married, so his muscles are not for Lady Leonia's admiration. The two of them engage in another argument, and the entire group of knights overhears their heated conversation. Mono shouts for everyone to pay their respects to their master. While Lady Leonia observes each knight, she spots Melius and happily waves at him. However, the atmosphere suddenly changes when Duke Filio stops Lady Leonia from waving her hand. Duke Filio explains that he thought it would be best for all the knights to get to know each other before the monster hunt begins. Duke Filio introduces Lady Leonia as his daughter, Leonia Boliotti, and introduces the knights as the Glastigo Knights who help protect the north. Vice Captain Mono Curis introduces himself, and Lady Leonia follows by introducing herself as Leonia Boliotti. Duke Filio is pleased with the introductions and asks Vice Captain Mono about the progress of their preparations. Vice Captain Mono reports that the monster cubs have been attacking a few small towns. While they continue their discussion, Lady Leonia is distracted and fascinated by the wide shoulders and muscles of the knights, causing her to drool. She asks Duke Filio to let her down and Duke Filio notices her and he's suggesting that she need to stay close to Melius to minimize her mischief. Lady Leonia asks why, and Duke Filio explains that it's to prevent her from bothering the knights. Lady Leonia then walks towards the knights with a determined face. Lady Leonia is happy to see Melius again, and the junior knights engage in conversations and play with her. Meanwhile, the senior knights converse with Duke Filio. One of the senior knights asks Duke Filio if Lady Leonia is already registered in the family, to which Duke Filio responds that she is indeed registered. The junior knights enjoy interacting with Lady Leonia and one of them asks her about her preferences, specifically mentioning her fondness for muscles. Lady Leonia proudly admits that she really likes muscles a lot. Now, the three knights flex their muscles, and Lady Leonia blushes and drools in excitement. Melius felt worried about the fact that Lady Leonia was adopted from an orphanage and the rumors circulating about her being the illegitimate daughter of the Duke. Additionally, Lady Leonia's poor health added to the concerns of everyone around her. However, Melius became happy when Lady Leonia's health improved, and she started smiling brightly. Melius thought that there probably wasn't another 7-year-old in the world who could get so excited about muscles. Meanwhile, Duke Filio was observing Lady Leonia as she played with the knights. He asked the senior knights if their children were also enthusiastic about muscles like Lady Leonia. The knights were confused by the question, but Duke Filio explained that Lady Leonia seemed to have a strong liking for muscles. One of the knights responded by saying that it's normal for children at that age to like things that adults can't understand. As Duke Filio listened to the knights discussing their children, he realized that he was hearing about their personal experiences for the first time in his life. He found himself surprised at how he was able to empathize with them. While lost in his thoughts, one of the knights asked if Duke Filio had any other parenting concerns. Duke Filio replied, mentioning that Lady Leonia was exceptionally intelligent and had many talents. As Duke Filio and the senior knights were engaged in conversation, a loud voice suddenly erupted. Lady Leonia, with her face flushed with excitement, requested the junior knights to flex their muscles. One of the knights suggested that Lady Leonia sing for them, and they would try to fit it to a tune. Lady Leonia happily agreed to the idea. Lady Leonia started singing a song about muscles, and as the song ended, the four knights performed their final step in a dance called the Muscle Wave. Duke Filio and the other knights were left speechless by what they saw and heard. One of the knights mentioned that their own children were never that enthusiastic and pointed out that Lady Leonia was somewhat special. He also mentioned that geniuses always have something unique or unconventional about them. The night has passed, and the morning has risen. Lady Leonia wakes up happily to see a vast amount of snow outside the mansion. She engages in a delightful conversation with her maid about the snow. After finishing her bath, the maid asks Lady Leonia what she would like to wear for the day, presenting a collection of beautiful dresses to choose from. Lady Leonia finds it difficult to pick just one. In just a matter of minutes, Lady Leonia arrives in the dining hall, happily running and calling out to Duke Filio, inquiring about his sleep and dreams. She playfully asks if he had good dreams about her, leading to a cute argument between them. Now, Duke Filio and Lady Leonia are seated in the dining room as they prepare to eat. Duke Filio mentions that they have set a date for the monster hunt. Lady Leonia eagerly asks when the date is. Duke Filio replies that it is scheduled for tomorrow. Lady Leonia felt a little bit sad because the chosen date was near, but Duke Filio explained that they were a bit behind schedule because they should have already embarked on their journey by this time. Before Duke Filio leaves, he needs to greet Lady Leonia's tutors. Lady Leonia was left speechless by this statement. Outside the grand mansion, two carriages made their way through the gateway and into the courtyard. As Lady Leonia stood nearby, her gaze fixated on the approaching figures. Stepping out of the carriages, they warmly greeted Duke Filio, who was waiting to receive them. The first to introduce herself was Serena Tedros, a captivating blonde girl who would be instructing in etiquette. Lady Leonia couldn't help but be enchanted by Serena's beauty. The second person to alight from the carriage was an old man named Ardia, who would be teaching history. Lady Leonia continued to stare in fascination until Duke Filio called out to her, prompting her to join the conversation. With a graceful introduction, Lady Leonia revealed her name as Leonia Boliotti. Duke Filio then shared the arrangements for Countess Tedros, stating that she would be visiting once a week, while Ardia would be residing within the mansion. As the introductions concluded, Lady Leonia took the opportunity to seek guidance from Duke Filio. Curious and eager to learn, she asked if there was anything specific she should be mindful of. In response, Duke Filio expressed that it was they who should be mindful, not Lady Leonia, emphasizing that she need not worry about such matters in the north, where the Lady of Boliotti was respected. This led to a deeper conversation between them as they strolled through the garden. Lady Leonia found herself awestruck by those who were born into positions of power. While they walked, she approached Duke Filio once more, expressing her earlier curiosity about the individuals they had just met. Duke Filio shared insights about Ardia, revealing his impressive background as a former professor at the Imperial Academy. Lady Leonia was thoroughly impressed by his accomplishments. Lastly, Duke Filio mentioned Countess Tedros with a slight smile, kneeling down to offer Lady Leonia a candy and remarking that she was a woman who had once pursued him. This unexpected revelation left Lady Leonia in shock, prompting her to inquire about the reasons behind Duke Filio's decision to hire someone like her. Lady Leonia's curiosity extended to the topic of the capital socialism. Duke Filio admitted that one day Lady Leonia would have to join them, but he honestly didn't want to send her into that world. Listening attentively, Lady Leonia felt a mix of happiness and a blush creeping onto her cheeks. In a tender moment, she reached out to hold Duke Filio's hand, cherishing the loving bond between them. As they continued their walk, Lady Leonia expressed her suspicion of an elderly woman but reassured Duke Filio that she would study diligently. Urging him to return home soon, Duke Filio was momentarily rendered speechless before suggesting that Lady Leonia visit the orphanage in his absence. He advised her not to cry if she missed him while he was away. In response, Lady Leonia assured him that she wouldn't shed tears. Their conversation turned sweet and affectionate, embodying the tender moments shared between a father and his beloved daughter. It was a scene of pure serenity and warmth. Outside the mansion, beneath the night sky, Duke Filio and his night squad prepare for their departure. Duke Filio notices Lady Leonia yawning and suggests that she returns to sleep. During their conversation, Lady Leonia shifts her attention to a nearby maid and asks Duke Filio to put her down so she can present him with a basket of cookies. Curious, Duke Filio asks when she made them. Lady Leonia confesses that she secretly baked them at night. Some of Cookie's bear have a black lion design, and Lady Leonia, she wishes Duke Filio a safe journey and she promises to create something delicious for Duke Filio. Duke Filio is left speechless by the cookies, and he believed the cookies to be the most delicious thing in the world. He acknowledges Lady Leonia as the caretaker of Boleody in his absence and asks everyone to take good care of her. Rupert and the head butler agreed that they will take good care of Lady Leonia. Duke Filio and Lady Leonia engage in an intimate conversation, prompting Duke Filio to entrust Gable with the duty of protecting and serving Lady Leonia. Gable solemnly accepts the responsibility, his expression conveying his dedication. Duke Filio realizes that Lady Leonia has captured his heart, making it arduous for him to depart from her side. Morning has already arrived, and Lady Leonia awakens, changes her clothes, and eats breakfast. She walks down the hallway accompanied by Gable, her maid, engaging in a conversation. Gable nervously mentions that the number of monsters has been increasing exponentially during the past mating seasons. Curious about the term exponentially, Lady Leonia asks for an explanation. Gable explains that it's due to love, which is why the monster population keeps growing. As they converse, Lady Leonia notices one of her history teachers. Suddenly intrigued, she heads towards the teacher's room and discreetly peeks inside. Lady Leonia asks the elderly man if he hails from the north, and he confirms, suggesting that they begin the class. After the history lesson concludes, the next subject is etiquette. A blonde lady instructs the class on proper greetings. She marvels at how quickly Lady Leonia learns, but Lady Leonia sees it as nothing exceptional. The blonde lady, however, expresses frank concern, aware of Lady Leonia's old habits, and emphasizes the importance of effective teaching. Lady Leonia responds with a bright smile, and the blonde lady admits that it won't be easy, but believes it will be worthwhile. Lady Leonia's smile illuminates her face as she contemplates the idea that perhaps this is merely a fictional word, yet she acknowledges that there are new paths that can lead to one's downfall. In a small cozy hallway, Lady Leonia and her teacher, Old Man Ardea, sat together enjoying a sweet jelly treat. Lady Leonia, curious about the infamous Countess Tedros, decided to inquire about her from her knowledgeable teacher. As Lady Leonia posed her question, the old man pondered for a moment, his mind delving into memories and associations. Duke Filio, recognizing the importance of education for Lady Leonia, had sought out 2 tutors for her. The first tutor focused on proficiency tests, while the second specialized in the art of criticism. Amidst these arrangements, Mr. Ardea remained steadfast in his role as Lady Leonia's teacher. Initially, he simply answered her questions without any hint of change in his demeanor. However, gradually, his attitude began to shift. Old Man Ardea started introducing Lady Leonia to topics and materials beyond her current curriculum. It was during one of these moments that Lady Leonia inquired about the blonde girl, Countess Tedros. The old man recalled a name, though slightly different from the one Lady Leonia mentioned, as Karina Miliaka. He explained that she hailed from a prestigious and influential family. The Boleody, this family, with its long-standing connections to the north, had played a vital role in protecting the region since ancient times. Delving further into history, the old man explained how many of the hereditary aristocratic families traced their roots back to the Boleody lineage. Some even possessed the fangs of a beast, symbolizing power and strength. Among these prominent figures, the former Lady Miliaka was known for her fame in high society. She was a cunning individual who derived pleasure from toying with people through her words. Her compliments and concerns were laced with hidden insults and criticisms, reflecting her manipulative nature. It was clear that her words were intended to wound the hearts of those she interacted with. Observing Lady Leonia closely, Old Man Ardea couldn't help but wonder if Countess Tedros had already made an impact on her. Lady Leonia, her expression tinged with a touch of solemnity, revealed that she had encountered Countess Tedros 3 times already. In the first week of class, she had ridiculed Lady Leonia for her status as an illegitimate child. During the second week, the Countess had mocked Lady Leonia for her good fortune in being taken in by the Duke, and just recently, in the third week, she had looked down upon Lady Leonia for her lowly birth. disregarding the hard work and dedication she had put into her studies. Despite these attempts to undermine her, Lady Leonia proudly declared that she had not fallen prey to Countess Tedros' schemes. However, she expressed her intention to inform Duke Filio about everything once he returned. Hearing this, Old Man Ardea couldn't help but marvel at Lady Leonia's character, seeing in her the traits of the notorious North Black Beasts, a group known for their cruelty and lack of compassion. He realized that she possessed the same cold-hearted nature as Duke Filio, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to reveal her true self and strike. In that instant, he concluded that the house of Count Tedros was destined for ruin. As the night fell, Lady Leonia prepared to settle into her bed, seeking solace in the embrace of sleep. However, her gaze wandered across her room, scanning the familiar surroundings. On a nearby table, her eyes caught sight of a large jar brimming with delectable strawberry candies. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to inspect it, finding a total of 70 candies neatly arranged within. Though surrounded by sweet treats, Lady Leonia couldn't shake the ache in her heart for her beloved father, Duke Filio. Her mind drifted back to the day she woke up to a world where her father was absent, leaving her as a frail orphan. A glimmer of hope emerged when she crossed paths with the protagonist of a captivating novel, who took her in as his adopted daughter. Under their care, she flourished into a well-treated noble lady. But the absence of her father left an empty void within her. As Lady Leonia wrestled with her emotions, the anticipation of the coming day weighed heavily upon her. The thought of an etiquette class scheduled for tomorrow suddenly sprang to her mind. In the depths of the forest, nestled among towering mountains, Duke Filio and his brave squad embarked on a perilous monster hunt. Their relentless pursuit led them to a mysterious creature, adorned in a striking red hue. As the squad approached, the monster sensed their presence and swiftly launched an attack. Without hesitation, Duke Filio leaped into action, engaging the monster in a fierce battle. With unwavering determination, Duke Filio skillfully evaded the monster's strikes and retaliated with powerful attacks of his own. With a final, decisive blow, he vanquished the formidable foe. This victory marked a significant milestone, as the mountain had been plagued by monsters for the past 3 years, and now it stood cleansed. The creature they encountered, known as Bifra, was notorious for its preference for cave dwellings during the breeding season, often accompanied by its offspring. Now, with no more monsters roaming the mountain, a newfound tranquility reigned over the once troubled land. Duke Filio, recognizing the triumph, declared that they could safely descend from the mountain. Overjoyed by the prospect of leaving their challenging mission behind, Duke Filio's fellow knights eagerly welcomed the news. However, Duke Filio's mind wandered to a different matter altogether. He called upon Levi Path, a trusted member of the squad, seeking her knowledge of a place that sells delectable snacks suitable for children. Levi Path pondered for a moment, considering Lady Leonia's taste preferences. Although uncertain if Lady Leonia would approve, Levi Path suggested a bakery known for its delectable treats, one that her brother frequently visited. Duke Filio, curious about the offerings, inquired about the name of the delightful confections. Levi Path promptly responded, revealing that they were called Fluffy Cloud Cream Puffs. In the serene morning atmosphere of the Grand Duke's mansion, Lady Leonia diligently engaged in her etiquette studies. With poise and determination, she practiced maintaining her balance while delicately balancing books atop her head. As Lady Leonia focused on her task, a blonde girl approached and declared that their lessons would come to an end that day. Acknowledging the announcement, Lady Leonia gracefully performed a proper bow, fully aware of the unsettling gaze the blonde girl directed towards her. Lady Leonia had anticipated this reaction, knowing that her act of bowing would provoke such an unsettling response. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that this would all soon be over, and she would disclose everything to Duke Filio upon his return. The blonde girl, however, took hold of Lady Leonia's shoulder and emphasized that any mistake on Lady Leonia's part could reflect poorly on Duke Filio. Yet, Lady Leonia remained composed, her smile hiding her certainty that the blonde girl would not escape punishment for her actions. Deep within Lady Leonia's heart, despite her fierce and independent nature as a member of the esteemed Black Lion family and Duke Filio's adopted daughter, she couldn't deny the affection Duke Filio held for her. A sudden recollection of teacher Ardea's wise words echoed in Lady Leonia's mind. Wounds of the heart are often the most challenging to heal. Although Lady Leonia was physically unharmed, the emotional wounds inflicted by the blonde girl's words cut deep. Continuing her verbal assault, the blonde girl asserted that Lady Leonia should be more mindful of her position and express gratitude for the luxurious life Duke Filio had provided her. She further admonished Lady Leonia, insisting that she must work harder to avoid becoming a nuisance to the Duke. With a determined gaze, Lady Leonia calmly inquired about her position, signaling her serious intent. The blonde girl nodded, pleased with Lady Leonia's response, believing her words had made an impact. However, behind her seemingly compliant facade, Lady Leonia's anger smoldered. She declared with a cold sternness that the blonde girl was no longer welcome in her presence and commanded her never to set foot in her chambers again. Since the first time the blonde girl laid eyes on Lady Leonia, she felt a deep sense of disgust. She knew that beauty equated to power, and she firmly believed that she was the most beautiful person, capable of having anything she desired. At a party, she noticed Duke Filio, a mesmerizing and radiant man, and instantly became infatuated with him, determined to claim him as her own. She approached him, only to be met with a cold gaze of rejection and indifference. This rejection led the blonde girl to marry a young man from a prestigious family. Days passed, and the blonde girl's life seemed content until she heard a rumor about Duke Boliotti, a reputed man in the capital who allegedly had an illegitimate child. Overwhelmed by jealousy and anger, as Duke Filio's reputation was unmatched, the blonde girl decided to see Lady Leonia for herself. She was intrigued by the child who received affection from Duke Filio but had never been seen before. The blonde girl devised a plan to seize control of the situation. However, when the blonde girl finally confronted Lady Leonia, she was taken aback by her response. Lady Leonia smiled and dismissively stated that she had no use for someone who was ignorant of her actions at the Duchy of Boliotti. The blonde girl, shocked and nervous, hurriedly followed Lady Leonia outside and desperately called out to her, attracting the attention of some maids who stared at her intently. Knight Gable intervened, preventing the blonde girl, Countess Tedros, from approaching Lady Leonia any further. Though nervous, the blonde girl believed that Lady Leonia had misunderstood her intentions. But as Lady Leonia moved closer, her anger became palpable, and she unleashed a fearsome aura while speaking to the blonde girl, maintaining a calm demeanor mixed with raging emotions. Witnessing the unleashed beast fangs of a calmed beast, Gable realized the danger and urgently called for Miss Connie to join him. However, it was too late, as Lady Leonia's beast fangs continued to intensify, making it difficult for everyone around to move or even breathe. With an overwhelming aura, Lady Leonia advanced, her gaze piercing the blonde girl as she declared that the Countess's words would forever be etched in her heart. In a mansion shrouded in an eerie aura emanating from the fangs of a monstrous creature, the inhabitants found themselves immobilized by an overwhelming pressure. Lady Leonia, a regal figure, stood before a frightened blonde girl, reminding her of the weight her words carried. The knight, Gable, could only helplessly observe the scene, infuriated by the negligence that had led to this situation. As he spotted Lady Leonia outside the room, he and the maids were stunned by what they witnessed. Lady Leonia declared that Countess Tedros would be dismissed from the mansion. Gable grew anxious, fearing Lady Leonia's volatile temperament and feeling the need to calm her down. He mustered the courage to ask if he could carry her. As Lady Leonia expressed her desire to go for a walk, one of the maids, Miss Connie, hurriedly retrieved Lady Leonia's coat. As Gable walked, carefully carrying Lady Leonia, he inquired if she felt frustrated, trying to ease the tension with a few comforting words. Eventually, Lady Leonia managed to regain her composure. The activation of her beast fawn aura earlier had been triggered by a sudden provocation, but now they could proceed with their walk, bringing an end to the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the blonde girl wept as Lady Leonia recounted the hurtful remarks she had made on their first encounter, labeling Lady Leonia as unrefined due to her illegitimate birth, and the condescending comment she made the next day, suggesting Lady Leonia should feel lucky for being rescued. The blonde girl had belittled Lady Leonia, claiming that no matter how hard Lady Leonia tried, she could never erase her true background. Reaching out, Lady Leonia touched the blonde girl's chin, her intense gaze causing her eyes to be obscured by the beast fawn aura. Instilling fear in the blonde girl, Lady Leonia demanded to know what the blonde girl had said to her that day. Overwhelmed, the blonde girl struggled to respond. Suddenly, crystals of beast fawn grew in the surroundings, causing chaos. The blonde girl's body and attire were ensnared in the crystal. While the entire mansion became engulfed in the beast fawn's influence, Lady Leonia moved her face closer to the blonde girl's, Maintaining a piercing gaze, she stated that, according to the blonde girl, Lady Leonia was nothing more than a filthy illegitimate child, a motherless orphan, helplessly watching. Night Gable understood the danger of the situation, considering Lady Leonia's formidable strength and her inability to control it. The blonde girl was left bloodied and injured due to the menacing beast Fong Crystal, while another maid struggled to breathe. Gable desperately tried to intervene, but his efforts were futile. The only person capable of restraining Lady Leonia was the absent Duke. In the midst of the chaotic scene, the doors of the mansion suddenly swung open, revealing the Duke, Filio, holding a box of creamy puffs. The person who is capable of stopping Lady Leonia from raging is here. The night squad was overjoyed to finally return home after their long journey. They eagerly anticipated a relaxing bath and indulging in alcohol and meat. One of the knights questioned why Duke Filio didn't assign his subordinates to handle these tasks for him. The knights conversed with a box of creamy puffs, their conversation filled with excitement. Duke Filio explained that Lady Leonia had specifically asked him to buy something delicious, and that's why he insisted on doing it himself. However, this meant that the store owner would have a sleepless night. Duke Filio found solace in the thought that Lady Leonia would be pleased to see him again. Their happiness was abruptly shattered when Duke Filio and his knights sensed a powerful presence throughout the mansion and its surroundings. The presence was emanating from a beast Fong Crystal, indicating the arrival of a young, untrained beast whose uncontrolled temper led to such scenes of fury. Duke Filio rushed to the mansion to investigate, as this type of incident usually involved uncontrolled rage power. Once inside the mansion, Duke Filio carried the exhausted and sick Lady Leonia in his arms. As they moved through the mansion, the beast Fong Crystal slowly melted, returning the mansion to its normal state. Thanks to Lady Leonia's calming influence, Duke Filio turned to Gable, his loyal companion, and asked what had happened. Gable pleaded for forgiveness, admitting his failure to protect Lady Leonia. He revealed that the chaos had been triggered by a blonde girl who had insulted Lady Leonia, making malicious remarks. As time ticked by, Duke Filio remained stoic, standing tall without drawing his sword. Gable observed the situation, unsettled by the fact that Duke Filio hadn't resorted to violence. Duke Filio found it amusing that such events had unfolded while he was away fighting. He ascended the stairs, stating in a calm yet chilling tone that it seemed as though everyone had a death wish. The blonde girl, paralyzed with shock, could only watch as the events unfolded before her. The incident had already occurred, and now it was nighttime in the quiet confines of the mansion. Lady Leonia found herself abruptly awakened, struggling to rise from her bed, weakened by her illness. Duke Filio, concerned for her well-being, gently held her head and insisted she lie back down. Lady Leonia, gazing into the face of Duke Filio, inquired about his return. Duke Filio informed her that he had arrived 2 days ago, and she had been asleep the entire time. As Lady Leonia contemplated the reason behind her illness, the memory of the fateful day resurfaced in her mind. Realizing the gravity of her actions, Lady Leonia sought forgiveness from Duke Filio. Perplexed by her sudden formality, Duke Filio questioned her, asking what she had done wrong. With a heavy heart, Lady Leonia confessed that she had caused an incident. This led to a conversation between them, resembling that of a father and daughter. Duke Filio probed further, asking if Lady Leonia had acted intentionally. Troubled, Lady Leonia expressed her worry that although she hadn't intended to cause harm, she had allowed her anger to consume her. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Lady Leonia began sobbing uncontrollably, stating that it was all because of the blonde girl's taunts, which had made her feel inferior. Duke Filio, seeking to understand, asked her what she meant by knowing her place. Lady Leonia, her voice trembling with tears, confessed that she herself didn't truly know her place in the world. Lady Leonia woke up to find herself transformed into a new person, a small and frail child, in a world devoid of her family, the familiar places she frequented, and even the possessions she always carried. Overwhelmed by this sudden change, she barely had a chance to cry before the harsh reality of survival set in, constantly faced with prejudice and abuse. She made a solemn vow to herself to not only endure but also seek retribution against those who had made her miserable. As Lady Leonia cried, she turned to Duke Filio, questioning her own identity. She discovered that she was an orphan with no memories, fortunate to have been adopted, but not truly belonging to anyone. Her name, Leonia, had been bestowed upon her when she miraculously encountered the main character of a fantasy novel. She was treated with kindness beyond her expectations, and her heart began to warm again. However, an unsettling feeling persisted, reminding her that none of this truly belonged to her. It nagged at a part of herself she had tried to ignore. In the original story, Duke Filio Boliotti never had an adopted daughter, and Leonia Boliotti never existed. Why had an outsider like her come into this world before the original story even began? Lady Leonia, overwhelmed with pain and emotional turmoil, continued to cry uncontrollably. Duke Filio watched his daughter's tears, calling out her name, Leonia, a few times. Lady Leonia, her face stained with tears and anguish, looked up at him. Her eyes, filled with colored reflections due to the tears and pain, revealed her inner turmoil. Unexpectedly, Duke Filio's face twisted into a smirk as he observed her distress. Lady Leonia, shocked and angry, demanded to know why Duke Filio was laughing and mocking her, making her feel foolish. Duke Filio, while comforting Lady Leonia, revealed that he was aware of her feelings of foolishness. In a tender moment, he reassured her, dismissing her concerns as nothing more than foolishness and idiocy. Despite the pain she was experiencing, his comforting words provided solace. In that vulnerable moment, Lady Leonia unexpectedly uttered the word muscle, because she liked muscle. Exhausted from the emotional turmoil, she eventually succumbed to weariness and fell back asleep, seeking respite. As the morning sun rose, casting its bright rays into the room, Miss Connie sat in bed, engaged in conversation with one of the maids. Suddenly, she noticed Lady Leonia standing at the door. Miss Connie attempted to greet her, but Lady Leonia insisted that she should stay in bed. Lady Leonia explained that she had only come to check on Miss Connie's well-being, feeling a mix of embarrassment and hesitation. Lady Leonia, she presented Miss Connie with a pouch of cookies as a gesture of apology for her past actions. However, the two maids remained concerned about Lady Leonia's own health. Amidst their conversation, Miss Connie inquired about the well-being of Sir Gable. The maid with red hair revealed that Miss Connie and Sir Gable were actually. Miss Connie blushed and expressed her gratitude for Sir Gable's heroic act of saving her. Lady Leonia's face reflected pleasure, and Miss Connie remarked that Lady Leonia's expression reminded her of her own mother. Miss Connie further expressed their gratitude for Lady Leonia's concern and reassured her that there was no need for an apology. Lady Leonia was delighted to hear that Miss Connie and the others were in good health. Excitedly, Lady Leonia hurriedly approached Miss Pellica. One of the maids, with Ardea by her side, asked if Lady Leonia was feeling better. Ardea proceeded to share a story about his time in the capital, recalling an incident where another lady from a different family was attacked by Serena and her group at a social gathering. The lady cried profusely after the ordeal. Miss Pellica, filled with anger, exclaimed and questioned why Serena would do such a thing in the presence of a Boliotti. And expressing the magnitude of the consequences for her actions, Ardea clarified that his words were not intended to imply anything else. Curious about the argument between Ardea and Miss Pellica, Lady Leonia asked for clarification because she doesn't care. Miss Pellica was amazed by Lady Leonia's perception and proceeded to explain the matter. Meanwhile, Lady Leonia inquired about the whereabouts of Duke Filio, showing her interest in his location. In a dimly lit room, a solitary sunbeam filtered through, casting its delicate glow on the scene. Upon the table, a cup of coffee sat undisturbed, while the occupants of their respective chairs were consumed by a palpable sense of nervousness and fear, shrouding the room in an eerie silence. Duke Filio, seated among them, delicately sipped on his tea, known as Lady Grey, a brew typically reserved for noble children during their moments of reprieve. It was an unconventional choice for Duke Boliotti, yet he sipped it with intention, as if purposefully drawing the gaze of those present. The name of the tea, Lady Grey, carried a profound significance, for it symbolized his daughter, Leonia Boliotti, who embodied the essence of the color black. She had been brought into the Boliotti family from an orphanage, a mysterious child christened by the very beast himself, earning her the reverence of the household. Such an extraordinary event sparked a flurry of rumors, particularly among the malevolent tongues of the nobles from the north. Breaking the profound silence, Duke Filio's voice sliced through the air, his query directed at the duration of his absence from the north. Assistant Rupert swiftly replied, stating that precisely 3 years and 2 months had transpired since his departure. Rising from his chair, Duke Filio expressed a sensation as if he had endured the passage of 4 years instead, as he gracefully traversed the room, weaving among the chairs. His footsteps abruptly halted before an individual gripped by nervousness and fear with a penetrating gaze. Duke Filio summoned his faithful assistant, Viscount Rupert Ricos, to depart from the room. Rupert, overcome with relief, felt as if he were escaping from the clutches of a tormenting ordeal, and in an unexpected twist of fate, Lady Leonia materialized before him. Duke Filio contemplated Lady Leonia, acknowledging her intelligence and wit, appreciating her as a joyful and proud child. He had allowed those who knew nothing to have their way, misjudging Serena and placing her next to Lady Leonia, unwittingly becoming no different from those he criticized. As Duke Filio walked through the silent room, he remarked that in the master's absence, he had organized the gathering on short notice. He found it bewildering that they were seemingly inviting trouble upon themselves. Coming to a stop before Count Tedros, Duke Filio inquired about his thoughts. Count Tedros, feeling nervous and finding it difficult to answer, suddenly found himself confronted with the situation concerning his wife. Countess Tedros, overwhelmed with shock and fear, immediately knelt and bowed, apologizing profusely. Truly remorseful for his action, the room's atmosphere grew more intense. Recalling the incident from the previous day, Duke Filio reminisced about the room where Lady Leonia had been resting to recover her health, accompanied by a doctor and himself. Assistant Rupert reported that, as per Duke Filio's request, they had investigated the rumors, revealing the careless and malicious spread of gossip, involving numerous aristocrats from the north. The memory of Lady Leonia's tears in response to the incident weighed heavily on Duke Filio's heart. Moved by a surge of anger, Duke Filio tapped into his inner strength, channeling the power of the beast Fong. The room became suffocating, with the occupant struggling to breathe under its overwhelming pressure. Duke Filio declared that henceforth, everyone within the Boliotti household would serve as his eyes and ears. He demanded the eradication of any traces of Serena Miliaca, giving no second chance. He refused to tolerate rumors, refusing to waste his time dealing with those who acted as if they wished for his demise. Taking a moment to gather himself, Duke Filio resolved to find solace in the company of Lady Leonia by the fireplace. Duke Filio issued a stern warning, making it clear that it would be his first and last. The people in the room were reminded to remember that Duke Filio would be watching their every move. Meanwhile, in another room, Lady Leonia sat enjoying her tea, accompanied by assistant Rupert. Rupert wondered if it was difficult for Lady Leonia to drink her tea, considering recent events. In response, Lady Leonia asked if Rupert had been hurt. Rupert explained that he had been in his office when he suddenly felt an unusual surge, the power of the beast Fong. Deep in thought, Lady Leonia reflected on her own desire to harm Serena. In the novel, the beast Fong was described as the ultimate power, surpassing the combined forces of aura and mana. It was one of the charms that Duke Filio utilized to lead. However, Lady Leonia did not find this power as amazing as others might. Rupert marveled at Lady Leonia's humility, as individuals who possessed great power often became arrogant, relying solely on their family's reputation. Lady Leonia, in contrast, pondered the implications of her own power. Rupert reassured Lady Leonia, advising her not to dwell too much on it. Lady Leonia, munching on cookies, asserted that she was not a child. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room, calling out Lady Leonia's name. It was Duke Filio. Lady Leonia's face lit up with joy at the sight of Duke Filio. However, as she walked towards him, she displayed a shy expression and hesitant movements. Duke Filio, assuming she needed to use the restroom, urged her not to hold it in and to go if necessary. Lady Leonia, slightly annoyed, protested that her shyness should have been obvious. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, father and daughter exchanged words while Duke Filio called upon his assistant, Rupert, to make preparations for their departing guest. Lady Leonia waved happily and bid farewell to Rupert as they continued walking together. Duke Filio inquired about Lady Leonia's well-being, specifically her health. She reassured him, stating that she was okay and without fever, her bright smile radiating vitality. However, when Duke Filio commented that Lady Leonia was finally laughing, her laughter suddenly subsided. She felt uneasy, realizing that they were seeing each other for the first time since she had shed tears in front of him. Duke Filio then noticed that Lady Leonia had gained weight. She explained that Granny Kara and Pelika had mentioned she had lost weight while being ill but had finally managed to regain it. However, Lady Leonia confessed that she personally preferred muscles over fat. Duke Filio, interrupting her joyful moment about Lady Leonia's preference for muscles, he expressed that calling her by her full name was too long and suggested he would give her a pet name as her father and family. Duke Filio questioned if Lady Leonia understood, to which she responded with a cute, confused expression, suggesting that it was because Duke Filio had adopted her. Duke Filio playfully interrupted her and poked her nose, asserting that it was because Lady Leonia had willingly agreed to become a part of his family. In the moment she dared to stand in Duke Voliati's way, an unbreakable bond formed, transforming them into a family where each other's presence held immeasurable value. With a voice filled with warmth, Duke Filio reassured Lady Leonia that she need not dwell on questions of her identity. To him, everything else was irrelevant. They were simply a father, a daughter, and a family. Observing Lady Leonia's profound pain, Duke Filio realized that this time it was different. Instead of her usual quick retorts, she sobbed uncontrollably. Amidst her tears, Lady Leonia addressed Duke Filio as her father, urging her to confide in him, whether it was about the hardships she endured at the orphanage, the feeling of nausea after overeating, the eerie atmosphere of the Voliati mansion that seemed fit for a murder scene, her desire to fill a jar with strawberry milk candies, her longing to reunite with friends from the orphanage, or the sadness she felt when Duke Filio was away for work. He reassured her that even during moments of loneliness and foolish ponderings, she could always lean on him. As Lady Leonia's tears subsided, her eyes reddened from 2 days of relentless crying, Duke Filio proposed that they continue their walk while holding hands. With their hands intertwined, Lady Leonia expressed her fondness for her dad. Duke Filio inquired about the meaning behind "quite." Lady Leonia explained that it signified her desire to avoid teasing. Duke Filio assured her that he would not mind if she couldn't articulate her feelings, prompting Lady Leonia to beam with a bright and beautiful smile. Unfamiliar words and an unfamiliar sense of belonging enveloped Lady Leonia. She longed for the things she once had, experiencing despair whenever hope faltered. She worried about the potential jeopardy Duke Filio's future might face because of her. Yet, with the support of her dad and their newfound family, all the memories and emotions she carried now became nothing more than fairy tales. She would carefully place them on a bookshelf called Memories, deep within her heart. Although she might hold on to them for a long time, eventually she would be able to close that book and return it to its rightful place. With a radiant and shining atmosphere, Lady Leonia ran toward her dad. Duke Filio, father and daughter, their love intertwining, created a heartwarming and lovely image. In the past few days, as the sun shines warmly and brightly, Lady Leonia walks with a joyful demeanor, her voice filled with melodious song. The head butler, Kara, engages Lady Leonia in conversation, inquiring whether she plans to visit the orphanage today. Lady Leonia's face lights up with happiness and excitement as she shares that she made a promise to his father. Kara's satisfaction is evident. As a few days have passed since the incident happened, an interesting turn of events occurs as Serene, the wife of Count Tedros, reverts to her original name, Serena Miliaka. Rumors circulate that the Miliaka family sent her to a medical facility, an exquisite and tranquil place nestled amidst remote forests and flourishing trees. This suggests that the Miliaka family made the heart-wrenching decision to part ways with their daughter, who has now returned to them after committing a crime. However, the Miliaka family did not solely face punishment for their daughter's actions. In a gesture of compassion and support, not only did they offer an enormous compensation, but also for other noble households also joined by offering enormous compensations. Lady Leonia caught sight of her father engrossed in conversation with Rupert. Curiosity piqued, she turned to Kara and expressed her belief that Duke Filio was going to meet someone to eat and play with a playful tone. Her father responded that arranging such meetings was Lady Leonia's responsibility. Overjoyed to see her father, Lady Leonia pointed out that they were wearing clothes of the same color. However, Duke Filio, being pedantic, corrected her, highlighting the distinction between red and pink. Nevertheless, Lady Leonia insisted that they were similar, and her father playfully agreed with her. Duke Filio then informed Rupert that they would return before dinner, prompting Kara, the head butler, to inquire about their meal preparations. Lady Leonia enthusiastically interjected, stating her desire for a dish featuring chicken. Kara suggested a delectable option with a creamy sauce. Lady Leonia eagerly nodded, her imagination running wild with the anticipation of the delicious flavors. As they traveled in the carriage, Lady Leonia recognized it as the same one they had used before. She remarked that she hadn't experienced any discomfort in this particular carriage, leading her to feel confident about riding in it once again. Duke Filio, with a playful grin, teasingly mentioned that the innocent tree had received all of Lady Leonia's previous bouts of nausea. Lady Leonia playfully responded, expressing her satisfaction that her sickness had inadvertently fertilized the tree. Finally, they arrived in a bustling city teeming with people. Lady Leonia's excitement grew as she anticipated disembarking. Duke Filio admitted that it had been 3 years since he last visited the north, and he found himself missing the vibrant streets. Lady Leonia, however, had her doubts, knowing her father's aversion to crowded places. Nonetheless, they stepped out of the carriage. Outside, Lady Leonia noticed her father's hesitation. To uplift his spirits, she proposed the idea of picking flowers together. As they strolled along, Duke Filio inquired about their destination. Lady Leonia playfully speculated that her father might have the urge to break flower stalks by pretending to urinate on the streets. This remark prompted Duke Filio to reflect on Lady Leonia's unique way of speaking, stemming from her experiences at the orphanage. Duke Filio reflected on the past days, recalling the conversations he had with Ardea, Lady Leonia's tutor. Ardea had mentioned that Lady Leonia had a tendency to exaggerate things a little, but she possessed the intelligence of a student studying in the academy. However, it was inevitable that her innocence would fade away, because in orphanage every day, Lady Leonia witnessed people being cruel, speaking with disgust, and even resorting to physical violence. She didn't try to suppress or endure her loneliness. Instead, it built up inside her, almost consuming her. Duke Filio decided to buy some toys for Lady Leonia, hoping they would bring her joy and allow her to play. As they walked, Lady Leonia noticed some male workers outside, and her eyes were drawn to their muscular physique, different from the well-toned knights she had seen before. Excitement and a blush filled her cheeks. Duke Filio was speechless and asked if they were not supposed to go to the orphanage. Lady Leonia replied that she had already set foot in the orphanage before and that it was okay to be a little late. Suddenly, someone called out to Duke Filio. This person had their daughter hiding behind them, appearing shy. The person introduced his elf, but Duke Filio already knew his name, Viscount Karada. Duke Filio engaged in a conversation with Viscount Karada while Lady Leonia was busy observing the muscular workers. Viscount Karada mentioned that they were also here with her second child. However, upon seeing Duke Filio's face, she became scared and the daughter hid behind his father. Viscount Karada saying that Duke Filio was not a scary man. Lady Leonia called out to her father, signaling that she was done observing the workers' muscles. Viscount Karada greeted Lady Leonia, expressing her pleasure in meeting her. Lady Leonia introduced herself, and Viscount Karada introduced her daughter, Flomas, mentioning that she had just turned 7 years old this year. Lady Leonia remarked that Flomas was still a baby. Duke Filio and Viscount Karada were left speechless, and Lady Flomas asked Lady Leonia about her age. Lady Leonia responded that she was also 7 years old. After their walk in the city and visit to the orphanage, the sun has already set. Lady Leonia has taken a bath and asks Miss Connie if she seems heavy. Connie responds, suggesting that Lady Leonia still needs to gain more weight. Lady Leonia playfully retorts that she has already gained a lot, fondly recalling how her dad would teasingly call her a pig. Miss Connie joins in the playful banter, stating that it means Lady Leonia would be an adorable piglet. Lady Leonia also mentions that Duke Filio teased her about being a pig during dinner, bringing smiles to Miss Connie and one of the maid. As Lady Leonia enters Duke Filio's room, Duke Filio asks if Lady Leonia is done with cleaning body, but Lady Leonia explains that she needs to sit down immediately to avoid discomfort as she gets older, and Duke Filio lifts Lady Leonia to his arm. And Lady Leonia, she asks him if she smells good since Duke Filio dislikes a strong scent. After they returning from the orphanage to visit some friends of Lady Leonia, Duke Filio sets aside some time from his work to bond with his daughter, Lady Leonia. The two enjoy engaging in a few hours of conversation between father and daughter, and the time passes by pleasantly. As Lady Leonia starts to grow sleepy, Duke Filio notices that it's time for her to go to bed and to get some rest for their long day. Duke Filio starts walking outside while carrying Lady Leonia. As soon as the maid, Miss Connie, sees Duke Filio carrying Lady Leonia, she offers to carry her, but Duke Filio declines, stating that it's fine. They make their way to Lady Leonia's room. Lady Leonia lies down on the bed and she extends a piece of strawberry candy to Duke Filio. Duke Filio smiles and takes the candy, then he puts it in the jar filled with lots of candy. He then kisses Lady Leonia's forehead, wishing her a good night's sleep and sweet dreams, and they share a sweet moment together as father and daughter. After Duke Filio leaves Lady Leonia's room, outside, Rupert is waiting by the door of Duke Filio's office. Rupert says that it seems like Lady Leonia has already fallen asleep. Duke Filio remarks that peaceful sleeping is one of Lady Leonia's beautiful qualities, and Rupert adds that she remains beautiful despite that. Duke Filio becomes annoyed and asks why Rupert said those words. Rupert is shocked and nervous and asks if he shouldn't have said that, and he reflects that it's the first time he's seen someone being insulted by a compliment about their daughter's beauty. Duke Filio pointed out that all of this is Rupert's fault, as Rupert is a candidate to become Lady Leonia's escort. Rupert, feeling distressed, expressed how unfair it is because he has worked so hard for Lady Leonia. In response, Duke Filio asked what Lady Leonia said today. Rupert replied, questioning how he would know. Duke Filio stated that Lady Leonia asked if Mr. Rupert could be her new father. Confused about the idea of becoming a new father when Lady Leonia already has Duke Filio as her father, Rupert recalled a past event and felt horrified, exclaiming, how could she deduce something like that again? Duke Filio explained that it's because Rupert is always sought after by Lady Leonia. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rupert even mentioned that getting document approval now feels like a sin. Viscount Rupert Ricos is a close ally of the Boeotia dukedom both in face and name. He possesses a natural charisma. Aside from assisting the Duke with managing the territory, he essentially oversees the entirety of the North and directly communicates with the Duke. Duke Filio told Rupert that if the reports or information are not urgent, he should not come to his office. Assistant Rupert asked Duke Filio when he could come, and he also mentioned that handling urgent matters is Rupert's job. However, it seemed like Duke Filio wasn't paying much attention, and he started listing all the possible times when Rupert could come, starting with after the private lesson, then nap time, and lastly, bedtime. Hearing all this, Rupert began contemplating quitting his job due to the overwhelming work stress and constant overwork. However, his feelings quickly changed when he remembered the great wealth of the black beasts of the North and the potential financial benefits. Duke was left speechless by Rupert's outburst. Nonetheless, Rupert proceeded to give a report about the investigation ordered by Duke Filio the previous day. Within 3 years of Boleoti's sudden appearance, during a breeding season of rampant beasts, this year's magical hunting was expected to be an extravagant affair. However, while inspecting the hunting grounds, it became evident that the amount of magic cast there had inexplicably disappeared, leading to the capture of no beasts during the hunt. The reason behind this mysterious phenomenon was the illegal trading of beasts. The aristocrats, always seeking novelty, had taken a keen interest in these creatures. Those involved in these transactions lacked any sense of guilt and only saw the potential of taming and effectively breeding wild beasts, a naive idea with disastrous consequences. Although these creatures may seem adorable and calm when young, they become dangerous adults, capable of causing harm and devastation. The value of a beast's corpse has also ignited significant controversy. In essence, the story revolves around the disappearance of magical energy from hunting grounds due to illegal beast trading, driven by the aristocrats' pursuit of novelty and profit. It warns of the dangers of taming and breeding wild beasts and highlights the controversy surrounding their exploitation for profit. In the aftermath of the aristocrats' confrontation, Rupert noticed a significant change in the situation. They began monitoring the recent movements of the northern region, likely in response to the warning given to the aristocrats by the Duke. The Duke's cautionary words seemed to have deeply affected him, as he retreated into seclusion out of fear. As part of their investigation, Rupert and his team turned their attention to the movements of the servants hired by these aristocrats. Duke Filio, eager to know more, asked Rupert to name a few individuals involved. Rupert identified Count Miliaka and Baron Gleiss as key players, both mobilizing their operations in 2 different locations. Interestingly, Count Miliaka had been consistently using the same person for his dealings, while Baron Gleiss preferred to change his emissaries frequently. Despite this difference, there was a pattern noticed in the number of times these individuals were sent and the timing of their visits to various mansions. Duke Filio pondered the situation, suspecting that Count Miliaka might be behind the recent developments. He described Miliaka's family as a powerful one, rising suddenly in society like a blooming flower, Rupert couldn't help feeling nervous, and Rupert, as he explained that they were going to meet with the first family, the Count Tavanos, Duke Filio remarked that bothersome pests seemed to be lurking around. Rupert revealed that during the Duke's 3-year stay in the capital, he had the freedom to act as the monarch of the North. The Duke didn't find it amusing and attributed their power to their well-founded history. Rupert then pointed out that even the imperial family was concerned about Count Miliaka and his influence. Duke Filio acknowledged that the emperor was shrewd and likely not ignorant of the situation. Duke Filio expressed excitement, suggesting that they should let these powerful factions mess with each other. Rupert, feeling a bit of fear, compared Duke Filio's enthusiasm to that of Lady Leonia, as Duke Filio mentions, because Lady Leonia, her daughter. Now the Duke instructed Rupert to keep a close eye on the situation first, and he mentioned Viscount Karada. Rupert was puzzled, as he thought Viscount Karada was harmless person. Duke Filio explained that Viscount Karada's second daughter was the same age as Lady Leonia and that the Viscount couple was adored by children, with their second daughter practically clinging to them. Rupert appeared happy, realizing that Lady Leonia had someone her age to befriend. Duke Filio shared the same thought with Rupert, hoping she could become friends with the Viscount's second daughter and considering that Lady Leonia wouldn't make a move herself. A few days had passed and winter had settled in. The head butler, Care, held a letter for Duke Filio, which turned out to be from the wife of Viscount Karada. The letter extended greetings of peace to the Duke of Boleoti and invited him and Lady Leonia to a tea party. Care explained that it was a common practice for the Viscount's wife to host tea parties for noble families with children, and since the Duke was now a parent, receiving such an invitation was not unusual. Duke Filio agreed, finding nothing strange about it, and inquired about Lady Leonia's whereabouts. Care informed him that she was in the living room. Kara also mentioned that Ardea had something to discuss with the Duke later. Regarding Lady Leonia's lessons, Duke Filio confirmed that he would meet with Ardea in the afternoon. Meanwhile, the living room was filled with shining and beautiful toys for Lady Leonia. However, she seemed unenthusiastic, riding on a horse toy with an expression that conveyed a sense of life's futility. Duke Filio couldn't help but notice Lady Leonia's demeanor and expression. Duke Filio called out to Lady Leonia, and with boundless enthusiasm, she rushed over to him. Her face beaming with joy, she excitedly shared with Duke Filio how she had ridden the toy horse and played with all her toys. For a moment, Duke Filio was left speechless, overwhelmed by his daughter's delight. He reassured her that he had indeed witnessed her wonderful playtime. Duke Filio sat in his chair while Lady Leonia approached him with a determined stride, almost like a little soldier. He asked if she was comfortably seated, and she happily agreed. Duke Filio then handed her a mail letter, and she inquired if it was for him. He clarified that it was for both of them, he mentioning about Viscount Karada and asking if Lady Leonia remembered. Lady Leonia mentioning about the old man and his daughter they met in the plaza the other day. As Lady Leonia read the letter, she turned to Duke Filio with curiosity and asked about its contents. He explained that it was an invitation to a tea party. She wondering why they were invited, she expressed her reluctance to attend. Duke Filio gently advised her that it would be a good experience for her to socialize and learn how to enjoy being with other kids her age, reminding her that she didn't have to grow up too quickly. However, Lady Leonia's expression grew a bit annoyed and thoughtful as she realized that violence was not the answer to her frustrations. She took a moment to gather her thoughts and calmly stated that she preferred books and solitude over toys, emphasizing her maturity, which Duke Filio was already well aware of. Duke Filio's expression softened, and he acknowledged her feelings, understanding that she didn't want this just for herself. He gently patted her head and assured her that he respected her choices. He then encouraged her to make friends and spend time with kids at her age. But Lady Leonia reminding Duke Filio that she already had a friend in the orphanage, which he had observed before. In the time at the orphanage, this is mostly what Lady Leonia does. First, she asks some of her friends in the orphanage if they eat properly, and she praises some of them who have gained height. She also asks her friends if they have already memorized all the letters and so on. Lady Leonia is happily having conversations with all of her friends in the orphanage. While observing Lady Leonia, Duke Filio thinks that if he had only cared a little more about her, and paid a little more attention to her, she wouldn't have had to go through something like that. Duke Filio made it clear that Lady Leonia couldn't simply call them friends, she played a much more important role as their guardian and custodian. Playfully, He reached out and pinched Lady Leonia's cheek, affectionately remarking that she held a special place in his heart as his only family. Lady Leonia's face lit up with a beautiful mix of love and amazement, touched by the depth of his sentiment. Reassuring her, Duke Filio smiled warmly. I never expected you to grow up too quickly, my dear Leonia. However, Lady Leonia couldn't resist teasing him, asking playfully if he was trying to pick a fight with her, but Duke Filio was quick to assert that, from his perspective, Lady Leonia was free to follow her heart's desires. She paused, taking a moment to contemplate all the things she longed to do, and expressed her frustration at Duke Filio always stopping her from pursuing her desires. She couldn't help but think that, despite her cute appearance, she didn't want to be treated like a child. In an unexpected turn, Duke Filio reassured her with earnestness, saying, Leonia, your desires hold great significance to me, leaving Lady Leonia pleasantly surprised by his words. Gathering her thoughts, Lady Leonia made a decision. With newfound resolve, she declared that she would attend the tea party, playfully dismissing the idea that it might lead to any harm. Duke Filio chuckled in response, emphasizing that it was a simple tea party invitation, not a duel. Duke Filio's affectionate guidance and Lady Leonia's determination to assert her independence formed the foundation of their special relationship. As the day waned, the Kurata estate was enveloped in the embrace of night. Inside their home, a large window allowed the moonlight to softly illuminate the room. Beside the window stood a table, and seated there was a graceful woman, Mr. Kurata's wife, Mistress Kurata. She expressed her concerns to her husband about the Duke's response to the invitation she had sent. She wonders if Duke Filio will truly come, she pondered aloud, seeking reassurance from Mr. Kurata. Mr. Kurata, understanding her feelings, responded in a comforting tone, Is that what's troubling you? Trying to ease her worries, playfully, Mistress Kurata shared her thoughts about the Duke. Even if Duke Filio were to use the invitation as firewood, she wouldn't mind, at least that way. It wouldn't be a waste of paper. Her husband chuckled warmly, providing reassurance. You needn't worry, he said. The Duke himself requested the invitation. I'm certain he will honor it and grace us with his presence. Their conversation shifted to another intriguing topic. Lady Leonia, the daughter of Duke Boliotti, whom Mr. Kurata had recently met. Lady Leonia is such an adorable little girl, he remarked with fondness. However, he also marveled at her maturity, feeling as though he had encountered an old soul when he observed her conversing with Flo. Mistress Kurata mentioned that, despite Flo being a good child, she seemed hesitant to take the initiative and lacked leadership skills. Mr. Kurata probed further, asking if that was what concerned her. Indeed, Mistress Kurata replied, she is, after all, the daughter of Duke Boliotti. With a concerned expression and tone, Mr. Kurata raised an insightful question. Where does your title and status come into play when forming true friendships? As the night grew late, Mistress Kurata suggested retiring to bed. Holding candles as they prepared for sleep, Mr. Kurata reassured her, advising her not to worry excessively. He then shared his perspectives on Duke Filio, referring to him as the Black Beast, alluding to a side of the Duke that might be more enigmatic than his outward appearance suggests. As the clock struck tea time, Duke Filio and Lady Leonia found themselves within the elegant surroundings of Kurata Estate. Inside the house, the scene was quite ordinary, with a child gazing intensely at Duke Filio's face, trembling with fear, and eventually bursting into loud cries as they ran away in fright. The playroom emptied out, leaving Duke Filio speechless and somewhat annoyed, because Lady Leonia couldn't help but laugh, teasingly remarking that just one look at him made all the children flee in tears. She felt relieved not to be the only one suffering from the Duke's stern demeanor. Just as the awkward moment settled, Mistress Trigella Kurata, the host of the tea party, graciously welcomed Duke Filio and Lady Leonia. She introduced herself and engaged them in light conversation, putting everyone at ease. As Duke Filio proudly introduced his daughter, Lady Leonia, she gracefully greeted Viscount Kurata with warmth and expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the invitation to the tea party. Mistress Kurata was genuinely amazed by the young lady's impeccable manners and poise. She warmly replied, I am equally pleased to meet you both, and I feel honored to host such an esteemed gathering today. Amused by the interaction between Duke Filio and his daughter, Lady Leonia is playfully remarked, Mistress Kurata, like husband, like wife. Mistress Karada enthusiastically pointed out the different areas of Karada Estate where children could enjoy a dedicated play area. She explained that parents could relax and savor their tea while keeping a watchful eye on their little ones. Duke Filio, intrigued by the concept, inquired if she held tea parties frequently. Mistress Karada clarified that the gatherings were more like joyful reunions for families and friends who wished to catch up every once in a while. She revealed that whenever they hosted a tea party, they always made sure to include special activities for the children. On this occasion, they had arranged for a delightful activity where the kids could interact with and even ride reindeer, creating a unique and magical experience. Concerned about the safety of the children, Duke Filio asked how they ensured a secure environment for such interactions. Mistress Karada assured him that the children were briefed in advance about the do's and don'ts of interacting with the reindeer. They were closely supervised by experienced handlers, ensuring a safe and enjoyable encounter. As Duke Filio settled into his chair, Lady Leonia gracefully walked over to him. Duke Filio gently suggested that she should go and play with the other children. However, Lady Leonia made a cute expression and playfully retorted, if Duke Filio don't want to spend time with her daughter, Lady Leonia just want to have tea with his dad. Duke Filio, amused, asked her where she learned to be so clever. Lady Leonia giggled and replied, she just being cute, but Duke Filio turned his head slightly, pretending to ignore her adorable antics. Undeterred, Lady Leonia then asked his dad if he knew how old she was. Duke Filio chuckled and said, Lady Leonia is 7, but she looked like only 5 years old. Lady Leonia teased her father, revealing that she would actually be turning 20 the day after tomorrow. Duke Filio looked astonished and remarked that she was at an age filled with hopes and dreams. Slightly annoyed, Lady Leonia let out an exaggerated sigh and shouted. In an effort to ease the tension, Duke Filio handed her a bunch of candies and suggested she share them with the other kids. With a gentle smile, he added to stop Lady Leonia glaring and open her eyes, beautiful, and try making a friend today. Although Lady Leonia walked away with annoyed expression, Duke Filio couldn't help but feel content and smile. Lady Leonia stands in a quiet corner of the play area, and Flo gathers the courage to approach her. However, deep-seated fear grips Flo's heart, as she recalls the hurtful words her brother uttered the day before, claiming that Lady Leonia is the daughter of the dreaded Black Beast of the North and implying that she, too, is a beast. This shocking revelation leaves Flo bewildered and skeptical. To add to her unease, her brother brings up a disturbing event involving Countess Tedros, but Flo is unaware of the incident. According to her brother, the Countess underwent a troubling transformation after being bitten by Duke Boliote using the beast's fangs, leading to her becoming deranged. Confused and frightened, Flo seeks clarity on what deranged means and is understandably scared about how to handle the situation. To worsen matters, her brother playfully teases her, saying that Lady Leonia might eat her alive, causing Flo to break down in tears. Thankfully, Mr. Karada, their father, notices her distress and comes over with a worried expression. He compassionately reassures Flo that she doesn't have to force herself to befriend Lady Leonia. As they are hosting the event, he suggests that Flo could simply greet Lady Leonia once, but only if she feels comfortable doing so. The decision is entirely up to Flo, and he supports her no matter what she chooses. As Flo tries her best to overcome her fear, she gains confidence, knowing that she can handle the situation better than her brother, who was crying earlier. She also recalls that she has met Lady Leonia once before, which reassures her that everything will be fine. With newfound determination, Flo calls out to Lady Leonia with her best effort. Before this scene takes place, Lady Leonia stands in a corner, appearing bored while contemplating her candies. She muses about how it's easier for her to be with the kids from the orphanage, as she feels responsible for taking care of them. However, she acknowledges that she needs to treat the kids at the tea party differently since they are all of similar ranking. When Flo calls out to Lady Leonia, the latter turns her head and notices Flo with a nervous expression. Despite her initial discomfort and awkwardness, Flo is surprised and touched that Lady Leonia seems happy to see her and approaches her. Lady Leonia comments that it has been a while since they last saw each other, and Lady Leonia asks if Flo has grown taller. Though Flo feels uncomfortable, she remembers her goal and manages to greet and welcome Lady Leonia warmly. Lady Leonia is grateful for the invitation. Flo proceeds to inform Lady Leonia that they have prepared various desserts and juices for the tea party. She also mentions the plan to play with some reindeer later, albeit nervously. While discussing various topics, Flo excitedly shares her knowledge about reindeer, including an interesting fact about parasites' eggs hatching in the summer and insects coming out of reindeer noses. Lady Leonia is taken aback by this unusual information but acknowledges Flo's enthusiasm and passion for reindeer. Flo further shares some reindeer stories, but Lady Leonia stops her, expressing that she doesn't want to know what comes next in those tales. Instead, Lady Leonia decides to share her candies with the children at the party. Meanwhile, Duke Filio observes Lady Leonia and asks Gable how she appears in his eyes. Gable responds that Lady Leonia seems like a kind-hearted kid who treats her friends well, implying a positive impression of her. While Duke Filio was observing his daughter and enjoying his tea, he noticed that Lady Leonia hadn't grown much despite his expectations that she would if she was well-fed. Just then, Gable, one of Duke Filio's attendants, alerted him to the approach of an unexpected guest, Marquis Rand Pardis. Duke Filio asked Gable to leave, indicating that he wanted privacy for his conversation with Marquis Rand. During their conversation, Duke Filio expressed surprise at seeing Marquis Rand at the tea party, as he wasn't expecting him to attend. Lady Leonia noticed her father talking to someone, and she knew that Duke Filio rarely had any friends besides Count Rinna. Meanwhile, one of the children at the tea party, a little boy, claimed that Marquis Rand Pardis was his grandfather. This revelation shocked Lady Leonia. In ancient times, the continent was divided into 5 regions: the north, the south, the east, the west, and the capital. The ruler of the capital region had a vision of unifying the continent into one grand kingdom. He embarked on a quest to bring the regions together, and over time, all regions, except the north, agreed to join the central kingdom. The northern land was rich in valuable resources and was desired by the imperial family. However, the people of the north were feared due to their unusual abilities, earning them the label Black Beasts. Surprisingly, the dispute was resolved smoothly, and the north was the first to extend an olive branch. They agreed to join the empire under 2 conditions: maintaining complete autonomy and prohibiting marriage between the imperial family and the northern dukedom. The imperial family wasn't particularly pleased by these conditions. However, they had no other choice but to accept. Thus, the present-day Melio's empire was founded. However, the imperial family had a condition of their own once the entire continent was united. The north must accept one noble family from the imperial family lineage. As they converse, the room brims with an intense atmosphere. Strangely, Mistress Karada seems to be fading away like dust. Suddenly, Lady Leonia is playfully called his dad and shares her plan to play with reindeer and outside. Duke Filio states that she could take the candies with her and eat them with her friends later. But Lady Leonia declines, saying she doesn't feel like eating. Marquis states that Lady Leonia is the rumored daughter of Duke Boliote. Duke Filio's curiosity intensifies. The Marquis chuckles, noting Duke Filio's sensitivity to gossip. He greets Lady Leonia, but Lady Leonia just looks for a second and she greets Marquis. In the midst of a brief conversation, Duke Filio suggests that Lady Leonia takes Gable outside. As the tale unfolds, the Marquis is depicted as both the protagonist's greatest ally and the most peculiar grandfather imaginable. Curiously, Gable inquires if Lady Leonia had a delightful time with her friends and further asks what she has learned, with a mischievous glint in her eye. Lady Leonia hints at her knowledge of why reindeer have red noses and leans in to whisper the answer. Gable is taken aback, clearly surprised by her answer, while Lady Leonia can't help but burst into laughter. Observing the playful exchange, Duke Filio notices the amusement in the air, prompting the Marquis to suggest that they continue their discussion outside. As they prepare to leave, Lady Leonia glances back. The royal hunters, known as the Pardis, were the imperial family's most devoted ally, originally sent as spies to assist the emperor in conquering the north. Their mission took an unexpected turn when they witnessed the formidable might of the Boliote. Instantly, they recognized the stark contrast in power and loyalty, realizing the weakness within the imperial family's ranks. In a decisive moment, the Pardis swiftly switched sides, pledging their allegiance to the formidable Boliote. As the children joyfully observed reindeer outside, Lady Leonia found herself lost in deep contemplation about Marquis, a seasoned double agent who had managed to elude capture for years. While she admired his skill, something about the old man Marquis sent shivers down her spine. Inside a cozy cottage nearby, Marquis and Duke Filio engaged in conversation. Marquis expressed his concern to Duke Filio about never catching a break, Duke Filio saying not to laze away his responsibilities, reminding him of the duties that came with his title. Marquis then shared his feelings. Even if he don't like the idea of having that idiot sit on the throne in the capital, he still wished to stay in North for the rest of his life. The benefits for both him and his family, who held a position of influence in the region. Their discussion then shifted to Marquis' concern for his son's well-being. He was unsure if his son was faring well, and Duke Filio reassured him that they had an overwhelming amount of work ahead, possibly even more than they could handle. Duke Filio questioned whether Marquis had raised his son too delicately, to which Marquis responded humorously, pondering why his son had chosen that particular job. Duke Filio emphasized that there was no one else in the empire who could offer a higher pay for the job than he did. In this nostalgic scene, we find ourselves in the past, witnessing a heartfelt conversation between Rupert and his father. Rupert shares his fervent wish to work as Duke Bolioti's secretary, a goal he is eager to pursue immediately after this discussion. As he stands before his father, he feels compelled to share this significant decision and collect some of his belongings before embarking on his new journey. As Rupert shares his plans, his father reminds him why the Pardis family came to the north in the first place. However, Rupert, being the youngest of the Pardis family, is not content with settling for mediocre opportunities. He has always had ambitious aspirations since he was a little child, and he only ever wants the best. As Rupert expresses his unwavering determination, his father finds himself momentarily speechless, deeply moved by his son's passion and tenacity. With admiration and curiosity, he inquires about Rupert's plan, fully aware that his son's dreams often reach heights that others might deem too audacious even for a young marquis. Lady Leonia thinks that Rupert's story portrays him as someone who isn't an ordinary guy either. Flo calls Lady Leonia, expressing her worry, and asks if Lady Leonia is feeling uncomfortable. Now, Flo suggests that they go together to see and ride the reindeer while they stand and observe them. Meanwhile, Gable is worried because of a painful parasitic infection. Lady Leonia reassures Gable that the reindeer in the area don't have parasites. She calls Flo to confirm this, and Flo agrees that the reindeer in their location are indeed parasite-free. Furthermore, Flo is happy because Lady Leonia addresses her by name, Flo, which fills her with joy and a sense of camaraderie among friends. Before you ride a reindeer, you need to learn how to ride. The first step is to put on the saddle. The second step is to go around the ground and stick close to the fence. Make sure you have a worker accompanying you. The children are extremely delighted and amazed by the reindeer. Now it's Lady Leonia's turn to try, and as soon as she's on the ride, she is amazed and states that the reindeer is gentle and cute. Mr. Karada is happy to hear that, but Lady Leonia asks if she can eat it. She thinks the muscle must have a pleasant taste. Mr. Karada is speechless. Lady Leonia and Flo have already finished riding the reindeer, so they return feeling happy. Duke Filio and Marquis are standing outside and waiting. Lady Leonia is joyful, and Duke Filio notices the smell of reindeer on her clothes. Lady Leonia explains that Tutu, the name of the reindeer, kept sniffing her and nuzzling her face. Duke Filio asks about Tutu, and Lady Leonia informs him that Tutu is a female reindeer. She also mentions that Tutu had really amazing muscle and looked meaty. Duke Filio feels annoyed and suggests that Lady Leonia should have just passed over the fact that the reindeer was healthy. He becomes speechless about Lady Leonia's statements and decides that she needs to read 2 children's books and write a book report as soon as she returns. Despite the disagreement, Duke Filio and Lady Leonia continue to have a lovely conversation. Lady Leonia shares that she made a friend, Flomas Karada, which shocks Duke Filio. He begins to think that he was right about the child. Marquis is smiling and suggests that Lady Leonia befriend his grandson. Lady Leonia looks at the child's shining face for a moment and states that he looks like a good kid. Marquis laughs and comments that the young lady's speech resembles that of an old lady. As they continue walking and talking, Lady Leonia asks Duke Filio about Marquis, but Duke Filio denies any connection between them. Marquis laughs again and confirms that they are, indeed, friends. Suddenly, a question comes to Lady Leonia's mind. She wonders where they are in the original story. In the book, Marquis appeared around the time of an important event because he was the #1 source of information for the Boliat. He always assumed the role of the informant and led the case. In other words, their meeting could indicate the beginning of an event. However, Lady Leonia reflects that her father is the strongest of them all, so she doesn't need to worry too much. Besides, the plot has changed a lot because of her, so it's better to do what she can than fret over the future. Lady Leonia was deeply pondering the story, recalling that it all began at the banquet for the 16th birthday of the first prince. However, she realized she couldn't simply ask about the prince's age in their conversation. That would seem odd. As Lady Leonia was lost in thought, she suddenly got an idea. She thought of pretending to ask random questions to subtly get the information she needed without arousing suspicion. Lady Leonia asked her dad about his age, and Duke Filio questioned why she was asking this so early in their conversation. Lady Leonia is honestly, that she really wanted to know, and Lady Leonia was shocked to hear that her dad was 27 years old. Lady Leonia can't believe that Duke Filio is already 27 years old, but Duke Filio smiled and asked Lady Leonia why she was so shocked. When Duke Filio smiled, Lady Leonia let out a sudden scream, thinking that Duke Filio was already in his 30s. As a result, everyone around made a great effort not to burst into laughter in front of him. However, Marquis couldn't contain himself and ended up bursting into laughter. Lady Leonia called Granny Kara and showed her what had happened. Granny Kara was greatly surprised when she saw Lady Leonia's forehead turning red, and she asked her how it happened. Lady Leonia, with a tearful tone, explained that Duke Filio flicked her. Duke Filio had a slightly angry tone and said that Lady Leonia deserved the flick. Lady Leonia then questioned why her own father, a strong man, would even think of flicking his own daughter. Duke Filio immediately asked why she was speaking about such strange things all of a sudden. However, Lady Leonia quickly replied that she was used to such treatment and had no problem with it. Duke Filio stated that her daughter should know the appropriate time and place for such actions. Duke Filio gently led Lady Leonia to a more comfortable place, and they settled down on the couch. Lady Leonia mentioned that she felt like her head was about to split in two from the intense pain. Duke Filio couldn't help but wonder how he could have accidentally hurt this small child and started feeling guilty. Lady Leonia, with a concerned tone, brought up the possibility that Duke Filio's pale face might be due to the stress of managing the north. In response, Duke Filio was momentarily speechless, but he firmly stated that he didn't feel guilty for disciplining his daughter. To ease Lady Leonia's discomfort, Duke Filio tried to offer her some medicine, but she found the smell unpleasant. This prompted Duke Filio to chuckle. Subsequently, he kindly asked the maid and head butler to step out of the room, giving them some privacy. As Duke Filio relaxed, lying down on the couch, Lady Leonia noticed his state and, seeking comfort, gently held her father's arm, expressing her desire to lie down next to him. While they were relaxing and enjoying a sweet moment together, Lady Leonia commented on how dignified his dad looked. Thinking he could easily pass for someone over 30, she even playfully claimed that his dad could slay monsters with just his intimidating expression. Lady Leonia then expressed her aspiration to be as cool as his dad when she grows up. Duke Filio was momentarily speechless at the adorable exaggerations but eventually chuckled and said that her daughter's statements were just playful lies. To make his daughter smile, he offered one piece of strawberry candy, and Lady Leonia curiously asked why his dad was feeding her the candy. While Lady Leonia was chewing her candies, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and she decided to ask his dad about her birth. She explained to Duke Filio that her cousin, who is Lady Leonia's biological mother, was the one who gave birth to her. With a curious voice, she inquired about her mother's age when she ran away. Duke Filio was momentarily speechless and he processing the idea, and his mood seemed to shift as he replied, 16 years old. Regina was 16 years old when she ran away, and that happened 10 years ago. Lady Leonia is currently 7 years old. Based on the information given, it can be calculated that Regina was 18 years old when she got pregnant. Upon realizing this, both Duke Filio and Lady Leonia are left speechless. Duke Filio feels depressed, while Lady Leonia starts wondering if her mother was an ambitious person. Duke Filio confirms that she was indeed ambitious. Duke Filio is shocked by this disclosure and quickly interjects, urging her not to get pregnant at a young age. He feels overwhelmed with emotions, fearing the idea of his daughter facing such a difficult situation at just 18 years old. As time passed, Lady Leonia remained deeply shocked by the revelation about her mother getting pregnant at such a young age. The topic kept swirling in her mind, and she found herself lost in thoughts. Miss Connie, one of her maids, interrupted her reverie, suggesting that they should head for lunch. As Lady Leonia and Miss Connie walked, she couldn't shake off her contemplations about her mother's past. The man who seduced and then abandoned such a young girl was clearly in the wrong. She couldn't help but imagine that when she eventually finds that man, she will have to teach him a valuable lesson. Lady Leonia entered the dining room, her face glowing with happiness as she saw his dad sitting and waiting for her. As she approached, his dad kindly advised her not to run. She inquired about his dad's well-being and playfully expressed her frustration, wondering who dared to make his dad's life so difficult. He then asked if her daughter would go and beat them up for him, to which she proudly declared she would defeat all of them with some punches, bringing a smile to his dad's face. They began to enjoy a delicious meal together. During the meal, his dad mentioned that a new tutor would be coming that day. Lady Leonia expressed concern, hoping that it wouldn't be a woman with a history with his dad. However, his dad reassured her by revealing the tutor's name, Hiro Busgruni, she the current head of the Count Busgruni family. Intrigued, she asked if Mr. Ardia was a nobleman. His dad explained that he wasn't the head because they lived separately, leaving her speechless. Lady Leonia stated, why was Mr. Ardia estranged from his family? His father mentioned that soon after getting married, Count Ardia left his family and children in the north and moved away. That's why Countess Busgruni, who is now the current head of the family, had to take up the position for the sake of her children. Now, Lady Leonia's expression turned serious as she observed Mr. Ardia being beaten by his wife. However, she had a hunch that it would turn out like this. As Lady Leonia watched the husband and wife fighting, she couldn't help but wonder why every etiquette teacher she knew turned out to be hostile. Ardia stated to his wife, "Don't make me take a knee," but his wife was furious and shouted at him to do it. Lady Leonia decided to walk outside of the room. As soon as the door opened, Dame Levi Path Malius, her escort for the day, looked worried and asked if Lady Leonia was alright. Lady Leonia inquired of Malius if the northerners thought that etiquette meant to fight. Levi Path was a bit shocked and stated, "Of course not." While Levi Path thought about what she could say, she considered that, compared to other regions, the north was actually more courtly. Lady Leonia's first etiquette teacher was Serena Miliaka, and now she was having troubles with her current teacher. Levi Path sat on the floor and expressed to Lady Leonia that people in the north were just more bold. However, Lady Leonia disagreed, and the two felt downhearted. Still, Levi Path confirmed that it was true that they valued etiquette in the north as an important virtue. Countess Busgruni was highly praised for her impeccable etiquette in the social world when she was young. There was also a famous anecdote that when she held a teacup, many would be enchanted by the sight. The fighting between husband and wife continues, and Lady Leonia is worried because they are fighting inside the house, even breaking teacups. She also wonders how they plan to pay for the damages. Levi Path is speechless and suggests going to the living room and waiting there. As Lady Leonia and Levi Path walk, Lady Leonia is thinking about why his dad always brings the same kind of people around. She wonders if his dad trying to teach her daughter not to be like them when she grows up. While they walking, Lady Leonia sees Care standing talking to someone. Mr. Marquis greets Lady Leonia with respect, explaining that he actually came to see the Duke but ran into Lady Leonia instead. Lady Leonia remains impassive, informing him that they are on the 3rd floor, and her dad's office is on the 4th. The Marquis admits that he's getting too old to discern the different floors. As soon as Lady Leonia says farewell, the Marquis glances at her with a bright smile and asks if she could help this old man with directions. Lady Leonia glares at the Marquis, suddenly realizing that she hasn't seen his dad lately. She agrees to accompany the Marquis, but her true motive is to catch a glimpse of his father. As they start walking, Lady Leonia remembers that this time the Marquis referred his dad as Duke. House Pardis has served the Boliotti family for a long time, but only a few are aware of it. To become part of the Boliotti shadow, they had to don masks, and now while Lady Leonia, glancing at the Marquis, Lady Leonia contemplates the situation. Lady Leonia remembers the last day of the tea party event when the Marquis used the word rumors in front of Duke Filio to show support towards the imperial faction. In public, he calls him Duke, but when no one's looking, he uses more polite speech. As they walk, Lady Leonia suddenly notices the box that Marquis is carrying, and she mentions that the name of the box is Fluffy Cloud Cream Puffs. The Marquis asks if Lady Leonia knows about the Fluffy Cloud Cream Puffs, and she replies that his dad bought them for her once. The Marquis smiles, saying that the Duke cherishes the young lady. Lady Leonia pouts, stating that she is his daughter after all. The Marquis falls silent, looking at her curiously, and asks if she really is the Duke's daughter. Lady Leonia reiterates that it could be nothing else. The Marquis admits he doesn't know himself. Lady Leonia replies, "Then you should live without ever knowing what it is." The Marquis remarks that Lady Leonia is very mature for her age, to which she modestly says she's just slightly smarter than the rest. He is momentarily speechless, commenting that it's almost like an adult is inside a child's body. Lady Leonia, saying Marquis is like a grandfather. The Marquis clarifies, "I am a grandfather with 3 grandchildren." Meanwhile, Levi Path listens in the background. Feeling worried, they finally reach the door, and Lady Leonia knocks. Mr. Rupert opens the door and asks if Lady Leonia is skipping class. She explains that her teachers are busy fighting, and Mr. Rupert grows concerned, asking himself if they are really fighting. Lady Leonia confirms, mentioning that chairs were being thrown, and then Countess Bosgruni landed the final blow with her teacup, defeating Mr. Ardea. Rupert notices that his father is also present, and his father remarks that Rupert seems to have lost a lot of weight, expressing concern about his eating habits. Duke Filio stands up abruptly and jokingly says, "If someone heard that, they'd think I was starving you." However, Lady Leonia shoots a disapproving look at his dad and points out that he's the reason behind the problematic teacher. Her father asks with a worried tone about Lady Leonia's lessons, to which she responds, "Are you seriously asking me that?" Duke Filio notices the Marquis and remarks that he's late. The Marquis quickly replies, claiming he thought he was 5 minutes early. Duke Filio suggests they go inside and wait. As they walk, the Marquis notices that his box of cream puffs is now in Duke Filio's hand. Duke Filio carries Lady Leonia to a different area. While the Marquis takes this opportunity to call his son, Rupert, to inquire about Lady Leonia's true parentage, Rupert simply states that he doesn't know and can't stop Duke Filio from using his influence. The Marquis expresses amazement, noting that, as his son takes after him, Rupert is skilled at concealing the truth. As they continue their conversation inside the office, the Marquis remarks that the truth will eventually surface. Rupert responds with a hint of suspicion, noting that his father seems to know something. While the Marquis sits on the couch, Rupert graciously pours tea. Finally, the Marquis admits he had a hunch, speculating that Lady Leonia might be the daughter of the other Boliotti child who passed away long ago. Rupert remains silent, attentively listening to his father's statement. She had escaped with a knight for the sake of love. On that day, heavy rain poured, a rare occurrence even in the north. Unfortunately, their wagon slid off the edge of the road and plunged into the river. Even to this day, people in the north discover lifeless bodies, but none have been retrieved from the river since the incident, which occurred a decade ago. If they managed to survive the tragedy that day, it is not entirely implausible to think they might have had at least one child. Rupert remains silent, and the Marquis notices, prompting him to ask if Rupert is aware of something. Rupert replies that the Duke never mentioned it. The Marquis remarks that it makes sense since the Duke never held affection for Lady Regina, although she never did anything to deserve such disdain. In truth, she was a naturally bright person. Rupert reflects in silence, considering that his father was among the few who didn't like Regina. Curious, Rupert inquires about Regina's life and her eventual demise. His dad evades the question, saying he would never betray the hand that feeds him. While sipping tea, the Marquis shares that he finds Lady Leonia of Boliotti quite intriguing, praising her appearance. After a brief moment of silence, he adds that it might be preferable for her to know herself as the Duke's daughter rather than Regina's. As the conversation unfolds, the door suddenly opens, and Duke Filio enters. The Marquis rises to greet him, but Duke Filio dismisses the gesture with a wave of his hand. Marquis, feeling apologetic, mentions inadvertently causing inconvenience to the young lady. Duke Filio, appearing annoyed, advises him to stop pretending to care. Mr. Marquis attempts to appease him by expressing his delight in bringing the fluffy cloud cream puffs and promises even better treats next time. Despite the gesture, Duke Filio remains unpleased, firmly stating that Marquis is never to visit the dukedom again. Unfazed, Mr. Marquis insists on serving the next Duke of Boleoti, but his plea falls on deaf ears as Duke Filio ignores him, summoning Rupert to bring what he had requested. Rupert presents a black chest board with 4 pieces of jewels. Duke Filio eyes them with a desire to break them. Marquis explains that each piece costs about the same as a mansion. Duke Filio argues that the dukedom has plenty of jewels in the North Territory. The Marquis clarifies that this set of jewels belonged to the late Duchess of Boleoti. They delve into the main topic. As Duke Filio had suspected, 3 families are involved in the illegal trading of monsters. The first piece of jewel with the symbol of a mosquito represents Count Tabanus, the ringleader. Their family emigrated to the north from the south long ago, and they align with the imperial faction. The second piece of jewels with the symbol of a chameleon represents the Miliaca family. Count Miliaca and their in-laws, Serena Miliaca, moved here from the central region and are also part of the imperial faction. Lastly, the Gliss family acts as essential helpers. Duke Filio questions whether the squirrel is actually a Gliss, to which the Marquis confirms that it's Baroness Gliss. For Baroness Gliss, there is a piece of jewel with the symbol of a squirrel. She is the youngest daughter of a merchant who was fortunate to land an administrative job. As a new noble, she was granted decent land with her title. Duke Filio inquires about recent events, and the Marquis shares concerning information about Count Tabanus, who employs wizards to grow herbs for breeding monsters and has been sending them to the capital. The conversation turns to the capital's challenging terrain, which forces Tabanus to use a specific route through the west. Duke Filio acknowledges this, and Marquis, mentioning the Empress Mother's involvement, the route leads to Her Majesty, Mother, Mistress Marquise Hesperi. With a serious tone, Duke Filio states that this mentioned name is trying to drag the North into it as well. Over the past 3 years, many nobles from the East, West, and North, including Duke Boleoti, have had to leave their estates and live in the capital for one sole purpose, to break the resistance of the Crown Prince, who's about to ascend the throne, even though the Crown Princess, the mother of his 2 children, is still alive. The Crown Prince decided to appoint another to handle the Empress's responsibilities in governing. Since no one bothered to get in their way, the cowardice of the idiots only strengthened their positions even more. Count Tabanus, who comes from the south and shares a lot with the Crown Prince's government, is a key figure in their faction. Duke Filio's voice sharp. He remarks that it has been such a shameful 3 years. Duke Filio asks Marquis about Parry and whether he is still at a mansion in the capital. The Marquis confirms it and tells Duke Filio not to worry about him. Duke Filio is sure that the government is involved in this mess, and if so, then there must be others involved as well. The Marquis praises Duke Filio for his sharp thinking, stating that the others include the Oler family, who are the head of the government, and the imperial family. Duke Filio asks if there is any evidence showing the imperial court's involvement in all of this. The Marquis confirms that there is evidence. The Irvesp family head sent them a message from their borders in the west, revealing that a certain individual has recently rented out a large warehouse on the borders between the north and the west. Moreover, the warehouse is located in a shady and secluded area and heavily guarded by several mercenaries. Interestingly, among those mercenaries, an imperial knight was spotted. The room is engulfed in a silent and tense atmosphere as Duke Filio urges the Marquis to continue with the discussion. With conviction, the Marquis reveals that their information has been corroborated by a servant from the Irvesp family, who bravely came forward as an eyewitness. The reports from the area indicate that they are certain about the identity of the person involved, as he has been spotted in the capital before. During his visits, he frequents a specific cafe, always clad in his imperial knight uniform, and always accompanied by different women who seem to be wrapped around him. The witness vividly describes the person's features: fair skin and a distinctive mole beneath his eye, a face forever etched in her memory, adding to the intrigue. The witness finds it incredibly peculiar that an imperial knight would be guarding a warehouse alongside a group of mercenaries. The Irvesp family is closely associated with the prominent Ermeriti, enhancing their credibility. As a result, the Marquis conducted a thorough investigation and confirmed that the person in question is indeed an imperial knight. Duke Filio, feeling a sense of frustration, crushes the eagle jewels, sensing the potential danger of the beast Fang leading to future bloodshed. The Marquis, with a serious expression, contemplates how he could be grateful to the imperial family for allowing him to witness the true power of the black beast firsthand. Thanks to their involvement, he gained valuable insights. Duke Filio then asks Rupert to invite Count Rinat to meet him. Rupert agrees and inquires if he can trap the mouse. Duke Filio responds with a smile, stating that after enduring so much, Duke Filio believes he has already paid full respect to His Highness, the Emperor. He sees no issue in dealing with a trespasser by taking drastic measures. Duke Filio remarks that he has been complacent for far too long, and those who dare to cross the line should not expect to be treated with the same leniency he shows his daughter. Duke Filio and the Marquis both rise to their feet. Duke Filio hands the Marquis a piece of jewel with the symbol of a leopard and instructs him to send word to the Orcio family in the east. Meanwhile, in another room, Lady Leonia and Miss Connie engage in a lively conversation. Miss Connie compliments Lady Leonia's intriguing hair, which brings a smile to Lady Leonia's face. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and someone calls out Lady Leonia's name. Miss Connie advises her to be cautious during training and to avoid getting hurt. In response, Lady Leonia playfully retorts that if she does get injured, she'll make sure to give her dad a taste of his own medicine. Miss Connie reacts with concern, urging her not to take that approach either. Lady Leonia's heart is filled with happiness as she fondly remembers a past day when she and his dad shared a meal together. Duke Filio shares his plans for the future, intending to add training sessions to Lady Leonia's schedule once a week. He explains that since her fangs have already come out, she should learn how to properly control and use them. Alongside that, there will also be physical training involved. However, Lady Leonia admits that she doesn't particularly enjoy physical training. Despite this, Duke Filio emphasizes the importance of her learning these skills since she will be his successor in the future. He reveals that he made the decision to adopt her as his heir on the very day they came together. Feeling a mix of emotions, Lady Leonia asks her dad if he truly intends to make her his heir. Duke Filio assures her that it's a sincere decision, but he also considers her feelings. If she strongly objects to the idea, he will reconsider it, mentioning that he doesn't plan on getting married anytime soon, as he is still young. With a joyful demeanor, Lady Leonia agrees to give it a try, appreciating the trust and opportunity her dad has bestowed upon her. As Levi Path and Lady Leonia walk together, Levi Path notices Lady Leonia's evident excitement. She shares that her dad will be personally teaching her the beast's Fang, and inquires if Levi Path has seen Duke Filio recently. Levi Path replies that she, too, hasn't seen him since that day, but the vice captain occasionally visits him to make reports. Lady Leonia smiles and asks if it's Sir Mono who visits, to which Levi Path responds, "No, my lady." As Lady Leonia and Levi Path walk towards the end of their underground training, Lady Leonia notices her dad standing in the training ground. With a playful smile, she remarks that he's dangerously handsome. Levi Path agrees, stating that it's a well-known fact. "My lady." Curious, Lady Leonia then asks Levi Path if she has any feelings for Duke Filio. Levi Path respectfully replies that she deeply respects Duke Filio. Not one to miss a chance for some fun, Lady Leonia playfully wonders if Levi Path would like to marry his dad. However, Levi Path's answer is firm and blunt. She believes in cherishing life and isn't considering marriage to Duke Filio. While Lady Leonia and Levi Path continue their conversation, Duke Filio calls out to Lady Leonia, and she excitedly rushes towards him. The atmosphere becomes sweet and bright as they reunite. Lady Leonia comments on how long it's been, and Duke Filio agrees, mentioning his busy day. He compliments her appearance and engages in some follow-up conversation. Lady Leonia also mentions that Miss Connie said she sleeps like a baby animal, adding to the warmth of their lovely bonding moment. Lady Leonia playfully suggests to his dad that if he's truly grateful, he should put it into words and write in his will that he'll be handing over all of his properties to her, his only daughter, and transfer all authority to her as well. Duke Filio jokingly responds that it seems like his daughter is planning to assassinate him. In a light-hearted banter, Lady Leonia retorts that his dad's expression tells it's actually him planning to kill her. As they continue walking, Lady Leonia inquires about the other knights. Duke Filio mentions that for today, they have the entire place all to themselves, suggesting they have some private time to spend together. The atmosphere between father and daughter is filled with warmth and affection as they enjoy their special moment together. As they share a tender moment, Lady Leonia playfully exclaims that her heart is fluttering. Duke Filio humorously questions when exactly it started. Lady Leonia explains that he rented out the entire building just for her, but Duke Filio teasingly reminds her that it's their own property. Nevertheless, Lady Leonia brushes off his remark and expresses how deeply touched she is by the gesture. Duke Filio falls momentarily silent before changing the topic. He picks up a stick and starts drawing on the floor. Intrigued, Lady Leonia watches the drawing and curiously asks about its meaning. With a playful glint in his eyes, Duke Filio replies that it's a beast fong. Lady Leonia playfully disagrees, insisting that it doesn't look like one at all. Duke Filio sticks to his belief, playfully insisting that it's definitely a beast fong. In a light-hearted back and forth, Lady Leonia humorously remarks that at least the world is fair, just as she expected. After a brief moment of fun banter, Duke Filio decides to switch gears and he will draw her daughter's face instead. Lady Leonia's expression softens, and she playfully concedes that it does resemble a beast fong, albeit with a lovely and cute expression. Duke Filio begins to explain the significance of the beast fong within their family history. He reveals that their lineage has wielded the power of the beast fong long before they even adopted the name Bolioti. Even the oldest records indicate that individuals with this unique power originated from the north. He delves into the nature of the beast fong's abilities, highlighting two distinct aspects. First, there is the aura, which has the ability to strengthen one's physical body and their weapons. Second, there is mana, a power that taps into the natural elements, harnessing them for various uses. Remarkably, those with the beast fong have the exceptional capability to wield both aura and mana, making them formidable individuals with a wide range of abilities. Duke Filio is speculating, and he believes that Lady Leonia has already encountered both situations. Given her role as the guardian of the children, she must have faced numerous conflicts with the adults. It is possible that Lady Leonia might have even unconsciously used the power of the beast fong during her time at the orphanage. Duke Filio wonders what could have happened if Lady Leonia didn't possess the power of the beast fong during those difficult and abusive conditions. Duke Filio explains that the dormant fong within Lady Leonia protected her, and she is thrilled to hear that the power of the Bolioti is safeguarding her. Duke Filio is impressed with her daughter's perspective, but he emphasizes that it's not a laughing matter. Now, he proceeds with the first demonstration, intently focusing and releasing the aura of the beast fong. Duke Filio skillfully breaks a wooden stick and drops one piece on the floor, pouring beast fong aura on it. As the stick hits the ground, it creates a crack, leaving Lady Leonia amazed. She praises his father, and Duke Filio humbly thinking, as expected, if the parents do too good of a job. Suddenly, to Lady Leonia's further astonishment, the stick produces a brilliant red flare. She praises her father again, overwhelmed by the display of power. However, amidst her admiration, she pauses and sadly admits that she can't perform the same feat. With a gentle and reassuring tone, Duke Filio calls her name and shares that everyone starts somewhere. He promises to teach her and encourages her not to lose heart. Happily, Lady Leonia agrees, eager to learn. She asks him where she should begin and what steps to take to harness her abilities. As they embark on their training, Lady Leonia finds herself drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. She humorously complains to his father, Duke Filio, that she feels like she's on the verge of collapse, but he reassures her that she won't actually die from the exercise. In a light-hearted exchange, Lady Leonia playfully mentions that maybe his father is pushing her so hard because she's not her biological daughter. Undeterred, they both continue with their training, completing 3 laps around the exercise hall. Duke Filio teasingly boasts that Lady Leonia won't find a better father than him anywhere else. He goes on to explain that to harness the power of the beast fong, building stamina is crucial. Despite the challenging side effects, Lady Leonia, curious about the side effects, muses if it's like a potion that makes one incredibly strong. However, Duke Filio gently admonishes her not to make light of it, as she once fell seriously ill due to the beast fong's effects. He elaborates on the side effects, mentioning headaches, chills, rashes, hives, muscle cramps, and body aches. This revelation leaves Lady Leonia surprised, likening it to the effects of some potent potion or drug. The days have passed, and in the location of Karada House, Filio excitedly shares that she's been feeling really good lately, all thanks to a letter she received. Moreover, it's a letter from Lady Boliote. Filio reflects on how she used to feel jealous when his brother or cousins received letters, but now she's overjoyed to receive one from Lady Leonia. The letter even included strawberry milk candies, a delightful treat monopolized by House Boliote. Filio's mother informed her that the candy is crafted by a famous pâtissier of the empire and is as expensive as an entire cake. Filio opens one candy and savors its taste, though she decides to hide the rest, fearing his brother might take them away. Just as she was secretly cherishing her strawberry candies, there came a gentle knock on the door. Filio's heart skipped a beat as Viscount Kurata, his father, entered the room with a warm smile. Curious about her daughter's recent happiness, he inquired about her well-being. Filio couldn't contain her excitement and proudly revealed that she had received a letter from Lady Boliote. Viscount Kurata was genuinely interested and asked if she would be willing to share the contents of the letter with him. Overwhelmed with joy, Filio eagerly agreed, grateful that his father valued her friendship with Lady Leonia. As Flo read the content of the letter aloud, her eyes lit up with delight and excitement. Have you ever seen someone get splashed with tea before? It's much more entertaining than you'd think. Mr. Ardia went as far as bowing down on all fours and begging. It was amazing to see the Count send a kick as her sparkly white hair flew through the air. When I grow up, I want to become that sort of grandma. Thus, I learned from Count Bosgruni how to subdue my opponent with a teacup. Flo's cheerful expression and lively tone while sharing the message were infectious, but his father, Mr. Kurata, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy and remained speechless. Their reactions to the letter were in stark contrast. Flo bright and enthusiastic, while Mr. Kurata's demeanor turned serious and concerned. Despite the mixed feelings, they continued to discuss the entertaining and unusual contents of the letter. Another day passed, and Mr. Kurata was inside the dukedom, while Duke Filio was engrossed in reading and reviewing reports on the quantity of goods to be delivered to the upper part of Tabanis, the changed schedule, and the confirmation report. Duke Filio then asked Mr. Kurata to continue delaying the delivery of goods to the upper part of Tabanis, to which Mr. Kurata agreed and followed the order without questioning. After a moment of silence, Duke Filio asked Mr. Kurata why he didn't even inquire about the reason behind the seemingly foolish decision. Mr. Kurata calmly replied that while he didn't understand the reasoning, he trusted that Duke Filio had a valid motive for his actions. Duke Filio noted that the Viscount spoke highly of Mr. Kurata, saying that Leo is learning a lot from Lady Kurata. Mr. Kurata denied the praise and mentioned that Flo is actually learning a lot from the lady. He added that although Flo used to be a timid child, she has become more energetic since getting closer to Lady Leonia. Mr. Kurata then brought up the letter that Flo received from Lady Boliote, and he couldn't help but sweat nervously as he discussed it. He described the letter as very maturely put or at a high level, and Duke Filio became curious about its content. Mr. Kurata proceeded to share all the details about the contents of the letter. Duke Filio gently called out to Lady Leonia, expressing his concern about her actions and their potential impact on others' innocence. Lady Leonia was taken aback and vehemently denied ever doing anything to harm others. Duke Filio then revealed that Viscount Kurata had read the letter she wrote to Flo, which irritated Lady Leonia, leading her to question why adults couldn't respect children's privacy. In response, Duke Filio gently tapped her forehead, pointing out that she could be a problem. Lady Leonia asked why, and Duke Filio encouraged her to reflect on her actions and thoughts, implying that she may not always have the best filter, but her intentions were still pure. Duke Filio advised her to focus on etiquette rather than self-defense, as she could always rely on the power of the beast Fong if needed. Lady Leonia blushed and promised to be more careful. As they walked together, Duke Filio revealed that Viscount Kurata hadn't stolen a look at the letter. Instead, his daughter, happy to correspond with Lady Leonia, had read it to him. Lady Leonia explained that Flo had read the story of The Angel and the Woodcutter. Lady Leonia weaved a tale of a hunter who cunningly stole an angel's ethereal attire, ultimately making her his bride. Time passed, and the angel, upon recovering her celestial garments, returned to the heavens, her children in tow. Amidst the story, Flo empathetically remarked on the pitiable state of the hunter. Intrigued, Duke Filio addressed Lady Leonia with a question that hung in the air. who had planted the notion of describing the hunter's fate as having his head popped off like a faucet, his curiosity extended to the source of such language. With an air of candor, Lady Leonia disclosed that these expressions were acquired during her time spent in an orphanage. Duke Filio brought up the impending visit of a guest to the mansion in the next couple of days. Lady Leonia mused aloud, suggesting that it might be the Marquis Grandpa. Duke Filio raised an eyebrow, questioning why the Marquis would be an irritating presence as a guest. Curious, Lady Leonia pressed further, inquiring about the identity of the upcoming guest. With a hint of amusement, Duke Filio revealed that it was a friend of his. Lady Leonia couldn't help but wonder aloud about the nature of the Duke's friendships, with a sudden recollection flashing through her mind. Count Rinne. In the Rinne mansion, Count Rinne found himself engrossed in a pile of paperwork. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Opening it, he discovered her wife, bearing a plate of delectable food. Count Rinne inquired about her trip, wondering how it went. His wife replied that her journeys always seemed to follow a familiar pattern. She, in turn, inquired about the children. Count Rinne mentioned that he had already put the children to bed earlier. His wife expressed her surprise, questioning why Count Rinne hadn't shared the news with her. Intrigued, Count Rinne asked for more information, wanting to know what news she was referring to. Her wife disclosed that the Duke had adopted a child from the orphanage. With a puzzled look, Count Rinne sought clarification, asking if she meant Duke Ost. Her wife clarified that it was Duke Boliotti who had adopted the child. She mentioned that one of the wives at a recent gathering had revealed this information. According to the grapevine, there were rumors swirling that the child might be the Duke's illegitimate offspring. Her wife added that the Duke had recently discovered the child's existence and had officially welcomed her into the Boliotti family by registering her under their name. Count Rinne was left speechless and felt a sense of disappointment. He wondered why his friend Duke Filio hadn't shared this news with him right from the beginning. Dressed exquisitely, Lady Leonia garnered proud and happy smiles from Miss Connie and the other maids, who were delighted by how stunning she appeared. However, her personal sentiment was quite the opposite. She didn't have a fondness for the dress she wore. Despite her reservations, the maids implored her to indulge them and simply turn around once. After the impromptu fashion display, the maids couldn't contain their excitement. As Lady Leonia gracefully descended the staircase, Duke Filio awaited her outside. With a teasing tone, he quipped that it seemed his daughter was treated to the full, doll treatment. Lady Leonia humorously credited her transformed look to the dedicated efforts of Miss Connie and the maids. Duke Filio offered a genuine compliment, expressing how captivating the dress looked on her. Lady Leonia, while grateful for the sentiment, candidly admitted that she didn't quite fancy the attire. Playfully, Duke Filio playfully leaned in and pressed a smooch to her cheek, encouraging her to embrace such moments of transformation. Grinning, Lady Leonia shared that the maids had fervently encouraged her not to let this opportunity go to waste. Duke Filio's curiosity then turned to whether they were discussing Count Rinne's daughter. Slightly bemused, Lady Leonia asked him to clarify what he was alluding to. The Rinne family, they held a belief that their contributions were rooted in the lush forests, fertile fields, and captivating lakes they possessed. Their efforts enriched the western lands, and they were instrumental in establishing a thriving port in their homeland. Through this, they facilitated trade with southern merchants, expanding its scope to connect the northern and southern realms, resulting in substantial profits. The family's ancestors' foresight played a pivotal role in elevating the Rinne family to become one of the most affluent dynasties within the empire. In the snow-covered forest, a single carriage traversed through. Inside were Count Rinne and his family. The children were brimming with joy at the sight of the snow-covered surroundings. The youngest son, Findu Rinne, and the second child, Count Rinne's daughter, Yupikra Rinne, exuded excitement. Mistress Rinne remarked that all the snow in the capital had already melted. Miss Yupikra inquired eagerly about when they would reach the Duke's house. Mistress Rinne advised them to remain seated, assuring that they were nearly there and just had to wait a bit longer. Miss Yupikra shared that it was her first time journeying to the north. Mistress Rinne admitted that it was her first time as well. Curious, Miss Yupikra asked if their father had visited the north before. However, Count Rinne remained silent. Mistress Rinne explained that their father was engrossed in contemplating something important. Mistress Rinne couldn't escape the sense that his husband was deeply upset. How could he not be rattled, especially given his usual demeanor? That particular night, he indulged in drink until the late hours, his emotions even spilling into tears. Mistress Rinne's worry for his husband was palpable, and she called out to him using his name, Karnas. With genuine concern, she questioned him about the weighty thoughts that seemed to occupy his mind. Count Rinne's response was laden with emotional heaviness, as he admitted to feeling a pang of betrayal and the shame that accompanied such sentiments. He grappled with these unsettling feelings. In response, Mistress Rinne sought to console him, recognizing the deep connection between him and Duke Filio. She assured him that his reaction was only natural. Count Rinne, still carrying a hint of doubt, asked if her assessment was accurate, revealing his own feelings of pettiness. Mistress Rinne's response held both gentle disagreement and affectionate reassurance. She emphasized that the Duke would eventually share everything, highlighting the closeness they shared. With a comforting smile, she added that his present emotional turmoil was not potent enough to erode the strength of their relationship. In a sudden rush of memory, Count Rinne revisited a past conversation with Duke Filio. During this exchange, Duke Filio had remarked, "Must I truly validate such matters through my words?" He then reaffirmed, "Indeed, we're friends, the very friend you frequently mention." With a reassuring smile, Count Rinne held the belief that everything would eventually fall into place. Surely, Filio had his reasons for his actions. He contemplated how both of them must have been genuinely surprised by recent events. Their arrival in the northern dukedom was marked by an unexpected chorus of cries. Both Count Rinne and his youngest son wept loudly, filling the mansion with their emotional outpouring. Duke Filio stood in a momentary silence, while Lady Leonia humorously remarked that Filio hadn't warned them about Count Rinne's passionate disposition. Amidst the cacophony of tears, Rinne's daughter approached Duke Filio with gratitude for the invitation to his residence. Duke Filio acknowledged Eupacri's determination in making the journey. Lady Leonia interjected with a touch of pride, acknowledging Eupacri's keen learning abilities. A brief exchange of glances between the two young women revealed an awkward realization. They were of the same height. Miss Eupacra, direct as ever, questioned Lady Leonia's identity as the Duke's daughter. In response, Lady Leonia adopted a nonchalant tone, replying, "What if I am?" In a surprising turn of events, Miss Eupacra unveiled her audacious plan to marry the Duke when she came of age. Lady Leonia's memory echoed with a recollection of a conversation with Duke Filio, where he mentioned how much Miss Eupacra admired him and advised her not to back down. The context now made sense to Lady Leonia. However, an even more startling revelation followed. Miss Eupacra boldly declared her intent to become Lady Leonia's mother. A stunned silence enveloped the room momentarily, and Lady Leonia was on the verge of uttering an expletive. Swiftly, Duke Filio intervened, placing his hand over her mouth to prevent any inappropriate words from escaping. He adeptly redirected the conversation, recognizing the guests' weariness from their journey, and requested a maid to guide them to their respective rooms. As evening settled in, Lady Leonia began her bedtime preparations. Reflectively, she mentioned hearing about Miss Eupacra's recent scoldings from her parents. This news weighed on her, as she had anticipated a more cordial welcome from the person who was essentially her savior, the one who had played a pivotal role in her reunion with his father. She mused that had he not proudly spoken of his own children, she might have remained trapped in an abusive situation. Lady Leonia contemplated the contrast between his positive portrayal in the novel, a loving, family-oriented man and a strong support for the male lead, and his unexpected transformation into a somewhat thoughtless crybaby upon seeing his friend's face. In her musings, Lady Leonia fleetingly speculated about Count Rinne's potential feelings for Duke Filio, but Miss Connie promptly dismissed such thoughts. In another room, Duke Filio, Miss Rinne, and Mr. Rinne engaged in conversation while enjoying a delightful cup of tea. Duke Filio complimented Count Rinne on his choice of a remarkable wife, to which Count Rinne remained silent, causing some frustration for Duke Filio. Shifting his attention to Miss Rinne, he inquired about her daughter's demeanor, having noticed her subdued mood earlier. Mistress Rinne attributed her daughter's emotions to their own handling of the situation and steered the conversation towards different subjects. She shared that her daughter had developed an interest in a fairy tale featuring a stepmother character. This tale depicted the stepmother as a tormentor of the heroine, leading Miss Eupacra to form the belief that all stepmothers were destined to mistreat their stepdaughters. Consequently, she had vowed to take a different path in her relationships. Duke Filio praised Mistress Rinne for her daughter's intelligence, Yet a faint smile betrayed his private thoughts that Leo surpassed her in brilliance. This subtle expression caught Mistress Rinne's attention, triggering a sudden recollection of their initial encounter. Count Rinne gallantly introduced Avi to his closest companion, Filio. The introductions went both ways as Avi was presented to Filio, with Count Rinne proudly announcing, "This is my fiancé, Avafor." However, amidst Avafor's observations of Filio, her perception shifted from his handsomeness to an imposing aura he emanated. Astonishingly, it was the first instance when this overpowering presence managed to overshadow her fear. Leaving Avafor truly elated, her happiness seemingly intertwined with her daughter's charm. Following a tearful moment, Count Rinne phoned his spouse, Mistress Rinne, inquiring whether his bout of weeping had subsided. In response, he simply nodded, his voice tinged with sorrow as he admitted to feeling somewhat let down. Sensing his mood, Duke Filio inquired about the cause of his disappointment. This prompted Count Rinne to break into sobs anew, pondering when circumstances had taken such a turn. Contemplating whether he should reveal the details of Leo's birth, Duke Filio deliberated on Leo's outward appearance versus his trusted nature. Ultimately, he resolved that consulting Leo directly should take precedence over any decision. Amidst tears and cries, Count Rinne confronted the stark reality that he had never fathomed your level of irresponsibility. Keeping a secret child hidden, Duke Filio, his response devoid of emotion, admitted to a similar lack of foresight. A profound silence enveloped Duke Filio, his thoughts consumed by an unrelenting sense of guilt whenever his gaze rested upon Leo. A cousin who could have been easily found, had his determination not wavered, a niece whose suffering he might have swiftly intervened in, had he shown more than passing interest in Leonia. The weight of the child's hardships bore heavily on his conscience. Count Rinne broached the notion that Duke Filio should have commenced the search earlier, to which Duke Filio's countenance remained composed, a serious resolve etched upon his features. Acknowledging his regretful negligence, Count Rinne was suddenly flooded with memories, transported back to the first pure moment of happiness. The day Eupicra came into the world, standing before Mistress Rinne, I mustered both excitement and nervousness, asking if I could cradle the newborn. As my heart's anticipation blended with awkwardness, I stumbled into the role of a clumsy, uncertain father. Yet, it was during that instance that I tasted the profound elation unique to parenthood. Duke Filio, a bastion of strength and solitude, was someone I yearned to witness in the embrace of such joy. This is why my eyes welled up. Beyond my initial chagrin over not being informed earlier, it was your visage, reminiscent of a father's countenance, that truly stirred me. Count Rinne expressed a sense of relief and overwhelming gladness. Mistress Rinne added that Lady Leonia bears a striking resemblance to Duke Filio. She recounted the tenderness and beauty of their conversation, highlighting the evident comfort Lady Leonia found in Duke Filio's embrace. Despite any contrary opinions, it was crystal clear that the two of you share a profound father-daughter bond. Duke Filio's happiness at hearing this was palpable, and the happiness of Count Rinne and Mistress Rinne mirrored his own. Rinne initiated the conversation, seeking insight from Duke Filio about the purpose behind his call. Delivered with an air of seriousness, Duke Filio unveiled the crux of the matter. A newborn was spreading a parasite throughout the western expanse. Count Rinne acknowledged the weight of the issue, commenting, "It's no surprise that suspicions were on the rise, given our increasing involvement with numerous higher-ups due to the ongoing warehouse predicaments." Expounding on the topic, Duke Filio continued, "The warehouse stands at the crossroads between the northern and western territories." Count Rinne confirmed, "Moreover, there exists a baron named Heracus, nestled within the domain of Marquis Hesferi." Count Rinne added insightfully, "You may not be privy to his meticulous storage practices, particularly since he procured an entire section within the domain." He also divulged the fact that the Baron had contracted independent mercenaries to oversee the encompassing regions. Duke Filio inferred, "The fact that your concern signifies that no official endorsement has been provided as yet." Count Rinne paused contemplatively before asserting, "Supervising the warehouse falls squarely within the jurisdiction of the sole owner of the western lands, Marquis Hesferi. Under normal circumstances, one would anticipate swift investigative action on his part." Mistress Rinne ventured a hypothesis: could Baron Heracus have manipulated his reports? But even if true, what motivation would he have? Count Rinne refuted, "The Baron lacks the capacity for such manipulation." Mistress Rinne pondered, could external influence be controlling him? Count Rinne reassured his wife, stating, "I'm not implying it's me. The evidence is clear. Though he may maintain his reputation, he holds no land, being merely a baron, Duke Filio interjected, "It's plausible that someone has swayed him, perhaps promising territorial expansion in return for his assistance." Mistress Rinne provided an observation. "Word has it that the Baron recently embarked on a vacation to the south, where Orlo resides, a figure connected to the Empress." Count Rinne drew a conclusion. "This strongly indicates that Marquis Hesferi has chosen silence, fully aware of the prevailing circumstances," Mistress Rinne postulated. "Perhaps it's linked to his daughter, Her Highness the Empress." Suddenly, Duke Filio's voice turned solemn as he interjected, "Regrettably, it appears that the tigers have gathered within his lair. With the Emperor keeping the Empress consistently at his side, the Marquis finds himself constrained in his actions. The meeting between Duke Filio, Mistress Rinne, and Count Rinne has now concluded." Lady Leonia extends a graceful greeting to Mistress Rinne and inquires about the quality of her restful night. The flawless posture of Lady Leonia captures Mistress Rinne's admiration, prompting her to ask, "How have you mastered such proper posture?" With a sense of satisfaction, Lady Leonia shares, "Countess Bosgruni has been my etiquette mentor." In response, Mistress Rinne expresses astonishment, acknowledging Countess Bosgruni's considerable renown within social circles. Whispers of her exceptional abilities even include tales of making noble sons faint with a mere lift of her teacup. Her fame has spread throughout the capital city. Radiant with a smile, Lady Leonia concludes, "Undoubtedly, the same applies to your own reputation." As Lady Leonia contemplated, her initial impression of Mistress Rinne seemed quite accurate. Their first encounter had been rather intense, with Mistress Rinne reproving her daughter and husband. In contrast, Countess Abifer exuded an inherently gentle disposition. Neither Count Abifer nor Lady Leonia found him intimidating, as his demeanor reminded her of Miss Connie. Unexpectedly, the two offspring of Countess Abifer made their entrance. Cordially, Lady Leonia extended her greetings to them. The younger child remained an observer, while the other stumbled and took a tumble. Noting Eupakra's presence among them, Lady Leonia detected a certain listlessness about her. Approaching Eupakra, she initiated a conversation, expressing an apology for something she regretted. Observing Eupakra closely, Lady Leonia mused that despite her initial intense impression, Eupakra was, after all, merely a young girl of 6. Beyond any preconceived notions, she now saw Eupakra as Lady Leonia Uni, an elder sister figure. Eupakra exhibited signs of nervousness, her thoughts clouded by uncertainty about Lady Leonia's intentions. The Countess and the maid both radiated delight at this interaction. With a touch of humor, Lady Leonia quipped that she had been tempted to jest with Eupakra, teasing that she might have gone a bit crazy. Lady Leonia shifted her focus to Eupakra, her words carrying a candid admission. "I almost raised my voice at you and asked if you were out of your mind." The impact of that sharp word rippled through the room, prompting Eupakra to chime in, stating that crazy was a word best avoided. Realizing her abruptness, Lady Leonia swiftly apologized to Eupakra and expressed her intention to provide a more thorough explanation. Intrigued, Lady Leonia probed Eupakra's understanding of the intricate challenges tied to being a stepmother. Eupakra's expression became tinged with concern as she brought up the query of whether becoming a stepmother would be her role upon marrying the Duke. In response, Lady Leonia injected a dose of reality, making it clear that assuming the mantle of a stepmother held complexities that transcended the surface. She stressed that life itself could be unforgiving. Eupakra's eyes widened once more as Lady Leonia's straightforward language was an unfamiliar encounter for her. Seeking to clarify the situation, Lady Leonia pointed out the significant age gap between Eupakra and Duke Filio, more than 2 decades. She inquired whether Eupakra comprehended the weight of this aspect. Furthering her explanation, Lady Leonia expounded that should Eupakra wed Duke Filio, the disparity in their ages would pose a series of formidable challenges. She drew an analogy, likening this age gap to the daunting prospect of transforming Duke Filio into the world's most challenging parent. The severity of the issue was underscored by the reference to the 20-year chasm. Countess Rinne and the maid were rendered momentarily speechless, their expressions mirroring their astonishment. The maid's countenance, in particular, reflected deep concern. Unperturbed, Eupakra ardently declared that love held the power to surmount such hurdles. When Lady Leonia inquired about the origin of this conviction, Eupakra pointed to the realm of fairy tales. Lady Leonia released a sigh, musing that it would have been more fitting for Duke Filio himself to absorb these insights. Lady Leonia's gaze was fixed as she contemplated the heir of the Lynette Count family. This family, holding the distinction of being the wealthiest after the second-generation ducal lineage and the fourth-generation marquis household, had an esteemed place. Eupicra, the cherished daughter of Duke Filio's closest allies, was affectionately called so by Lady Leonia. The purpose behind this endearing address was Lady Leonia's intention to impart valuable knowledge to Eupicra. The Belios Empire, spanning its grandeur, was intricately divided into 5 regions. At its heart resided the imperial palace and the capital city. The eastern expanse bore the richness of an exotic culture, while the western lands were adorned with lush forests and glistening lakes. To the south, an unending and resplendent ocean stretched beyond sight, a true marvel. The northern realm, in stark contrast, remained veiled in perpetual snow, even defying the arrival of spring. Within this mosaic, the Western Territory held the intriguing moniker of the Wild Holy Land, and it was here that one of the Empire's 3 esteemed knightly orders found its domain under the stewardship of Marquis Hasfari. Duke Filio's gaze fell upon Lady Leonia and the 2 children of Count Rinne. Noticing the intimacy between them, Duke Filio commented on their newfound closeness, acknowledging the bond they seemed to share. With a sense of pride, Lady Leonia confirmed that they had taken the step to regard themselves as siblings. Intrigued, Duke Filio sought to understand the catalyst for this decision. Lady Leonia elaborated, explaining that she had imparted essential life lessons, which had solidified their connection. Abruptly, Duke Filio turned his attention to the Countess and offered an unexpected apology. Puzzled, Lady Leonia's voice rose as she demanded an explanation for his sudden remorse. Eupicra interjected with a piece of wisdom from Leo Uni, highlighting the bittersweet nature of one's first love and its impact on the journey to adulthood. All for the greater good. Duke Filio, taken aback, struggled to find words but ultimately conveyed his gratitude for her thoughtfulness. In the midst of this exchange, Count Rinne burst into the scene with an infectious smile. Duke Filio promptly designated the Countess as the instructor for the day's swordsmanship lesson. Lady Leonia, her curiosity piqued, playfully inquired about Count Rinne's abrupt appearance. Count Rinne responded with his trademark cheer, playfully requesting a moment with his grace. Thus, Duke Filio and Count Rinne withdrew to another area of the training room. Observing this, Lady Leonia's expression turned contemplative, prompting her to voice her suspicions. Countess Rinne, intrigued by the insinuation, questioned Lady Leonia's thoughts. In response, Lady Leonia alluded to the numerous men in Duke Filio's proximity. Countess Rinne, drawing from personal experience, admitted to having harbored similar doubts during the initial stages of her relationship. Yet, she swiftly redirected the focus back to the training lesson, urging everyone to engage fully in the present moment. While Countess Rinne was conducting a lesson for Lady Leonia, her daughter, and son, a sudden clash of swords rang through the air. Countess Rinne remarked that it seemed they had stumbled upon a spar. Curious, Lady Leonia inquired about the participants, and Countess Rinne explained that it was none other than His Grace and her own husband engaging in a mock battle. The scene unfolded before their eyes. Countess Rinne emphasized that despite Count Rinne's unassuming appearance, her husband had earned fame as a distinguished knight in the western region. In response to Lady Leonia's query about his current knighthood, Countess Rinne clarified that while he was no longer a knight, he had once been a prominent member of the Lever Knightage in the West. Such was his prowess that he had ascended to the rank of a revered swordmaster, rivaling even the dukes in swordsmanship alone. In Lady Leonia's mind, Count Rinne resembled a loyal dog facing the formidable beast Fang. An audacious idea struck her, prompting her to shout, summoning her father and encouraging him to tear him apart. The outburst left Countess Rinne, Duke Filio, and Count Rinne momentarily speechless. Amidst the tension, Count Rinne turned to Duke Filio and quipped about the lessons he imparted to his daughter. Duke Filio's response indicated that her mischievous nature was innate and not a product of his upbringing. Count Rinne, taken aback, playfully chided Duke Filio for casually labeling his own daughter a pervert. This remark slightly perturbed Duke Filio, leading him to rush forward, attacking Count Rinne with a mix of nervousness and confusion. He questioned how Duke Filio could charge at him after just a mild reprimand. The crowd around them erupted into cheers, with everyone rallying behind their respective fathers. The Countess Rinne anxiously watched her husband's every move. The duel between the two fathers ensued, each exchanging swift swordplay. Just as Duke Filio made a decisive maneuver, his sword unexpectedly soared through the air, leaving everyone astounded. Countess Rinne, her daughter, and son beamed with joy as they witnessed their father's victory. However, Lady Leonia's reaction was one of speechless disbelief. Count Rinna reveled in the sight of his elated children. As Lady Leonia walked up to him, she candidly inquired why he had intentionally lost. Duke Filio was taken aback, caught off guard by her perceptiveness. During yesterday's operations meeting, the topic of discussion turned to the necessity of collaboration from the Western region, with Duke Filio suggesting such cooperation. Count Rinna swiftly agreed, acknowledging the West's direct involvement in the matter. Countess Rinna, chiming in, pondered whether it was a matter of propriety to offer their cooperation in this context. A sudden shift occurred when Count Rinna hesitated, then posed an intriguing question to Duke Filio. This caught Countess Rinna off guard, and Duke Filio probed for more details, entertaining the possibility that Count Rinna might be angling for beneficial trade deals or valuable assets in return for their support. Contrary to such expectations, Count Rinna's request took a unique turn. He clarified that he harbored no desire for material gains. Instead, he proposed an unexpected challenge to Duke Filio, a single-sword fighting match between them. Countess Rinna was utterly surprised by this unanticipated proposal. Count Rinna explained that his sole aspiration was for Duke Filio to graciously concede victory to him in a friendly sparring session. His motive was refreshingly simple. He wished to unveil a more captivating and commendable facet of himself to their daughter and son. Impressed by Lady Leonia's intellect, Duke Filio engaged her in conversation, expressing curiosity about the source of her sharp mind. With a touch of pride, Lady Leonia acknowledged her own intelligence, though Duke Filio didn't outright dismiss her self-praise. In an unexpected turn, he shared that his schedule would be occupied in the upcoming days, attributing the recent match as a sort of payment. This revelation sparked a recognition in Lady Leonia of a recurring pattern in past events. Reflecting on the original story, she recalled how Marquis Pardus appeared twice during pivotal moments. Furthermore, she noted that Count Rinna, a steadfast source of support, consistently intersected with Duke Filio's journey. Fueled by curiosity, Lady Leonia probed further, wondering if there was something noteworthy occurring. Her inquiry prompted Duke Filio to offer reassurance, assuring her that matters were indeed under control and that the adults were responsible for addressing any concerns. Concerned, Lady Leonia redirected her thoughts and asked Duke Filio about the age of the first prince. She believed that fewer uncertainties would lead to a safer environment, motivating her to ask the question she hadn't posed before. The age of the first prince. Duke Filio responded that the prince would turn 11 this year. Lady Leonia's knowledge spanned 5 years before the original novel's inception. This revelation rendered the contents of the novel she was familiar with obsolete. Deepening her unease, seeking to assist, she implored Duke Filio if there was anything she could do to contribute. In a reassuring gesture, Duke Filio grasped her hand and conveyed that she needn't be overly concerned, asserting that there was nothing beyond his capability. With a gentle tone, Duke Filio lifted Lady Leonia and instructed her not to fret. He explained that there was one paramount task she had to undertake, to live a joyful life. He outlined a simple yet profound approach: to eat, sleep, and play. This, he emphasized, was the key to living a happier life than anyone else in the safety of the world's securest haven, the Boliotti residence. It was her most crucial role as Lady Leonia Boliotti. Observing his dear friend Duke Filio bonding sweetly with his daughter, Count Rinna couldn't help but feel an overwhelming happiness for his friend. Lady Leonia spent a delightful few days engaging with Count Rinna's family, yet, as their departure back to the county loomed, Duke Filio made the decision to host a tea party at the Boliotti residence for his cherished guests. This was a significant departure from his usual routine, as Duke Filio had refrained from arranging any gatherings since assuming the role of Duke. Consequently, those who received invitations were left with no choice but to participate. The tea party was swiftly arranged to take place a mere 2 days after the invitations had been dispatched. Lady Leonia openly admired Duke Filio's air of self-assuredness. With humility, Duke Filio corrected her, attributing his demeanor to confidence rather than arrogance. Lady Leonia confessed that she wished to embrace a similar level of self-confidence in her own life. Inspired by Duke Filio's example, however, she acknowledged the presence of her conscience, which sometimes held her back. Duke Filio, slightly vexed, muttered, "Conscienceless fool," under his breath. Count Rinna and Countess Rinna observed this interchange, momentarily struck silent as they witnessed Duke Filio and Lady Leonia unintentionally mirroring each other's behavior. In a wordless exchange, Duke Filio and Count Rinna understood that the impending tea party would symbolize the initiation of the upcoming cleaning process. akin to an Eve festival heralding the preparations. After 2 days had elapsed, the sun's radiant light heralded the day of the event. The guests had already gathered, engaging in cheerful conversations. Among them, Lady Leonia spotted her dear friend Flo, prompting a delighted smile to grace her face. However, Flo's sudden teary-eyed state caught her off guard. Seeking an explanation, Lady Leonia gently questioned the source of Flo's tears and who had caused her distress. With a sniffle, Flo recounted a touching encounter with Duke Filio. Flo revealed that her tears were triggered by Duke Filio's greeting. She recounted the moment when, standing before Duke Filio, she had grown nervous and shaky while attempting to offer a proper greeting, overwhelmed with worry that she might incur his displeasure if she faltered. Her emotions welled up. Much to her surprise, Duke Filio responded with a voice imbued with warmth, expressing gratitude for her presence at the banquet. This simple act of kindness shattered her fears, revealing Duke Filio's gentle nature. His words washed away her apprehension, leaving her with a newfound sense of ease. Relieved and comforted, Flo concluded that Duke Filio was indeed a kind-hearted individual. Lady Leonia's face lit up at this revelation, and she affectionately patted and embraced Flo in response. Amidst their conversation, Eupicra unexpectedly joined the scene, addressing Lady Leonia's earlier assertion that no other children would participate in the banquet. In response, Lady Leonia explained that Flo was a special case, being her best friend. As Flo and Eupicra exchanged glances, Lady Leonia found herself momentarily lost in thought, a hint of nervousness tugging at her as she contemplated the unfolding situation. Duke Filio's lifted wine glass signaled a moment of hushed reverence throughout the gathering. As the guests held their breath, he began his toast, acknowledging the spontaneity of the invitation while expressing his heartfelt gratitude for their attendance. Behind a fellow guest, Marquis discreetly pondered whether Duke Filio's demeanor truly conveyed his gratitude. Duke Filio continued, admitting that due to his prolonged stay in the capital, he had inadvertently neglected the northern region. He vowed to rectify his oversight by providing the attention and care that the region deserved. This statement seemed to carry a deeper implication, inducing a sense of unease or anticipation among the guests. Duke Filio, known for his detachment from worldly affairs, resembled a contented lion as long as his peace wasn't disturbed. The juxtaposition of this unassuming figure amidst the nobles gathered together carried an ominous undertone. The ambience of the banquet was laced with fragrant teas, drinks, and a variety of sweet and savory snacks. However, the atmosphere hinted at an impending shift, as if some participants would taste a more ominous flavor. This banquet appeared to be laden with significance, a prelude to an imminent turning point. Every noble in attendance was aware of Duke Filio's reputation, and thus they should have understood the gravity of the occasion. The crowd appeared to divide into two factions, discernible to the attentive observers. Count Rinna astutely remarked that the division marked those who felt guilt and those who did not. Amidst this dynamic, a confident voice cut through the tension. Count Mercenary, with enthusiasm, expressed his appreciation for the assistance provided by the County Rinna family. Count Rinna, though slightly perturbed, exchanged pleasantries with Count Mercenary, acknowledging the mutually beneficial transaction between their families. Similar conversations flowed, with Countess Rinna engaging in lively discussions with other guests. Marquis observed the interactions and reflected that while Count and Countess Rinna might appear an unconventional pair, their compatibility was palpable. This symbiotic relationship seemed to be a contributing factor to the current state of the Upper Western region. Duke Filio strolled through the event and recognized familiar faces. He spotted Baron Gleis with his distinct long hair and Count Mirioka among the attendees. Amid these familiar faces, a new one stood out. Marquis introduced him as the eldest son of Count Thabinus, portraying him as a dependable and remarkable individual. Count Thabinus himself stepped forward, explaining that he was representing his father at the event. Duke Filio extended his greetings and a handshake, only to realize that Count Thabinus's grip was notably firm, a detail that didn't escape his notice. With an air of pride, Musca Tabanusa stood tall, content in the role he had assumed as a stand-in for the family's patriarch. This strategic move not only bolstered his own authority but also expanded his network of loyal supporters. Among these connections, one particular tie stood out like a jewel in the crown: the alliance he had forged with the Alor family. Notably, this family was closely linked to the imperial consort, the favored figure in the emperor's court. Whether it was the influential northern power or the enigmatic beasts Fang, both were ultimately subordinate to the sway of the imperial dynasty. Uska's thoughts shifted toward Duke Filio. bearing a deliberate undercurrent. He contemplated the unfolding of events, envisioning the success he sought through his calculated moves involving the enigmatic baby monsters. This hint of ambition and strategic calculation colored his reflections. Concurrently, he mused about Duke Filio's standing as a relatively inexperienced duke, doubting that he could present a credible challenge to Musca Tabanusa's well-established prowess. However, this train of thought was abruptly derailed as Duke Filio extended a firm handshake, sending an unexpected jolt through Musca's senses. Duke Filio's gaze shifted to Marquis, and Marquis Luffa's commentary on Musca Tabanusa painted a vivid picture of a young man ablaze with passionate fervor and a compelling competence. The more one observed him, the more striking the resemblance to his father became apparent. Marquis confidently predicted a luminous future for Musca Tabanusa, underscored by his potential and dynamism. The excitement outside the mansion was palpable as the children eagerly prepared to ride the adorable ponies. Among them, Lady Leonia engaged in a heartfelt conversation with her own pony, savoring the opportunity to finally ride it. This pony, a cherished gift from the moment she arrived at the Voliati mansion, held a special place in her heart. However, the joyous atmosphere took an unexpected turn as Lady Leonia's pony inexplicably slowed down. Puzzled by this abrupt change, she turned to Frobe, her designated personal guard for the day. For an explanation, Frobe nervously revealed that this marked his first time personally guarding Lady Leonia, responsibility that weighed heavily on him as he worried about Lady Leonia's safety. Determined to match the pace of the other riders, Lady Leonia requested a faster ride. Frobe's concern for her well-being was evident as he voiced his worries about potential accidents. Frustrated by her pony's leisurely pace compared to the others, Lady Leonia expressed her desire to trot alongside her companions. With a blend of trepidation and humor, Frobe admitted that he feared Duke Filio's retribution if anything befell her. Undeterred, Lady Leonia reassured him of his prowess as the only magic swordsman in Gladio, capable of defending against Duke Filio's attacks. Nonetheless, Frobe remained wary, citing the formidable reputation of the beast's fawn. As the other children gradually outpaced them, Frobe attempted to uplift Lady Leonia's spirits with encouraging words. Observing the dignified children, she mused on the stark contrast with the chilly winters she had endured at the orphanage. Her thoughts shifted to the future. With only 5 years left until the novel's beginning, Lady Leonia recognized her role in reshaping the narrative due to her existence. She wondered about the fate of the novel's female lead, Varia, and speculated whether the story would eventually revert to its original course. Abruptly, an imposing pressure engulfed her senses, prompting her to command Frobe to safeguard the children and seek safety. Confused, Frobe questioned the urgency, only to experience the pressure himself, as he readied himself for potential danger. Lady Leonia invoked her authority as a member of the beast's fawn. Lady Leonia swiftly directed Frobe to escort the children to safety, urging him to run and summon the other knights. Despite Frobe's disagreement, he adhered to her command, understanding the gravity of the situation. With determination, Lady Leonia sprinted towards the forest, her thoughts centering on her ability to harness the power of the beast fawn to her advantage. Though wearied by the run, she pondered why only she and brother Frobe could sense the enigmatic presence. Upon reaching the designated spot, their gaze locked for a fleeting moment before the arrival of the knights prompted the snow leopard to retreat. The knights expressed their concern for Lady Leonia's safety. Lady Leonia turned to Frobe for information about the children. Frobe reported that they had successfully guided them back to the mansion, and Melis was tending to them in one of the rooms. Determined to find answers, she decided to consult her father, Duke Filio, as Lady Leonia recalled that the novel featured a significant role for a snow leopard. Approaching her father's office cautiously, Lady Leonia quietly opened the door and discovered a snow leopard within. Swiftly closing the door, she felt a sense of unease wash over her. In a sudden turn of events, Musca entered the scene, his anger palpable. Unperturbed, Lady Leonia met his intensity head-on, demanding an explanation. Frobe conveyed the details of the recent incident to Duke Filio, including the presence of the cat and additional relevant information. In response, Duke Filio noted that the cat wasn't a monstrous entity. Curious, Frobe sought clarification regarding the identity of the cat-like creature. In turn, Duke Filio prompted Frobe's memory by mentioning his noble origins in the East and inquiring if he had forgotten his previous master from that region. This unexpected recollection caught Frobe off guard, reminding him of his past. As they continued their conversation while strolling, their attention was drawn to Lady Leonia, who stood at the doorway alongside Thabanus. Under the bright sun and clear sky, a snow leopard patiently occupied Duke Filio's office. The tranquility of the scene was disrupted by Lady Leonia's resolute voice from outside, effectively blocking Mr. Thabanus's entry. However, Thabanus responded with a self-assured smirk, downplaying the significance of her interference. With a casual yet unsettling gesture, he lightly pressed his fingers against Lady Leonia's forehead, prompting her to tense. The office was soon filled with Duke Filio's commanding tone as he called out to his daughter. Responding immediately, Lady Leonia hastened towards her father, his evident concern mirrored in her own expression. Duke Filio's voice was sharp as he questioned Thabanus's presence, seeking an explanation for his unexpected intrusion. Thabanus faltered briefly, prompting Duke Filio to repeat his query with even greater force. As Thabanus began to speak, Lady Leonia interjected with an eagerness to recount the events. She described her intention to rest after sharing cookies with the children, but her longing for her father had led her to abandon those plans. However, Thabanus's determination to enter Duke Filio's office led her to intervene. Her frustration was evident as she branded him a crazy bastard, a term which Duke Filio rebuked her for using. Agreeing to proceed more decorously, Lady Leonia continued her narrative. When she blocked Thabanus's path, his response had been a glare and a dismissive sneer. Thabanus tried to offer an alternative explanation, suggesting that he had coincidentally needed to use the restroom. Swiftly dismantling his defense, Lady Leonia accused him of lying in a manner akin to a madman. Her conviction was unwavering as she accused Thabanus of intentionally insulting her. Duke Filio inquired about the exact words used, and Lady Leonia repeated the insulting comment with a blend of earnestness and concern. Duke Filio's anger surged at the affront against his daughter's lineage. In a stern tone, Duke Filio addressed Thabanus, making it clear that the restroom facilities were located within the knight's domain. Relenting, Thabanus acquiesced and moved to another location, accompanied by Frobe, a knight, observing the unfolding situation. Lady Leonia inquired if her father was upset. Duke Filio responded with a question, asking if she herself wasn't angered by the situation. Acknowledging her own indignation, she suggested that Thabanus deserved reprimand. Duke Filio concurred with determination. With a decisive movement, Duke Filio lifted Lady Leonia and carried her to her own room to rest. Duke Filio entered his office and acknowledged that his guest had been kept waiting due to Lady Leonia's scheduled nap time. The snow leopard present remarked on Lady Leonia's loveliness and charm. It revealed that it had come on its own initiative, and another elegant leopard confirmed that Mr. Thabanus had indeed insulted Lady Boliote, punctuating his affront with a dismissive press of his finger against her forehead. Observing beautiful aloof expression, Duke Filio mused on the idea that Lady Leonia might adopt such a demeanor more often as she grew older, which could become a challenge to deal with. Turning his attention to a new matter, Duke Filio cordially welcomed Marquis Orcio to the northern region. Marquis Orcio reciprocated with happiness and gratitude for the warm reception. Inquisitive, she expressed her curiosity about Duke Filio's reasons for extending the invitation to her. 2 days after the tea party, just beyond the borders of the dukedom, a waiting carriage stood prepared. Lady Leonia, flanked by Eupicra and the youngest son, offered some parting advice for the journey ahead. She advised them to make things easier for the family by using the restroom during stops and looking out the window if they felt queasy. The young siblings eagerly agreed, fully embracing her guidance. Meanwhile, Count Rinne whispered to Duke Filio, musing that if Lady Leonia were only 7 years old, to which Duke Filio replied that she often seemed mentally closer to 30. Countess Rinne found that assessment to be quite realistic. As the heartfelt conversation drew to a close, the Rinne family readied themselves to return home. Lady Leonia offered a warm farewell, wishing them a safe journey. Count Rinne's grip tightened as he held her hand, his happiness evident as he expressed his joy at having her as part of the Filio family. With a joyful grin, she reciprocated the sentiment, affirming her happiness at having Duke Filio as her father. Count Rinne's smile brightened, and he assured her that Duke Filio felt the same way. The farewell was marked by a sense of unity and happiness. Although Lady Leonia mentioned feeling a hint of loneliness, Duke Filio was quick to counter that her presence dispelled any sense of solitude. After a brief pause, she emphasized that she was far from lonely because she had her father by her side. As they started walking back toward the house, Lady Leonia's observant eyes caught sight of green leaves unfurling. Duke Filio playfully compared them to her, remarking on their robustness. In jest, she teased that she might get annoyed. But Duke Filio was content, cherishing the tender moment with his daughter as they unknowingly stepped into the embrace of spring. Inside the confines of Mr. Thabanus's office, Count Karada stands in attendance. The air is charged with palpable tension as Mr. Thabanus displays his displeasure over the recurring reduction in delivered goods. Amidst the tempest of Thabanus's frustration, Count Karada assumes the role of a silent observer. In the recesses of his thoughts, he contemplates the irony of Duke Filio's habit of wearing frustration on his face, now mirrored in Karada's own demeanor. This introspective moment is tinged with disappointment, as he recognizes the cyclic nature of this ordeal, repeating itself for the third time. With a resigned sigh, Count Karada decides to vocalize his thoughts to Mr. Thabanus. He delicately offers an explanation for the dwindling numbers of delivered goods during this season. He notes that the arrival of late spring and early summer ushers in the breeding season for reindeer, leading to an unavoidable suspension of leather production. However, Mr. Thabanus interjects, his voice rising in protest against the perceived insufficiency of this justification. Count Karada shifts his stance, adopting a grave tone as he implores Thabanus to lend an ear to the complete story. He unveils a layer of truth. The past winter witnessed an upsurge in attacks by monstrous creatures, resulting in actual damages on their side. Yet, he concedes that the narrative of House Karada's suffering at the hands of these creatures is a clever ruse. Count Karada then recounts the strategic orders issued by Duke Filio, emphasizing the deliberate reduction in goods and the planned release of stockpiled items upon command. With a hint of steadfastness, Count Karada emphasizes that his actions find roots in the directives of the Lord of the North. Building upon this foundation, he ventures to propose a perspective shift. He likens hunting the designated breeding reindeer to a self-inflicted wound, a metaphorical harm to their own endeavors. In a plea for patience and understanding, he seeks additional time to redress the situation. As the room's atmosphere regains composure, Mr. Thabanus inquires about the timeframe for this proposed extension. Count Karada suggests waiting until the fawns have been weaned off their mothers, a process that shouldn't take longer than a week. Mr. Thabanus finds himself reflecting on the past, wondering how different things might have been if he hadn't crossed paths with Lady Leonia. He ponders whether their shared bloodline contributes to their similar stubbornness, as she proves to be just as much of a challenge as her father. Abruptly, a series of knocks resound on the door, interrupting his thoughts. Mr. Thabanus informs those present that Count Miliaka and Baron Gleis have made their entrance. Count Miliaka inquires whether something is troubling Mr. Thabanus. Lost in contemplation, Mr. Thabanus stares at the fragments of a shattered coffee cup littering the floor, downplaying the significance. At this moment, another voice chimes in, conveying news from the city. A man steps forward, clutching a crimson envelope containing a message that sheds light on the situation. He relays that the matter is under investigation. A wave of relief washes over Mr. Thabanus upon hearing the message. Transitioning to the Dukedom of North, we find ourselves within the training grounds. Lady Leonia's unwavering determination shines as she dedicates herself to perfecting her beast Fang power, striving for noticeable progress with every effort. Overseeing her practice is Duke Filio, a vigilant observer who recognizes the depth of Lady Leonia's commitment. In the heart of her training, Lady Leonia is wholly engrossed in the intricate process of externalizing her power while meticulously shaping it into the distinctive form of a beast Fang. After an intense moment of focus, a partial manifestation of the beast Fang takes shape. Unexpectedly, her endeavor culminates in a vocal release, a resounding "Hiya" that reverberates through the expanse of the training ground. The sudden sound engenders a brief pause, a shared moment of surprise between Duke Filio and Lady Leonia. Interrupting the silence, Duke Filio injects a light-hearted note into the situation, appreciating the unintentional humor of the moment. A blush of embarrassment tinges Lady Leonia's cheeks as she reflects on the unanticipated sound. With a playful curiosity, Duke Filio inquires about the origin of the exclamation, "Hiya," prompting Lady Leonia to confess that it was a spontaneous expression born from her sense of desperation. Amid the ongoing training session, a trace of wistfulness colors Lady Leonia's tone as she admits her current ability to produce these manifestations is limited to one at a time. In response, Duke Filio imparts a profound piece of guidance, emphasizing the crucial nature of Lady Leonia's connection with her inner beast. He underscores that only by nurturing this bond can she truly unlock the boundless potential of her beast Fang power and harness its formidable strength to the fullest. Just as the name suggests, the inherent ability of the Boleoti beast fangs is composed of 4 parts, each with a different power. In other words, it's a god-tier ability. Lady Leonia is looking at Duke Filio, thinking that the author has shown favoritism, but she doesn't hate it since she's benefiting from it too. Suddenly, Duke Filio states that this way, Lady Leonia is more reminiscent of Regina. Lady Leonia is quite surprised, and Duke Filio mentions that Regina struggled with this ability when she practiced using the beast Fang. Lady Leonia asks if she's as slow as Regina. Duke Filio counters, praising Lady Leonia's rapid learning curve. He assures her that she will likely master the ability soon if she maintains her dedication during this training season. Empowered by his words, Lady Leonia commits herself to giving her absolute best. Playfully, Duke Filio advises her not to shout about any eccentricities next time. Lady Leonia's response carries a hint of irritation, clarifying that her previous outburst wasn't intentional. As they continue walking, Lady Leonia reflects on Duke Filio's tendency to provoke her just when things are going well. She discerns that this behavior is his way of displaying affection, contemplating whether Duke Filio should mend this habit before encountering Varia. She acknowledges that the person doesn't necessarily need to be Varia. Anyone who matches her standard of goodness would suffice. Unbeknownst to Lady Leonia, Duke Filio watches her deep in thought, pondering the nature of her contemplations. Their attention is diverted when they reach the exit entrance, where Miss Connie stands waiting. She questions Lady Leonia's resolve to proceed. Fueled by determination, Lady Leonia proudly claims her position as the Lady of Boleoti, cementing her obligation to attend. With a subtle smile, Duke Filio conveys his well wishes while waving her forward. Transitioning to another locale, Lady Leonia stands impeccably attired, addressing the guests with a playful quip. She remarks on their apparent youthful appearances, jesting that they might have journeyed back in time. With a touch of historical context, she introduces the gathering as the inaugural tea party for the northern noblewomen. Mr. Thabanus's expression is one of furious frustration as he stares out of the window. His anger is palpable as evidenced by the shattered vase on the floor nearby. Amidst this, he reflects on the irony that, despite his efforts, things have not been unfolding favorably for him. He muses, "It's strange how circumstances haven't aligned in my favor, and yet, now, to have someone as foolish as him belittle me." His thoughts seem to wander back to the tea party he once attended. Inside the tea party, a delightful exchange unfolds between the madams, ladies, and Lady Leonia. Engaged in the art of conversation, they explore a myriad of subjects ranging from personal anecdotes to matters of the heart. Amidst the relaxed chatter, they savor slices of sweet cake crowned with plump strawberries. As the ladies share their stories, Lady Leonia remains an attentive listener, savoring the sweet confections. The setting embodies the essence of this gathering, a candid congregation of noble madams fostering camaraderie, yet, gossip seems to dominate the discourse. Amid the discussions, one madam's frustration is palpable as she recounts her son's audacious declaration. He boldly claimed he would emulate his father, forsaking his own child to chase the allure of the capital, seeking the insight of her peers. She queries whether they believe her son will someday reclaim his title upon his return. In this moment, Lady Leonia interjects, her voice cutting through the conversation, expressing incredulity. She remarks on the challenges of raising children in this era, highlighting their apparent ignorance of the concept of gratitude. Other ladies chime in, echoing the sentiment that expanding the family and securing the lineage demands considerable effort. They suggest drastic measures, sewing the son's lips shut or expunging him from the family records. From the background, a lady offers an unsettling yet practical suggestion learned from her mother, using a jam knife for a soundless, magical throat-cutting technique that minimizes bloodshed. The concept is met with a peculiar mix of approval and dark humor, especially resonating with Count Tedros's unconventional methods. The atmosphere brims with energy as the ladies wholeheartedly embrace the enigmatic charm of the North. Among them, Lady Leonia radiates happiness, cherishing this tea party as a gathering that captures the essence of joyous camaraderie and unending laughter. The tea party had concluded, and Lady Leonia now sat within the carriage, a touch of melancholy clouding her expression. Sir Gable's gaze turned toward her, sensing the unease that enveloped her. With a gentle concern, he broached the topic, asking if the end of the party had cast a shadow on her spirits. He also noted the stark contrast in her demeanor between the tea party and her interactions with her usual friends, suggesting that she had found greater delight in the former. In response, Lady Leonia defended her connection to the ladies from the tea party, asserting that they too were her friends. Yet, a sigh escaped her lips, hinting at a deeper layer of emotion lurking beneath the surface. Sir Gable, attuned to these shifts, pondered the possibility that Lady Leonia's subconscious yearning for maternal affection had led her to seek solace in the presence of the other ladies. Remarkably mature for her tender age of 7, she exuded an air of wisdom that belied her years. He recognized, however, that even the vigilant care of Duke Filio struggled to bridge the void left by her departed mother. As Lady Leonia's thoughts wandered, the strains of the song's final verses echoed in her mind, a poignant reminder of the fleeting moments and the emotions they held. In the northern lands, night had cast its dark veil, and Lady Leonia descended from the carriage. Suddenly, a figure stood outside, none other than Miss Connie. An instant surge of joy filled Lady Leonia's heart. Miss Connie held a special place in her heart, being the sole caretaker who genuinely cared for all the children in the orphanage. She called Lady Leonia by her former name, Nia, a moniker from her orphanage days. However, in official circles, she had assumed the name Leonia. This use of Nia irked Gable, who believed it was a sign of disrespect. Overwhelmed with happiness, Lady Leonia hastened toward Miss Connie, her plea to stop using Nia punctuated by her urgency. Miss Connie, with a hint of regret, explained that it had become a habit and promptly apologized. Intrigued, Lady Leonia inquired about Miss Connie's presence in the northern Dusta mansion. With a smile, Miss Connie revealed that the Duke had pledged increased support for the orphanage, and they had just concluded a meeting. She intended to make her way back home. The news sent Lady Leonia into a whirlwind of joy. Bursting into Duke Filio's office, Lady Leonia announced that she returned with boundless excitement. In her glee, she even suggested having a meal together. Duke Filio, ever composed, advised her to lower her voice. Undaunted, Lady Leonia proclaimed that, as Lady Boliote, her words held weight beyond reproach. Approaching Duke Filio, she playfully requested to be lifted, request he graciously fulfilled. He ventured to ask if she had enjoyed the tea party, and her eyes lit up as she affirmed her absolute delight, admitting her fervent wish for such festivities daily. Breaking into an unexpected, sweet cheek kiss for Duke Filio, Lady Leonia's action took him by surprise. Puzzled, he inquired about it, and she candidly explained that she had caught wind of his decision to amplify funding for the orphanage. Her heart swelled with pride upon receiving this news. A fond smile graced Duke Filio's lips, and he mused about the rarity of his daughter treating him like a father on such occasions. Walking down the corridor, Lady Leonia shared her deep-seated reverence for her father. Duke Filio, his demeanor light-hearted, noted how Lady Leonia seemed to be growing ever more resourceful with each passing day. Their conversation flowed as they strolled, culminating in them finding solace upon a plush sofa. Amid Duke Filio's perusal of documents, he observed Lady Leonia's gradual descent into slumber. A soft chuckle escaped him as he marveled at her consistent nightly ritual. Lady Leonia, teetering on the brink of sleep, felt a blush warm her cheeks at the thought of falling asleep in such a manner. Stepping out of the room, they were joined by the head butler, Kara. Duke Filio's gaze shifted, and Kara hesitated briefly before presenting a small vial of liquid. Now within the confines of Lady Leonia's room, Duke Filio tenderly handed her the vial, urging her to consume its contents before sleep. Without second thoughts, she downed the liquid in one decisive gulp and quipped about its potentially poisonous nature. Contemplating the taste, reminiscent of medicine infused with a touch of honey, Lady Leonia noticed the vial bore no label. An eyebrow raised, she voiced her concern to Duke Filio, asserting that consuming unlabeled medication wasn't advisable. Duke Filio, his tone laced with amusement, asked who had given her such advice. Smirking playfully, Lady Leonia pointed out that he himself had. With an affectionate reassurance, he conveyed that the elixir was both beneficial and safe. Lady Leonia's trust in her father's judgment led her to accept his words without reservation. Duke Filio's lips graced her forehead in a gentle kiss, his parting words wishing her sweet dreams. A promise of their reunion lingered in the air. As sleep beckoned, Lady Leonia's mind pondered the prospect that this time, she wouldn't see him come morning. Nonetheless, a tranquil contentment enveloped her, guiding her into the embrace of slumber. Outside the opulent mansion, Duke Filio emerged, carefully cradling the slumbering form of Lady Leonia in his arms. Two maids stood by, ready and attentive, beckoning Momo over. Duke Filio inquired about the readiness of their departure. With a confident nod, Momo assured him that all was in order, and they could set off without delay. However, a concern surfaced as one of the maids voiced the question of how Lady Leonia would react upon awakening. The maid's explanation conveyed that Lady Leonia might be overwhelmed with sadness. Duke Filio mused aloud, pondering if her melancholy would stem from his absence. The maid clarified the reason, revealing Lady Leonia's deep fondness for Duke Filio. A gentle, appreciative smile graced Duke Filio's countenance in response to this revelation. Inside the carriage now, as Duke Filio endeavored to find the most comfortable arrangement for Lady Leonia, one of the maids offered to assist. Politely but firmly, Duke Filio declined the offer, determined to manage the task himself. Taking his seat, he tenderly positioned Lady Leonia on the opposite side, his voice laced with affection as he expressed the wish that her reaction would be more subdued than the last time. With everything in place, the carriage initiated its journey, setting the wheels of anticipation in motion. Standing tall within the moving carriage, Duke Filio's voice resonated with purpose as he declared, "Gladigo Knights, our hunt begins now." The air brimmed with a sense of eager excitement as the expedition commenced its unfolding. With the morning sun casting its gentle radiance and the trees swaying in their serene beauty, the carriage continued its journey. But inside the carriage, a palpable sense of sorrow hung over Lady Leonia as she clung to her oversized jar of candies, her demeanor clouded by distress. However, Miss Connie and the other maids were unwavering in their efforts to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Their destination, the Count's mansion, drew closer with each passing moment. Amidst the attempts to uplift spirits, Miss Connie remarked upon the mansion's enchanting gardens. This innocent comment triggered playful teasing from Miss Violetus, who inquired about the source of this knowledge. Miss Connie, in good spirits, attributed it to the knights, only to be met with playful insinuations from Miss Violetus about a potential romance with Sir Gable. Miss Connie laughed off the idea, humorously accrediting Malleus as the true informant. The laughter, however, faded as the maids observed Lady Leonia's unshakable melancholy. Their cheerful exchanges momentarily halted, replaced by a shared understanding of Lady Leonia's sharp perception. Miss Connie found herself reflecting on the complexity of Lady Leonia's emotions and the challenge of maintaining a facade. The situation took an unexpected turn when Lady Leonia, her eyes reflecting her vulnerability, inquired about her father's whereabouts. The maids, taken aback, stammered an explanation that Duke Filio would join them later due to pressing matters, reassuring Lady Leonia that his absence was temporary and in her best interest. Their shared glances betrayed their unease. As Lady Leonia clutched her jar of candies, a mixture of emotions gripped her. While logic told her that Duke Filio's role as a central character guaranteed his safety, a lingering worry persisted. She grappled with the irony of her mature outlook contrasted against her mounting concerns, questioning whether her transformed body had also altered her emotional landscape. Within the carriage, Miss Connie's gasp diverted Lady Leonia's attention to the window, revealing their arrival at the Count's mansion. Count Rinne's family stood outside, their welcoming gestures a heartwarming sight, yet, exhaustion weighed on Lady Leonia, and as she took in the scenery, the realization of her westward journey settled upon her, both as a fact and a metaphor for the changes she was undergoing. Shifting the scene to another location, two knights stood in quiet camaraderie, their discussion carrying an air of contemplation. Amidst their surroundings, they exchanged thoughts on a matter that was both delicate and profound, the depth of Duke Filio's love for Lady Leonia. One of the knights, attuned to the nuances of emotion, openly shared that he had perceived a genuine and intensified affection from the Duke this time, a sentiment that seemed to resonate deeply. His words sparked a glimmer of curiosity in his companion, who wore a slightly puzzled expression. With a genuine curiosity, the knight asked if this realization had only recently dawned upon their group. In response, the perceptive knight's lips curved into a knowing smile as he admitted that he had recognized Duke Filio's feelings for Lady Leonia for quite some time. It had long been widely known that Duke Boliotti cherished his daughter deeply, a fact that made their audacity in harming her all the more astounding. In doing so, they not only ruptured the tranquility that the Boliotti family held dear but also set in motion a series of events that threatened to erase three prominent families from the annals of history. Undeterred by the impending turmoil, the Duke remained steadfast in his determination. He was resolute in shielding Lady Leonia from the gruesome tableau that was soon to unfold in the northern regions. To safeguard her whereabouts from prying eyes, Duke Filio had implemented stringent measures, deploying additional guards for her protection. As their conversation unfolded, a figure clad in a hat abruptly materialized. With a sense of urgency, this individual handed over a sheet of paper, indicating the recent arrival of a telegram. The knights, as they perused the paper's contents, were overtaken by a mixture of astonishment and dismay. The gravity of the situation became apparent, compelling them to prepare for action without delay. Lady Leonia gazed out of the window, lost in her thoughts. 5 days had passed since her arrival in the West, and a sense of boredom had begun to creep in. Amidst her contemplation, memories of her father, Duke Filio, surfaced as she wondered about his return. Just then, her reverie was interrupted by a familiar voice calling her name. Eupicra approached and inquired about Lady Leonia's activities. She responded that she was merely admiring the exquisite flowers outside. Curious, Eupicra asked if Lady Leonia's own residence lacked such blooms. She clarified that there were indeed flowers, yet she hadn't taken notice of them. A gentle tap on her shoulder startled Lady Leonia, and before her stood the youngest child with a hopeful expression, requesting candies. However, the maid intervened and denied the request, leaving disappointment evident on the children's faces. The mood swiftly shifted as the maid was engrossed in her duties moments later. Lady Leonia seized the opportunity and extended 2 pieces of candy to both Yupikra and the youngest child. Their faces instantly lit up with joy, though Lady Leonia cautioned them to keep their voices down to avoid being discovered. Amidst their shared delight in savoring the candies, Lady Leonia found happiness in witnessing their innocent joy. The ever-observant maid's smile acknowledged the scene. In that fleeting moment, Lady Leonia found solace in knowing she wasn't entirely alone, even though the absence of her father weighed heavily on her heart. Though they had been apart for a month during his expedition to hunt monsters, this solitude felt more profound. Her yearning for Duke Filio was undeniable. She reflected on the past when he was simply her uncle, and now he occupied the role of her father. Interrupting her reverie, Countess Rinne entered and inquired about Lady Leonia's satisfaction with her room. Expressing contentment, Lady Leonia conveyed her gratitude. Countess Rinne then summoned Yupikra and the youngest child for their lessons. With their departure, Countess Rinne joined Lady Leonia on the sofa, extending her offer of assistance for any needs. As Lady Leonia contemplated, Countess Rinne's perceptive nature picked up on her underlying concern. With empathy, she asked if Lady Leonia was harboring worries, to which she met with a moment of silence, recollecting the time before Duke Filio entered Lady Leonia's life. Countess Rinne realized that she must have faced challenges alone, without any refuge. She had been apprehensive about the sudden introduction of a child to the Duke's mansion, fearing for her well-being. However, the sight of Duke Filio and Lady Leonia together as a harmonious family allayed those concerns. Their separation was proving to be a poignant ordeal, especially for a mature young lady like her. Unexpectedly, Lady Leonia suggested that Countess Rinne share a book titled Life is Revenge Itself. Amused, Countess Rinne playfully declined. Lady Leonia put on her most endearing expression and attempted to persuade her, assuring that her thoughts wouldn't stray to Duke Filio while reading. Countess Rinne maintained her stance, suggesting that it was indeed healthy to think about him. Unfazed, Lady Leonia persisted in her efforts to charm, yet Countess Rinne remained steadfast. She expressed her belief that Duke Filio was the one truly deserving of sympathy in the present circumstances. Lady Leonia's wistful expression betrayed her longing as she openly shared, "I find myself missing my father terribly." Countess Rinne, an astute observer, noted the mix of emotions that danced in Lady Leonia's eyes. Considering Lady Leonia's exceptional intellect and profound thoughts, Countess Rinne marveled at the depth of their conversations. Their interactions had evolved into a camaraderie that felt akin to chatting with an old friend. However, Countess Rinne couldn't help but acknowledge the potential challenges that came with a child of such maturity. In the midst of their reflective exchange, Lady Leonia's query pierced the air. "Has there been any word from father?" Countess Rinne's response carried a note of reassurance. "Something will be arriving shortly." Yet, Countess Rinne's thoughts were tinged with a reminder of Duke Filio's concerns about limiting Lady Leonia's ventures outside. Seizing the moment, Countess Rinne proposed, "Why don't we explore the West together?" This suggestion, she thought, might grant Lady Leonia the change of scenery she desired while respecting Duke Filio's wishes. In a picturesque outdoor setting, surrounded by stunning architecture and breathtaking views, Lady Leonia and Countess Rinne stroll gracefully along the charming street. Lady Leonia's observant eye catches the cleanliness and charm of the street, prompting a warm comment from her about its beauty. Countess Rinne's face lights up with pleasure, relishing Lady Leonia's appreciation of the place. In a playful exchange, Lady Leonia compliments Countess Rinne's exquisite dress and teases her, suggesting that she must have left a trail of heartbroken men in her wake when she tied the knot. Countess Rinna chuckles and counters by revealing that even Count Lane shed a tear on their wedding day. Lady Leonia shares in the laughter and jests that she believes that was indeed the case. Lady Leonia playfully predicts that she'll be a lady who makes lots of people cry as well, and Countess Rinna concurs. Their leisurely stroll takes them into a lavish dress store. With a curious tone, Count Rinna inquires whether Lady Leonia has frequented such establishments before. Affably, Lady Leonia discloses that this is her first time, explaining that Duke Filio had previously arranged for tailors to visit their home. Countess Rinna expresses a sentiment for the personal touch of in-person visits, especially on such a splendid day. As Countess Rinna proceeds with the task of measurements, Lady Leonia becomes engrossed in the plethora of enchanting dress designs that surround her. Among the options, she is captivated by a dress with a central design featuring vibrant red hues. The vision of wearing such a dress to bring joy to her father's heart brings a contented smile to her face. However, her reverie is abruptly interrupted by a peculiar sight outside the store. A young child, hooded and fleeing, is being pursued by an adult figure. Instantly, Lady Leonia's instincts kick in, and her concern for the child compels her to action. Inside the store, Countess Rinna concludes her measurements and approaches Lady Leonia, seeking her opinion on a newly presented dress design. To her mild surprise, Lady Leonia is nowhere to be seen. Outside, Lady Leonia races after the young child. A brief moment of doubt about her escort sisters crosses her mind, but she trusts they are safe. Suddenly, her focus shifts to a disturbing scene. An elderly man with brown hair attempting to wrest jewelry from the child's possession. The child defends the precious item as a birthday gift, but the old man suggests replacing it, assuming affluence. Appalled by this heartless act, Lady Leonia reacts swiftly, using a sandal to halt the man's thievery. Her voice carries a mix of reproach and incredulity, admonishing the group of adults who stand by as this unfolds. Determined and compassionate, Lady Leonia grasps the young child's hand, preparing to leave the scene. However, their departure is intercepted by the old man and an accomplice. Accusations of assault and disappointment are hurled at Lady Leonia. He demands a reward for not reporting her actions, who stands her ground with remarkable composure. In response, she invokes her father's counsel about finding reason to act against those who deserve it. Despicable behavior. As anger flares in the old man's eyes, Lady Leonia's serene smile remains, a testament to her inner strength. With a swift flourish, she produces a beast fang and uses it with remarkable skill, incapacitating the trio of wrongdoers. Amidst her accomplishment, Lady Leonia marvels with a hint of humor, remarking that she must possess some hidden genius. In a heartbeat, her focus shifts from triumph to concern, as she turns to the young child, ensuring her safety and well-being. With a gentle touch, she inquires if the child is unharmed, her compassionate nature shining through. In a surprising twist, the young child grabs Lady Leonia's hand, eager to flee the scene together. Lady Leonia quickly realizes that they've ended up in a completely different direction from Madame's residence. Now, both Lady Leonia and the young child find themselves in a crowded area, their breaths heavy from the earlier sprint. Wondering about the reason for their impromptu dash, Lady Leonia questions the young child, seeking an explanation for their hurried escape. The young child confides that they were afraid of potential trouble arising from one of the individuals they were fleeing. This fear had prompted their flight. Grateful for Lady Leonia's intervention, the young child, with hair as white as snow, expresses their heartfelt gratitude. Yet, amidst the tension, Lady Leonia is charmed by the child's innocence and cherubic appearance. The young child, sensing Lady Leonia's gaze, instinctively pulls their hood further over their hair, shyness evident in their actions. In the midst of this moment, Lady Leonia's sharp eyes catch sight of a bracelet in the young child's hand, swiftly connecting the dots. She deduces that the visible bracelet had made them easy to spot and target amidst the bustling crowd. With a deft touch and calculated move, Lady Leonia skillfully secures the bracelet, making it less conspicuous and reducing the risk of it being lost or stolen. The young child, in awe of Lady Leonia's resourcefulness, notes the resemblance between Lady Leonia's eyes and the legendary obsidian stones. Just as the bracelet is carefully fastened, Lady Leonia reassures the child that their action will help them blend in better and avoid unwanted attention. Her soothing words and gentle demeanor provide a comforting assurance. A fleeting moment of connection is formed between Lady Leonia and the young child in the midst of this unforeseen turmoil. As Lady Leonia tenderly pats the child's head, she inquires about the bracelet, wondering if it's intended as a birthday gift for the child's mother. With genuine admiration, she praises the child's thoughtfulness, acknowledging the remarkable compassion they exhibit at such a tender age. However, in the child's innocent perception, Lady Leonia herself appears to be the younger one. Through this unexpected encounter, a unique bond begins to take shape between Lady Leonia and the young child. In the midst of the unfolding events, Lady Leonia's mind takes a thoughtful turn, as she observes the young child's sincere gesture of preparing gifts for their parents. It sparks a contemplative mood within her. Lady Leonia contemplates the idea of selecting something meaningful for Duke Filio as well, a way to express her gratitude. Yet, she realizes that in order to do so, she might need to seek financial assistance from Countess Rinne. Amid these musings, a sudden realization strikes. She has lost her sense of direction, the surroundings appear unfamiliar, and a hint of unease begins to creep in. In an unexpected twist, the young child's memory of their surroundings resurfaces. With a sincere admission, the child takes responsibility for her actions that led them off course. Expressing regret, the child's honesty is met not with reproach but with understanding. Rather than dwelling on the detour, Lady Leonia reaches out and gently holds the young child's hand, offering comfort and reassurance. Her response is one of camaraderie and resilience. She suggests that, instead of fixating on their momentary setback, they should embrace the opportunity to explore the unknown together and find their way back through shared effort. Lady Leonia's smile radiates optimism as she emphasizes that their combined determination and unwavering spirit will inevitably guide them back on track. In the face of uncertainty, her confidence shines through. The young child, visibly soothed by Lady Leonia's composed demeanor, responds with a genuine and joyous agreement. The child's acceptance conveys a sense of tranquility, as they recognize the value of this shared journey in the process of rediscovery. The idea of navigating through the unfamiliar terrain alongside Lady Leonia resonates deeply with the young child. They acknowledge that in this unplanned adventure, there lies a unique charm and a chance to create lasting memories. Lady Leonia and the white child reveled in their shared exploration of the city's diverse attractions. Having procured a stick of meat, they continued their leisurely walk, all the while engaged in a delightful conversation. In this exchange, Lady Leonia confided that the act of eating bestowed upon her a sense of rebirth, and she speculated that the white child might derive similar pleasure from the culinary experience they had just enjoyed. Responding with a gracious smile, the white child divulged her desire to treat Lady Leonia to an even more exquisite culinary delight, yet, she gracefully acknowledged the inherent satisfaction in their current fare and the simple joy of their exploration. Intrigued by Lady Leonia's background, the white child ventured to ask if this marked her maiden voyage to the West. With a nod, Lady Leonia confirmed that indeed it was, elucidating that she had arrived ahead of Duke Filio due to his pressing business engagements. A wistful sigh escaped her lips as she pondered the timing of Duke Filio's impending arrival. The white child's eyes reflected empathy, recognizing the depth of Lady Leonia's sentiments. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a resonant voice, which shattered the serene atmosphere. Countess Rinne materialized, flanked by a retinue of concerned knights. With a furrowed brow, Countess Rinna voiced her apprehensions about the perils of venturing alone in the city. Filled with a mixture of consternation and remorse, Lady Leonia extended her sincere apologies for any undue worry caused and for the unexpected presence of the knights. The knights, displaying chivalry, took responsibility for their lapse in vigilance and voiced their profound relief at Lady Leonia's unharmed state. Countess Rinna mentioned that Lady Leonia was with a child. Lady Leonia recalled the incident when some unsavory individuals had attempted to steal from her. However, when Lady Leonia glanced back, she realized that the white child had already departed. During the tranquil nighttime within the mansion, a young girl and a woman stand together, the latter being the girl's mother. Anxiety is evident on the mother's face. In a tender embrace, the young child voices her apologies and the urgency she felt to return promptly. The mother responds, her voice laced with concern, "It's all right, I was just so worried. There's truly no need to apologize." As a tear escapes and rolls down her cheek, the mother's emotions start to overflow. In response, daughter gently reassures her, affirming that everything is all right and she is safe. In a distant and nocturnal setting, an area comprising houses, the expanse of the sea, and a solitary boat unfolds. Among the houses, there is one that draws particular attention, guarded by two individuals. Amidst this scene, one person strides with evident contentment, evidently believing that the area is nearly deserted, and thus, he is pleased. This person's name is Baron Hyrus, who exudes an air of confidence, envisioning a flawless execution of his plan. As Baron Hyrus advances, he enters a designated area where three other individuals stand engrossed in conversation. Upon spotting Baron Hyrus, a figure named Thabanus speaks, emphasizing Duke Barodi's unswerving determination. The conversation momentarily halts as all eyes turn to Baron Hyrus. During this pause, thoughts race through his mind, noting the absence of any welcoming gesture. Eventually, the dialogue recommences, initiated by a man with flowing locks who remarks on the widespread liberation of the Gladigo Order of Knights for supervision purposes. This prompts him to undertake investigations should anything appear amiss. In response, Thabanus asserts that no traceable evidence will be left behind, urged on by Thabanus. Viscount Karada successfully delivered the reindeer skin within the stipulated time frame, granting them a legitimate reason for their presence. Assess the quality. This ruse serves to eliminate suspicion. Another member of the group speaks up, acknowledging the favorable progression of events thus far, alluding to the anticipation of the goods leaving the port, sealing the day's success. The narrative then shifts to the opening of a specific house's door, marking a final confirmation. However, upon entry, an overpowering stench greets them, and an unexpected sight awaits. A multitude of diverse and formidable creature monsters. The speaker further distinguishes Baron Hyrus as a forward-looking and enterprising soul, capable of accomplishments that transcend convention. The timing aligns fortuitously, as key figures from distinct regions are momentarily absent due to the intricacies of the Empress's crowning. Plans are underway to dispatch knights for the safeguarding of warehouses. The speaker artfully contrasts two women, the one cherished by the king and the other, a mere bearer of a title, akin to a fleeting shadow. This juxtaposition demands discernment regarding potential. Successful completion of this transaction not only promises acquisition of land but also presents the prospect of becoming intimate confidants of the monarch. With a sense of anticipation, the narrative concludes, leaving the reader to contemplate the imminent unfurling of events. Baron Hercrus finds himself brimming with joy, as the promise of a near future not too distant fills him with anticipation. He envisions his life taking a turn for the better after this very day. In stark contrast, Count Mirioka's demeanor is one of urgency, urging everyone to expedite their actions. His anxious countenance suggests a mix of fear and nervousness. Observing Count Mirioka's distress, Mr. Thabanus inquires about the cause. questioning the rationale behind his heightened stress. With reassuring words, Mr. Thabanus assures Count Mirioka that there is no need for such apprehension, asserting that there is nothing to fear. He reminds them of their location in the western region, emphasizing that the menacing, black beast, is nowhere near. Baron Hercules interjects, acknowledging that they address him with titles that reflect experience, but he muses whether he is still merely a fledgling, having earned his designation only 7 years prior and still leaning on his clan's reputation. He concedes to his current arrogance while predicting that time will bring humility and understanding. Suddenly, an unexpected voice slices through the conversation, proposing a meeting with the subject of their discussion, Baron Hercus. This enigmatic presence claims proximity to the self-assured figure, revealing itself as none other than Count Rinne. Count Rinne's eerie expression and unsettling gaze announce his presence in the room. With a tone of curiosity and an undercurrent of accusation, Count Rinne addresses Baron Hercus, questioning the circumstances of an unplanned night shift. Baron Hercus is caught off guard, beads of sweat betraying his unease. He hastens to explain that he had little choice in assuming this duty, driven by external forces to undertake the unexpected assignment. In the blink of an eye, Count Rinne's blade swiftly slices through Baron Hyrus, an impactful scene that captures the attention of all present. With a resounding cry, Count Rinne charges forward, marking the beginning of the intense battle between the two groups. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city within the heart of the forest, a determined group of Thabanus, accompanied by 4 vigilant guards, dashes forward with unwavering determination. Amidst their sprint, the tranquility of the moment is shattered as a jaguar launches a sudden attack on one of the guards, its sharp fangs sinking into its unfortunate victim. Shocked and horrified, the remaining guards and Thabanus can only bear witness to the heart-wrenching scene that unfolds before them. A surge of fear courses through the Thabanus as the jaguar, its movements deliberate and calculated, begins to draw closer. Yet, their terror takes an unexpected turn when the jaguar's advance comes to an abrupt halt, its attention diverted. Its tail raises inquisitively, betraying its intrigue. A single command resonates, ordering a swift retreat to the north. Count Mirioka swiftly turns his head in search of the source of this authoritative voice, and to his astonishment, he finds none other than Duke Filio and his valiant squad of knights. In a tone that conveys both acknowledgement and gratitude, Duke Filio's voice carries through. Recognizing the Thabanus' dedicated efforts, your unwavering dedication is truly commendable. The situation for survival has grown exceedingly precarious. The knights find themselves standing shoulder to shoulder, encircled not only by their comrades but also by Duke Filio. Even the jaguar remains seated, a mere observer of the unfolding events. Duke Filio asserts that if they genuinely believe he was unaware of those who managed to elude detection during the hunt for the demonic beasts, the very creatures responsible for widespread chaos, and the covert meeting that took place, entire scenario becomes confounding. Nevertheless, they persist, enduring in anticipation of the imminent climax. Duke Filio then seeks to understand more about this impending climax, concerned that it could lead to sorrow. As he speaks, the jaguar transforms into human form, playfully noting Duke Filio's penchant for verbosity. Levi Path adds her voice, expressing gratitude towards and using the term mid-lady, though Marquis Orcio finds the choice of words somewhat distasteful. Marquis Orcio acknowledges her indebtedness considering the diversity of mana and the presence of exceptional archmages prevalent in the East. Among them, the Orcio clan proudly boasts a legacy as the masters of the magic tower for generations. She laments the tower's present state, tarnished by the very magic she once taught to incite the demonic beasts. When Duke Filio brings this to her attention, she even contemplates the extreme measure of incinerating everything. Consequently, Marquis Orcio recognizes the necessity of addressing these matters before her return, implicating all those involved within the magic tower. With the lateness of the hour in mind, Marquis Orcio suggests winding down. However, Duke Filio urges a bit more patience, disclosing a question he has for Countess Orshio. Somewhat puzzled, Countess Orshio listens as Duke Filio recounts the incident involving someone touching Leo's forehead. At this, Mr. Thabanus displays signs of fear, and both Levi Path and one of the knights react with anger. In contrast, Countess Orshio is taken aback but ultimately confirms having witnessed the act on two separate occasions, each time involving an index finger. Mr. Thabanus vehemently denies the allegations, attributing it to a misunderstanding. Duke Filio addresses Mr. Thabanus, pointing out his tendency to boast about his power, particularly to children, and extends an offering of treats. Subsequently, Duke Filio employs his beast fangs to assert dominance. Under this pressure, Count Mirioka visibly struggles, as does Mr. Thabanus. Meanwhile, Countess Orshio, fortified by her shield skill, confronts the challenge resolutely. Vice Captain Momo perceives the intensity of their emotions and speculates that their anger might stem from impatience. He comments that he has never encountered people emanating such intense energy, indicative of their anger and impatience. Intrigued by the notion of impatience, Countess Orshio reflects on how they separated Lady Leonia and herself. Countess Orshio also ponders if something of significance has occurred in the north. Now, Duke Filio slowly retracts his beast fang, suddenly noticing that Mr. Thabanus has urinated in fear. Duke Filio contemplates the possibility of Leo also having made a mistake and imagines Lady Leonia's current anger. Thus, Duke Filio commands his knights to detain them. Turning to Sir Gable, Duke Filio inquires about the matter mentioned earlier. Sir Gable confirms its readiness as per Duke Filio's request, prompting immediate action to head west. Duke Filio speculates that explaining this situation may prove as intricate as confronting demonic beasts, anticipating the challenge of untangling his thoughts. As the days passed, Lady Leonia stood resplendent in a beautiful dress, basking in the morning's bright sunshine. Her heart was light as she beheld Manus, one of the knights. Manus, however, wore a troubled expression, concerned that Lady Leonia might stumble while running towards him. "Be cautious," he advised, "lest you trip." With a dismissive wave, Lady Leonia chuckled, "Tripping won't be the end of me." Yet, Manus persisted, convinced that their lives could be endangered by such recklessness. Unexpectedly, Lady Leonia stepped back slightly, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "May I feel your leg muscles, Manus?" she asked, her voice brimming with curiosity. Manus politely declined, prompting Lady Leonia to tease about his chest muscles. Manus, grateful for her admiration, confessed he had been removed from Lady Leonia's order of guardian knights due to his muscles. In her defense, Lady Leonia shifted the blame to Duke Filio, proclaiming muscles to be blameless. Manus confided that Duke Filio had cautioned him to ignore Lady Leonia's jests. Lady Leonia playfully retorted that she was already a muscle pervert. This left Manus anxious about Duke Filio's opinion. Strolling leisurely, Manus playfully turned the tables, questioning if Lady Leonia would allow him to touch her soft cheeks. Lady Leonia countered that she would report to Duke Filio, suggesting Manus be bitten by a beast. Manus emphasized that, if Lady Leonia truly admired his muscles, she should exercise restraint. Manus mused, he added, otherwise, people might misconstrue her feelings as something inappropriate. Despite this concern, Lady Leonia's reply, delivered with a radiant smile, was simple, "I'm still a child." This confession startled Manus, who found her conduct deviously clever. In a softer tone, Lady Leonia admitted to toning down her behavior lately. The conversation took a poignant turn as she shared her yearning for Duke Filio, wondering if his duties consumed him. Manus reassured her, reminding her that Duke Filio should have arrived already. Despite Manus's reassurance, worry lingered in Lady Leonia's eyes. Just then, Duke Filio's voice broke the silence, accompanied by the sight of him holding a large black lion stuffed toy. Lady Leonia's gaze fixed on her father, her emotions roiling beneath the surface. Duke Filio chided her for venturing outside without a coat. Concerned about her health, Lady Leonia's response was silence, her focus on the plush toy. Gently, Duke Filio extended the lion stuffed toy to her, explaining his tardiness due to crafting it. Lady Leonia remained quiet, her eyes locked on the toy. Undeterred, Duke Filio assured her that she would love it. A single tear fell onto the plush toy, catching Duke Filio's attention. His gaze met Lady Leonia's tearful countenance. Her anger erupted, mingling with tears as she confessed her frustrations and longing for Duke Filio. Fear had gripped her, she confessed, her emotions laid bare. Duke Filio met her vulnerability with concern. Lady Leonia's mind was suddenly flooded with the recollection of a long-forgotten horror. The moment she awoke in the carriage, it felt as though a nightmare had resurfaced. Finding herself in a bewildering world, trapped within the body of a child, struggling with the absence of memories, she turned urgently to Duke Filio, her words carrying a plea. "Please, don't abandon me here, and I beg you not to go alone." As time passed, a sense of calm replaced Lady Leonia's initial anxiety. Accompanied by a growing concern for Duke Filio, she was determined to shield him from the anguish she had experienced. Amid her contemplation, she couldn't help but discern the shock and worry etched on Duke Filio's face. A sudden impulse compelled her to assert that Duke Filio needed to apologize. In response, Duke Filio's apology came forth, delivered with heartfelt sincerity despite his slightly labored breath. "I apologize." His voice was tender and warm, directed towards his daughter, Lady Leonia. Within the embrace of the tea room's warmth, minutes slipped away. Lady Leonia's eyes bore the faint traces of tears, leaving a reddened tinge, an outward reflection of her inner turmoil. With a touch of self-deprecation, she acknowledged the potential embarrassment of her appearance. Duke Filio remained wordless beside her, a handkerchief held in his hand. Unexpectedly, he set it alight, leaving her utterly bewildered. Perplexed, Lady Leonia inquired, "Why did you burn it?" The explanation Duke Filio offered was simple and pragmatic. "Because it's dampened." In that exchange, a realm of unspoken emotions passed between them, akin to a gentle breeze carrying profound understanding. As a result, Lady Leonia mentioned that Duke Filio had just offered him an apology. Lady Leonia remarked on the oddity of Duke Filio burning the handkerchief with her snot on it due to its uncleanliness. She went on to suggest that this situation presented the perfect opportunity to showcase Duke Filio's amazing character by placing the soiled handkerchief in his pocket. However, Duke Filio dismissed the idea, asserting that he was already amazing without such gestures. Duke Filio then inquired about Lady Leonia's well-being, asking if she was feeling better. Puzzled, she responded with a quizzical, "What now?" Duke Filio clarified that there had been speculation regarding whether she had shed tears. After a brief pause, Lady Leonia embraced him tenderly and affectionately urged, "Come here to me." Duke Filio reciprocated the embrace with equal tenderness, assuring her by saying, "I'm here." Inside the room, Count Rinne was engaged in an affectionate conversation with his wife, Countess Rinne. As they chatted briefly, Countess Rinne remarked on the unsettling appearance of certain carriages that seemed to possess an almost predatory quality, as if they could consume you whole. She also shared how her horses had been visibly unnerved. Countess Rinne then mused that the ensuing silence was more than just a lack of sound, it was suppression. She wondered aloud if this strange phenomenon was linked to the horse's feed being mixed with that of demonic beasts. In an unexpected turn, Duke Filio materialized at the doorway, captivated by Countess Rinne's musings. In response, she playfully admitted to jesting. Count Rinne chuckled, inquiring about the purpose of Duke Filio's late visit. Duke Filio disclosed that Leo had retired for the night, finding rest. He suggested they maintain hushed tones. Count Rinne, with a wry smile, pointed out that they were in his own home, with other rooms available. Countess Rinna expressed her contentment, imagining how deeply Lady Leonia must have missed Duke Filio. She added that Lady Leonia frequently inquired about Duke Filio's anticipated return. After a brief detour, they redirected their focus to the primary matter. Duke Filio informed them that the emergency fire had been effectively quenched, with significant credit attributed to their resourceful madam. Countess Rinna, in modesty, downplayed her role, acknowledging her efforts to unlock the warehouse. She clarified that she had lawfully borrowed the warehouse managed by her family. With a touch of whimsy, she admired her husband and knight Liovo for their daring yet comical infiltration. She marveled at their inability to grasp the bigger scheme of things. Count Rinna criticized Baron Hercus for his recklessness, a manifestation of greed. Reflecting on the demanding workload of spring, Count Rinna divulged his intent to unearth the Baron's recent activities. After a brief exchange, Count Rinna inquired about the captured individuals. Duke Filio divulged that they were confined in the subterranean prison of Boreoti. Meanwhile, Duke Filio's attention wandered to a dish of shrimp food, prompting fond recollections of Leo's fondness for such delicacies. Returning to the weighty matter at hand, Duke Filio asserted the presence of one remaining individual. Count Rinna concurred, his demeanor tense and serious. This individual, referred to as the Fly, had once remained in close proximity to the Emperor for a span of 3 years. The Fly had abstained from returning north due to a deep-seated fear of Duke Filio. Dispelling concerns regarding the Fly, Count Rinna confidently declared the existence of a viable solution to eliminate the threat. Fueled by anger, he forcefully struck the table, his countenance reflecting unbridled determination. As he vehemently condemned the audacity of meddling with the West, Duke Filio concurred, underscoring the imperative to definitively neutralize this individual. In parallel, Paris, the previously concealed Swan, commenced its own strategic maneuverings. On a radiant morning, outside the carriage, Duke Filio turns to Lady Leonia with a question about the Olor. In response, Lady Leonia shares that she learned of it from her teacher, Ardia, noting how its influence has been spreading through the southern regions. Duke Filio inquires if Ardia has confirmed this information. In reply, Lady Leonia suggests that if the Olor's impact is the only reason for Duke Filio's recent preoccupations, she finds it somewhat relieving. With the carriage now stationary, they find themselves by the resplendent sea, both attired elegantly. Duke Filio and Lady Leonia step out, embarking on a leisurely stroll. Amid their walk, Lady Leonia playfully expresses her craving for shrimp cakes. Duke Filio contemplates the culinary process, musing about sourcing fresh shrimp from the east. To this, Lady Leonia humorously retorts that, as per his prior remarks, there's no need to venture westward. With a teasing smile, she questions if he's genuinely concerned for her well-being. In a tender gesture of affection, Duke Filio adorns Lady Leonia's head with a straw hat, his voice brimming with warmth as he declares her as his sole cherished presence. Gazing upward, Lady Leonia slowly takes in the breathtaking view of Duke Filio, a moment suspended in time. Sporting a wry grin, Lady Leonia has a sudden realization that Duke Filio isn't the typical swoon-worthy male lead from a novel that she can fangirl over. He's someone she needs to protect instead. With this awareness, she shifts her mindset and embraces the role of his guardian. Duke Filio notices the change in her demeanor and playfully tells her to quit fooling around. Undeterred, Lady Leonia explains that her actions stem from a genuine desire to ensure his safety. Duke Filio, amused, questions her motives, and she reaffirms that her intention is to safeguard him. Privately, Duke Filio considers Lady Leonia to still possess a touch of youthful naivety, and he believes in allowing her innocence to unfold naturally. As the sun bathes them in warmth, the father-daughter pair revels in each other's company by the picturesque sea. Their laughter and carefree activities create cherished memories. Lady Leonia's fingers close around a small clam, capturing a piece of their beachside escapade. When their playtime comes to an end, they share a delectable sandwich, thoughtfully prepared by Duke Filio. Amid bites of food and the soothing sound of the waves, they enjoy a stunning panorama, accompanied by the graceful presence of coastal birds. In this tranquil moment, Lady Leonia finds herself brimming with happiness. Believing this experience to be reminiscent of paradise, Duke Filio playfully jests that heaven must come at a bargain price, to which Lady Leonia playfully retorts that he's certainly not lacking in enjoyment either. Duke Filio attributes his smile to Lady Leonia's charming antics, which include an unintentional sauce mishap. Lady Leonia starts to speak, but Duke Filio gently reminds her not to talk with her mouth full. With good humor, she finishes her food first and ponders whether it's time to head back home. Voicing her strong desire to do so, Duke Filio takes a moment to contemplate the idea, acknowledging that returning might prove challenging due to unresolved matters that still need their attention. Ultimately, he decides that their next destination should be the capital, where their ongoing pursuit is yet to reach its conclusion. Duke Filio casually mentions that he has already informed the capital's mansion of their planned arrival within a week. With their father-daughter bonding time concluded, it's evident that Rupert is worn out from excessive work. Lady Leonia expresses genuine concern for Rupert's well-being and directly asks if he's feeling alright. In response, Rupert reassures her with a nod and a faint smile, recognizing his fatigue. Lady Leonia playfully interjects, suggesting that Duke Filio should give Rupert a break from his strenuous workload before he succumbs to exhaustion. Duke Filio playfully deflects any blame, stating that it's not entirely his fault. Unfazed, Lady Leonia points out that Duke Filio does hold a degree of authority over Rupert's workload as his superior. Inwardly, her thoughts briefly wander to past experiences shared with Rupert. Rupert, seeking to explain his current state, opens up about his reasons for pushing himself to the limit. He reveals that upon completing the current tasks, he's entitled to a substantial bonus equivalent to 3 times his regular monthly salary, along with the opportunity to take an entire month off for vacation. This revelation slightly bewilders Lady Leonia, as she finds herself momentarily speechless at the materialistic perspective underlying Rupert's motivation. Undeterred, Rupert counters with a grin, highlighting the inherent materialistic tendencies that often drive human behavior. During a casual moment, Duke Filio picks up a piece of paper, sparking Lady Leonia's playful curiosity. She jestingly asks if it's a love letter, to which Duke Filio amusingly disposes of the paper in jest and diverts the conversation to the readiness of the carriage. Checking with Rupert about the carriage's status, Duke Filio receives confirmation that it's prepared and ready for their journey. As the scene transitions to the outside, the view captures the carriage surrounded by knights, awaiting departure. Taking in the surroundings, Lady Leonia likens the atmosphere to that of a leisurely picnic. Duke Filio offers a light-hearted reminder to refrain from sticking her head out of the window for safety reasons. As Lady Leonia begins to hum a tune, she suddenly spots something outside and promptly draws Duke Filio's attention. His gaze follows her indication and lands on a commanding figure, Marquis Hasfari, who stands by the mansion. Duke Filio notes the grandeur of the reception and the presence of the knights. Marquis Hasfari's words highlight the event's purpose, to welcome the great black beast, prompting the 11 knights to stand vigilant. Lady Leonia is visibly taken aback by the stature of Marquis Hasfari, leading her to momentarily perceive Duke Filio as appearing comparatively diminutive. Duke Filio and Lady Leonia step into the mansion, embarking on a leisurely stroll. Lady Leonia observes her surroundings as she walks, noting that despite its noble status, the mansion exudes a simple charm, resembling the size of a grand dukedom house. Their journey leads them to a particular room, where Marquis Hasfari remarks that the impending discussion might not capture Lady Leonia's interest. Suggesting a solution, Marquis Hasfari proposes that Lady Leonia accompany his assistant, After a brief contemplative pause, Lady Leonia turns to Duke Filio and anticipates a prolonged session. Duke Filio responds with a knowing smile, and Lady Leonia consents, opting to join the assistant and advising Duke Filio to seek her out later. In a playful exchange, Duke Filio jests about leaving her behind should she doze off. Lady Leonia counters with a light-hearted retort, playfully suggesting he should carry her if slumber overtakes her. Agreement reached, Lady Leonia sets off with the assistant. Amidst their stroll, Lady Leonia reflects on how Duke Filio should have arranged a separate excursion if he foresaw this turn of events. As Lady Leonia walks, Marquis Hasfori's gaze lingers on her, prompting memories of a cherished child illuminated by a brilliant and radiant smile. As Lady Leonia and Iverx continue their leisurely stroll, Iverx kindly offers to carry her if walking becomes uncomfortable. However, she gracefully declines the offer, preferring to walk unassisted. Curious about the man accompanying her, Lady Leonia strikes up a conversation and asks for his name. With a polite smile, he introduces himself as Iverx, revealing that he serves as the Marquis's personal assistant. In a sudden moment of observation, Lady Leonia's eyes fixate on Iverx's hands, triggering a realization. She muses aloud that his hands appear familiar, hinting that they might belong to someone who was once a knight. Iverx is taken aback by her astute deduction, marveling at her ability to discern such subtleties from a simple glance. Graciously, Lady Leonia imparts her knowledge, explaining the telltale signs of knights: the pronounced muscles, the broad shoulders, and the strong thighs. Iverx is thoroughly impressed, and Lady Leonia playfully asserts that she hopes he sees her as more than just an ordinary child. As they step into a room, Lady Leonia inquires about its usual occupant. Iverx responds that the room presently remains unclaimed, yet Lady Leonia's keen perception leads her to conclude that it has been recently utilized. After a thoughtful pause, Iverx shares that it was once the sanctuary of the young miss, a woman of striking beauty who adorned herself in exquisite attire. This was her haven before embarking on a journey to the imperial palace. The revelation captivates Lady Leonia's interest, prompting her to study Iverx's face for further insight. Confirming her curiosity, Iverx divulges that indeed, the room held significance for the enchanting woman prior to her departure. In a realm steeped in history, there existed a room that Empress Tigria Hasfori Belios had once frequented before her marriage, known as Tabanuais. Within its walls, Tigria, accompanied by her confidants Maroka and Grise, used to gather. Now, amidst a conversation between Duke Filio and companions, plans are revealed. Duke Filio articulates their strategic intent to expose the remaining culprits, attributing their crimes and enforcing fines as recompense. Additionally, there's a forthcoming journey to the capital with the aim of apprehending the final remaining individual. Fueled by curiosity, Duke Filio seeks Marquis's perspective, prompting Marquis to share a similar approach. Delving into the list of associates connected to the enigmatic monster incident, Marquis contemplates the intricate web of deception. Reflecting on his past, Marquis acknowledges his steadfast dedication to safeguarding the Western realm, confident in the righteousness of his actions. However, as the sands of time shift, uncertainty clouds his convictions. Abruptly, Duke Filio interjects with a succinct declaration: "I do not cling to the past. My gaze is solely on the future." This leads Duke Filio to gently reference a sentiment once expressed by Leo. Marquis experiences a mix of shock and introspection, pondering the extent of Marquis's awareness regarding their closeness, a realization that had thus far eluded him. Moreover, Marquis finds it incredulous that Furio Voliati, hailed as the world's strongest individual, would bestow an endearing pet name upon someone. Duke Filio reflected, what purpose does it serve to hold on to the past, even when one has made mistakes? Honor holds such significance for knights that at times, it clouds their perception of reality, to the extent that they would compel their only daughter to part ways with her cherished lover and marry the foolish crown prince. It was unquestionably the most grievous error the Marquis ever committed. Now, Duke Filio emphasizes that expecting sympathy is futile. This doesn't imply that one should erase the past from memory, but rather, one should focus on the future. With these thoughts in mind, Duke Filio gazed at the Marquis and contemplated how he once believed that the Marquis's predicament stemmed solely from his own imprudent actions. However, what Duke Filio experiences today is compassion. Perhaps it's because Duke Filio has become a father. The discussion had drawn to a close, and Lady Leonia had nestled into the back, resting beside Duke Filio. As Duke Filio gently attempted to shift her, Lady Leonia stirred, her eyes meeting his as he inquired about the quality of her sleep. Letting out a sleepy yawn, Lady Leonia commented on the comfort of the bed. However, her attention suddenly shifted to the presence of others in the vicinity. A sense of surprise and embarrassment washed over her, prompting Lady Leonia to gently chide Duke Filio for not mentioning the company earlier. Turning to the Marquis, Duke Filio announced their impending departure. In response, the Marquis suggested bringing Yuvin and Khaled along next time and inquired about the well-being of Momo's child. Duke Filio expressed his gratitude for the Marquis's remembrance of Gladio's distinguished knights. The Marquis proposed a future joint training session between Levu and Gladio once their current matters were resolved, to which Duke Filio eagerly looked forward. With gracious farewells, the Marquis wished Lady Leonia a safe journey back. She responded in kind, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude, extending her thanks for the day's invitation. With that, Lady Leonia extended her hand toward the Marquis, who reciprocated the gesture, their hands meeting in a brief connection. However, as they exchanged this silent farewell, Lady Leonia inadvertently dropped a single piece of candy. She chuckled lightly and mentioned that she also wanted to offer it to the knight. Lady Leonia spoke in a gentle tone, advising the Marquis not to burden himself with excessive blame. She reminded him that the Marquis was someone who knew how to reflect on his own mistakes. Meanwhile, within the confines of the carriage, Duke Filio turned his attention to Lady Leonia, his curiosity piqued by their prior conversation. Lady Leonia, in turn, ventured to inquire if Mr. Ivex had been romantically involved with Her Majesty, the Empress. A flicker of surprise graced Duke Filio's countenance as he questioned how Lady Leonia had come across such knowledge. Lady Leonia, with a touch of introspection, shared that she had been in her chambers earlier and had observed Mr. Ivex pacing sorrowfully. She went on to express her belief that Her Majesty should have followed the path of elopement, much like Lady Leonia's own biological parents. Duke Filio, in response, made it clear that he didn't wish Lady Leonia to entertain such thoughts. He offered assurance that, as long as the prospective partner wasn't a complete fool, he would be open to the idea of Lady Leonia having children. His tone was earnest as he urged her to approach the topic of marriage with careful consideration. Lady Leonia, taken aback by Duke Filio's seriousness, couldn't help but comment that he was proving to be more resolute than she had initially anticipated. With a touch of sadness in her gentle tone, Lady Leonia remarked that she couldn't help but feel that if Her Majesty and Mr. Ivex had chosen to elope, they might have found happiness together. Duke Filio, recalling her earlier words while giving him candy, asked if that was the reason behind her sentiments. Lady Leonia suddenly elaborated, expressing her empathy for all three individuals involved, Marquis Hasfari, Mr. Ivex, and Empress Tigria. Amongst them, she believed the Empress had endured the most profound sorrow. She had been compelled to marry someone she didn't love and had to suppress her emotions for the sake of the nation. Yet, in return, all she received was the company of an unpredictable and capricious man. Lady Leonia carefully unwrapped a piece of candy, recognizing it with a touch of nostalgia. It was a poignant moment, knowing that she had witnessed this very scene before, and the emotions it evoked were complex. While Furio and Varia's relationship had taken center stage in the novel, there had also been another love story that had captured the hearts of readers, the romance between Empress Tigria and Ivex. Lady Leonia had been among those who had passionately supported their love. In a brief moment of introspection, Lady Leonia's gaze fell to the ground, and she contemplated the unusual and fulfilling experience of being a part of the story herself. In a soft, wistful tone, she admitted that it often felt like things weren't going quite the way she had hoped. Duke Filio, understanding the unpredictability of life, nodded in agreement. He then playfully teased Lady Leonia about the unexpected turns in their own lives, remarking on his transformation into a father raising a daughter with a passion for muscles. Lady Leonia chose to ignore his teasing, her thoughts drifting as she gazed into the distance. Duke Filio observed her silently, appreciating the innocence and wonder of a child, a sentiment that couldn't be fully conveyed through words alone. With a sly smile, Duke Filio couldn't resist a playful dig at Lady Leonia, asking if she had engaged in any playful flirtation with Sir Ivex. The date for our journey to the capital city has been finalized. Currently, Lady Leonia is busily engaged in a task, meticulously listing names that include Granny Cara, one Melis, and several others. Her list extends to individuals in the northern region, such as Flomiz and the madams from the tea party. She mentally racks her brain, striving to ensure she hasn't inadvertently omitted anyone. Amidst this flurry of activity, Count Rinna jestingly comments to Duke Filio, playfully implying that Lady Leonia is more proactive than him and humorously chiding him for not handling such matters himself. Countess Rinna joins in the banter, suggesting the same is true for Count Rin. Count Rinna, sporting a charming, puppy-like expression, implores her to take his side during times like this. Nonetheless, Countess Rinna imparts sagely advice, counseling both Duke Filio and Count Rinna to closely observe Lady Leonia's actions. She notes that Lady Leonia not only tends to her acquaintances but also extends her care to the servants within the mansion, effectively fulfilling her role as the lady of the Voliati household. Duke Filio attributes this characteristic to Lady Leonia inheriting his traits. At the moment, Lady Eupicra was engrossed in a list-making task, and Lady Leonia observed her with a sense of wonder. In a light-hearted tone, Lady Leonia remarked that it felt like they were playing a game where they wrote down the names of their friends. She couldn't help but be impressed by the long list and commented on the many friends Eupicra seemed to have. Eupicra's face radiated with happiness and pride as she cheerfully rattled off several names, including Alec, Timo, Haney, Garnet Neria, and others. However, her attention was drawn to the youngest among them, who seemed to be repeatedly mentioning the same name. Eupicra explained that her friendships extended to both the capital and the west. Thanks to her father's counsel about choosing friends wisely, she mentioned that her mother, Countess Rinna, had cautioned her not to disclose this fact to others. Taking her mother's advice seriously, Eupicra decided that anyone who couldn't keep her secret was no longer her friend. Curious, Lady Leonia asked about the identity of this person, prompting Eupicra to reveal Hetty, the son of Count Hyena. Eupicra commended Hetty for being genuinely nice and kind but openly admitted her dislike for Hetty's sister. Lady Leonia was intrigued by the reason behind Eupicra's animosity, leading Eupicra to disclose that she had once harbored a crush on Duke Filio, which Hetty's sister had cruelly mocked her for. Inquisitive about the nature of the mockery, Eupicra explained that she had been called mediocre. This left Count Rinna and Countess Rinna momentarily speechless, and Count Rinna visibly irritated. Duke Filio intervened, advising them not to interfere, as it was a matter concerning the children. Lady Leonia, addressing Eupicra, playfully noted that she appeared to be getting caught up in vanity once again. She inquired about Hetty's sister's age, and Eupicra clarified that she was not yet a grown-up. Lady Leonia emphasized that Hetty's sister was still a child and declared that if she ever dared to bother Eupicra again, she would personally teach her a lesson. She added that only shallow individuals picked on others, referring to them as mediocre. Curious about the term, shallow, Yupikra asked for clarification, and Yupikra explained that Countess Rina had taught her not to physically harm others. With a serious expression, Lady Leonia advised Yupikra to handle such situations discreetly, emphasizing that childhood conflicts were a natural part of growing up. She encouraged them to take turns standing up for each other. Yupikra, inspired by this motivational speech, enthusiastically agreed. Lady Leonia praised Yupikra as her favorite student, and the youngest member of their group joined the conversation. Now, the three of them shared a moment of happiness, their faces illuminated by bright smiles. Duke Filio observed that when Lady Leonia made an error, Countess Rina and Count Rina reacted with skepticism. In an attempt to soothe their concerns, Duke Filio reassured them, remarking, "Don't worry too much, it's more than sufficient." Count Rina countered with, "Isn't it just getting even more dry?" Duke Filio came to Lady Leonia's defense, explaining, "She possesses exceptional intelligence and sharpness, which can create that impression." Count Rina nodded approvingly and added, "Welcome to the world of fools." Duke Filio expanded on his point, saying, "It's not always advisable for children to be overly naive. Moreover, that wandering knight might be the mastermind behind everything. I suspect he may have been a knight from the very beginning." A few days later, Lady Leonia and Duke Filio found themselves outdoors. Duke Filio called out to Lady Leonia, saying, "You bear a striking resemblance to the painting in the lion." Lady Leonia, still bleary-eyed from the early morning hour, playfully responded, "It's too early in the morning to jest with me." She suddenly embraced Duke Filio's legs, prompting him to scoop her up. Count Rina and Countess Rina were also present. Expressing his gratitude, Duke Filio remarked that he was indebted for all the time they had spent together. Countess Rina found his words heartwarming but couldn't help but worry that they might overlook something important. Duke Filio acknowledged Countess Rina's kindness and turned to Count Rina, assuring him that he would repay the favor. Count Rina, adopting a gentle tone, replied that, considering their relationship, it wasn't a significant matter. However, Countess Rina interjected, recalling a recent moment when she overheard Lady Leonia mumbling, "Is the Count trying to be my father's secret lover?" Duke Filio, taken aback, clarified that he only wanted to ask for a favor and urged Countess Rina not to utter such things in front of Lady Leonia to avoid any misunderstandings. Countess Rina explained that she hadn't said it. Lady Leonia had been murmuring it to herself. Rupert then announced that the carriage was ready. Countess Rina expressed concern that the children would be disappointed when they awoke, to which Count Rina responded that Boreodi would not easily fool the kids. He also mentioned their plans to visit the capital once their work was completed, bringing happiness to both Countess Rina and himself. With that, the carriage began to move. Deep within the heart of the forest, the carriage continued its journey through the verdant wilderness. In the midst of this tranquil voyage, Lady Leonia awoke from her slumber and inquired with a gentle curiosity, "Forgive me, but when did we embark on this journey?" Duke Filio, his countenance adorned with a warm smile, replied in his soothing tone, "A few hours have passed since our departure." His slender fingers gracefully reached into the folds of his attire, retrieving an exquisite pocket watch with intricate detailing. This masterful timepiece, a work of art in itself, immediately captured Lady Leonia's fascination. With a sense of wonderment in her eyes, Lady Leonia expressed her desire to inspect the watch more closely. Duke Filio, ever the gracious gentleman, placed it in her delicate hands. She couldn't help but marvel. "I've never encountered a timepiece quite like this before." This sparked her curiosity about clocks in general, prompting her to inquire about the timepiece adorning their ancestral home. Duke Filio, in response, shared a heartwarming family tale. He recounted how his grandfather, who happened to be Lady Leonia's great-grandfather, had removed the clock spring years ago. The reason? Its resounding chimes had once filled the house with each passing hour, creating a melodious but disruptive symphony. Lady Leonia's astonishment was palpable, and she couldn't escape the profound empathy she felt for the individual who had originally gifted the clock. As their journey continued, she astutely observed, it appears that certain expressions, both in timepieces and faces, are passed down through generations in this family. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, and she began to reminisce about a young miss known for her peculiarities. Duke Filio, now intrigued, probed further, asking about this mysterious young lady. Lady Leonia clarified that she was referring to her own biological mother. Allowing her thoughts to flow freely, she narrated how her mother had chosen to elope, defying the disapproval of all, and had remained steadfast in her resolve until the very end, an evocative and enigmatic tale of Voliot. Duke Filio was on the verge of saying something when a voice from outside the carriage interrupted him, calling out, "Duke Filio." Lady Leonia peered out of the window and immediately recognized Brother Manus. Excitedly, she called out to him, inquiring if there was any issue at hand. Brother Manus, his face lighting up at the sight of Lady Leonia, reassured her that they were approaching the gate shortly and that he needed to report to Duke Filio. In response, Duke Filio ordered the knights to proceed with their inspection while Lady Leonia observed. As the knights diligently conducted their inspection, Lady Leonia began savoring a sandwich, though her delight was tempered by a tinge of sadness, as it was only half of a special Lynette family sandwich. One of the maids cheerfully chimed in, mentioning that she had learned the secret sauce recipe, igniting a cheerful conversation among the three of them. Connie, one of the maids, couldn't contain her enthusiasm and eagerly offered to tidy up Lady Leonia's hair. Another maid joined in, emphasizing the competition between the Northern Mansion and the Capital Mansion staff, despite the superiority of the former. Connie also informed Lady Leonia that the capital would come into view once they passed through the gate. Wondering why the inspection was taking so long, Lady Leonia suggested postponing it until after they passed through the gate. Connie explained that she lacked specifics but mentioned that gate passages could induce nausea, which was why they conducted inspections beforehand. While living beings weren't greatly affected, there were occasional incidents of damage to objects. Lady Leonia inquired about her previous bout of dizziness, and the maids explained that it had been sheer bad luck, as most people experienced dizziness during their initial gate trips but recovered afterward. Intrigued, Lady Leonia asked about the medicine Duke Filio had given her previously. The maids revealed that Duke Filio had been concerned for her well-being after the last gate trip and had secured a motion sickness remedy from Marquis Orcio. Elation washed over Lady Leonia upon hearing this revelation, prompting her to impulsively rush forward and embrace Duke Filio's legs. With a concerned expression, Duke Filio inquired about the reason for her sudden affection. Brother Manus, stepping in, suggested that Lady Leonia might be feeling lonely. Duke Filio advised her to be patient, and he issued the command to resume their journey. The knights exchanged hushed remarks, taken aback by Duke Filio's change in demeanor. One of them noted that it was a positive change, evoking a sense of excitement. The carriage had arrived at the gate, and as the front carriage slowly made its way inside, Lady Leonia suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. However, to her great relief, the carriage successfully entered without any signs of nausea. Feeling a bit mischievous, Lady Leonia playfully began to sing, much to Duke Filio's amusement. He interrupted her by saying, "Stop singing those unusual tunes," and then directed her attention to something ahead. Lady Leonia halted her singing and followed Duke Filio's gaze, revealing a picturesque and vibrant town that lay ahead, bathed in bright and beautiful colors. Set against a backdrop of breathtaking scenery and vibrant flowers, Lady Leonia finds herself utterly captivated. She marvels at how they seem to have transported to another world in an instant. Duke Filio, familiar with this place, reminds her that it's not her first visit. In response, Lady Leonia inquires if he's referring to their previous journey to the north, where she recalls feeling incredibly unwell. Amidst her discomfort, Lady Leonia recollects a fleeting memory of that experience. Duke Filio, curious about her queasiness, questions her. She offers a whimsical explanation, comparing her dizziness to that of a fairy sipping just 3 drops of dew. Duke Filio playfully teases her, wondering aloud where she left her sense of propriety. He hints that perhaps Lady Leonia is feeling a bit self-important due to his lavish attention. In a sweet and endearing manner, Lady Leonia responds, proclaiming herself a fairy in Duke Filio's eyes, basking in the charm of the moment. Duke Filio is momentarily rendered speechless, and he admits to feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lady Leonia, keenly observant, notes his silence and the absence of a denial. As they approached the Imperial Citadel checkpoint, the demeanor of the 2 guards caught Lady Leonia's attention. They seemed visibly on edge. Not one to ignore such signs, she inquired about their unusual behavior, suspecting that they might be new recruits. Duke Filio, always ready to educate, noted that such nervousness might be acceptable if they were stationed at the gates within the capital, which offered greater convenience. Duke Filio proceeded to elucidate the gate system, explaining that each region had 4 gates. Taking the western gate they had just passed as an example, it had one route leading to the capital, another connecting to the east, one to the south, and yet another to the north, totaling 4 exits. However, in the north, there were 5 gates. 4 of them were akin to those found in the other regions, while the 5th was uniquely located in the northern mountains. Lady Leonia's curiosity got the better of her, and she pressed for information about the northern mountain gate's destination. Duke Filio cryptically replied that he would reveal that secret when she grew older. Leonia humorously lamented that she wouldn't be able to sleep due to her unquenched curiosity. In response, Duke Filio gently advised her to rest her head and get some sleep. In a playful tone, she proudly declared herself a very pretty lady, to which Duke Filio, with a twinkle in his eye, affectionately teased that she was as small as a pea. As the carriage made its way through the kingdom's gate, Lady Leonia couldn't help but notice the presence of a gate in the capital. She pondered where this particular gate led to, and Duke Filio enlightened her by mentioning it led northward. With a hint of curiosity, Lady Leonia suggested that taking this route might expedite their journey home, prompting Duke Filio to humorously remark that it would have deprived him of the pleasure of her company had it been that simple. Distinguishing between the gates, it became clear that the gate connecting the surrounding areas to the capital lay outside the citadel, while the gate leading northward was situated within the citadel, right in the heart of the imperial palace. Reflecting on the apprehension of the people, Duke Filio commented on their fear, and Lady Leonia playfully referred to them as chickens. In a sudden wave of nostalgia, Lady Leonia reminisced about the orphanage she had spent her early years in. Her curiosity piqued, she inquired about its whereabouts. However, just as Duke Filio was about to answer, a guard stationed outside knocked nervously on the carriage window. The guard's anxiety was evident, for it was a Vorioti carriage, and stringent identity verification was necessary. Duke Filio's response was succinct yet reassuring, as he simply uttered, "You've worked hard." With a tinge of curiosity, Lady Leonia asked Duke Filio if the identity confirmation was complete. Duke Filio's uncertainty was apparent in his reply. The guard's attention shifted to Lady Leonia, who introduced herself as Leonie Vorioti. She empathized with the guard, recognizing the difficulty of the task at hand. Sporting a sly smile, she inquired about when their carriage's confirmation would be finalized. Overwhelmed by Lady Leonia's presence, the guard quickly granted their carriage passage. As a result, the carriage continued on its journey without encountering any further issues. As the carriage glided through the bustling capital, Duke Filio engaged Lady Leonia in conversation, asking about her impressions of their arrival. Lady Leonia responded with casual indifference, remarking, "It doesn't strike me as particularly special." Their journey culminated at a magnificent mansion, leaving Lady Leonia astounded by its immaculate and somewhat intimidating cleanliness. Duke Filio clarified, "This is our residence in the capital." Lady Leonia, with curiosity piqued, turned to Duke Filio and inquired about the origin of the mansion they were approaching. Duke Filio's response was candid. "This is precisely why I didn't want to come to the capital." Lady Leonia countered, suggesting that if Duke Filio had such a strong aversion to the mansion, he could have considered renovating it. Duke Filio responded dismissively, "It's too much work. Why would I want to go through all that?" With this exchange behind them, Lady Leonia and Duke Filio disembarked from the carriage and found a group of people waiting just outside the gate. One of them respectfully bowed and uttered, "Master, please come in." Lady Leonia felt perplexed, and the observant individual welcomed her to the capital. He introduced himself as the mansion's butler and proudly disclosed that he was Castor's son, responsible for managing the northern mansion. Lady Leonia was pleasantly surprised to learn of the butler's connection to Castor and his occasional nickname, Kara. Mr. Castor openly expressed his surprise, admitting that he hadn't anticipated Duke Filio becoming a father. In response, Duke Filio reiterated, "I've mentioned before that I adopted a child." Mr. Castor confessed that he had genuinely doubted Duke Filio would take such a step. He hastened to assure Lady Leonia that he held no blame toward her, and the group eagerly awaited her arrival. Intrigued, Lady Leonia asked about Duke Filio's relationship with Uncle Tra, and the butler explained that they were akin to siblings. He also revealed that his mother had served as Duke Filio's nanny, and they had grown up together, born around the same time. This revelation left Lady Leonia in awe, prompting her to delve deeper into Granny Kara's role in Duke Filio's life. The butler added that he had previously worked with the Gladigo Order of Knights and had participated in 3 or 4 magic beast hunts, although it had proven challenging. As Lady Leonia observed him, she wondered whether his lack of physical strength had contributed to the difficulties he faced during those hunts. Inside the mansion, Lady Leonia and Duke Filio had already settled. Lady Leonia found herself in her room, thoroughly impressed by her surroundings. She was struck by a sense of déjà vu, as if she had lived here before, which made her feel incredibly at ease. However, she couldn't help but comment on the abundance of furnishings in the room. One of the maids kindly reassured her, emphasizing that this was also Lady Leonia's home now, and she would be residing in the capital for an extended period. The maid took pride in explaining how they had carefully decorated the room, considering that it would be used by the most esteemed lady in the entire empire. As Lady Leonia pondered these thoughts, she couldn't help but wonder if it might be a good thing that the master's family had chosen not to stay, given the lavish accommodations and the warm welcome she had received. Maid Violet and Miss Connie diligently examined every corner of the room and its contents, confirming the absence of dust on the window pane. Miss Connie also remarked that the clothes appeared to be in good condition. Lady Leonia began to feel a growing unease and pondered that perhaps the supervisor was even more formidable than herself. This prompted her to step out of the room, where she joined the maids, who were waiting and standing by. Lady Leonia informed Miss Connie of her intention to meet Duke Filio and assured her that she would return later. Miss Connie sensed that Lady Leonia might also be under pressure and inquired if she knew the way. With a cheerful demeanor, Lady Leonia confidently stated that she would easily find Duke Filio's whereabouts in no time. Lady Leonia gracefully strolled down the hallway, utterly captivated by the intricate workings of the beast's fearsome fangs. As she continued her exploration, her gaze was drawn upwards to the ornate ceiling, adorned with a stunning painting featuring a variety of animals. Suddenly, her keen eye caught sight of Duke Filio on the 3rd floor. Without hesitation, Lady Leonia called out to him, prompting Mr. Rupert to swiftly open the nearby door. The unfolding situation left Lady Leonia slightly bewildered, but Mr. Castor reassured her by mentioning Duke Filio's reputation as a meticulous individual. Intrigued, Lady Leonia halted Duke Filio and inquired about his destination. She then turned her attention towards Rupert and Mr. Castor, offering them a warm smile and a confident thumbs up.
Lady Leonia couldn't help but notice that Mr. Rupert and Mr. Castor seemed quite stressed, which she attributed to Duke Filio's less-than-pleasant disposition. In the capital, everyone had the privilege of scheduling a meeting with him at their convenience, except for individuals he held in disdain, such as the Emperor. Duke Filio inquired about Lady Leonia's reason for visiting and suggested she take some rest. With a warm smile, Lady Leonia replied that she had come simply because she missed Duke Filio's company. Mr. Castor, who had been witness to this interaction, marveled at how Lady Leonia had successfully lightened Duke Filio's mood. As Lady Leonia and Duke Filio engaged in a delightful conversation, Duke Filio gently began walking while still holding Lady Leonia. She playfully winked at Mr. Rupert and Mr. Castor, leaving both of them visibly pleased as they noted the transformation in the room's atmosphere. In another setting, Lady Leonia recommended that Duke Filio discover a nice place to dine on his way home. Duke Filio, however, inquired whether she wanted anything to take home. Lady Leonia responded with affection, expressing her desire to join Duke Filio for a meal. She lovingly proposed the idea of sharing future culinary adventures together and wished to make a heartfelt promise to Duke Filio. In a somber tone, Duke Filio broached a weighty question, his expression betraying the gravity of the matter. If I were to instigate a solo revolution, how long do you reckon it would take to challenge Vorioti Ambulum within the walls of the Imperial Palace? With a touch of irony, he mused, it's rather amusing to think that I can't even take my own daughter out because some clueless individual fails to grasp the situation. Nervously, Lady Leonia silently wished, please don't use me as an excuse. While Duke Filio quietly contemplated how the Emperor's vision had become clouded after ascending the throne, the thought of putting an end to this rat crossed his mind. Startled and alarmed, Lady Leonia suddenly exclaimed, "You're insane." She fervently pleaded with Duke Filio to abandon this perilous idea and simply depart. She also confessed that she didn't wish for Duke Filio to become an emperor. Instead, she found the idea of playfully toying with those in power more appealing. Taken aback by Lady Leonia's unexpected response, Duke Filio couldn't help but inquire, "Where did you acquire such a cunning streak?" Lady Leonia sat on the couch, appearing quite exhausted due to the earlier discussion regarding Duke Filio's ideas. She remarked, "Duke Filio may be an adult, but he still acts like a child. How can he wear his hatred so openly?" In that moment, Mr. Castor made his entrance, bearing a tray with sweet drinks and cookies for Lady Leonia, who graciously expressed her appreciation. Mr. Castor suggested they engage in a casual conversation, but Lady Leonia, with a winsome smile, responded, "Mr. Castor, you're Madame Care's son. Moreover, I can't converse with you too informally, given your close ties with my father. He would surely reprimand me for it, don't you think? He's always held his associates in high esteem." Lady Leonia's statement took Mr. Castor by surprise, leaving him pleasantly astonished. Mr. Castor couldn't help but ponder how Lady Leonia, though physically smaller than her peers, possessed a remarkable intellect that even outshone some adults. She epitomized precisely what Castor's mother had described in her letters. Last autumn, Mr. Castor had been the first to learn of Duke Filio's impulsive decision to adopt, and at that time, he had been filled with concern, uncertain about the feasibility of such an unconventional arrangement. However, Lady Leonia had proven herself adept in every aspect, truly a prodigious talent. She was like the embodiment of the color black, encompassing all others, with the fierce attributes of a beast's fawn. Her intellect exceeded that of her peers, and even her discerning approach to her inner circle felt oddly familiar. Like déjà vu, Mr. Castor had experienced a sense of mystery when he first encountered Duke Filio as a young boy. Suddenly, a maid entered the room carrying a tray laden with mail papers. Lady Leonia inquired about them, and Mr. Castor explained that they were letters addressed to Duke Filio. Lady Leonia expressed her surprise at their quantity, noting that in the north, only about 3 or 4 letters arrived for Duke Filio each day. Mr. Castor clarified that Duke Filio's authority in the north was exceptionally strong, and no one had the privilege of sending private letters to him. In response, Lady Leonia asked if Mr. Castor hailed from the north as well. He replied that he had indeed lived there until he matured. Puzzled, Lady Leonia mused on the enigmatic forces that might run beneath the northern soil. Mr. Castor meticulously read through each of the male letters while Lady Leonia examined their names. However, Lady Leonia couldn't find any correspondence from the female lead, the Albany family, a strong contender for the role of stepmother. Nevertheless, Lady Leonia had no intention of forcing anything and believed that things should unfold naturally. She pondered the unknown direction of the story, her primary concern being her father's happiness, which she held above all else. Setting aside her musings, Lady Leonia couldn't help but be intrigued by the character named Varia, speculating that she might be quite attractive. When Mr. Castor overheard her comment and inquired about it, Lady Leonia casually brushed it off, saying it was nothing. However, Mr. Castor then noticed Lady Leonia holding a particular letter and asked if that was the person she had mentioned earlier. Lady Leonia confirmed that it was, identifying the sender as the young lady from the Haina family. Mr. Castor mentioned that thanks to her, the previous winter had been warm. Curious, Lady Leonia inquired about the sincerity behind this statement. Mr. Castor proceeded to open the letters, and Lady Leonia observed this, silently wondering why he would do so when they were addressed to her father. Nevertheless, Mr. Castor handed over the message to Lady Leonia, who began to read its contents. To her surprise, the entire message consisted of a simple declaration, "I love you, Your Grace," repeated across the entire page. Mr. Castor mentioned that there are many unusual trends gaining popularity in the capital. He recently heard from a maid that writing a letter to someone you like using red ink has become fashionable, as it is believed to create a charming connection between the sender and receiver. Additionally, Mr. Castor pointed out that making cookies with mysterious or unknown ingredients was a trend 2 years ago. When you compare it to that, isn't this new trend rather endearing? Lady Leonia couldn't help but wonder if she had misjudged the genre of the novel she was reading, as it seemed to be more of a romance novel than expected. Mr. Castor also mentioned that they receive at least 10 such letters every day, which is considered a relief. Lady Leonia couldn't help but feel sorry for her father, Duke Filio. Mr. Rupert inquired if Duke Filio's ears were itching, speculating that someone might be insulting him. Duke Filio responded casually, remarking that it was hardly a novel occurrence. This prompted a chuckle from Mr. Rupert, who quipped that Duke Filio would surely enjoy a long life. Duke Filio retorted playfully, suggesting that Mr. Rupert's day might end sooner than expected. In a more serious tone, Mr. Rupert proposed the idea of taking a summer holiday to Duke Filio, who agreed, acknowledging it as an excellent suggestion. As they discussed this vacation plan, Duke Filio couldn't help but reminisce about happier moments from the past. Duke Filio inquired of Mr. Rupert the expected return date for Dame Levi Path. As a result of this question, it was evident that a man at the front was attentively observing and listening to their conversation. Mr. Rupert then conveyed that he had received information suggesting Dame Levipath's return to the capital in a week, indicating that the resolution of her affairs was taking longer than originally anticipated. In response, Duke Filio acknowledged that the circumstances had evolved to this point, and thus, it couldn't be helped. Duke Filio now stood before the door, where the man from earlier had asked him to wait a moment. Duke Filio turned to Mr. Rupert and advised him to exercise caution as well. In response, Mr. Rupert remarked that playing a despised role was nothing new to him. He had been doing so since his youth. Duke Filio pointed out that the revival of the name Ricos was not just any ordinary matter for the emperor, it held significant importance. Mr. Rupert countered, finding amusement in the thought of seeing the Emperor's reaction. He then continued by cautioning Duke Filio to be careful, even if the other party appeared utterly useless. He asked if he should at least maintain his manners. Duke Filio nodded in agreement, stating that it might be a wise course of action. The man from earlier stated, "His Majesty has requested your presence." With a proud and resolute expression, Duke Filio entered the room. Inside, they found Majesty Savithio Aquila Belios waiting. Duke Filio greeted the Majesty, all while pondering whether it was time to manipulate him like a puppet. Discord between the imperial court and the northern territories runs deep. However, on occasion, there were moments when the relationship between these two powers grew as serene as newly sprouted buds. The most recent example of this occurred between the recently deceased late emperor and Duke Voliati, who passed away slightly earlier. Born into highly prestigious families, these two individuals developed an unexpectedly strong bond. They held hope that their children would also foster a meaningful connection, but regrettably, that aspiration never came to fruition. Duke Filio was genuinely astounded because the emperor now excelled at concealing his emotions. Duke Filio offered a sincere apology for his earlier use of impolite language in the presence of His Majesty. In response, His Majesty cautioned him to choose his words carefully. With that, Duke Filio commenced his explanation. While it was young Master Tabaniwise who was apprehended on the scene, it is important to note that his father, Count Tabaniwise, is deeply entwined in this matter. The key culprits in this operation were Tabaniwise, Moroka, and Grise. Furthermore, several other noble families, including Baron Heracles from the west, have connections to this illicit monster trading scheme. Duke Filio then presented the documents that contained a list of individuals planning to participate in the illegal monster trading auction and invited them to examine the evidence. His Majesty is visibly restraining his emotions as he acknowledges Duke Filio's diligent efforts. In response, Duke Filio humbly downplays his contributions, stating that it's a small matter when it comes to apprehending criminals who threaten the very foundation of our empire. He credits this achievement to the effective leadership of His Majesty. At this point, Majesty's irritation becomes palpable as he reflects on how, in less than 2 months, all these seemingly worthless individuals have met their downfall despite the considerable power he had lent them. Turning his attention to the pressing matter at hand, Majesty inquires about the current status of young Master Tabaniwise. Duke Filio delivers the unfortunate news that Tabaniwise has met an untimely demise. Majesty reacts with shock, exclaiming that Tabaniwise perished without the benefit of a proper trial. Duke Filio quickly clarifies that Tabaniwise's death was not at his hands. To investigate the crime, Tabaniwise had been confined with a gang in the dungeon, but tragically, he fell victim to a monstrous attack. Majesty expresses confusion regarding the presence of the creature, prompting Duke Filio to explain that the Inopacora is a cunning predator that hides in the shadows of its prey before launching its ambush. Apparently, one of these creatures concealed itself in young Master Tabaniwise's shadow while he was transporting the monster clubs. It appears that the criminals had intended to profit from these creatures due to their resemblance to dogs and wolves. However, as Duke Filio emphasizes, a monster remains a monster, and it will prey on anything to sate its hunger, be it other monsters or people. There could even be another lurking nearby. Majesty responds to Duke Filio's statement with skepticism, suggesting it sounds like an excessive jest, to which Duke Filio seems content with the course of their conversation. In the evening, Lady Leonia finds herself in the dining room, observing that Uncle Lupe is currently in a precarious position, facing the Emperor's disdain. She wonders aloud whether he will escape reprimand this time. Mr. Rupert joins the conversation, noting that, for the time being, the surname Ricos he has acquired is linked to a noble family that once served as a pillar of support in the north. Although their family lineage was severed decades ago, they remain steadfast allies of the Voliati ducal family. Lady Leonia raises a question about the ease with which noble titles are granted. In response, Duke Filio explains that there is no inherent reason to prevent it. These so-called backbone families all fall under the jurisdiction of the Voliati family, as it was one of the founding emperor's pledges to grant them absolute autonomy in the north. Mr. Rupert reveals that historical records show a member of the Viscount Ricos family marrying into the Marquis Fardus lineage, with that individual turning out to be his grandfather. Therefore, he believes he is the most fitting candidate to bear the Ricos surname. Lady Leonia contemplates the emperor's apparent insecurity toward the north. Not only has Uncle Lupe been labeled a traitor to the Fardus family, but she also inquires about Mr. Rupert's safety when traveling at night. Furthermore, she questions why he didn't leverage the monster incident against the Emperor from the outset. Duke Filio acknowledges that it could have been possible but introduces two distinct ideas. The first reason relates to preserving the Empire's stability, with only 3 years having passed since the late Emperor's demise. Causing upheaval due to the current Emperor's errors seemed unwarranted. Duke Filio then turns to Lady Leonia, asking for her thoughts on the second reason. Lady Leonia, somewhat perplexed, ponders her response, realizing that both Duke Filio and Mr. Rupert eagerly anticipate her answer. Initially considering feigning naivety by claiming her youth and inexperience, she hesitates, understanding that this approach might prove overwhelming for her two companions. Hello, everyone! If we can gather 10 comments on this video, the next one will be extended to a 30-minute duration. Thank you for your support. Lady Leonia responded confidently, "It's quite apparent. It's for Empress Tigria and the West." Her statement left both Duke Filio and Mr. Rupert thoroughly impressed. She elaborated, in the event that news leaks regarding the involvement of the imperial family in this matter, the resulting damage would likely be attributed to Empress Tigria. Presently, there's a significant conflict between the Empress's faction from the west and the Crown Princess's faction from the south. His Majesty the Emperor has clearly displayed his favoritism towards intervention. One of their objectives is to shift blame onto the Empress's birth parents, who are currently under suspicion. Lady Leonia added thoughtfully, "If Duke Filio had pressed the Emperor today, it's possible that even the Crown Princess's supporters would have eagerly tried to implicate the Empress at any cost. For the sake of the Empress's safety, I propose that we proceed with caution." She then pondered whether there might be another underlying reason for these events. This revelation left Mr. Rupert genuinely astounded. Lady Leonia also mentioned that the North currently holds the upper hand. The East and the West have received significant support from the North's beast clan Vorioti. Thanks to their assistance, they've identified and dealt with traitors within their territories. The West places high value on loyalty, while the East has a strong sense of pride. This is a significant development and serves as a valid reason to seek their aid should anything happen in the North. Lady Leonia then asked for their thoughts and opinions on her idea. Duke Filio and Mr. Rupert fell silent for a moment and admiring Lady Leonia's intelligence. He openly praised her for her keen insights, and Lady Leonia, though flattered, blushed modestly. Duke Filio, however, decided to contribute to the conversation, suggesting that such intelligence was expected from someone of the Volioti family. Lady Leonia playfully hushed him, urging him to read the room. Meanwhile, Mr. Rupert couldn't help but reflect on his own youth. He recalled that, during his younger years, he had been considered one of the brightest students among his peers, taking great pride in his achievements. Yet, if he had encountered Lady Leonia at that age, he believed she would have effortlessly outshone him with her ability to comprehend the intricacies of the empire, understanding who wielded power in each region. In fact, he considered the possibility that Lady Leonia might possess an even deeper understanding than he did. Lady Leonia couldn't help but notice Mr. Rupert's expression, and she exclaimed, "Mr. Rupert, you were staring at him, and your breathing was so heavy." Mr. Rupert quickly denied it, claiming it wasn't as it seemed, but the subsequent scenes suggested otherwise, leaving them both surprised. With that, the delightful and extraordinary dining experience of Lady Leonia, Duke Filio, and Mr. Rupert came to an end. Meanwhile, at Tabanis Mansion, a group of elderly individuals gathered outside, clearly in a hurry. One elderly woman anxiously inquired about their son's situation, and an older man assured her that he had dispatched people to gather news, which should arrive shortly. However, he emphasized the need to leave immediately. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tense atmosphere, and when Count Tabanis turned his head, he spotted someone approaching. It was Miss Levi Path. Levi Path greeted Count Tabanis and asked if he was doing well. Count Tabanis is gripped by fear, his emotions overwhelming him. Miss Levi Path, identifying herself as Melius Levi Path of the Gladigo Knights, announces that she has assumed the role of captain for Lady Leonia's escort, under the orders of Duke Boliotti. The mere mention of Boliotti makes Count Tabanis tremble. A recent recollection surfaces in Count Tabanis's mind. About a week ago, he received a personal letter from the Emperor, stating that the Gladigo Knights would arrive soon. This revelation leaves Count Tabanis bewildered, questioning why the Gladigo Knights are now before him. His attempt to shout is promptly halted by Mr. Gable, who reminds him, as a noble, it's impolite to disturb the peace of the night. The conversation unfolds, and Count Tabanis is drawn to his son's ring, a gift he had bestowed. Miss Levi Path addresses Duke Filio's concerns, revealing that Count Tabanis's son fell victim to Inapaco, a lurking demon of darkness. Mr. Gable adds that Duke Filio has a message for Count Tabanis, urging him to request it. The message is grim. "You're as good as dead in a trap you set for yourself. It's all your fault." Miss Levi Path recalls Duke Filio's ominous words to Miss Connie, "No one openly desires self-destruction, but should such a person cross my path, I'll grant them the dubious honor of staining their blade with their own blood." Miss Levi Path couldn't help but admire Duke Filio's commitment to keeping his promises. With the delightful night coming to an end, the passing hours gave way to a beautiful morning. Lady Leonia couldn't contain her joy at seeing Levi Path once more, and the feeling was mutual. Levi Path greeted Lady Leonia warmly, assuring her that the mission had been successfully completed. Lady Leonia's happiness was palpable, and she expressed how much she had missed Miss Levi Path. Curious about Levi Path's arrival time, Lady Leonia inquired, and Levi Path replied that she had arrived early in the morning. Lady Leonia voiced concern that Levi Path might be tired, but Miss Levi Path's gentle response was reassuring. "In your presence, my fatigue has completely vanished," she said, bringing a smile to Lady Leonia's face. As they began to walk, Lady Leonia spotted Mr. Provo and Mr. Gable along the way. Mr. Gable remarked on how quickly Lady Leonia had grown during their absence, estimating her age at 6. Lady Leonia was thrilled to hear this and even mentioned that she would be turning 8 later in the year, concluding that it made no significant difference. However, Miss Levi Path disagreed and proudly attributed Lady Leonia's growth to her improved health. Levi Path recalled their initial meeting, admitting that she had initially thought Lady Leonia was only 3 years old, causing Lady Leonia to chuckle at the memory. Suddenly, Lady Leonia's attention was drawn to Duke Filio, and she hurriedly approached him, playfully scolding him for starting dinner without her and insisting that they should have eaten together. Duke Filio countered by reminding her that she had slept in, to which Lady Leonia retorted that he had been the one to instruct everyone not to wake her up. Inside the dining room, Lady Leonia enjoyed her morning bread as Duke Filio suggested that they go visit the capital. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, Lady Leonia responded, "And perhaps I can buy a book too." In the bustling capital, where many people were enjoying their day, the ladies of the capital were genuinely amazed by Duke Filio's striking looks and charm. However, a child in their company felt apprehensive due to Duke Filio's intimidating demeanor. In a sudden burst of excitement, Lady Leonia disembarked from the carriage, her anticipation for the upcoming visit to the bookstore evident. Her eyes landed on an impressive edifice that appeared to be the bookstore, leaving her genuinely awestruck. Unfortunately, her zeal led to a momentary stumble. Swift as ever, Duke Filio reached out, supporting her and helping her regain her balance. With an air of caution, he reminded her to be careful and not wander off. Lady Leonia quickly assured him that she had no intention of misbehaving. Her fascination was solely reserved for the grand building before her. Duke Filio decided to carry Lady Leonia, prioritizing her safety. In response, she signaled to those nearby, gesturing for them to avert their gaze. Duke Filio gently called her back, advising her to pay no heed to the onlookers. Lady Leonia shared her perspective, voicing her belief that they shouldn't invite undue scrutiny from the public. In the quieter Boreoti Square, it had been considered impolite to stare directly at someone, and people would avert their eyes, feigning indifference. However, here in the capital, the locals openly observed one another. Duke Filio explained that while local customs might differ, they need not conform to them. He counseled Lady Leonia not to engage with the curious gazes but instead to carry herself with dignity and stay her course. Furthermore, he assured her that should anyone cause her distress, she need only inform the knights, who would investigate and report back to him. This declaration left those around them feeling uneasy and apprehensive. Duke Filio and Lady Leonia stepped into the bookstore, and the atmosphere became charged with a palpable nervousness among the assistants. Lady Leonia eagerly embarked on her exploration of the store, accompanied by Miss Levi Path. Duke Filio, observing Lady Leonia's sensitivity just moments before, couldn't help but feel a profound sense of relief. Suddenly, an elderly man with glasses warmly greeted Duke Filio and inquired if he had a particular book in mind. Duke Filio responded that he was simply in search of a few books, adding a few words of his own. Lady Leonia's face radiated with delight upon discovering the book she had longed for. However, a sense of unease lingered as she noticed that people still regarded her as a child. Though she had grown accustomed to such treatment and sometimes played along, dancing in the middle of the store was clearly not an option. Curious about the source of Lady Leonia's profound happiness, Duke Filio questioned what it was about the book that had such a profound impact on her. Lady Leonia expressed her gratitude to Duke Filio, and in response to his inquiry about whether words alone could evoke such joy, she bestowed upon him a sweet and affectionate kiss on the cheek. With that delightful moment shared, Duke Filio suggested that it was time for them to return. Inside the carriage, Lady Leonia's happiness and excitement still radiated. She made it clear that she wouldn't tolerate even the tiniest scratch on her cherished book, emphasizing her commitment to its safekeeping. Duke Filio quietly observed Lady Leonia's joyful moment, and when she noticed his gaze, she inquisitively asked, "What's on your mind?" Duke Filio responded by requesting that she treat him with the same enthusiasm as she did her books. Lady Leonia playfully teased him, suggesting that he might be envious of the book. Duke Filio countered, saying, "But I'm the one who bought that book for you." Lady Leonia, with a playful smile, reminded him that she had already rewarded him with a kiss. A little later, Duke Filio proposed finding a place to stop before having lunch. Lady Leonia, curious about their destination, asked where they were headed. Duke Filio mentioned the academy, piquing Lady Leonia's interest. She inquired about his reason for visiting, and Duke Filio explained that there was something he needed to check. It occurred to Lady Leonia that Mr. Ardea used to teach at the academy. The Belius Empire is a monarchy with a robust federal institution. Within the capital's heart, the emperor wields absolute power. However, the presence of forces that have held dominion over the other 4 regions since before the empire's inception has led to these regions developing strong independence. while diminishing the influence of the royal family. The distinct characteristics of this empire are evident in various aspects, including noble assemblies, the elite society within the capital, and, lastly, the academy. Lady Leonia and Duke Filio strolled through the building, and Lady Leonia leaned in and whispered, "Is there no wealth here?" Duke Filio clarified, "It's because they have to use their funds to acquire the necessary resources for their own research and to maintain the building." This brought to Lady Leonia's mind the counsel she had received from Mr. Ardia about the notion of abandoning family and title to immerse oneself in study and leave home behind. Lady Leonia and Duke Filio strolled through the building, and Lady Leonia leaned in and whispered, "Is there no wealth here?" Duke Filio clarified, "It's because they have to use their funds to acquire the necessary resources for their own research and to maintain the building." This brought to Lady Leonia's mind the counsel she had received from Mr. Ardia about the notion of abandoning family and title to immerse oneself in study and leave home behind. Suddenly, a voice called out, and Duke Filio turned to see an elderly woman greeting him as the Master of the North. In a respectful tone, he acknowledged her as his former teacher. Lady Leonia was taken aback when she heard the word teacher escape Duke Filio's lips. Duke Filio went on to explain that this woman had been his teacher during his time at the academy. Lady Leonia, displaying her gracious manners, offered a warm greeting and curtsied to the teacher, introducing herself as Leonia Boriotti. The teacher responded warmly, introducing herself as Strige Bubo, the same teacher who had once instructed Duke Boliotti. This revelation piqued Lady Leonia's curiosity about what kind of student Duke Filio had been. Teacher Strige was equally intrigued and asked Lady Leonia to describe him as a student. With a beaming smile filled with pride, Lady Leonia described Duke Filio as a student who excelled in every endeavor. In a light-hearted moment, Lady Leonia playfully brought up Duke Filio's inability to draw, which elicited hearty laughter from both Duke Filio and Teacher Strige. Teacher Strige remarked that Duke Filio had truly embraced his role as a father. Duke Filio, feeling a tad embarrassed, apologized for showing this side of himself. However, Teacher Strige reassured him that there was no need for shame, emphasizing that such moments were a natural part of family life. She spoke kindly about Duke Filio's ability to lead a fulfilling life, especially as a family man. Lady Leonia then asked Teacher Strige about Mr. Ardia, recounting the story of his decision to abandon his wife and children to pursue studies at the academy. Teacher Strige responded with a warm smile, explaining that the academy was often an exception, and it wasn't always possible to treat everyone the same way. Her words left Lady Leonia feeling a sense of empathy for Mr. Ardia. As they walked, Lady Leonia expressed her desire to visit the academy to Duke Filio, who readily agreed. However, he emphasized that Lady Leonia must remain close to the escort knights, a condition to which she willingly acquiesced. While ascending the stairs, Duke Filio and Teacher Strige headed up, while the two others descended, experiencing a sudden unease as they observed Duke Filio's demeanor and facial expressions. Teacher Strige couldn't help but reflect on the past and the transformation of the young Duke Filio into the man he had become. She brought up the topic of Lady Leonia's time in an orphanage, prompting Duke Filio to inquire if rumors had made their way to the academy. Teacher Strige explained that in the capital, rumors tended to have a kernel of truth, even if they carried a somewhat malicious tone. She commended Duke Filio for his handling of the situation. Duke Filio, in a contemplative moment, remarked that it all seemed rather magical when he looked at Teacher Strige and himself, as though the long-standing conflict between the North and South were merely an illusion. Teacher Strige, pondering both the past and the present, couldn't help but note that her student, Duke Filio, remained enigmatic in some ways. Turning to the topic of North-South relations, Teacher Strige asked Duke Filio whether everyone from the South held a strong resentment toward the North. Duke Filio acknowledged that in recent times, such sentiments seemed prevalent. In front of a door with a signboard that read "No Entry," Duke Filio spoke in a mysterious tone, noting that Teacher Strige had yet to apprehend the killer. Teacher Strige admitted that there had been no progress in the investigation, and she felt a lack of commitment from the investigative agency. However, she mentioned that there were individuals who were genuinely interested in solving the case. She pointed out that even without entering, as Duke Filio had suggested, no one had been allowed in or out of this place since then. Consequently, this place remained unchanged, a room with a signboard bearing the name and address of Ardia Bosgruni. Ardia Bosgruni, a highly respected scholar, made a fateful decision to leave his wife and children behind in pursuit of his academic dreams in the capital. This choice left an indelible mark on him. His extensive academic contributions and numerous research endeavors held immense significance within the scholarly community. At the academy, he was celebrated as a talented yet eccentric professor. In the present context, Duke Filio inquired about the presence of any other locations as disorderly as this one. Teacher Strige explained that there was a laboratory on the left and a data room on the second floor, but none matched the chaos of this particular room. She then inquired about Professor Bosgruni's well-being. Duke Filio disclosed that Professor Bosgruni now resided in the craft workshop, where he was tutoring Lady Leonia. In response, Teacher Strige wondered if Mr. Bosgruni had returned to his hometown. Duke Filio reassured her, explaining that he had summoned Countess Bosgruni to the mansion as a precaution. Teacher Strige expressed her relief, tinged with a touch of concern, that Countess Bosgruni hadn't harmed Mr. Ardia. She remarked on Countess Bosgruni's inability to control her temper, even in the face of minor annoyances. Countess Bosgruni had once been a legendary figure in the aristocratic world during her youth. Her mere presence, holding a cup, could enrapture all the young men. Teacher Strige fondly recalled Countess Bosgruni's extraordinary beauty, describing her as the idol of everyone. However, Duke Filio noted that Countess Bosgruni's attitude remained unchanged. Teacher Strige mentioned that she needed to step out for a brief moment. As she made her way outside, she suddenly sensed a heightened aura of power. This compelled Teacher Strige to re-enter the room, where she discovered several scattered beast crystals on the floor. She couldn't help but be amazed by the fact that she had reached the end of the hall, yet the presence she felt lingered. Duke Filio inquired about Teacher Strige's well-being, and she assured him that she was fine. Seizing the opportunity, she asked Duke Filio if he intended to stay in the capital for an extended period. It had been 3 years since the former emperor's passing. However, Duke Filio expressed a lack of interest in the upcoming banquet, explaining that he had little desire to attend, especially considering Lady Leonia's young age. In response, Teacher Strige suggested the idea of hiring a nanny for Lady Leonia, but Duke Filio declined, citing the exceptional work of the current maids. He then turned the conversation toward Teacher Strige's own daughter, inquiring if she had matured. Presently, Mr. Provo finds himself captivated by the institution's surroundings, while Miss Levi Path points out that the imposing building beyond the window is the academy. Within the institution's ranks, many are esteemed professors at the academy. However, Mr. Gable abruptly observes that everyone appears remarkably youthful. Lady Leonia remarks on Mr. Gable's tendency to speak like an older individual and questions why a young man would adopt such a manner. In response, Mr. Gable suggests that Lady Leonia is the one who converses with the wisdom of maturity. Despite this, Lady Leonia continues to assert that Mr. Gable remains in the prime of his youth. Then, for a fleeting moment, Mr. Gable mentions having younger siblings, including a brother who gained admission to the academy just last year. Lady Leonia expresses her enthusiasm for this development. The capital's academy is a prestigious institution exclusively attended by the brightest minds. Graduating from it holds significant prestige even within aristocratic circles. The revelation that Mr. Gable has a younger brother surprised everyone. In response, Mr. Gable shared that he hails from the southern region, where his parents run a business selling metal ornaments. Initially, his parents were thrilled when he expressed his ambition to become a knight. However, their attitude took a dramatic turn when he mentioned his decision to enroll at Gladigo. This shift in his parents' attitude left Lady Leonia visibly frustrated, prompting her to emphasize that the northern region, Gladigo in particular, has its own merits. Miss Levi Path chimed in, highlighting the severity of regional discrimination. Curious, Lady Leonia inquired if this discrimination is as pronounced in other areas. Mr. Provo clarified that it varies across regions, acknowledging competition but noting that it is seldom as overt as it is in the South. Mr. Gable then disclosed that he left his southern home to venture northward, and as a result, his parents severed all ties with him. Lady Leonia wondered if this separation is the reason Mr. Gable hasn't met his younger brother. In response, Mr. Gable explained, with a hint of melancholy, that he left before and left his younger brother a letter along with half of his savings. Regrettably, his younger brother couldn't contact him during this time. It was only last year that Mr. Gable received a letter from his younger brother, announcing his acceptance into the academy. This act of kindness left Mr. Gable feeling both grateful and remorseful, as his younger brother's letter held no blame. The group was taken aback by Mr. Gable's unexpected vulnerability, but then, Lady Leonia reached out with a gentle tap on his back, offering support. She shared a thoughtful perspective, acknowledging uncertainty about the future but encouraging Mr. Gable to reconnect with those he misses. She noted that Mr. Gable's initial gesture of writing a letter may have left the door open for his younger brother. She urged him to let go of regret and seize the opportunity. In response, Mr. Gable resolved to muster his courage. Amidst this heartfelt conversation, Mr. Provo, with a touch of curiosity, questioned Lady Leonia's age. Miss Levi Path happily clarified that Lady Leonia would be turning 8 in the upcoming fall. She commended Lady Leonia for her maturity and straightforwardness, which enabled them to converse with her as friends despite the age difference. The Academy tour has concluded, and a plush owl toy named Surrey Owl, representing a specific owl species and serving as the Academy's symbol, has caught Lady Leonia's admiration. She contemplates placing it alongside the lion doll. Teacher Strige kindly offers Lady Leonia a book about the Surrey Owl if she's interested, emphasizing the importance of being cautious on her way home, a sentiment echoed by Duke Filio. As the carriage sets in motion, Lady Leonia notes Duke Filio's profound respect for Teacher Strige, a sentiment Duke Filio readily acknowledges. Lady Leonia praises this display of respect, recognizing its enduring value. In the capital's most renowned restaurant, a hushed murmur swept through the patrons as Duke Filio and Lady Leonia made their entrance. The stir in the crowd was due to the presence of a figure often referred to as the Black Beast. Suddenly, Duke Filio broke the silence, confessing to Lady Leonia that he had neglected to make a reservation. This led to a courteous waiter requesting a moment's wait. Amid the brief pause, Lady Leonia, with a touch of unease, suggested that perhaps Duke Filio shouldn't have relied on their familial connection to secure a table. She expressed a simple desire for a fresh salad. Duke Filio assured her that it was her own wish to dine here that had brought them. Lady Leonia, with a hint of apprehension, emphasized that Duke Filio should refrain from exploiting his authority or their relationship as a pretext for special treatment. Duke Filio clarified that it was Lady Leonia's wish to dine at this establishment that had led them here and stated that they would leave if there were no available seats. A sudden turn of events saw the earlier acquaintance rushing over to inform them of an empty table becoming available. Lady Leonia found herself entranced by the delectable appearance of the salad. She couldn't resist taking a bite and was delighted by the flavors. However, Duke Filio couldn't help but comment on her seemingly larger appetite, to which Lady Leonia playfully admonished him, suggesting that he shouldn't use the word belly when referring to a lady. Duke Filio, perhaps overstepping, claimed an exception due to their familial bond, prompting Lady Leonia to remind him that her gender was, without a doubt, female. Duke Filio defended his previous comment by asserting that, if she had any self-awareness, what else could it be but a belly? Lady Leonia, with a touch of pride, inquired whether Duke Filio found her less than adorable. Duke Filio was taken aback by her sudden self-assessment as cute and suggested that only children needed to reveal their bellies to earn that label. He also remarked on her seeming maturity, surpassing even his own. Lady Leonia was pleased to be perceived as mature, but, before the sentiment could fully settle, Duke Filio took a detour, suggesting that she appeared old. He warned that if she continued down this path, she'd age prematurely. This unexpected comment sent Lady Leonia into a fit of anger, leaving a nearby waiter bewildered. Duke Filio responded to Lady Leonia's outburst by scooping her up, her rage evident to everyone in the restaurant. With a stern and furious tone, Lady Leonia cautioned Duke Filio against looking at her and uttering the word old again, hinting at the dullness of his life if he persisted. Duke Filio, with a touch of humor, noted that Lady Leonia was more ferocious than the most fearsome of monsters. This exchange left Miss Levi Path and Mr. Gable utterly speechless. Mr. Gable, inspired by the event, expressed his newfound courage to go see his younger brother. Miss Levi Path wholeheartedly agreed with the notion, stating that Mr. Gable most certainly needed to pay his younger brother a visit. She also emphasized that their situation wouldn't resemble that of Duke Filio and Lady Leonia. The amusing and extraordinary dining experience had come to an end, giving way to a bright and lovely morning. Lady Leonia found herself faced with a sizable stack of letters addressed to Duke Filio. Mr. Castor remarked that each and every one of these letters constituted either love letters or marriage proposals, and they had all arrived on that very morning. Lady Leonia couldn't resist a playful tease, joking that she had assumed Duke Filio's popularity would have waned by now. Mr. Castor went on to mention that he had filtered out any large parcels or heavy items, and he noted that there had been an unexpected surge in the number of letters and gifts in recent days. It was the first time he had ever witnessed such an influx of letters addressed to Duke Filio. As Lady Leonia began to peruse the letters, Duke Filio watched her with interest. She shared her thoughts, distinguishing between the letters from families she was acquainted with and those from families she had less familiarity with. Intrigued by her presence, Duke Filio inquired about her purpose. Lady Leonia replied with a cheerful smile and expression, stating her intention to carefully select from among the letters. Among the letters, there was one with a heartfelt message addressed to Sir Black Beast, the Master of the North. The chance encounter that day had stirred great excitement in my heart. It was beneath the scorching, brilliant summer sun that I saw you smile so endearingly, a smile that couldn't have been brighter. It was then that I realized that the Black Beast only bared his fangs in the presence of his enemies. Lady Leonia's expression took on a subtle but intrigued surprise as she delved into the contents of the letter. Meanwhile, Duke Filio was visibly perturbed by the contents of these individual letters. Lady Leonia, however, also shouldered the weight of responsibility for the sudden influx of such letters. She explained that everyone had fallen for Duke Filio after seeing him in the company of her daughter. Perplexed, Duke Filio asked why she found it distasteful. In response, Lady Leonia clarified that she didn't find it repulsive, but rather, she playfully uttered a beep beep. She also emphasized that she hadn't personally composed any of these letters. Lady Leonia was certain that the people who had penned these letters must have observed how Duke Filio had been watching over her. They had likely described and daydreamed about it as if it were some sort of fantastic romance. However, in all these love letters, Lady Leonia's name hadn't even been mentioned once. She wore a calm but slightly annoyed expression as she spoke with a serious tone, swearing that people could be so obvious. Seeing his daughter's expression, Duke Filio decided to call for Mr. Castor. Mr. Castor assured them that after examining the contents of the letters, he would compile a list of individuals who had included inappropriate details. Duke Filio, wearing a grave expression, remarked that it was astonishing how these individuals seemed to care so little for their own well-being. He then suggested that perhaps he should follow suit. Beyond the capital, the current escorts were Mr. Gable and Lady Leonia. Mr. Gable observed that people within the capital seemed to be fearless, though Lady Leonia's expression told a different story. Mr. Gable went on to explain that Duke Filio had specifically instructed them to don proper Gladigo uniforms when escorting Lady Leonia, and he comprehended the reasoning behind this directive. However, Lady Leonia questioned if Mr. Gable was feeling uncomfortably warm. Mr. Gable reassured her, stating that despite appearances, he felt quite comfortable. In response, Lady Leonia commented on Duke Filio's evident frustration, a sentiment Mr. Gable concurred with. Noting that they could all sense his agitation, he further disclosed that Mr. Rupert had earnestly implored him to safeguard something. Lady Leonia expressed her curiosity about how someone as seemingly frail as Mr. Rupert could serve as Duke Filio's secretary. Concerned, Mr. Gable asked Lady Leonia if she was feeling all right. The aristocratic society appeared even harsher and more ruthless than any other, evident at a mere glance. They held a disdainful attitude towards the illegitimate child of the Vorioti clan, largely due to her mother's undisclosed background. Lady Leonia pondered what her life might have been like if she were the real Leonie. Noticing Lady Leonia's distant expression, Mr. Gable sought to lift her spirits. He mentioned that he had obtained permission from Duke Filio that day and invited Lady Leonia to partake in some play and have some fun. In response, Lady Leonia adorned herself with a lovely smile. As they strolled along, Mr. Gable revealed that his younger brother's name was Bopa Gaber. This revelation left Lady Leonia somewhat stunned, her thoughts swirling around the significance of names and their role in family disconnections. She then inquired about what Mr. Gable's brother was currently pursuing. Mr. Gable responded that his younger brother was learning the art of making watches, which led Lady Leonia to comment that he must be exceptionally intelligent. Mr. Gable affirmed this, explaining that his younger brother had harbored a fascination with watches from a young age. Thanks to him, Mr. Gable had acquired the skill to repair simple watches. He also proudly mentioned that members of the Order of Knights often sought him out to have their timepieces fixed, which had brought him both recognition and income. With her usual demeanor, Lady Leonia acknowledged Mr. Gable's versatility, noting that he seemed to possess a wide array of skills. Lady Leonia warmly greeted a group of people, and it was evident that these three individuals had already fallen for her. She couldn't help but comment on how endearing they were, at that age where even the sight of falling leaves could bring them joy. Mr. Gable playfully questioned if Lady Leonia was starting to sound like an old grandmother. Curious about the arrival of Mr. Gable's younger brother, Lady Leonia inquired about when he might be joining them. Mr. Gable explained that the students were on their way, so his younger brother might be among them soon. Intrigued, Lady Leonia asked Mr. Gable to describe his younger brother's appearance. Mr. Gable suggested that his younger brother might not fit Lady Leonia's typical preferences. Intrigued, Lady Leonia elaborated on her preferences, expressing a liking for individuals who were fairly thin but still had some muscle definition. Mr. Gable then mentioned that his younger brother wasn't particularly muscular, which seemed to slightly disappoint Lady Leonia. Swiftly, she clarified that her preference for physique didn't equate to discrimination and hoped that no one would misunderstand if they overheard her. Lady Leonia took a moment to emphasize that her treatment of people was based on their individual qualities rather than physical attributes. Mr. Gable responded with a reassuring smile, sharing that his younger brother had faced numerous health challenges since childhood. He recounted how children in the neighborhood had teased him for his pale complexion and frail body. Mr. Gable went on to explain that his decision to become a knight had been influenced by his desire to protect his younger brother. Despite any external judgments, he firmly believed that his younger brother was a kind and sincere person. Lady Leonia used this opportunity to commend Mr. Gable, acknowledging his own kindness and sincerity. Lady Leonia found herself deeply contemplating Mr. Gable's younger brother, envisioning him as the gentle and somewhat frail type. As they waited for the wind to sweep the leaves away, Lady Leonia couldn't help but notice that Mr. Gable was quite handsome. She was convinced that his younger brother would likely share the same good looks. Lady Leonia pondered whether Mr. Gable's younger brother might also possess a calm and careful disposition, or perhaps he would fit the beautiful as a flower type, although she considered that notion somewhat outdated. In the midst of her thoughts, a young man walking alone had his face obscured by leaves blown by the wind. Lady Leonia's excitement grew as she recalled the original story where Duke Filio had ended up with the female lead, Barya. She wondered about the possibilities for others, thinking that there might still be a chance for different outcomes. Lady Leonia became genuinely curious about Mr. Gable's younger brother. Would he be the delicate type, the handsome type, or perhaps the cute type? Soon, the younger brother slowly revealed a bright smile and greeted Mr. Gable in a cheerful and affectionate tone. However, both Mr. Gable and Lady Leonia had noticeably different expressions, especially Lady Leonia, who was truly taken aback. It turned out that Mr. Gable's younger brother did not fit any of the three characteristics she had imagined. He was tall. Now, this towering figure went by the name of Manus, and he wasn't just tall, he boasted an impressive muscular physique. Mr. Gable found himself genuinely surprised and couldn't resist questioning his younger brother about how he had achieved such a transformation. Mr. Manus replied by asking Mr. Gable if he remembered giving him a teddy bear before he left. He then explained that his remarkable strength had developed because of that very teddy bear. Mr. Gable was still trying to grasp the extent of the change and pressed further, eager to know what had become of the teddy bear. Mr. Manus recounted how, as Mr. Gable had diligently trained to become a knight and never skipped a session, he had decided to utilize the teddy bear as a makeshift punching bag. Over time, it had torn apart as he filled it with rocks. As he became stronger, he felt less pain and fell ill less frequently. Mr. Manus expressed deep gratitude to his brother, Mr. Gable, for his role in this transformation. However, Mr. Gable wasn't entirely comfortable accepting responsibility for his younger brother's newfound muscularity, and he didn't particularly relish this side of Mr. Manus. Suddenly, Lady Leonia chimed in, expressing her interest in meeting Mr. Gable's younger brother, Manus. Mr. Gable complied, introducing Lady Leonia as Duke Boreoti's daughter. Mr. Manus seemed a bit lost in thought before expressing his regret for his initial rudeness. He introduced himself as Bopa Gaber, Sir Gable's brother. When Lady Leonia made a gesture to bow as a sign of respect, Mr. Gable subtly signaled her not to do so. Instead, Lady Leonia introduced herself cheerfully, and Mr. Manus and Lady Leonia shook hands enthusiastically. Lady Leonia was now eager to learn how Mr. Gable had trained to achieve such remarkable strength and asked if he had any tips to offer. Mr. Gable simply suggested that she explore the academy for more insights. Lady Leonia expressed her apologies, taking responsibility for the fact that Mr. Gable and Mr. Manus couldn't engage in more extensive conversation. She kindly suggested that they consider a future visit to the North Dukedom and extended a gracious invitation to Mr. Manus. Initially shy about accepting, Mr. Manus hesitated, but Mr. Gable reassured him that he was welcome because he was his younger brother. This news brought a genuine smile to Mr. Manus's face. Lady Leonia remarked that despite Mr. Manus's imposing physique, he still retained a childlike quality. She then shared a piece of wisdom she had learned from teacher Boss Gruni, who had once said that a woman's handkerchief existed to wipe away a man's tears. Seeking clarification, Mr. Manus confirmed that Lady Leonia was referring to Ardea Bosgruni, mentioning that Ardea had served as a professor at the academy until the previous year. Mr. Manus described Ardea as an eccentric but highly talented individual, and rumors suggested that all of his disciples had achieved success, a testament to Ardea's guidance. As they continued their conversation within the academy building, they encountered a unique trophy shield with a striking golden hue. Lady Leonia was profoundly impressed by its beauty, and Mr. Manus pointed out a specific trophy shield, explaining that it belonged to Duke Boreoti. Lady Leonia was thoroughly captivated. Mr. Manus mentioned that Professor Bosgruni had been hired after the Duke's graduation, and there were rumors that even the people from the north had taken notice of his talents. Their discussion flowed onward, but Lady Leonia suddenly spotted a name that left her astounded. She requested Mr. Manus to repeat the name he had mentioned earlier. Mr. Manus spoke of a person named Baryar Banyu. Intrigued, Lady Leonia inquired if Mr. Manus possessed any knowledge about this individual. Mr. Manus replied that Baryar, who had shared a dorm with him, was an extraordinarily diligent person who seemed to have few social connections and focused solely on her studies. Baryar had ultimately graduated at the top of her class. It was now clear to Lady Leonia, the female lead had made her return. Days have passed, yet Lady Leonia remains perplexed. She hadn't anticipated events unfolding in such a manner, and now, she finds herself contemplating whether Baryar will return. Lady Leonia had never given it much serious consideration, but a growing unease nags at her. She can't help but yearn for the records of the mansion in the north. Baryar stands as an outlier within the Urbanu family, an aristocratic clan hailing from the south. While everyone else in her family boasts vibrant, bright pink hair, hers is only a muted, pale shade. Among the urbanists, the couple, in particular, dotes on the youngest sibling, Ratanar Banyu. Her engagement to the heir of the esteemed clan of color only garnered her more support. Baryar's journey led her to the academy, where she worked diligently to gain recognition. Through immense efforts, she eventually ascended to the prestigious role of administrator of the imperial palace. Now, Lady Leonia finds herself pondering why Baryar took such actions, and the truth remains shrouded in tragedy. One fateful day, Baryar assumed the role of the imperial palace's administrator and proceeded to update information concerning the emperor's clandestine plan to unify the western, southern, and northern regions. The emperor's intention to control and annex the provinces wasn't the crux of the matter. Rather, it was his ruthless approach of eradicating all the aristocrats who led each region, including the Urbanu clan. Baryar, despite her efforts to dissuade her parents, found herself scolded instead. So, in the dead of night, Baryar quietly left her home to seek out Boreoti, the most formidable among the four area leaders. Her departure was perceived as an act of escape, and her family found themselves unable to locate her, as if she had vanished into thin air. What remained unknown to everyone was that her sister and her fiancé had been secretly keeping in touch with her through discreet communication. When her parents eventually discovered the truth, they chose to turn a blind eye. In the present moment, Lady Leonia couldn't help but speculate that the poison might have taken its toll, and a sense of sadness washed over her. She and Miss Connie walked through the cottage, and Miss Connie kindly offered to fetch some refreshments. Lady Leonia eagerly accepted the offer. Lady Leonia's thoughts turned somber as she considered Baryar's predicament, trapped in a life betrayed by her own family. In the original storyline, Baryar had lived alone in a place meant for laborers until she reunited with her father. Lady Leonia's heart went out to her, as she, too, had spent time in an orphanage. It was profoundly moving to think that someone she knew endured such a difficult existence. Suddenly, Duke Filio made his entrance, prompting Lady Leonia to inquire if he had returned. With a gentle concern in his voice, Duke Filio asked if Lady Leonia was running a fever. She assured him that it wasn't the case, and he pressed for the reason behind her demeanor. In response, Lady Leonia offered Duke Filio a warm hug, explaining that it was simply because his hands felt cool. Duke Filio noted her elevated body temperature, to which Lady Leonia playfully remarked that it was a mere hypothetical observation. Duke Filio persisted, asking for the true reason behind her mood. Just as the conversation was about to delve deeper, Miss Connie entered the room, bearing 2 glasses of refreshing orange drinks. With the momentary interruption, Lady Leonia couldn't help but wonder if there were secrets being kept by someone, and she pondered what would happen if they were forced to endure their burdens in solitude. Lady Leonia's past in the orphanage had been marked by hardship, while Baria had endured her family's ignorance and betrayal. In all honesty, Lady Leonia and Miss Baria shared some similarities, yet Baria was right here, within Lady Leonia's reach, if she only made the effort. As Lady Leonia contemplated her choices, Duke Filio called out to her, questioning, "Does that person feel sorry for themselves? Are they exhausted from their circumstances? Have they shed tears out of fear of death?" In response, Lady Leonia admitted it wasn't quite like that. Her thoughts centered on Baria, who, despite the depths of despair brought on by betrayal, had persevered and done her utmost. She had relinquished hope of gaining her family's acceptance, forging a path solely for herself, seeking retribution against those who had wronged her, and forming bonds with trustworthy allies who believed in her abilities. Duke Filio probed further, asking Lady Leonia why she felt compassion for this individual. Was it their appearance? However, Lady Leonia remained uncertain. In the original narrative, all she saw were traits of irresponsibility, arrogance, and selfishness, but she sensed there was more beneath the surface. Lady Leonia felt a sense of embarrassment wash over her, but Duke Filio quickly reassured her, saying there was no need for embarrassment. He acknowledged that Lady Leonia was merely sharing her concerns with him. Lady Leonia reminded him that he had previously stated he didn't need her worry, to which Duke Filio concurred. However, he acknowledged that their daughter was concerned about that person. Duke Filio took a moment to reflect on their time spent with their child and realized that worrying could easily become a habit. With a tender gesture, he gently patted Lady Leonia's head and spoke softly, emphasizing that there was nothing wrong with feeling empathy and concern for others. Duke Filio couldn't help but think that despite Lady Leonia's well-being and her blossoming beauty, his worries persisted. He expressed to Lady Leonia that it was evident she cared for others, emphasizing that this quality made her a good person. So now, Lady Leonia asked Duke Filio if there was also someone who made him worried. Duke Filio responded that Lady Leonia was the first person, and Lady Leonia was delighted to hear that. She asked if there were more people, and Duke Filio listed them: the Canis family, a Viper and the children, the Knight Gladigo, the Corraine family, and finally, Teacher Strige. Lady Leonia inquired about Mr. Rupert, and Duke Filio smirked, asking if he should also care for him. Lady Leonia, with a bright smile, remarked that Duke Filio was so kind. As the day passed, Lady Leonia made a firm decision to put thoughts of Baria aside, believing that if fate allowed, they would meet again. Suddenly, a maid called out to Lady Leonia, and with great excitement, 2 adorable children, Eupacra and the youngest child, rushed forward to greet their sister, Lady Leonia. They embraced her, and Miss Levipath was there to help her maintain her balance. Miss Carnis quickly followed, expressing her concern for Lady Leonia's well-being. Lady Leonia reassured her, saying that she was perfectly fine. Mr. Carnis also joined the scene, expressing his delight at Lady Leonia's well-being and noting that she had grown taller since their last meeting at the Western Mansion. Miss Carnis chimed in, mentioning that Lady Leonia had gained some weight, a compliment that Lady Leonia graciously accepted. Suddenly, Mr. Castor also joined the scene, mentioning that Lady Leonia had to have new clothes tailored not too long ago. He explained that Duke Filio had instructed them to collect jewels from the northern mines and had prepared outfits that suited Lady Leonia. Everyone was thrilled to hear this news. Yubikra proudly introduced her puppy to Lady Leonia, who couldn't help but exclaim over its cuteness. Yubikra then proceeded to showcase her 3 other puppies, affectionately named Fufu, Tay-Tay, and Cici. However, the puppies suddenly appeared uneasy, and the youngest one asked why they were trembling. Concerned, Lady Yubikra checked to see if the puppies were hurt, but Lady Leonia quickly explained the reason behind their behavior, reassuring everyone that all was well. Meanwhile, in another room, Duke Filio inquired about the presence of dogs in the house. Count Carnus explained that the children had wanted to show the puppies to Lady Leonia and mentioned that they had tried to prevent it. Count Carnus playfully remarked that Duke Filio hadn't changed a bit. Duke Filio, in a light-hearted manner, suggested that the current situation was preferable to the past, where animals, be it dogs, cats, or other small creatures, used to flee at the sight of him. He admitted that it still occasionally happened, and Count Carnus teasingly implied it was more frequent. Duke Filio humorously attributed it to his fangs, while Count Carnus jokingly attributed it to Duke Filio's distinctive appearance. Miss Carnus, in an effort to change the subject, brought up an upcoming banquet she had heard about. Count Carnus suggested opening the invitation, and Duke Filio asked if Count Carnus hadn't already seen it. Count Carnus responded with a touch of humor, saying that if Duke Filio regarded him as a servant, he then proceeded to read the contents of the invitation message. A late party at 8 o'clock next month, taking place after sunset, as is customary for summer banquets. It will be indoors to avoid the nuisance of insects, which nobles detest. Duke Filio firmly declared that he wouldn't be attending, prompting Count Carnus to remark that Duke Filio was reverting to his old ways, though if given the choice, he should consider attending. Duke Filio insisted that he preferred staying with Lady Leonia. Count Carnus playfully countered that they also had their children to consider. Suddenly, as Count Carnus read a particular sentence in the message, he became visibly upset, prompting Miss Carnus to inquire about the reason. She, too, read the contents of the message and was taken aback by what she had just read. Amidst the Belios palace, where a picturesque rose garden bloomed, stood a resplendent lady with snow-white hair, attired entirely in white. This elegant figure was none other than Empress Tigria. She found herself somewhat bemused as someone inquired about the Duke's child. While engaged in conversation, an unexpected guest entered the scene, a man with a striking yellow appearance, who happened to be Majesty. Majesty posed a question to Empress Tigria, inquiring if she had a close relationship with Duke Boriotti. The choice of words left her momentarily perplexed. Majesty went on to remind Empress Tigria of her prior acquaintance with Duke Filio before their marriage. She acknowledged the connection, but clarified that it didn't warrant the label of closeness. Empress Tigria then observed the entourage that Majesty had brought with him, noting that the man before her, despite his unassuming appearance, appeared to be a bit of a self-reflective fool. Empress Tigria proceeded to inform Majesty that her knowledge about the Duke and his illegitimate child was limited, mostly derived from the maid's accounts. Majesty continued his line of questioning, inquiring if Empress Tigria could merely speculate about the child's mother. In response, Empress Tigria pointed out that Duke Boriotti was known for his meticulous nature, in stark contrast to Majesty's character. This statement roused Majesty's anger, leading to a heated exchange of words. Empress Tigria then assumed a solemn demeanor, emphasizing that Duke Boriotti, akin to Duke Filio's name, had never brought chaos into his personal life. Abruptly, she emanated a potent aura, which Majesty and the guards keenly felt. However, the atmosphere shifted as a maid entered the scene, notifying Empress Tigria of an unexpected guest. Empress Tigria humbly bowed and apologized to Majesty, explaining her ongoing struggle to fully control her aura. She requested Majesty's understanding and forgiveness. Majesty remained standing, rendered momentarily speechless and stunned. On another front, Empress Tigria questioned the maid regarding the unanticipated guest, as no prior visitation arrangements had been made for the day. Suddenly, a loud voice reverberated through the surroundings. The guest is the girl with striking green hair, adorned with a radiant smile. This distinguished woman is none other than Crown Princess Eustace. Princess Eustace is clearly elated for the Empress and Her Majesty. In response, Her Majesty is equally delighted to see the Crown Princess, leading to mutual happiness. The Crown Princess, intrigued, queries Her Majesty about the reason for her presence. Majesty reassures her, explaining that it's a minor matter. He wished to inquire about Duke Filio. The Crown Princess seeks further clarification, specifically regarding Duke Filio's illegitimate child. Empress Tigera attempts to intervene, attempting to halt the Crown Princess's line of questioning, but the Crown Princess still wants to know about Duke Filio's child. She asks Majesty if she can meet the child. Empress Tigera, now visibly frustrated, raises her voice, urging that the Crown Princess be called to a halt. Undeterred, the Crown Princess emphasizes her confidence in Her Majesty's abilities, alluding to an upcoming banquet and requesting Her Majesty to extend an invitation to Lady Leonia. As for the current situation, the earlier message conveyed that His Majesty the Emperor holds a particular interest in Duke Boriotti. The message goes on to suggest that a visit from Duke Filio, accompanied by his charming child, could serve to alleviate the Emperor's concerns. Duke Filio, upon hearing this message, adopts a grave and contemplative expression, remaining silent as he ponders the implications. Count Carnus suggests to Duke Filio that they should promptly decline the invitation, as it appears to be an attempt to ridicule Duke Filio's daughter. Duke Filio agrees, acknowledging the malicious intent behind the invitation. He suspects that the imperial family may be aiming to make Leo appear fearful in front of the nobles, using it as a means to control him. Turning to Lady Leonia, Duke Filio inquires about her decision. Lady Leonia hesitates and admits that she's uncertain about what course of action to take. A moment of silence hangs in the air. Mr. Rupert, observing Duke Filio's response, privately reflects on Duke Filio's remarkable character. Suddenly, Lady Leonia decisively announces her intention to attend the banquet, surprising Mr. Rupert, who questions the sincerity of her decision. Duke Filio, too, expresses his concern, but Lady Leonia remains resolute. She asserts that, as a Boriotti, she must confront the gossip head-on. This decision sparks conversations among the people, who express sympathy for Lady Leonia due to her young age and a growing curiosity about her appearance. Inside the carriage, Miss Carnus is feeling stressed, as she has genuine reservations about attending the event. She recounts how, at numerous tea parties, she has been bombarded with questions about the situation. Lady Leonia offers her apologies for causing Miss Carnus worry, prompting Miss Carnus to inquire why Lady Leonia is apologizing. Miss Carnus reassures her, acknowledging Lady Leonia's intelligence, and expresses her reduced concern. She promises to accompany Lady Leonia and wait for her at the event. Lady Leonia remains determined, believing she has a compelling reason for accepting the invitation and firmly asserting her determination not to allow anyone to undermine her. Miss Carnus's unwavering support truly brightens Lady Leonia's day, and she begins to feel more reassured. Lady Leonia playfully makes a funny face, reflecting on the guidance she's received from her numerous responsible etiquette teachers. She takes a moment to express her gratitude for Madame Carnus's current attire. Curious about Miss Carnus's schedule, Lady Leonia casually asks if she's been exceptionally busy lately. Miss Carnus responds warmly, assuring Lady Leonia that she always has time for her. This leads to a discussion about the challenges of parenting, with Lady Leonia confiding that Duke Filio's actions sometimes leave her feeling frustrated, especially when he pretends not to heed her advice. She muses on how men can sometimes act like children, adding complexity to women's lives. In response to the conversation's direction, Miss Carnes, sensing the need for discretion, lets out an amused "Oh my God," recognizing the importance of being cautious in their discussions. Moving to a more relaxed atmosphere, Lady Leonia suggests they continue their conversation over some refreshing lemon tea. Lady Leonia inquires about Miss Carnes's well-being, wondering if she might be tired from her recent endeavors. Miss Carnes reassures her that she's doing fine, though she admits that returning to the craft of clothing making has proven a bit tiring after an extended hiatus. Acknowledging the challenge of dressmaking, Lady Leonia expresses gratitude for their conversation, finding it akin to spending time with a close friend. Miss Carnes echoes this sentiment, appreciating the camaraderie they share. With a bright smile, Lady Leonia proposes that they converse even more informally, but Miss Carnes hesitates, fearing Duke Filio's disapproval. Lady Leonia, while initially disappointed, suggests a compromise. They could call each other by their first names. Lady Leonia adds that she would be pleased if Miss Carnes addressed her as Leonia. Miss Carnes agrees with a smile, and they begin addressing each other by their first names, creating a cheerful atmosphere. As time passes, the two ladies exit the establishment, and Lady Leonia spots Miss Levi Path. Concerned, Lady Leonia inquires if something is amiss, to which Miss Levi Path responds that a suspicious individual has been lurking near their carriage. Lady Leonia appears puzzled, and Miss Carnes expresses her apprehension regarding the potential danger. Seeking more information, Lady Leonia asks for the identity of the suspicious person. Miss Levi Path discloses that it is Count Hyena, adding a layer of intrigue to the situation. Hyena, a character rarely seen in the original storyline, harbored a deep and enduring love for Filio from a tender age. However, hurtful words had taken a heavy toll on her, leading her to acquire a reputation as a notorious stalker. Lady Leonia found it peculiar that such a unique character had never been mentioned in the novel. In the Belius Empire, an individual is legally recognized as an adult at the age of 20. Euphicla mentioned that Hyena wasn't considered a grown-up yet, possibly being only 19. Miss Hyena was clearly observing Lady Leonia, prompting Lady Leonia to comment that Hyena was quite a pervert. The comment left everyone in stunned silence. Miss Levi Path inquired about what they should do next, to which Lady Leonia suggested they simply pretend to be unaware of the situation and leave. She added, "Is this your first encounter with a pervert? We should avoid engaging with such individuals. Any sign of interest can be misinterpreted." Lady Leonia cautioned against being deceived by Hyena's seemingly innocent appearance. Suddenly, Mr. Gable made an entrance and boldly proclaimed that Lady Leonia was also a pervert. In response, Lady Leonia proudly declared herself a dedicated admirer of well-built muscles. Mr. Gable countered by saying that Lady Leonia had no grounds to criticize. In jest, Lady Leonia threatened to report Mr. Gable's teasing to Duke Filio and promised to shed tears in his presence. She reminded Mr. Gable of how concerned Duke Filio became when she cried, making Mr. Gable uneasy. He swiftly suggested that it was time for them to depart. Duke Filio's temper flared as he declared that Hyena had crossed a line. Standing nearby were Mr. Rupert and Miss Levi Path. Levi Path then relayed Lady Hannah's advice, suggesting they wait a bit longer in this situation. Intrigued, Duke Filio inquired about the reason behind the delay and asked Levi Path to repeat her statement. Levi Path explained that there was something to gain, making another attempt worthwhile. At that moment, Lady Leonia entered the scene, revealing that she possessed the knowledge they sought. Miss Levi Path was captivated by Lady Leonia's charm and admired her elegant attire. Lady Leonia playfully asked Duke Filio if he shared the same sentiment, to which he replied that she was cute as long as she followed his lead. Much to Lady Leonia's chagrin, unexpectedly, Lady Leonia handed Duke Filio a piece of paper with a drawing on it, expressing her desire to proceed with her idea. Duke Filio observed the drawing and realized it was a clock, but Lady Leonia mentioned that it was a watch that he could put on his wrist. This drew Mr. Rupert's curiosity, as it reminded him of Duke Filio's pocket watch. Lady Leonia then revealed that Mr. Fabo's brother happened to be skilled in crafting watches. She also inquired about the presence of leather in any of the specialty products made by the Hyena clan and whether they offered custom tailoring. Furthermore, Lady Leonia mentioned that there was a talented craftsman who could create watches according to her preferences, and the best part was that it would be complimentary, even featuring the finest leather. Duke Filio attempted to restore calm to the situation, but Lady Leonia couldn't contain her excitement, as she saw this as an opportunity to acquire high-quality items at no cost. Mr. Rupert observed that there was a shift in perspective, and he found the idea to be quite sound. Carrying clocks in one's pockets often proved to be inconvenient, given the need to retrieve them whenever the time was required. Therefore, Mr. Rupert confidently asserted that it was indeed a good product. Lady Leonia, her face radiant with curiosity, mused aloud about Duke Filio's work hours, pondering what she should do to know. Duke Filio casually advised her to call Mr. Rupert, though Lady Leonia playfully objected, urging him not to jest. Duke Filio responded, suggesting that Lady Leonia could always look at the clock. Lady Leonia countered by noting that there was no need to do so, she already had a timepiece on her wrist. With a charming smile, she disclosed that it was currently 3:30, signaling her adorable Leo's snack time. The thought then occurred to her that she should leave some inheritance for her daughter. Duke Filio inquired if he was being inconsiderate. Suddenly, Lady Leonia exclaimed passionately that when a handsome man like Duke Filio checked the time on his wrist, people would surely adore him. She found a wristwatch that discreetly concealed slightly protruding veins to be even more appealing than underwear. Duke Filio, after a brief contemplation, with a bright and winsome expression, Lady Leonia eagerly awaited Duke Filio's approval. In the current situation, inside the Hyena family's house, they were addressing their daughter's substantial mistake. Despite their repeated warnings against it, the situation had unfolded as it did. The Hyena parents sincerely apologized for their daughter's blunder. However, Lady Leonia made it clear that she hadn't come seeking an apology. She then turned her attention to Mr. Rupert, who remained silent. Lady Leonia quietly contemplated the unexpected disarray within Count Hyena's family, wondering if this was a reflection of their overall state. Suddenly, the Hyena father began speaking, noting that their daughter had always had her fair share of shortcomings and lacked notable talent. Lady Leonia questioned why she should feel sympathy, suspecting that this might be a scheme to gain her favor. As the father continued to ramble, Lady Leonia couldn't believe her ears when he referred to their daughter as insignificant. She confronted him, asking if he truly used such a derogatory term to describe his own child. However, Lady Leonice noticed a notice posted outside the door. When Lady Leonia turned her head to look, she caught a glimpse of a white-haired figure hastily retreating. Lady Leonia appeared fatigued as she reflected on her visit, deeming it unproductive. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred during her stay. She pondered the nature of parents who would deny and blame their child whenever things went wrong. On a more positive note, Euphicla was a close friend of their son. While he still enjoyed playing with Euphicla, the family was raising 2 children, a son and a daughter. The son had met their expectations, but the daughter had not. Lady Leonia understood the profound impact that violence and scolding could have on children, drawing from her own experiences of suffering at the orphanage. Perhaps that's why Lady Hyena had resorted to such behavior. Lady Hyena diligently penned 10 letters to her father every day. Among the Vorioti workers, these letters earned the nickname Firewood. Lady Leonia, on her part, made it a habit to promptly place these letters in a box upon their arrival. However, for Lady Hyena, these letters served as her potential lifeline, a means of courage for a girl who felt constantly belittled by her parents. This newfound perspective left Lady Leonia feeling uneasy. She believed that this approach was misguided. Lady Leonia contemplated her initial steps and rang her magical bell to summon a maid. Miss Connie promptly entered and confirmed Lady Leonia's awakening. Lady Leonia requested that her hair be tied up and asked Miss Connie to prepare the letters. The grand banquet looms just a week away, marking Lady Leonia's most hectic day since her ascent to the role of Vorioti. Presently, she juggles a demanding schedule, featuring a crucial class for successors. The existence of such a class prompts Duke Filio to contemplate whether Lady Leonia should immerse herself in the curriculum designed for heirs. In response, Lady Leonia is taken aback, and Mr. Rupert remarks that perhaps it's meant for a few years down the line. Duke Filio firmly asserts that there's no need to delay, emphasizing, "It's Leo." Lady Leonia, in astonishment, queries about revisiting her youth, but Duke Filio deems it premature to delve into that subject. Suggesting a simpler pursuit, Lady Leonia proposes crafting watches. However, Duke Filio, discussing it with Mr. Rupert, proposes aiming higher, envisioning a significant business venture. Mr. Rupert enthusiastically concurs, considering the prospect of monopolizing the watch industry. A sudden twist in the conversation occurs when Duke Filio suggests, "Or shall we let Leo embark on this venture during her inaugural succession class?" Lady Leonia is rendered speechless, contemplating the notion that greatness unfolds when one steps into uncharted territories. Pondering why she toiled so diligently, she reflects on the days passing by. Surprisingly, Lady Leonia finds solace in her new routine. The succession class surpasses her expectations, requiring only an hour each day spent reading books in Duke Filio's office. The book selection becomes a collaborative effort between Duke Filio and Mr. Rupert, further shaping Lady Leonia's journey into the realms of knowledge and leadership. Lady Leonia was feeling bored and expressed her dissatisfaction with the lesson, deeming it uninteresting. In response, Duke Filio reminded her that studying was not meant for entertainment. Contemplating her desire for knowledge, Lady Leonia realized there were many things she didn't yet understand, and to find answers, she needed to seek out other books. She briefly considered whether a phone would suffice for her learning needs. Playfully, Lady Leonia suggested to Duke Filio that he should consider marrying and having another child. In response, Duke Filio mentioned that he preferred not to witness more of Lady Leonia's spirited personality. Suddenly, Mr. Castor entered the room, displaying a hint of hesitation. Lady Leonia noticed this and promptly explained that the letters Mr. Castor held were hers, asking Mr. Castor to give the letter to her. Mr. Castor hesitated a bit, and Lady Leonia got a bit mad about it. So, Mr. Castor gave her the letters. As Lady Leonia perused the contents of the letters, Duke Filio inquired about their sender. Mr. Castor revealed that they were from Marquis Hyena, which left Duke Filio visibly startled. In a hurry, Lady Leonia instructed Mr. Castor to prepare a carriage. However, Duke Filio's voice raised, and he called out to Lady Leonia, questioning her intended destination. Taken aback by his outburst, Lady Leonia was left speechless. Duke Filio continued, emphasizing that he was aware of her fearlessness, but he also questioned her decision to confront the person who had been spying on her. Lady Leonia, unable to respond, silently comprehended the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere grew tense. Duke Filio turned to Mr. Castor, expressing his concern that he couldn't always allow Lady Leonia to do as she pleased. He asked Mr. Castor if he had been too harsh. In a gentle tone, Mr. Castor reassured him, saying, "The lady is intelligent, she will understand why you got upset. Please don't worry too much." The room returned to a sense of normalcy, but a sudden interruption came in the form of loud footsteps. Miss Levipath burst into the room, shouting that Lady Leonia had confronted and threatened one of the knights, even going so far as to take the knight's horse. Duke Filio's eyes widened in shock, and Mr. Rupert marveled at Lady Leonia's unconventional behavior. Presently, Mr. Frobe finds himself in a precarious situation, as Lady Leonia didn't obtain consent for their outing. Lady Leonia explained that this was the reason for her threatening Mr. Frobe. She also brought up who had suggested swiping the rum, leading to a brief discussion on the topic. The incident with the bottle took place when Mr. Frobe decided to sneak a sip in the middle of work, which was accidentally witnessed by someone. In the current scenario, Mr. Frobe is feeling nervous and pleads with Lady Leonia not to disclose the incident to Duke Filio. Mr. Frobe inquires about the person Lady Leonia is meeting, and she reveals the name Young Lady Hyena, leaving Mr. Frobe shocked. Inside the mansion, Lady Leonia knocks, and the door slowly creaks open. Young Lady Hyena welcomes her and asks if Lady Leonia is alone. Recognizing the potential danger of traveling alone, Lady Hyena suggests company. However, Lady Leonia informs her that there's a knight waiting downstairs, and she spots Mr. Frobe, who is observing with a serious gaze. Now that Lady Leonia and Lady Hyena are inside the room, Mr. Frobe stands outside. Lady Leonia cautions Lady Hyena that if she acts strangely, she will face dire consequences. Lady Hyena acknowledges this and understands the gravity of the situation. Lady Leonia further explains that she's not planning to forgive Lady Hyena for her actions regarding Duke Filio and her recent attempts to spy on Lady Leonia. Lady Hyena is taken aback and left momentarily speechless. She expresses a genuine apology, with no intention of making excuses. She acknowledges that she has been a nuisance to both Duke Filio and Lady Leonia, and Lady Leonia concurs. Lady Hyena now appears saddened. In a surprising turn, Lady Leonia expresses a desire to ask Lady Hyena for a favor, which was the purpose of her letter. She reveals a piece of paper, bearing a drawing of a watch and a piece of metal, and asks if Lady Hyena can create it. When Lady Hyena inquires about the contents of the paper, Lady Leonia merely emphasizes that it's a favor to her and challenges Lady Hyena to believe in her own significance. This leaves Lady Hyena shocked and speechless. Lady Leonia expressed her belief that, from what she can discern, she doesn't think aligning with a stalker is a wise choice. She couldn't help but compare it to offering crumbs to orphanage teachers. Continuing, Lady Leonia shared her observation that she believes Lady Hyena genuinely respects Duke Filio. This compliment prompted Lady Hyena to blush. She went on to acknowledge that, as Lady Leonia might already know, her deliberate pace has caused her family considerable concern. She admitted her struggles to meet their expectations and interact effectively with others, often leaving her feeling like an outsider. On a different note, she described someone named Grace as truly remarkable. Many nobles secretly discuss him, often in fear, but he remains unwavering in his convictions and impervious to their chatter. Lady Leonia mentioned that the last phrase seemed like an insult, but Lady Hyena was smitten with that aspect. Lady Leonia asked Lady Hyena if she had heard what she had just said, and Lady Leonia confirmed that she had heard and comprehended Lady Hyena's words. Consequently, Lady Leonia decided to offer Lady Hyena a single opportunity, asking her to be more attentive. The conversation concluded, and outside the mansion, Lady Leonia and Lady Hyena stood together. Lady Leonia reminded Lady Hyena to remember their discussion, underscoring that this was Lady Hyena's chance to earn forgiveness for her prior stalking behavior. When Lady Hyena has the opportunity later, She should apologize to you, Picula. With a remorseful tone, Lady Hyena agreed. As Lady Leonia started to walk away, Lady Hyena called out and requested permission to write letters to her in the future, asking if that was acceptable. Lady Leonia was momentarily speechless but eventually agreed, with the condition that the letters should remain ordinary in nature. Duke Filio always affectionately refers to Lady Leonia as Leo. She's the only person he ever bestows with a nickname. Lady Leonia cherishes the fact that the world's mightiest and most intimidating father figure addresses her with such an endearing term. However, this is not the right time for such endearments. Duke Filio, in a more formal tone, calls her by her full name, Leonia Boreoti, and this makes Lady Leonia nervous in her current situation. She attempts to be endearing and admits her mistake. Lady Leonia even hugs Duke Filio's legs, promising not to repeat her actions. Meanwhile, at the back of the staircase, Mr. Rupert and Mr. Castor observe the scene. Mr. Rupert remarks that it's a peculiar sight, and Mr. Castor concurs. Mr. Rupert inquires whether Duke Filio will forgive Lady Leonia, and Mr. Castor proposes a bet on the outcome. Mr. Rupert suggests a competition to see who can make the correct prediction first. Suddenly, Duke Filio's serious tone brought Lady Leonia to attention, signaling that it was no time for jokes. Lady Leonia noticed his stern demeanor and began to feel uneasy. Duke Filio asked her if she found the situation amusing, reminding her that he hadn't informed her of the potential danger, and she should not have acted without his permission. Nevertheless, Lady Leonia had ventured off without his consent, riding a horse she was unfamiliar with. Duke Filio then brought up Lady Leonia's earlier announcement about meeting Lady Hyena, demanding to know how she had felt at that moment. His frustration boiled over, leading to an outburst of anger, leaving Lady Leonia momentarily speechless. Finally, Lady Leonia mustered the courage to ask Duke Filio if he was worried, to which he responded with, "Can I be?" He went on to reveal his deep concern for his daughter, reflecting on the hardships she had endured during her time at the orphanage. It was those memories that had compelled Duke Filio to make a solemn vow. He would never punish or scold her again. Duke Filio turned around and began walking, calmly instructing Lady Leonia to remain in her room until dinner. However, in a sudden burst of emotion, Lady Leonia rushed forward and embraced Duke Filio, momentarily catching him off guard. In an unexpected turn of events, Lady Leonia implored Duke Filio to express his love for her. A touch of confusion crossed Duke Filio's face as he replied, "I won't say it again, let go." Despite his reluctance, Lady Leonia was insistent, desiring to hear those three important words. She explained that hearing those words would provide her with much-needed peace of mind, even if she faced some scolding in return. Lady Leonia realized that her actions had left Duke Filio feeling disappointed. She had initially hoped that her usual jokes would smooth things over, but now she was overwhelmed by guilt and fear. She worried that Duke Filio might remain disappointed and angry with her, and the uncertainty of not hearing those words at that moment was causing her profound inner turmoil. Lady Leonia spoke with a sorrowful tone as she expressed her willingness to accept any punishment Duke Filio might impose, with the sole condition that he did not come to despise her. This heartfelt declaration stirred an unexpected melancholy within Duke Filio, prompting him to question whether his concern had driven him to be excessively severe with Lady Leonia. Moreover, he couldn't help but wonder if his actions had inadvertently evoked memories of her time at the orphanage. Abruptly, Duke Filio sensed something amiss and called Lady Leonia over, remarking, "I've mentioned this before, but you're quite intimidating." Lady Leonia replied, "I wasn't touching anything, just trying to dust things off." Duke Filio accepted her explanation and a genuine smile crossed his face. Lady Leonia noticed his change in mood and, when questioned about her laughter, replied, "Because you're no longer angry." As Duke Filio reflected, he admitted that he might have been overly kind to Lady Leonia. Lady Leonia countered, reminding him of the times he had scolded her. Duke Filio, pondering, noted that Lady Leonia had never shown any signs of remorse, suggesting that he might have spoiled her. Lady Leonia agreed and playfully quipped, "People say the black beast isn't meant to be tamed." With a gentle tone, Duke Filio invited Lady Leonia to step closer, which she did with a smile. He mentioned a forthcoming sermon with a punishment. Lady Leonia teased, "Isn't the sermon itself a punishment?" Duke Filio disagreed, hinting at research that altered his perspective. Suddenly, Duke Filio addressed Mr. Rupert and Castor, informing them of salary reductions. In a different room, Duke Filio addressed Lady Leonia, expressing his concern about her behavior. He conveyed that should she repeat her actions, he would intervene and discourage her obsession with muscular physiques. Furthermore, Duke Filio proposed decorating Lady Leonia's room with a vibrant pink color scheme adorned with flowers. He also mentioned his intention to have a mural depicting the fairy tale The Angel and the Hunter painted on one of the walls. Regrettably, Lady Leonia paid no heed to Duke Filio's sermon, leaving her feeling ashamed. The Duke reminded her that this was her punishment, and he expected her to reflect on her actions. During their conversation, a servant entered the room bearing a bottle of wine intended for Duke Filio's consumption. This caught Lady Leonia's attention, and she was captivated by the wine's appearance. She then suggested that Duke Filio consider deep-frying fish after coating it in batter, serving it with a glass of ice for an exquisite culinary combination. Duke Filio, curious about her culinary knowledge, inquired about her source of expertise. Lady Leonia explained that she had learned this technique during her time at the orphanage, prompting Duke Filio to request a story while they watched the hourglass empty. Duke Filio subsequently inquired about Lady Leonia's life before her arrival, prompting her to recount her involvement in watchmaking. She revealed that she had approached Lady Hyena to create a timepiece for her, rather than directly involving Count Hyena. She confessed that it might have been more discreet to approach Lady Hyena privately. Duke Filio questioned whether this was acceptable, to which Lady Leonia confidently replied, "You're underestimating me. Don't be too surprised when you see the result." Now that yesterday is behind us and a new, bright morning has begun, Lady Leonia sits on the sofa, cradling a beautifully adorned box. Mr. Castor inquires about it, to which Lady Leonia happily confirms its completion. Mr. Castor sighs with relief, and Lady Leonia eagerly anticipates presenting it to Duke Filio. As they converse in the hallway, Lady Leonia's spirits remain high, despite her impending visit to the Imperial Palace tomorrow. She has ingeniously devised a plan to outwit the Emperor, and the watch she intends to gift Duke Filio is now ready. In the midst of their conversation, Mr. Castor notices Lady Leonia's cheerful demeanor and inquires about it. She joyfully acknowledges her good mood. Mr. Castor appreciates the pleasant change and compliments Lady Leonia on her cheerful state. Feeling the urge to share her elation, Lady Leonia suggests she will sing a special song. With graceful movements, she starts to sing. The lyrics include, "I'm not defined by my chiseled abs or impressive pecs, for my thigh muscles twitch as I sit and throb when I stand." Mr. Castor is taken aback, left momentarily speechless by the unexpected performance. He never realized the depth of his filial connection to his mother. In a lively turn-step dance, Lady Leonia boldly asks Mr. Castor, "Who's my daddy?" She playfully praises herself, claiming her song and dance were flawless. Eager for feedback, Lady Leonia queries Mr. Castor about his opinion of her performance. He is genuinely impressed and describes it as exceptionally amazing. Duke Filio interjects, cautioning Mr. Castor not to further encourage Lady Leonia's playful antics. Duke Filio inquired about the presence of both Count Arltique Ermerty, the gentleman with a beard, and Count Harabas Gruni, the lady, at the mansion. Count Hera explained that they had also come to offer their greetings in advance, as they were attending the imperial ball the following day. During their conversation, Duke Filio mentioned that he had heard all the nobles from the north had received invitations this time. Lady Leonia eagerly asked if Viscount Saratha had received one as well and if Miss Flo would be in attendance. Duke Filio confirmed her inquiries. Lady Leonia then wondered why her uncle, Viscount, hadn't joined them. Duke Filio clarified that he hadn't called for him, leaving Lady Leonia momentarily silent. With that, Count Hera gracefully announced her departure. Duke Filio seized the opportunity to mention that he had been informed about the arrival of a watch. Lady Leonia, intrigued, asked how Duke Filio had come by this information. Duke Filio replied confidently, stating that there was hardly anything he didn't know. Amused, Lady Leonia playfully retorted that he couldn't possibly know the number of her nose hairs. Duke Filio, good-humored, conceded the point, acknowledging that Lady Leonia was indeed a formidable opponent in any argument. Count Ermity couldn't help but admire Lady Leonia's refreshing personality. Lady Leonia carefully observed the situation and inquired about the Count's presence. Duke Filio explained that the Count would be responsible for selling the watches. Curious, Duke Filio then turned the conversation towards Lady Leonia, asking her what she anticipated would happen when he wore the watch to the upcoming ball. Lady Leonia envisioned a scenario in which, if Duke Filio adorned the watch, it would create a significant demand among partygoers. She also delved into the Urbis Merchant Company, a prestigious entity from the Western lands. This company had a clandestine owner, Boriotti, and was efficiently managed by a direct member of the Urbis family, who also held the prestigious position of Ermity in the north. With a cheerful demeanor, Lady Leonia posed a question: was the Count assisting them in managing the business? To everyone's surprise, the Count was taken aback, astonished that Lady Leonia had deciphered so much from a mere phrase. He realized that Lady Leonia was not just an ordinary clever lady. Count mentioned that they are family, and the Urbis Merchant Company, with which they are connected, is planning to produce, distribute, and sell the watches, and so on. Lady Leonia mentioned that the Count is probably going to be busy. The Count mentioned that he and Viscount Rupert are expecting to work themselves to exhaustion. In response, Duke Filio remarked that people might think he was a demanding boss if they heard the Count's statement. Suddenly, Lady Leonia mentioned that she was going to open the box now and offered the contents to Duke Filio. The box contained a beautiful and amazing watch, and Duke Filio was shocked by the appearance of the watch. Lady Leonia asked Duke Filio to extend his hand, and she placed the watch on his wrist, explaining that the design of the watch strap was inspired by belts. The watch perfectly matched Duke Filio's charm and appearance, leaving Count and Mr. Rupert amazed by the exquisite timepiece. Mr. Rupert complimented it, stating that it exceeded his expectations, which made Lady Leonia happy. Duke Filio examined the watch and said that it was quite impressive, contemplating making it a family heirloom. Lady Leonia was truly delighted to hear that and commented on Duke Filio's occasional silliness. Then she asked what they should do next. Duke Filio mentioned that he would receive the money he'd be making in Lady Leonia's place. Lady Leonia was genuinely shocked and blushed with gratitude for Duke Filio, but Duke Filio explained that Lady Leonia would eventually take over the business. Count then mentioned that he would be taking his leave now that he had seen the gift. Lady Leonia responded gently, asking him to take care of his health. Count expressed how enjoyable the meeting with Lady Leonia had been and invited her to visit his mansion next time, promising even more delicious desserts than the soft, cloud-like choux cream puffs. Lady Leonia happily agreed, and Duke Filio asked her if she liked Count Ermity. Lady Leonia was a bit confused and stated that she thought Count Ermity was a good person. She asked if Count Ermity was a bad person. to which Duke Filio denied and expressed relief that Lady Leonia saw it that way. When Lady Leonia inquired about the reason for his relief, Duke Filio revealed that Count Ermity was Lady Leonia's maternal grandfather. Lady Leonia paused for a moment, shocked and confused. The day of the banquet has arrived. It's the memorial event held 3 years after the previous emperor's death, marking the first such occasion presided over by Emperor Sabidio. This fact alone underscores its exceptional importance, but that's not the only intriguing aspect. Rumor has it that the daughter beloved by Duke Vorioti will also be in attendance. Though the reasons behind the emperor's invitation remain shrouded in mystery, the anticipated confrontation between the imperial family and the northern nobility promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Interestingly, Duke Vorioti has remained tight-lipped in the face of these rumors, so, during Lady Leonia's nap time, she begins discussing Count Ermetis's grandfather. Duke Filio, on the other hand, remains silent, suggesting that she should get some rest to stay alert at the upcoming banquet. Lady Leonia notes that she does intend to get some sleep. Duke Filio humorously suggests that using the bathroom is a better excuse. Lady Leonia finds this amusing and Duke Filio assures her that he was only joking. Duke Filio then inquires if Lady Leonia is curious about Count Ermetis, wondering what there is to be curious about. Lady Leonia responds by saying that she's curious about everything. Duke Filio playfully asks if she should go and meet Count Ermetis. In response, Lady Leonia loudly denies the idea, explaining that her true curiosity lies with Lady Leonia's mother and her family. She questions why she would ever want to leave Duke Filio, asserting that it will never happen. Additionally, Lady Leonia remarks that the Boriotti family is considerably wealthier and jokes that she won't leave until she secures a share of that wealth. Duke Filio appreciates her honesty, even if it is motivated by material gain. Duke Filio shares a touching story about how Count Ermity deeply loved Duke Filio's aunt. After her passing, Count Ermity wandered aimlessly for a while. Lady Leonia appears a bit puzzled, prompting Duke Filio to clarify that it was, in fact, Lady Leonia's grandmother who had passed away. This leads Lady Leonia to ask for more details, inquiring about the person in question. Duke Filio explains that it was a close friend of Lady Leonia's grandmother who had passed. Lady Leonia is taken aback by this revelation, and Duke Filio tries to alleviate her concerns, assuring her that her aunt's passing was due to her frailty, having passed away after giving birth to Regina. Lady Leonia then questions whether Duke Filio harbors any ill feelings towards her mother. Duke Filio clarifies that he doesn't hate her mother, he merely lacks the courage to meet her. He goes on to mention that Count Ermity continued to visit Regina frequently, even during her time in the duchy, as he held a deep affection for her. This fascinated him, as he never felt such emotions towards his own parents. With a warm and gentle expression, Lady Leonia offers her assistance to Duke Filio, should he ever need it. After a brief moment of silence, Duke Filio responds, saying, "Thank you for your concern, even when it's unnecessary." Lady Leonia then inquires whether her grandfather knows about Lady Leonia, their daughter. Duke Filio reveals that, besides him, only 3 other individuals are aware of Lady Leonia's birth. With a tinge of sadness, Lady Leonia asks why Count Ermity seems so sorrowful. Duke Filio explains that even after the Ermity clan gave up hope of finding Regina, the Count still secretly searches for her. This revelation touches Lady Leonia, who sympathizes with the Count's situation. Regina's untimely passing left Count Ermity alone, still holding onto the hope of reuniting with her or their child. In a tender moment, Lady Leonia requests that Duke Filio stay with her until she falls asleep, creating a sweet and comforting atmosphere.
Now that Lady Leonia is asleep and Duke Filio's work is not done, he immediately goes to his office to review the directory of those attending the upcoming banquet. Lady Leonia's father has worked hard, even having tea with the Emperor twice to secure this list. As Duke Filio reads, he notes a name, aura, and expects nothing less. At that moment, Sir Rupert reports information from Sir Mono, who mentioned that the baby monsters released in the northern mountains have now settled, and recent attacks have decreased. Furthermore, Mono remains unwilling to speak, and Duke Filio remarks that Mono's interrogations are quite tough, yet they want to see how far he will go. Returning to the subject of Aura, Duke Filio recalls that Aura had meddled with the North, with the Emperor's support, and even attempted to frame the Empress and the West. 3 years ago, when Duke Filio was stuck in the capital, neither the Imperial family nor Aura dared to confront the North directly. So, who is this mysterious person? Now, as night fades and a bright, warm morning fills the vast castle, a woman with green hair sips her tea, smiling with satisfaction. She is none other than Empress Consort Usis, a woman not to be taken lightly. Oh, guys, this will be interesting. I don't know if this woman has already been on screen, but let's see how powerful she is and how she will use her tricks against the North or any nobles. Now, our cute female lead, Lady Leonia, has already awakened from her sweet and lovely night's rest. She feels she might have slept too long. Duke Filio is there with a bucket of fresh water and a clean white towel for her. Their topic of conversation is the upcoming banquet. They plan to attend, but first, they need to eat, as the banquet will only serve snacks and drinks. Lady Leonia finds this arrangement acceptable, but Duke Filio doesn't want her to get used to that, as she's still growing, and it might be uncomfortable or even cause indigestion. That's why he's reluctant to bring her to the banquet. Leonia, amazed, feels that Duke Filio is truly becoming a father. Duke Filio then asks her, with a smirk, "Since when haven't I been your father?" This makes Leonia happy, and she responds, saying he seems to be getting the hang of child rearing. As they walk and talk, Leonia admits she's been feeling a bit frustrated about the banquet, but she starts feeling better after a moment. Later, Leonia and Duke Filio enjoy a cozy meal together, followed by a relaxed reading session. While doing this, Leonia realizes that taking her time like this feels no different from usual. Overhearing this, Miss Kunai and the maids suggest that they would love to dress Leonia in all her dresses at least once. Blue-haired maid agrees, adding that they would love to include shoes and accessories, too. However, knowing Duke Filio, they understand he might not be thrilled with this idea, as it would likely feel overly extravagant. Leonia playfully disagrees with her father, thinking his words are too harsh. The maids brighten up and eagerly ask if she wants to try on many dresses, along with matching shoes, necklaces, and hair accessories. However, Leonia responds differently, saying she dreams of being a lady with just one dress. The maids then suggest styling her hair with a tiara, but Leonia prefers pigtails, as they make her look young. The maids agree, and Leonia adds that she wants to look as innocent as possible, to seem easy to fool. This makes the maids nervous, so they ask whom she plans to trick. Leonia casually replies that she wants to mess with the Emperor, leaving the maids shocked and speechless at her boldness. As they walk through the hallway, one of the maids notices Duke Filio standing there in a stylish outfit adorned with expensive details and black flowers. Sir Rupert comments on the outfit, asking why he doesn't leave the clothes with the maids. Duke Filio responds casually, asking why Rupert cares, since he's taking care of his own daughter's clothes. Reminding Rupert that he has become quite arrogant lately, Rupert jokes that he'll sew his lips together. He then points out that the watch Duke Filio is wearing suits him perfectly. Duke Filio, downplaying the compliment, says it's nothing special, though Rupert knows the Duke is never truly honest about his feelings. They discuss how the quality of a watch can vary depending on materials and how it can be made to look rare and valuable, a perfect item for jewelry enthusiasts. Duke Filio notices Rupert's expression and reminds him not to be too jealous, saying he can just ask Leonia for one next time. Rupert is grateful but secretly decides not to mention that Leonia has already promised to gift him a watch. Their conversation shifts when Leonia's sweet voice echoes through the mansion. Even Duke Filio is taken aback by what he sees. Leonia looks like an angel, with a cute face, a beautifully fitted dress, and a pure, lovely smile. This adorable moment changes when Duke Filio reminds her not to run, as it's dangerous. Leonia, however, notices the dazzling appearance of her father and Sir Rupert, admiring how handsome they look. Rupert, pleased with her praise, comments on how extremely beautiful she is. But this makes Duke Filio want to remind Rupert to, so his lips. Leonia then laughs, saying that both of them look so stunning that unmarried men and women would fall in love with them instantly. She even jokes that the crown prince might fall in love with them, making both Filio and Rupert shiver at the thought. Duke Filio then tells Leonia that if something is bothering her, she should say so clearly, using normal words and not insults. But to Leonia, her words were simply compliments. Now, in the dark forest where the carriage is moving, Lady Leonia sings a song while playing with Sir Rupert, and Duke Filio enjoys the happy moment. However, the mood changes instantly when Lady Leonia jokingly asks if her new dad might become Sir Rupert. Duke Filio, annoyed, tells Sir Rupert he should hurry up and get married, as Leonia keeps misunderstanding things. Sir Rupert replies by suggesting that Duke Filio should get married and bring home a madam. Duke Filio excuses himself, saying he's already busy enough with child-rearing, and Sir Rupert claims he's busy with work. Leonia, hearing this, jokes that she'll make some space for the two of them. After a few minutes, Lady Leonia gazes at the beautiful night sky. She remarks that it resembles the Crown Prince's future, dark and quiet. This comment makes Duke Filio smile, feeling proud of his daughter's talent for words. Touched by her thoughtful observation, he rewards her with a strawberry milk-flavored candy and grants her permission to watch the knight's training at least once. This reward is the best for Leonia, who beams with joy, her cheeks blushing as she thanks Duke Filio. Sir Rupert comments that the knights will be surprised by this, but Duke Filio replies that Rupert is overreacting. It's not as if Leo is touching the knights, he says, so why are you so stingy? She only drools at the sight of them. Sir Rupert shouts back, saying, that's the problem. Duke Filio then asks if Rupert knows why Leo always hugs his leg. Rupert answers, because you like it, but Duke Filio corrects him, saying, it's because she sexually harasses my thighs. He explains, half-jokingly, that he's the biggest victim of her playfulness. He tells Rupert not to make a fuss, it's bothersome. Rupert quiets down, thinking Duke Filio has become rather dull. Meanwhile, Leonia happily listens to her dad's statements. Their playful game and conversation come to an end as Leonia starts yawning, needing some rest. Duke Filio notices and informs her that they still have 30 minutes to go, so she can close her eyes for a bit. However, Leonia insists she's fine without sleep. Sir Rupert then remarks that the more he thinks about it, the more the banquet invitation feels rude on their part. Leonia reassures him, saying it's all right, as she plans to make a big enough fuss so they'll never invite her again. Sir Rupert reminds her to do it in a legal way. Duke Filio then calls her and says there's no need to force herself to make a fuss. His warm words touch Leonia, who replies that she's actually a bit grateful to the Crown Prince. Duke Filio, surprised, asks her why. Leonia smirks, and with a mischievous tone, she says that thanks to the Crown Prince, she'll be able to show everyone what might happen if they mess with Boliotai. Her confidence and bravery make both Duke Filio and Sir Rupert proud. Rupert asks if she has a plan, and she replies that she already discussed it with her dad. At the same time, in a huge castle, the night outside is bright, and the interior of the castle is illuminated warmly. A beautiful and handsome noblewoman feels tired and stressed, remarking on how bothersome it is that others want to see Lady Boliotai. She comments that Lady Leonia is not a zoo animal and wonders why everyone is so excited about her. Count Renner explains that it's because they're uneducated and think she'll be easy to handle. He then gives his wife a warm kiss on her cheek, appreciating her hard work. Just then, Viscount Karata appears with a bright smile. Count Renner notes that nothing seems to be troubling Viscount Karata at the moment. When the Thabinus merchant group fell beyond repair, the merchants allied with Count Renner's group sealed a deal with the Urbesp merchant group, which also benefited House Karata. Thanks to Filio, the ranks among the nobles have been clarified, so they are no longer bothered by trivial issues. Count Renner mentions that Viscount Karata looks quite relaxed. Suddenly, Count Urmati and Countess Bosgruni appear with warm smiles, and Count Renner's wife is surprised to see all of the main northern houses gathered here. With this group present, She's sure that no one will cause trouble. Count Renner, feeling it's unfair, suggests they should be considered one of the main houses too, adding that Marquis Hespery might be upset to hear otherwise. However, he notes that the Duke would always welcome Count Renner. Viscount Karata asks if Duke Filio has arrived yet, and Count Irmas replies that, as usual, he's late. But Countess Boscruni feels certain Duke Filio will be there soon. As expected of the Duke, Lady Boliotai would also never walk away from a challenge. Viscount Karata inquires if Lady Boliotai is doing well, mentioning that his daughter came to the capital with them and keeps fussing about wanting to see Lady Boliotai. Similarly, Count Renner's daughter has also become fond of Lady Boliotai, so they consider preparing a space for the three children next time. This makes Viscount Karata happy to see others share his feelings. Lady Boliotai seems quite popular since she takes such good care of the children. As they talk, Count Renner senses the arrival of Duke Filio, the main guest of the banquet. As Duke Filio walks, a crowd of nobles stands and watches him, whispering to each other. They notice how confidently he arrives at the party, even though he's late, and they comment on his cold expression. Some recall that Duke Filio received his title from his father, the Duke, and that he is one of the main noble houses of the north. They note that Sir Rupert, the youngest son of Marquis Pardus, also became one of the main houses despite opposition from the Marquis, working his way up. These whispers irritate Duke Filio, but the nobles are eager to catch a glimpse of his child, Lady Leonia, who is trailing behind him, looking shy and small. Their murmurs grow as they admire her cuteness. Count Renner, annoyed by Duke Filio's late arrival, confronts him, but Duke Filio excuses himself, saying he arrived earlier than the Crown Prince. He then rolls up his sleeve to reveal a luxurious watch on his wrist, surprising Count Renner and his wife. Intrigued, the Countess asks to see it again. Duke Filio shows her and mentions that it's part of their new business venture, astonishing everyone. The watch is deemed a revolutionary invention. The Countess notes that men might prefer to wear it on their wrists, but more women have started carrying watches as well. Duke Filio explains that they're targeting a wide range of people, regardless of gender or age, and that the watch can be modified to be worn as a bracelet. The nobles are impressed and want to know who came up with the idea, marveling at its usefulness. Curious, Count Renner asks Duke Filio which merchant group he'll be working with. Duke Filio mentions that he is always open to trading with the West, brightening Count Renner's mood like a child receiving candy. But his happiness is short-lived when Duke Filio reveals he has chosen to work with the Urbesp merchant group. This news dismays Count Renner, while Count Irmas, who introduced Duke Filio to Urbesp, is pleased. However, Duke Filio adds that he will also collaborate with the Rhine merchant group, bringing Count Renner renewed joy. The Countess, eager to discuss potential investments, suggests a private conversation later, to which Duke Filio agrees. The Count beams with pride, giving his wife a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the nobles haven't stopped whispering and seem fixated on Duke Filio's daughter, Lady Leonia. Sensing this, Duke Filio introduces her, stating proudly that Lady Leonia, with her charming and beautiful face, is actually the one who thought of the wristwatch. The crowd is taken aback, and Duke Filio explains that she created it to make things easier for him, worried that he worked too much. Everyone is even more astonished by her thoughtfulness. Duke Filio then encourages Lady Leonia to greet the guests, but she chooses not to. The nobles notice this and react curiously. Suddenly, the Countess comments, concerned, that Lady Leonia seems tired and that it might be her bedtime. Duke Filio hears this, and as the Countess quickly apologizes, explaining that she didn't mean to overstep or be a nuisance, he reassures her with a smile, saying that worrying about a child is never a nuisance. Now Duke Filio, Lady Leonia, and a few friends are in a safe corner of the party. Lady Leonia sips apple juice, feeling pleased with her earlier actions and proud of how cool her father is. Duke Filio, acting casually but proudly, remarks that Lady Leonia always says such obvious things out loud. He then asks her if she's done with her performance, but Lady Leonia simply takes another sip of juice and declares that she's not done. She hasn't even started the main event yet. The party had already been going on for hours, but the Emperor had not arrived, leaving Lady Leonia feeling bored. Duke Filio and Sir Rupert were also unimpressed, with Sir Rupert mentioning that the Emperor's poor attitude often delayed him. Sir Rupert noted that the Emperor usually would have made his appearance by now, especially as this banquet was held in memory of the late Emperor. Duke Filio felt relieved not to have to see him, though Lady Leonia was annoyed. She had plans to cause a fuss and was anxious since she was feeling sleepy and thought she might only last another hour. She decided it was time to put her second plan into action. Suddenly, two striking figures appeared. An elderly man with snowy white hair, Marquis Hesperi, and a woman with ocean blue hair, Marquis Orsio. Their presence was so captivating that the other nobles avoided eye contact. Marquis Orsio smiled warmly and greeted Lady Leonia. Luckily, Leonia recognized Orsio's face and smiled back happily. Marquis Hesperi, noticing this, asked if Marquis Orsio had met Lady Leonia before, but Orsio chose to keep it a secret. Lady Leonia asked to be let down from her father's back, while Duke Filio inquired if Orsio had come to the south this time. Orsio replied that it remained more closed off than the north, a unique situation for Marquis Meridio, but Duke Orst also shared this trait. In the Bellius Empire, there were two duches. The Black Beast of Boliotai and the Green Jade Whale of Orst. House Orst was renowned as the most private in the nation, in contrast to Boliotai, which maintained control over the north without hostility. Orst was so shrouded in mystery that even its existence was questionable, and historical records indicated that long ago, House Meridio was established as the master of the south in name only to protect Orst's true power. Everyone believed House Meridio ruled the south, but a secret was known only to the House of Boliotai. Just like the Beast's Fang, House Orst also possessed a mysterious power. House Meridio was, in fact, somewhat of a vassal family to Orst, symbolized by a different colored whale to represent the two families. Marquis Hesperi spoke, remarking that it was fortunate some people didn't attend. "What's so great about this place?" he added. Duke Filio agreed, mentioning Aura, noting that the most important aspect was the absence of the South Central figures from the banquet. Sir Rupert then pointed out a man with striking red hair, exuding a fiery aura. The tandem of Marquis Hesperi and this red-haired man seemed friendly and comfortable, but Lady Leonia and Sir Rupert felt uneasy. After all, they knew who this man was. The red-haired individual was Viscount Aura. Despite his seemingly friendly demeanor, both Hesperi and Filio clearly disliked him. However, Lady Leonia found him attractive and thought to herself that you could never truly know what someone was going through just by their appearance. As Lady Leonia pondered, she questioned why the South remained passive. Aura, the arrogant man that he was, acted as though he were the master of the South, even though House Meridio was its true leader. It was one thing for Orst to stay uninvolved, but it was strange for Meridio to remain silent. Leonia thought that if her father, Duke Filio, had been involved, he would have handled Aura easily by now. Marquis Orsio commented that during Duke Filio's earlier display of his wristwatch, Lord Aura had secretly been watching him. Meanwhile, as Duke Filio continued his conversation with Orsio, Lady Leonia was busy getting candy from Marquis Hesperi. When she tasted it, she was amazed by its flavor. Marquis Orsio then mentioned that Aura was getting engaged, and the announcement was met with congratulations from others. Duke Filio, however, was uninterested and asked which family Aura was marrying into. He found it surprising, as he thought Aura was much older than him. Orsio revealed that the family was House Urbanu. Lady Leonia was startled upon hearing the name of the family. Duke Filio asked if their eldest daughter, who had graduated from the academy last year, was the one Aura was marrying. He couldn't recall her name. Marquis Orsio clarified that it wasn't the eldest but their second daughter, who was 17 this year. Orsio explained that in the Empire, marriage was allowed at 20 years of age, so it was customary for noble families to arrange engagements before their children turned 20. However, he noted, it was only proper for the couple to be close in age. Miss Urbanu was just 17, while Lord Aura was clearly much older, a fact that showed on Lady Leonia's face. Suddenly, Duke Filio hugged Lady Leonia, his anger visible. He remarked bitterly about families who would sell their own child like garbage. Miss Orsio then commented, "Birds of a feather flock together." While everyone was preoccupied, a loud announcement was made. The Emperor, Empress, and Empress Consort had arrived. The Belius Empire, also known as the Animal Kingdom, earned its name from the widespread custom of using special animals as house symbols. According to the most influential theory, long before the empire's founding, regional leaders extended their sacred faith to their current house symbols. The black lion of the northern Boleotai, the white tiger of the western Hesperi, the blue snow leopard of the eastern Orshio, the green jade whale of the southern Orst, and, finally, the golden eagle of Belius at the center. The golden eagle has long symbolized the imperial family, as recounted in the myth of the empire's founding. According to the tale, the first emperor decided where to establish the capital city by following the flight of a golden eagle. However, Lady Leonia believed the story was fabricated to add legitimacy and mystique to the empire's origin. As the emperor and empress walked in, Lady Leonia noticed the emperor's good looks, comparing him to a handsome church opera, though his frame appeared larger than his muscles. She then observed the empress, who had a pretty face but seemed more like fake gold plating than pure silver. Lastly, there was a green-haired girl, far too young to fit in with the grandeur of the imperial couple. Lady Leonia turned to Duke Filio and Sir Rupert, playfully remarking that the crown prince was trashier than her. She joked about harassing men with muscles but clarified that she never acted on it. Her words left the two men speechless. Once the emperor, empress, and the green-haired girl stood before the nobles and guests, the room fell silent as everyone bowed to greet them. Leonia quickly realized she was the only one who hadn't bowed yet. She hurriedly bowed, but not before catching the emperor's gaze. As he locked eyes with her, Leonia smirked internally, pleased that she had drawn his attention. When the emperor gave her a sharp glare, she lowered her gaze but secretly smiled, satisfied that her plan had worked. With the formal greetings over, Duke Filio mentioned Leonia's first hunt but remained quiet, simply watching her. The party officially began, with music and dancing filling the room. Nobles paired up to dance, while some lingered in the corners, sipping wine. Lady Leonia, focused on her hunt, dashed toward Miss Orshio, who was surprised and asked what Leonia was doing. Orshio remarked that Leonia wasn't a delicate person and wondered why she was alone, knowing Duke Filio would never leave his daughter unaccompanied. As Orshio spaced out, Leonia explained her strategy. "I'm on a hunt," she said. She recounted how her father had taught her that the key to hunting was making the prey lower its guard. That's why she was moving alone now. When Orshio followed Leonia's gaze, she was stunned to realize that Leonia was targeting the emperor. Orshio chose to stay silent, but Leonia gave her a warm smile and handed her a small piece of strawberry candy with a note attached. Orshio read the note and smiled, clearly pleased by its contents. Miss Orshio then approached her husband, asking if they could go to the balcony. Her husband, surprised and blushing, agreed. The two quietly stepped out of the room together. Lady Leonia had already given away some of her candy but remembered Sir Rupert. She wasn't worried, though, since he was right next to Duke Filio. While she was standing still, some nobles were looking at her. Suddenly, someone called her from behind, making her feel nervous. When she turned around, she was surprised to see the old man, Marquis Pardus. Marquis Pardus introduced himself, though Lady Leonia already knew who he was. She suddenly remembered her candy and decided to offer him one since he was an important figure working as a double agent for Duke Filio. When she handed him the candy, he asked how he could thank her. Lady Leonia smiled and requested, "Don't torment my dad." The old man accepted the candy and noticed the small piece of paper attached to it. He seemed to already understand what was written. As Lady Leonia walked away to another area, Marquis Pardus observed her and thought about Duke Filio's instructions. Watch over Leonia's surroundings and report anything unusual, but do not interfere with her. He couldn't help but notice a few pairs of eyes tenaciously following Lady Leonia, likely planted by the Emperor. He thought to himself that the naive bird didn't realize she had already been caught in a snare. Lady Leonia soon reached her grandfather and requested a lift to see him. She recalled how her grandfather's heart might break if he saw the Empress. This thought amused her, and she teasingly tugged at his ear before giving him a candy. Realizing she only had one candy left, she debated who to give it to next. She considered giving it to the Empress. Suddenly, a guard approached and informed her that the Emperor wanted to see her. This announcement angered those around her, including her grandfather, who firmly stated that the Emperor must first seek permission from Duke Filio. However, the guard replied that the Duke's permission could not override the Emperor's will. Miss Renner was furious, especially since Lady Leonia was only 7 years old. But Leonia calmly reassured Count Renner and agreed to go. With Marquis Pardus accompanying her, the guard reluctantly agreed to let him inform the Emperor first. Left alone with the guard, Lady Leonia complained, "This isn't fun. I'm tired and want to go back to my dad." The guard, nervous, insisted that she must meet the Emperor. Leonia's sharp gaze made the guard tremble as she coldly repeated, "This isn't fun." Just then, the Emperor, Suvatel Akalabelius, arrived. Without hesitation, he insulted her, calling her an illegitimate child. These words made Lady Leonia furious. She smiled inwardly, knowing that her plan to corner him had been successful. The old man informed the Emperor that he had brought Miss Boliotai, as requested. The Emperor, however, questioned why the old man had personally come instead of leaving the task to the servants. He gestured to a seat prepared in the middle, remarking that it wouldn't look good in the eyes of the world for a man to be alone with a young child. These words annoyed the Emperor, as they implied something improper. The old man calmly explained that his presence was simply to avoid any potential fault Duke Filio might find with His Majesty. "You must be cautious even with the most insignificant things," he said. This explanation left the Emperor momentarily silent. Meanwhile, the Empress felt uneasy about the meeting with Miss Boliotai. In contrast, the green-haired woman seemed delighted and suggested going down personally to meet the child. Her expression was unsettlingly cheerful, making her seem truly eccentric. Her words of praise for the Emperor lifted his spirits, and he agreed with her suggestion. The old man thought to himself about the classic tales of kings ruined by their infatuation with their lovers. To think that he was now witnessing such behavior from the Emperor himself amused him. As the Emperor decided to go downstairs, the Empress and the old man stayed behind, briefly discussing the situation. The old man noted that the lone remaining piece of candy was meant for the Empress. Now, returning to the present, the Emperor stood before Lady Leonia. The nobles, seeing this, began whispering among themselves. The old man introduced the Emperor as the great ruler of the empire. Lady Leonia stood silently, gazing at the Emperor. After a moment of tense quiet, Lady Leonia was the first to speak. She expressed amazement that this was the Emperor, her words shocking the nobles. However, she continued, mentioning how she had heard that the Emperor was an amazing person. Her remarks pleased the Emperor, inflating his pride. He asked her how she was finding the banquet. Lady Leonia candidly replied, "It's no fun. There's nothing to eat, nothing to play with, no friends to hang out with, and it's supposed to be my nap time right now." Her straightforwardness dampened the Emperor's mood. Leonia, still wearing a calm expression, stated that she wanted to go home and play with her dolls, the ones Duke Filio had bought for her. With that, she announced her intention to leave and said bye-bye to the Emperor. A guard, enraged by her behavior, shouted so loudly that it could hurt one's ears. He insulted Lady Leonia, calling her uneducated. Surprised by the insult, Lady Leonia didn't respond at first. However, the Emperor quickly silenced the guard, reminding him that the child was just startled. He then asked if Lady Leonia was all right. At that moment, tears began to form in Lady Leonia's eyes. A sudden and powerful wave of energy, the manifestation of the beast fang, a symbol of the Boliotai family, spread throughout the room. The intense pressure caused many to lose consciousness, while others struggled to breathe. The Emperor witnessed this display of raw power, realizing the true strength of the Boliotai bloodline. Fortunately, Duke Filio arrived in time to stop Lady Leonia. He gently lifted her up, and the power of the beast fang dissipated. With the chaos settled, the Emperor found himself kneeling and sweating from the overwhelming experience. Duke Filio gazed at him and calmly asked, "Is your Majesty all right?" Now everyone could finally breathe again. Duke Filio praised Lady Leonia and gently asked if she was scared. Leonia whispered that she wasn't really frightened. It was clear that this father and daughter duo truly enjoyed playing games together. Meanwhile, the Emperor was furious, exclaiming that he could have died. Duke Filio, however, dismissed the incident, saying it was merely a mistake by Leonia. But with a sharp tone, he asked why his daughter had been left alone with the Emperor in the first place. In a calm yet authoritative voice, Duke Filio declared that he had been keeping an eye on his daughter, so it came as a great shock to suddenly feel the overwhelming power of the Beast Fang. He demanded to know why Lady Leonia was with the Emperor without his knowledge and why no one had informed him of the situation. As the tension rose, Leonia quietly observed the scene. Although anyone could tell that she had made a huge mistake, the atmosphere was shifting. Instead of placing the blame on her, it was now directed toward the Emperor and the nobles present. This remarkable shift was orchestrated by one person, her father, Duke Filio. With a sharp gaze, Duke Filio angrily asked why his 7-year-old daughter had been left alone in such a large crowd. If no one could provide a proper explanation, it would be unacceptable. At that moment, the old man stepped in to mediate. He explained that the real fault lay with the Duke for leaving his daughter unattended. The Emperor had only wanted to thank Lady Leonia for attending the banquet, and it was one of the Duke's servants who had raised his voice at her. The old man suggested, with pointed words, that if Duke Filio wished to blame His Majesty, perhaps the two of them should leave. Leonia, watching the scene, couldn't help but admire the old man's skill in acting. As the conversation continued, Leonia yawned, clearly tired. Both Duke Filio and the old man were left speechless by her timing. Realizing her fatigue, Duke Filio decided to leave, agreeing to meet the Emperor another time. His parting words sent a chill down the Emperor's spine. As Duke Filio and Leonia began to walk away, the crowd instinctively gave them space, parting to allow the pair to pass. At the door, Leonia stopped and turned to address the nobles. She lifted her dress in a proper curtsy and declared with grace and authority, "It was a great honor to see everyone at this meaningful event tonight. I greet you all as the one and only daughter and successor to House Boliotai, Leonia. I shall see you next time." Her statement carried a profound meaning. Everything she had observed and overheard during the party was part of her careful preparation for what was to come. This was only the beginning of Leonia's grand hunt. The nobles would remember the name of Leonia Boliotai. For the next time they met, it would be the last. Now, Lady Leonia was also worried about the people who were pregnant and those with chronic illnesses, but luckily, Duke Filio informed her that they were all being evacuated to the balcony by Sir Rupert. Lady Leonia then noticed that they were outside and wanted to know where they were. Duke Filio explained that this was a shortcut Marquis Pardus had once told him about. Sir Rupert mentioned that, normally, it was forbidden for anyone who was not part of the imperial family to pass through this area. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind a tree. It was a small child with long white hair and snowy eyes. This surprised the Duke because the child was Princess Scandia. Duke Filio asked her why she was there. She said she was worried about her mother and had heard that the Empress had come as well. Duke Filio noticed that the princess was barefoot and asked if she had come alone. She admitted that she had and then noticed Lady Leonia. Lady Leonia bowed and introduced herself as Leonia Boliotai. The princess introduced herself as Scandia Aclea Bellius. Duke Filio then called Sir Rupert and told him that he would escort Lady Leonia to the carriage while he personally escorted the princess. Lady Leonia waved goodbye to the princess, which confused her. Duke Filio explained that, bye-bye means take care and is something said between friends. Hearing this, the princess blushed happily and said bye-bye to Lady Leonia. Once in the carriage, Lady Leonia, feeling sleepy, tried to talk about how pretty Princess Scandia was and wondered why the princess was wearing a dress. However, Lady Leonia soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Duke Filio asked the princess why she was wearing a dress. The princess replied that her mother told her to wear it, but she had cried, and her mother apologized to her. Duke Filio reassured her, saying that the Empress had nothing to apologize for and that the princess knew it too. The princess agreed, saying her mother had done nothing wrong and that she truly loved and cared for both her and her brother. When they reached the castle gate, a maid was waiting. Duke Filio noticed that the princess no longer cried when she saw him. The princess explained that she was now 9 years old and would turn 10 once winter passed. She then said goodbye to Duke Filio, who waved back, making the princess happy with his response. Nowadays, time has passed, and it is already morning. Lady Leonia is busy reading a newspaper, which reports on Emperor Suvitio's banquet, hosted with great success. The banquet was held to commemorate the former emperor, and during the event, the Northern Duke Filio Boliotai started a new trend by wearing a wristwatch. This news annoyed Lady Leonia because it was the only thing being talked about. While she was reading, Duke Filio was also there, reading his own material. The two exchanged playful insults, but Leonia became upset when she heard that her father had to negotiate with the emperor because of the fuss she caused. Duke Filio admitted it and added that it was quite a difficult task. The day after the banquet ended, Duke Filio went to the palace to settle the issue with the emperor. Of course, Emperor Suvitio was very angry. Lady Leonia felt ashamed when she learned that the emperor was covering up the tantrum she threw, on the condition that an illegal monster trade attempt would also be concealed. The monster gun incident could have been used against the emperor, but Duke Filio had managed to smooth things over. If Lady Leonia had known how much Duke Filio helped her, she wouldn't have thrown that tantrum. Duke Filio lifted Leonia up and explained that the monster gun wasn't as dangerous as she thought. Though it had the potential to threaten the emperor, the attempt to auction illegal monsters was unsuccessful and ended without anyone finding out. He compared it to a bottle of milk. It only becomes a problem once it's spilled. Throwing away the milk before it rots is a way of covering up the mistake. He reassured her that her tantrum happened at the perfect time, which contributed to resolving the issue. Lady Leonia accepted his explanation and praised her own actions, but she was still a bit disappointed. She raised her voice and proudly declared, "No one can beat a Boliotai. You're the strongest, handsomest, and most muscular papa in the world." Duke Filio was speechless and asked where she learned such words. Leonia explained that it was from her visits to the orphanage and knowing people there were still alive. Leonia then gave Duke Filio a warm hug and asked why he threw away such a big advantage to cover up her tantrum when he could have used it to his benefit. Duke Filio agreed that he could have handled it better, but he admitted that he enjoyed coming up with ways to resolve the issue. For him, the important thing was that now the nobles who used to look down on Leonia while trying to assess her worth would stay quiet. Leonia's bright and dramatic goodbye during the banquet was perfect. It was an extravagant way to show off while sending a clear warning. She had properly instilled fear in them, as only a true Boliotai could. Now, Duke Filio asked Leonia what the second thing was. She thought deeply about the answer but admitted she didn't know. Despite her efforts, nothing came to mind. Duke Filio just smiled and explained that everyone knew how terrifying the power of the beast's fang was, but no ordinary person truly understood what that power was like. Lady Leonia was confused because she knew her father used it all the time in the north, especially when he wiped out the illegal monster trade with Miss Marioka. Duke Filio added that even the emperor had personally experienced that power. Hearing this made Leonia happy, knowing that she had scared the emperor enough that he wouldn't mess with the Boliotai family for a while. However, she began to wonder if the emperor would try something. In response, Duke Filio gave her an assignment to write at least 3 pages detailing all the pathetic ways the emperor might try to mess with the Boliotai family and submit it to him. This shocked Leonia, as she wasn't expecting her father to hand out homework like this. A few days later, however, none of the succession classes or homework mattered because Duke Filio was already stressed about not having enough hands to deal with everything. Being busy had always been part of her everyday life. However, the wristwatch business she recently started had grown far beyond her expectations. Even Leonia had been helping a little by organizing documents and sketching watch designs and straps herself. Despite their efforts, the paperwork piled up like a mountain, and they were severely understaffed. Sir Rupert looked like he was about to collapse from the workload. Leonia, however, was thrilled because she had introduced a talented individual to help with the personnel shortage. It was Count Hyena's daughter. Leonia, wearing glasses to look like a professional staff interviewer, met with the white-haired girl named Insareya Hyena. Leonia thought her name was beautiful and exactly the kind of name suitable for an employee of their household. While Leonia was excited, Duke Filio shifted to a serious tone and began talking to Lady Insoraya. He couldn't believe he was conducting a job interview with the same girl who had once stalked him. Duke Filio asked if Lady Insoraya knew what she was signing up for by coming here. She replied that Lady Leonia had asked her if she wanted to have a job interview. This left Duke Filio stressed as he explained that their household was currently seeking someone for secretarial work. Specifically, an assistant to Viscount Rico's, his secretary. Duke Filio also mentioned that the minimum academic requirement was an academy education. However, seeing that Lady Insoraya had never attended the academy, she didn't meet the requirements. This saddened her, but the serious conversation was interrupted when Leonia called her father a dummy. She accused him of being awful for depriving Insoraya of even a chance at an interview just because she didn't graduate from the academy. While Leonia argued with her father, Lady Insoraya blushed shyly but happily. Finally, Duke Filio relented and agreed to continue the interview, as Leonia insisted. He asked what skills Lady Insoraya had. She replied that she was a good writer and, to prove it, showed personally transcribed copies of all the love letters she had sent to Duke Filio. Leonia and Duke Filio examined them, finding the grammar flawless and spelling perfect. Duke Filio asked how long it took her to write them. She said she wasn't sure because she never timed herself but estimated it took her a little under 2 hours to transcribe a book. When asked which book she had transcribed, she answered that it was the philosopher Rosophia's third book. Leonia was shocked since the book was extremely thick. Duke Filio requested a demonstration of her transcription skills. She asked for a pen and some paper, but when Duke Filio suggested she would need a book to transcribe, Insoraya revealed that once she transcribed something, she could remember it entirely. This revelation left Sir Rupert, Leonia, and Duke Filio speechless. Within an hour, she had finished, and Duke Filio reviewed her work. He was surprised to find it completely accurate. Curious, he asked why someone with such talent hadn't been able to attend the academy. Lady Insoraya admitted that her shyness and nerves prevented her from doing so. However, she wasn't as nervous that day because Lady Leonia was by her side. This response made Leonia happy. When the interview ended, they were back on the ground floor. Lady Insoraya apologized, bowing deeply, and admitted the truth. She knew that writing letters to Duke Filio and following him around was wrong. She explained that she admired Duke Filio deeply and wanted to be like him, which is why she had liked him in the first place. Duke Filio, serious now, informed her that while admiration was one thing, she had crossed a line that shouldn't have been crossed. He could overlook certain things, but he could not forgive her for secretly watching his daughter. What would she do if he didn't hire her because of that incident? Lady Insoraya acknowledged that her skills might not be enough to secure the job. She admitted that she came knowing she might face humiliation but felt this might be the end. An end to her admiration of Duke Filio. However, she resolved to use the meeting as a catalyst to work harder because Lady Leonia had told her she wasn't insignificant. Though she knew others might still see her as inadequate, she apologized and vowed to improve. Before leaving, she also apologized to Lady Euphicia. As the conversation ended and Lady Insoraya left, Duke Filio called Leonia and told her that if she heard Lady Insoraya apologize to Lady Euphicia, she should tell Insoraya to come back again. Sir Rupert was taken aback by Duke Filio's decision to involve Lady Insoraya. He hadn't expected such leniency from the Duke and voiced his concerns. However, Duke Filio calmly replied, "People often say, love the sinner, not the sin." Rupert, puzzled by the statement, pressed further, asking if the Duke intended to extend the same forgiveness to the Emperor. Filio chuckled softly and said, "There's an exception to every rule." He then leaned back in his chair and suggested that Rupert give Lady Insoraya a chance. Just give her a trial run for now. If, after that period, you still feel uneasy, you can always send her back to Leonia, he reassured. To drive his point home, Duke Filio used a sharp rebuttal, quoting his own daughter. He reminded Rupert that having a prejudiced and snobby mindset was unbecoming of someone in his position. Lady Insoraya has proven herself to be more than capable. It's absurd for House Voriotai to reject such a skilled individual over a matter as trifling as background. His tone was firm, leaving no room for further objections. With this final statement, the meeting adjourned. Rupert returned to his office, prepared to dive into the paperwork awaiting him. As he opened the door, he froze, surprised to see Lady Inseria still standing there. She stood stiffly by the corner, her posture tense. Confused, Rupert asked, "Why are you still standing? Did no one tell you to sit?" Blushing slightly, Inseria replied, "No one gave me permission to sit, so I thought it best to remain standing." Rupert sighed and gestured for her to sit, silently noting her strict adherence to protocol. As he settled in with a cup of tea, Rupert addressed her formally as Lady Inseria. To his surprise, she quickly corrected him. "Please don't call me lady. The truth is, I ran away from home to come here," she confessed, her voice soft yet firm. Rupert's eyebrows shot up in shock, and he set his teacup down. Sensing his surprise, Inseria continued, her cheeks flushing as she explained, "I told my parents I was leaving to start a new chapter in my life. Then, I just walked out with my belongings." Rupert's tone became more practical as he asked, "And where are you planning to stay now?" Inseria reassured him, saying she already knew about the mansion annex where the employees lived. Although she seemed confident, Rupert admitted his lingering doubts. "To be honest, I still find it difficult to trust you," he said bluntly. Inseria nodded, acknowledging his hesitation. "I understand, Sir Rupert. I'll work hard to prove myself," she replied earnestly. However, Rupert clarified his expectations, stating, "I value individuals who not only work hard but also deliver flawless results." To his astonishment, Inseria quickly showcased her remarkable skills. She efficiently recalled and summarized documents he had been searching for, transcribing their contents with incredible speed and sophistication. Rupert watched in awe as she seamlessly wrote letters and official documents to be dispatched. Her level of professionalism was unmatched. He couldn't resist asking, "How on earth did someone with your abilities fail to get into the academy?" Inseria didn't hesitate to answer. She demonstrated her knowledge of Duke Voriotai's schedule, a result of her previous efforts to follow and study him. Rupert realized there was little to teach her, and her talents surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, Lady Leonia beamed with pride, boasting about her role in discovering Inseria. "I told you she was perfect for the job. You and the Duke owe me a thank you," she said smugly. Rupert, now genuinely impressed, smiled. "One of these days, I'll gift you an encyclopedia filled with muscle illustrations," he joked. To his amusement, Leonia's enthusiasm visibly deflated at the suggestion. Despite the light-hearted banter, Rupert couldn't shake a feeling of pity for Inseria. Reflecting on her situation, he remarked, "Parents can make plans for their children, but children don't get to choose their parents." His words carried a heavy weight, and Inseria's expression darkened slightly. Leonia, ever perceptive, added her own wisdom. "It's not only immoral when children mistreat their parents," she said. "It's just as immoral when parents mistreat their children." Both Rupert and Filio paused, surprised by her insight. Breaking the silence, Duke Filio teased, "Sometimes, it feels like there's a 70-year-old man living inside you, Leonia." Leonia's mood shifted, and she glared at the Duke. "You promised you wouldn't pick a fight during a meal. Of all things, why compare me to an old man?" she huffed. Filio chuckled, explaining, "It's the way you fixate on muscles. It reminds me of a certain elder who spent his last years chasing women." Leonia smirked at the absurdity of his comparison. "This just proves you and I aren't related by blood," she retorted. "No real father would ever say that to his child." Rupert, increasingly bewildered by their dynamic, asked, "How am I supposed to respond to this?" The Duke shrugged. "Just listen and let it be," he advised. Leonia nodded in agreement, eager to change the subject. "By the way," she said, "why does the Imperial Princess wear a dress even though he's a boy?" Rupert, startled, shouted in disbelief. Filio silenced him by tossing a piece of bread at his face. Leonia raised an eyebrow. "You didn't know?" she asked, her tone mocking. Filio interjected, "Leonia, Keep quiet while eating. Rupert, lowering his voice, cautiously inquired, is it true that the princess isn't female? Leonia grinned mischievously. Are you wondering if the princess has something hanging down there? She asked. The Duke narrowed his eyes at her and asked, how do you even know that? Leonia hesitated, fumbling for an excuse. Filio sighed, amused. You've truly mastered the art of perversion, he said, shaking his head. Leonia's face turned red with frustration. We're in the dining room, she snapped, mortified. Rupert, still processing the revelation, expressed his shock that he had been the last to learn of it. Why didn't anyone tell me this sooner? He asked, exasperated. Leonia shrugged. Does it really matter? She asked. Filio explained, it's not harmful information, but it's bothersome in its own way. With that, the conversation ended, leaving Rupert to ponder the peculiar dynamics of House Voriotai. The night had fully descended, and the air in the estate was quiet, save for the soft sounds of footsteps echoing through the grand hallway. Lady Leonia and Duke Filio were taking a leisurely walk, their figures bathed in the dim glow of the moonlight streaming through the tall windows. Meanwhile, Sir Rupert, ever diligent in his duties, was still hard at work, his focus unwavering as he burned the midnight oil. As they walked side by side, Duke Filio's sharp eyes caught something he hadn't noticed before. Lady Leonia had grown taller. The realization brought a warm smile to his face, and he pointed it out, his tone laced with subtle pride. Leonia's face lit up with joy at his remark. For her, such acknowledgement from her father was like a treasure. Yet for Duke Filio, it stirred a mix of emotions deep within him. The growth of a child, he thought, was a bittersweet thing. On one hand, it was a wondrous sight to see a frail, gaunt child transform into someone healthier, stronger, and full of life. Her once thin frame had begun to fill out, and her short limbs had grown noticeably longer. It was a marvel to witness, a testament to the care and nourishment she had received. But on the other hand, there was an ache in his heart, a quiet, almost selfish longing for the fleeting moments he could never recapture. Each time he looked away, it felt like she had grown a little more, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment for missing even the smallest milestones. If only she could stay this way a little longer, he mused silently, watching her bright smile. Yet that thought quickly gave way to practicality as he noticed her winter clothes were visibly tight. Clearly, she had outgrown them. Despite his earlier wistfulness, he found himself swept up by her joy. How could he cling to his own melancholy when Leonia was so undeniably happy? Resolving to focus on her needs, he decided to commission an entirely new wardrobe of winter outfits for her. Above all, his only wish was for her to live a long and healthy life, free from the burdens of illness. Later that evening, in the coziness of her room, Leonia prepared for bed. As Duke Filio tucked her in, she brought up a question that had been lingering in her mind. With a curious look, she asked about the imperial princess and why they couldn't tell Sir Rupert the backstory. Duke Filio's expression softened, though his tone remained firm as he explained that some things were better left unsaid. Nothing good will come from knowing it, he told her, his words a gentle but clear boundary. Their conversation drifted to lighter topics as Leonia's eyelids began to grow heavy. Finally, she bid him a soft good night, her voice drowsy but full of affection. Duke Filio leaned down to kiss her forehead, returning the sentiment in his deep, calm voice. As he turned to leave, Leonia asked one more question, her words almost slurred with sleep. Father, do you know what I like to dream about? She murmured. Duke Filio chuckled quietly and made a playful request. If I appear in your dreams, make sure to let me rest. With that, he left the room, closing the door softly behind him. As sleep began to take her, Leonia's mind wandered back to something her father had said earlier about her achieving mastery. The idea made her chuckle inwardly. It wasn't true at all. While she did have a keen and discerning eye, she knew it wasn't as sharp as her father seemed to believe. The truth was, she had discovered the truth about Scandia not because of any extraordinary skill but because of two key factors. First, she remembered the intricate details from the novel she had read before coming to this world. Second, and perhaps most significantly, she had happened to encounter Scandia in the West. That meeting had revealed more than enough for her to piece together the mystery. She already understood why Scandia had to dress as a girl, but she chose to feign ignorance. Her father's advice lingered in her mind. Nothing good will come from knowing it. She trusted his judgment and decided to leave the matter be. Still, as she drifted closer to sleep, her thoughts lingered on Scandia. What would he look like as he grew older? According to the novel, he was destined to become a striking man with silver hair and a muscular build. The image brought a smile to her face. I'll make sure to be a good friend to him, she thought as her consciousness faded, leaving her to dream of the future. Duke Filio is such a classic dad. 1 minute, he's feeling sad because Leonia is growing up so fast, and the next, he's thinking about buying her new winter clothes. It's funny how he goes from emotional to practical so quickly. Leonia, on the other hand, is just happy to be taller and has no idea that her dad is having such deep thoughts. Then at bedtime, Leonia is all curious and dreamy, asking cute questions, while Filio just wants a good night's sleep. If I appear in your dreams, let me rest, he says, such a tired dad comment. And Leonia pretending she doesn't know Scandia's secret is hilarious. She's keeping quiet because her dad told her not to think about it. But you know she's already imagining Scandia as her future super cool, handsome friend. All this is happening while Sir Rupert is somewhere working late. Poor Rupert doesn't even get to join in on the drama.
Outside the mansion, the rain continued to pour heavily. The weather was relentless, leaving Leonia with no choice but to stay inside. She stood by the window watching the rain as it streamed down the glass. One of the assistants approached her and informed her, once the monsoon season ends, it will get very hot, hotter than the north during the summer. Leonia listened but couldn't respond right away. She had never spent a summer in the north and didn't know what it would feel like. The assistant then added, the north is hot during the summer, but it's still cooler compared to the city. Hearing this, Leonia started to think about what to expect. She didn't like the thought of bugs which would surely appear in large numbers during summer. Still, she consoled herself that summers here would be far better than those she experienced at the orphanage. At the mansion everything was better. It was cool, there was no mold, and she didn't have to worry about eating spoiled food. Most importantly, she had the time and peace to think about other things. The assistant, noticing her slight discomfort, added reassuringly, "You don't have to worry about bugs. The Duke ordered a large supply of magical bug repellent for you." Hearing this, Leonia felt relieved. She appreciated the Duke's care for her and couldn't help but feel grateful. Soon the heavy rain passed and the warm sun appeared. Outside, Leonia, the Duke's staff and Flo's parents stood together. Leonia's face lit up when she saw Flo arriving with her family. Flo too was excited to see Leonia again, and the two immediately hugged to greet each other. After their embrace, Leonia teasingly commented, "Flo, you've grown so much while I was away. I can't believe how big you've gotten." Flo laughed and tried to compliment her in return. "You've grown a lot too, Leonia," she replied, amused by her friend's words. Their cheerful exchange was interrupted briefly by Duke Filio, who reminded Leonia to tone it down. Leonia, however, declared confidently that she would do as she pleased. Then she turned to Flo's parents to welcome them. "Welcome to the Bugliotti mansion," she said politely. "I hope the trip wasn't too difficult, especially with all the rain." Flo's parents smiled warmly and replied, "How could it be difficult when Miss Bugliotti herself invited us?" Their gratitude was clear and they seemed happy to be there. The purpose of the visit was a tea party, with separate arrangements made for the children and the adults. The adults soon moved to a room prepared for them, leaving the children to enjoy their own tea party. As they settled in, Flo called out to Leonia. "Leonia, I want to introduce you to someone," she said. Leonia turned and saw a young man standing near Flo. He appeared a bit nervous as he stood straight and introduced himself. "I'm Alsis Karata," he said. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Bugliotti." Leonia responded with a smile, but her expression quickly turned serious. "Alsis, I've heard a lot about you. Do not torment Flo so much," she said firmly. Alsis froze, clearly caught off guard by her directness. Before he could respond, Leonia continued, "Are you going to torment Flo again?" Shaken by her question, Alsis quickly assured her, "No, I won't do it again." He then turned to his sister and apologized, much to Flo's surprise. She wasn't expecting him to apologize so openly. Leonia, however, wasn't done yet. Hug her, she ordered. Tell her you love her. Alsace hesitated for a moment but eventually complied. Flo, equally reluctant but amused, followed suit. The two siblings awkwardly hugged and exchanged words of affection as Leonia watched. With their relationship mended, the group moved on to start the tea party. The children's tea party took place in a cheerful atmosphere, separate from the adults, allowing them to enjoy themselves fully. Inside the room, a delightful spread of cakes, food, and cookies awaited the children for their special tea party. The treats, each with distinct flavors like chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry, were neatly arranged on the table. Flo and her brother looked in awe at the assortment of yummy food. It appeared there were already 2 other children in attendance, making a total of 5 children enjoying the sweet, delicious offerings. The kids laughed and chattered, each savoring the treats that had been prepared for them. Leonia, feeling a bit shy but proud, hesitated before admitting that she had personally prepared everything this time. The children, clearly surprised, were happy to hear this news. They were accustomed to adults handling such things, so it was a nice change to know that Leonia had taken charge. Leonia couldn't help but feel a wave of relief when she saw her friends' smiles. She continued, explaining that her father had asked her to prepare the tea party as part of her succession class homework. He had mentioned something about preparing the event herself if Leonia truly wanted to become the master of the house. As she spoke, her thoughts drifted. She realized that ever since the last party, she had wanted to distance herself from large crowds for a while. Being surrounded by too many people had started to feel like poison to her. In an attempt to cope with the stress, she found herself retreating into a quieter, more solitary space, slowly becoming more introverted. Just as Leonia was lost in her thoughts, Duke Filio entered the room calling her name. Flo's brother looked up nervously at the Duke's serious expression, his anxiety evident. The other children were equally silent, sensing the tension in the air. Duke Filio, realizing the children had gone quiet, quickly relaxed his posture and asked Leonia if they were having fun. He mentioned that the adults would be downstairs in about an hour and asked if everything was all right. Leonia, hearing her father's voice and wanting to reassure him, nodded happily. She didn't want him to worry, but in truth, Duke Filio wasn't concerned for Leonia. Instead, he worried more about the other things going on in the mansion. However, despite his worry, he still loved his daughter deeply. He leaned down to give her a kiss and a warm hug. After checking on the situation with the kids, Duke Filio nodded and left to return to the adult tea party. The children resumed their conversation, but there was still some lingering tension. Suddenly, Alsace, Flo's older brother, turned to Leonia with a question. "Aren't you scared of your father?" he asked, his voice uncertain. Leonia, ever casual, responded, "Are you scared of your own father?" Alsace quickly denied it, saying he wasn't scared. Leonia, in turn, said it was the same for her. She wasn't scared of her dad either. This exchange, though light-hearted, felt oddly comforting to the children who returned to their fun. As the children continued to enjoy the party, the adults settled into a separate room. Duke Filio, sitting comfortably in a chair, sipped his hot tea, listening to the discussion taking place around him. The topic of the conversation was a parenting manual that had recently been translated from Sina, a well-known book. The group found it fascinating, especially with the relaxed atmosphere that surrounded them. The adults were able to discuss the ideas presented in the manual calmly, a rare moment of quiet reflection. As the conversation progressed, Duke Filio asked, "How should we discipline a child for it to be effective?" Count Caninus, always one to speak up, asked whether corporal punishment was part of the discussion. Duke Filio, somewhat disapproving, shook his head. "Is there even a place to hit them?" "They're too small," he replied, his tone somewhat serious. Count Caninus, intrigued, then asked what kind of punishment Duke Filio used for his child. Duke Filio, without missing a beat, responded, "A thinking chair and a punishment necklace." At this, the room fell silent. Everyone in the room stiffened at the mention of these methods, their expressions tightening. Count Runnies, unsure whether to take the statement seriously, cautiously asked, "Just to confirm, the thinking chair isn't one with skewers and blood, is it?" Duke Filio, without a hint of humor, replied, "If Count Runnies is willing, he can sit there." The room was filled with an uncomfortable silence, and the adults exchanged uneasy glances. Flo's mother, trying to steer the conversation back to a more practical direction, remarked, Punishments like those aren't very effective on smart children. Her husband, ever the practical one, suggested, it's better to reason with them. But Duke Filio was quick to express his frustration. Leonia was too smart, always quick to reason and talk back to him. Countess Renée, overhearing the exchange, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are we seriously discussing Duke Filio's concerns right now?" Duke Filio sighed and replied, "What do you want from me? Leo is just too smart and meticulous for her own good." Suddenly, Duke Filio seemed to remember something and, with a knowing smile, began recounting an event from the past. "There was this one time," he said, "when Leo rode a horse to meet her stalker without me knowing. It was only when I stopped her from looking at muscles that I realized she had become too independent for her own good." He paused, then added, "I even decorated her room with pink flowers and painted an illustration of an angel and the woodcutter on her wall to try and soften things a bit." Flo's father, confused, asked, "Did Leonia hate those decorations?" He couldn't see the harm, considering that many children enjoyed pink flowers and illustrations from storybooks. "Leonia's still a little girl after all," he said. But the mothers in the group didn't share the same view. "Decorating a room for someone with issues like that isn't kind, it's cruel," one mother commented. The other wives nodded in agreement, and the husbands, although somewhat hesitant, couldn't help but agree with their wives' perspective. Now, Mr. Karata was asking why the illustration from a children's book would be an issue, as children would probably enjoy it. Duke Filio, however, explained in a serious tone that the story's content was inappropriate. He revealed that the story romanticized a deranged individual who acted as an offender, stealing a woman's clothes while she was bathing, intimidating her, and eventually impregnating her. This revelation caused a wave of shock to ripple through the room. The adults exchanged uneasy glances, processing the disturbing content of what they had assumed was a harmless story. From that day forward, the Rina and Karata families agreed to remove the book, the angel and the woodcutter, from their households entirely, determined to protect their children from such inappropriate material. Even Duke Filio remarked that it was shocking how such a story had become so normalized in children's literature. As time passed, the tea parties for both the adults and children came to an end. Leonia, now feeling more relaxed, began sharing stories about the joyful moments she experienced with her friends during the children's tea party. The children were all visibly delighted, particularly because the theme of today's tea party had been fun study. To align with this theme, Leonia had worked hard to plan activities that cleverly combined learning and play, ensuring her friends would enjoy the event while also gaining some knowledge. Mr. and Mrs. Rina were utterly amazed by Leonia's thoughtfulness and creativity. They could hardly believe how much effort she had put into the activities. Similarly, Mr. and Mrs. Karata were equally impressed, expressing their admiration for Leonia's innovative approach. Even Duke Filio, who rarely showed visible approval, could not hide his pride. Smiling, he asked Leonia what the children had studied during their tea party. The parents were then shown some of the drawings that the children had created as part of their study activity. Mr. Rina looked closely at one drawing made by his child, trying to guess what it was. To him, it resembled a piece of fruit, perhaps a peach or a plum, given its round shape and vibrant colors, and it looked quite appetizing. Turning to his wife, he asked for her opinion. Mrs. Rina noticed another drawing made by their daughter, which looked similar to a sausage. She gently asked her daughter about it, curious to know what the drawing actually represented. However, their daughter confidently denied that it was a sausage and began explaining in detail. She said it was a drawing of the pectoralis major and minor muscles, identifying each part with remarkable accuracy. The parents were stunned as their daughter continued her explanation, pointing out the superior, middle, and inferior aspects, as well as the external and internal fibers. Her level of knowledge left them speechless. Not wanting to leave anyone out, Mr. Rina then turned to his son and asked about his drawing. His son looked up at him with a proud expression and replied that his drawing depicted the pectoralis major, but covered in skin. The straightforwardness of his answer amused the parents, but they were also surprised by how clearly and eloquently their son spoke. Miss Karata's children were also thrilled with the day's activities. Her daughter had drawn the thigh muscles, while her son drew the arm muscles. The boy explained confidently, "This area is the quadratus femoris, and right here is the rectus femoris. Next to them are the vastus medialis and the vastus lateralis. These are all muscles of the upper arms, and under the armpit is the latissimus dorsi." Mr. Karata, amazed by their knowledge, asked how they had learned all this. His daughter happily replied, "It's thanks to Miss Leonia. She taught us." Mr. Karata smiled warmly, praising Leonia for being so knowledgeable. Meanwhile, Duke Filio was left speechless by what he was witnessing. Leonia, beaming with pride at the compliments and results of her teaching, asked eagerly, "Did I do well?" She explained, "We studied science. Muscles are a part of people and life is very important." Duke Filio, however, couldn't help but remark, "The muscles coming out of Leonia's mouth are corrupted." Despite his comment, the group soon changed locations to sit and enjoy coffee. However, Duke Filio was visibly stressed as Leonia continued talking about muscles, clearly for her own interest. When Duke Filio asked, "Don't the kids find it gross?" Leonia happily replied, "No, they liked it because it looked like sausages. And Dad, muscles are beautiful in and of themselves. It wouldn't be true love if I only loved their appearance with the skin wrapped around them. If I were to love someone, I'd have to love even the less appealing parts of them." Realizing how much muscles meant to Leonia, Duke Filio sighed. Leonia, still smiling with her cheeks flushed red from joy, agreed wholeheartedly. Trying to tease her, Duke Filio began to insult her, but he quickly switched to calling her his adorable daughter. Leonia, already knowing what her father intended to say, huffed. "You were going to call me crazy, weren't you?" she accused, crossing her arms in mock anger. Duke Filio tried to deny it, but Leonia stood on the sofa in protest. Her father immediately scolded her. "Don't stand on the sofa." Leonia, realizing her mistake, quickly sat back down and muttered, "Fine, I'll overlook it this time since I'm so generous. Everyone makes mistakes, but there won't be a second time." Miss Karata, who had been quietly observing, struggled to hold back her laughter at the playful exchange between father and daughter. Leonia, turning to her father with a mischievous grin, asked, "Dad, you love me so much, right? So if I had diarrhea, would you clean it up for me?" Duke Filio looked at her with an exasperated expression and replied, "I'll let the maids handle it." He was always careful about touching Leonia, ensuring he respected her personal space. Following advice from a parenting book, he avoided physical contact as much as possible, only patting her head or hands and always over her clothes. When he asked why he would even need to touch her, Leonia was momentarily speechless, finding his metaphor gross. Annoyed, she muttered, "One day, I'm seriously going to poop on your back." Duke Filio, unimpressed, countered calmly, "If you do, you won't get any inheritance." This made Leonia even angrier, and she shouted so loudly that her voice echoed throughout the mansion. Despite the chaotic energy of the tea party, it ended on a memorable note. While it was undoubtedly stressful for some, it was also one of the funniest tea parties ever, thanks to Leonia's unique way of teaching science. It was a moment everyone would remember fondly, filled with laughter and family bonding. Now, everyone in the family had returned to their homes, as it was already late. Lady Leonia was left alone with her thoughts, feeling stressed and uncertain about how she should bring up the issue again. It wasn't easy for her, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt the weight of her situation. Then, an idea crossed her mind, though not exactly a good one. Maybe she could just bring it up recklessly or drink to muster some courage and act crazy enough to get it over with. But Leonia quickly dismissed the thought. For Leonia, drinking wasn't an option. Alcohol didn't agree with her body, and besides, she didn't want to ruin her progress now that she was finally starting to feel better. "No, I can't do that," she thought to herself. I need to find a different way. With her mind still racing for a solution, she decided to take action. By the time she reached her father's room, she was more determined. Knocking on the door, she cheerfully called out, "Dad." Her tone was light and playful as she entered, but she quickly paused. Her expression darkened as she remembered what her father had done earlier, and her playful demeanor turned into one of annoyance. Duke Filio, noticing this, found the situation amusing. He leaned back slightly, smiling as he teased her, "You've come all the way here just to be upset with me." Leonia tried her best to keep up her act of annoyance, but it wasn't easy. Her father's handsome features made it difficult for her to stay mad. He didn't seem fazed by her expression and stood up without hesitation. In one smooth motion, he lifted Leonia into his arms as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This only made her more irritated. "Didn't you say you wouldn't touch me?" she reminded him firmly. Duke Filio raised an eyebrow, looking genuinely confused for a moment. It was clear he had completely forgotten his earlier words. Leonia, frustrated by his casual demeanor, bit his arm. "You said at the tea party that you wouldn't touch me," she scolded, glaring at him. Finally, Duke Filio remembered. "Ah, it's about that gross metaphor, isn't it?" he muttered, his voice carrying a hint of regret. Leonia's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she groaned, burying her face in her hands. "How am I supposed to face anyone now?" she complained. "The Count and Countess Renée. Viscount and Viscountess Karata. How am I supposed to look them in the eye after this?" Duke Filio seemed unbothered by her distress. "Just look at them," he replied calmly, as if the solution were that simple. His response only made Leonia feel more stressed. Her head felt like it was going to explode as the argument with her father dragged on. Eventually, Leonia gave up. She let out a long sigh and lay across her father's lap. For a moment, she simply rested there, trying to calm herself. Then, out of nowhere, her voice softened. "Why don't you want to touch me?" she asked gently. "Does that mean you're not going to hold my hand, hug me, or give me a kiss anymore?" Duke Filio's expression softened at her words. His tone was calm and warm as he explained, "Why would I stop doing any of that? I didn't say I wouldn't touch you because I don't want to. It's because you're my daughter, a girl, and as your father, I want to be careful. Even if you don't feel uncomfortable, it's my responsibility to make sure you're always comfortable." Leonia felt the warmth and sincerity in her father's words. A small smile formed on her lips as she hugged him tightly. "I love you, Dad," she said, her voice filled with emotion. But true to her nature, she couldn't let the moment stay serious for long. She quickly made a joke, breaking the sentimental atmosphere between them. Returning to her usual self, Leonia sat up and informed her father, "I've finished my homework. I wrote everything I felt about hosting the tea party, during and after it." Duke Filio nodded and looked over the paper. "So, what did you think about it?" he asked curiously. Leonia answered bluntly, "Money." "Be more specific," he said, prompting her to elaborate. "It made me uncomfortable that I had to ask your permission for every little thing during the preparation process," Leonia explained. "That was the hardest part for me. When I needed equipment, I had to explain why and make a list of things to buy. And I'm only 7. Duke Filio chuckled at her response. "I wouldn't have asked you to do it if you acted like a child," he replied. "But in reality, I never wanted to rush you into the succession process. It's just that you're so smart and mature that I thought I'd give you something simple to do. And honestly, you far exceeded my expectations." Leonia mumbled under her breath, "I worked so hard for nothing. It feels like all I do is study, but my dream is to play and be unemployed." "That dream ended the moment you became my daughter," he teased. Still grumbling, Leonia suggested, "You could fix all of this if you got married and had another kid." Or, if you don't want to do that, just bring me a child, and I'll take care of it. That's what you did with me, isn't it? For the first time in their conversation, Duke Filio was left speechless. He realized with a sinking feeling that, in her eyes, he might really be a bit of a failure as a father.
Filio Boliotti was a man who never stopped any woman from approaching or leaving him. In the novel, Filio didn't involve himself with women except for casual relationships. He never crossed the line of the law, but the real garbage was elsewhere. Leonia, trying to cheer up her father, praised him for being at least the decent type. Duke Filio was left speechless. He couldn't believe that such words came from his own daughter. Instead of engaging further in the awkward conversation, he calmly told Leonia to go back to her room. However, Leonia, ignoring his attempt to dismiss her, brought up the matter of dinner and asked about the schedule. This made Duke Filio fall into a contemplative silence. He had always thought he lived a decent life, but hearing his past described so plainly by Leonia stirred something inside him. It made him feel dirty and ashamed, as if his supposed decency was not enough to erase his flawed reputation. Unwilling to let the conversation continue, Duke Filio silently picked Leonia up. Without a word, he carried her out of the room, walked to the dining area, and set her down. He then left, closing the door behind him, deciding she would eat alone. Frustrated at her father's behavior, Leonia knocked on the door and called out to him. She even tried singing a playful tune. "Do you want to build a snowman?" Of course, she quickly realized how ridiculous it was, considering it was summer. She sighed and muttered to herself in annoyance, "That's impossible." Her frustration grew. If her father wanted to argue, she thought, at least he could do it face to face. She grumbled that they could just build a snowman later when they were in the north. Still fuming, Leonia began to wonder aloud if her father planned to stay in the capital forever. Would he go back to hunting monsters this winter? The thought triggered another question in her mind. When was Duke Filio planning to return to the north? To her surprise, he answered from the other side of the door, stating plainly that he would leave in 2 days. Leonia was shocked by this sudden announcement. Why hadn't he told her something so important earlier? She scolded him through the door, saying he should have shared this kind of news face-to-face instead of springing it on her at the last minute. As the days passed, Leonia tried to enjoy what little time was left in the capital. One morning, she stood by her window, gazing outside. A large tree swayed gently in the breeze, and a butterfly fluttered around its branches, painting a serene picture. Her quiet moment was interrupted by Miss Connie, one of the maids, who entered the room holding a hat. "The sunlight outside is quite harsh today," Miss Connie remarked as she approached. Leonia turned to her and shrugged, saying they would be traveling in carriage anyway, so the hat wasn't necessary. Miss Connie ignored her protests and placed the hat on her head. To Leonia's surprise, it wasn't just an ordinary hat. It was a magic hat, enchanted to keep the wearer cool, making it perfect for the summer heat. Miss Connie explained that noble children often wore ventilated hats imbued with magic spells during the hotter months. This luxury, of course, was only available to the upper-class nobility. Hearing this, Leonia's mood brightened. She smiled shyly and asked if her father had a habit of collecting magic items. Why does he even buy so many of them? Leonia wondered aloud. He should have told me we were leaving sooner. Miss Connie, noticing the cheerful expression on Leonia's face, felt a sense of relief. It was clear that Leonia had grown attached to the capital. Leonia agreed, admitting that she would miss Tra, the other maids, the cooks, and even the gardeners. Her affection for the people in the mansion was evident, and Miss Connie was touched by her sincerity. She suggested that Leonia write letters to everyone before leaving. The idea made Leonia smile even brighter, and she nodded enthusiastically. As the day of departure arrived, Leonia took one last look around her room. It was filled with books she had spent hours poring over. She promised herself she would return one day and use them again. Slowly, she descended the staircase. To her surprise, the maids and stewards were lined up, waiting for her at the bottom. The sight was overwhelming, and Leonia felt awkward under their watchful gazes. The head steward stepped forward with a warm smile. He expressed how happy he was to see Leonia looking so lively, even on the day of her departure. At the front of the gathering stood Duke Filio, already dressed in a luxurious, elegant outfit. His appearance exuded authority and refinement. Leonia quickly walked over to him, her curiosity piqued. "What about the hat you gave me?" she asked eagerly. Duke Filio handed her the hat, but Leonia furrowed her brow in confusion. "Didn't you already give this to me?" Her question caught him off guard. He averted his gaze, appearing momentarily flustered. "If it doesn't suit you, I'll just take it back," he muttered, his tone indifferent. Lady Leonia requested a hug from her father. Duke Filio, after a brief moment of hesitation, gently lifted his daughter into his arms. As he held her, Leonia took note of something that had always been on her mind. Her father, while loving in his way, rarely showed physical affection. He wouldn't even hold her hand during walks or kiss her cheek, despite the bond they shared as family. This observation lingered in her mind, and though she didn't voice it, she felt a pang of longing for the closeness she often saw in other families. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Duke Filio shifted the mood with a change of topic. "Let's go outside," he said, his tone calm but decisive. Without waiting for her reply, he began walking toward the entrance. The grand door to the estate opened, revealing the head steward standing formally, his hands clasped together as he prepared to see them off. Bowing respectfully, the steward offered his final farewell. "Safe travels, my lord and Lady Leonia," he said, his voice steady but carrying a hint of warmth. Duke Filio responded with a nod, his voice calm. "I'll leave everything to you while I'm gone." Hearing the phrase, Leonia's ears perked up, and she glanced at her father with a curious expression. "While I'm gone," she repeated, almost to herself. Duke Filio turned toward her, and his tone shifted slightly, carrying a touch of playfulness as he repeated, "I'll leave the estate to you while we're gone." The head steward chuckled lightly at the exchange, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement. "The bickering between you two has become quite the normal occurrence around the estate," he remarked, his tone affectionate. As his gaze shifted to Leonia, he noticed the hat she was wearing and smiled. "That hat," he commented, "is the very one Master used to wear when he was younger." Seeing Lady Leonia wearing it brings back memories of those days. Leonia, feeling a bit bashful, turned toward the steward and asked quietly, "Did father look a lot like me when he was younger?" The steward nodded, without hesitation. "It's only natural. You resemble him greatly," he said, his voice filled with certainty. Hearing this brought a soft smile to Leonia's face. She had always known she resembled her father, but hearing it spoken aloud made it feel more real. It was a small connection to her father's past, a past she realized she knew very little about. He had never told her stories about his parents, who had passed away early in his life, nor had he shared much about his own childhood. These were topics he seemed unwilling to discuss, and Leonia had never wanted to press him. Yet, hearing even a small detail about his younger days made her heart swell with quiet happiness. Duke Filio, noticing the change in her expression, decided in that moment that he would buy her something even nicer the next time he had the chance. The head steward, observing the Duke's rare, tender expression, smiled softly and bowed to Leonia. "It has been my pleasure meeting you, Lady Leonia. I wish you a safe trip," he said with genuine sincerity. With the goodbyes exchanged, Duke Filio and Leonia stepped into the waiting carriage. Leonia, feeling a mix of shyness and excitement, opened the carriage window as the horses began to move. The gathered maids and stewards waved at her, their faces filled with warmth and affection for the young lady they had come to cherish. "I'll be back," Leonia called out, her voice carrying a bright, heartfelt energy. "The North is my home, but this is my home too." She paused for a moment before adding, "I've written letters for all of you, so please stay healthy while I'm gone." The maids and stewards responded with kind smiles and waves, visibly touched by her thoughtful words. Their expressions seemed to say they would miss her as much as she would miss them. Duke Filio, sitting quietly in the carriage beside her, watched the scene unfold. He couldn't help but smile, feeling a deep sense of pride and warmth as he observed his daughter's kindness and sincerity. As the carriage began its journey, the estate gradually faded from view. Leonia leaned against the window, her gaze lingering on the familiar grounds for as long as possible. Her thoughts wandered to the letters she had written and the moments she would recount when she returned. She was filled with a quiet anticipation, knowing that while she was leaving, she would always carry a piece of this place in her heart. Now, as they approached the tall housing and large gates, Leonia noticed the intricate details of the structures surrounding them. She turned to her dad, her curious voice breaking the silence. "Are we going through the west this time?" she asked, her tone inquisitive. Duke Filio glanced at her briefly before replying, his voice steady and matter-of-fact. "We don't have time to delay. The gate that takes us directly to the north is inside the Imperial Palace, so I don't want to use that," he explained. His reasoning continued as he added, "Besides, I don't want to go through the north since it's hot, and the east route is too narrow for this carriage." Leonia fell silent at his explanation, her lips pressed into a thoughtful line. She already knew why the northern gate within the Imperial Palace couldn't and wouldn't be used, but hearing her father's direct dismissal made her realize just how shameless he could be at times. Still, as much as she wanted to tease him about it, she knew he wasn't wrong. His reasoning, as always, was annoyingly sound. The carriage, polished and sturdy, rolled steadily forward, its wheels crunching lightly against the ground as they neared the portal gate. Leonia leaned slightly against the plush interior of the carriage, watching the gates come closer. Duke Filio, ever the attentive father, glanced at her again, breaking the momentary quiet. "Do you need to hold my hand?" he asked, his tone calm but tinged with gentle concern. Leonia blinked, turning to him with a slightly incredulous look. She recognized his question for what it was, overcautiousness disguised as fatherly care. Finding his concern a little amusing, she decided to play along, her lips curving into a slight smirk. "No," she replied confidently, shaking her head. "And even if I do get sick, I'll make sure to throw up on your clothes," she added, her tone dripping with playful defiance. Duke Filio's gaze lingered on her for a moment, but he said nothing in response. Despite her teasing, she quietly moved closer and sat properly beside him. For all her bravado, Leonia didn't want to take any unnecessary risks, especially when traveling through something as unpredictable as a portal gate. The carriage began to move again, entering the shimmering portal gate with a smooth, almost imperceptible motion. Leonia braced herself instinctively, but the transition was seamless, the scenery outside the windows changing in the blink of an eye. They had arrived instantly at another location, a warm, picturesque place that seemed designed for relaxation. The air itself felt lighter here, carrying with it a sense of tranquility. As Leonia took in the surroundings, her sharp eyes caught a small crack on the carriage door. Her brows furrowed as she leaned forward to inspect it, curiosity prompting her to ask, "Is this an effect that occurs inside the gate?" One of the knights accompanying them, ever diligent, answered her question promptly. "It would be more accurate to call it a dangerous phenomenon rather than just an effect," he said, his tone grave. "Because the phenomenon that creates the gate is unknown, the effects that occur inside it are also unpredictable. That's what makes it so dangerous." The knight continued, listing the risks with a tone of authority. "Distortion, suspension, and corruption," he said, his words carrying the weight of experience. Another knight, who had been listening quietly, decided to join the conversation, his tone contrasting with his colleagues. "The mages from the east have a strong interest in gates," he remarked, almost casually. "It's thanks to their research that we're able to use them like this." What had started as a straightforward explanation quickly devolved into yet another argument between the two knights, their voices rising as they debated the finer points of the matter. Leonia, unfazed by their bickering, tuned them out and let her gaze wander. Not far from the carriage, she spotted her dad sitting on a large rock, completely absorbed in a book. The sight was unexpected but oddly fitting. Intrigued, she walked over to him, her footsteps light against the ground. "What are you reading, Dad?" she asked, her voice breaking through his focus. Duke Filio looked up, momentarily surprised but quickly softening at the sight of his daughter. The quiet moment he had been enjoying shifted into something livelier, a warm exchange of words and laughter between father and daughter. "Are you done playing with Pavo?" he asked, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Leonia shrugged, her reply casual. He locked eyes with Frove. Duke Filio's smile faltered slightly, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. He let out a soft sigh, rubbing his temples, as though trying to ward off a headache. He had told Leonia countless times to refrain from saying things that could be misleading, yet she continued to stress him out with her careless remarks. The conversation between Duke Filio and Lady Leonia had finally come to a close, the air now quiet with an odd sense of finality. Leonia, still absorbing everything her father had said, glanced over to the side, where she noticed Pavo and Fravo deep in conversation. Their voices were soft, so neither she nor Duke Filio could quite make out what they were saying. Leonia's curiosity piqued, and her mischievous nature quickly took hold. Without much thought, she randomly threw out some playful dialogue, her tone full of exaggerated drama. She raised her chin and spoke as though she were the lead character in a theatrical performance. "Fravo, I've always been so jealous of your muscles," she began, her voice a little too serious for the moment. "Pavo, it's the same for me. I want to become a part of your shoulder muscles, you dummy. If that happens, we won't be able to work out our muscles together. Don't say anything, my baby peacock. My silver elephant." She threw herself into the absurdity of it all, imagining the reactions of the two men, though she could hardly be sure of what they'd say. She giggled to herself, satisfied with her little creation. Meanwhile, Duke Filio, who had been quietly listening to his daughter's outlandish words, was struck speechless. The absurdity of her script left him frozen in place. He blinked once, then twice, processing what he had just heard. His mind raced, and for a brief moment, he wondered whether he should interrupt her antics or just let it run its course. His daughter's imagination never ceased to astound him, though at times, it was more than a little bewildering. Leonia, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed by her father's silence. She was more than content with her performance, satisfied that she'd made herself laugh. She casually glanced at him, waiting for any sign of a reaction. But Duke Filio remained still, his expression unreadable, though his furrowed brow hinted at his growing confusion. As the playful moment lingered in the air, a quiet tension began to settle between them. Duke Filio's suspicion about Leonia's character grew. What exactly was she trying to communicate through these strange and playful words? Was she truly being playful, or was there something deeper beneath the surface? She had a way of keeping him on his toes, and this odd exchange only added to his doubts about her behavior. But Leonia, ever determined to prove herself right, wasn't about to let her father's silence discourage her. She had always been the type to defend her thoughts, no matter how unusual they might seem. She wanted him to understand her better, to see the humor in her antics, and most importantly, to look at her with an open mind. Leonia flashed him a bright, confident smile, almost daring him to react. "You should at least try to look at it with an open mind, father," she said, her tone light yet insistent. "You never know, you might actually find it amusing." Duke Filio let out a long sigh, clearly feeling the weight of his daughter's exuberance. His mind struggled to keep up with her unpredictable nature. He couldn't help but feel a little exasperated, though there was a touch of fondness in his eyes. He had learned over the years that Leonia was not one to be easily understood, but that was part of what made her so endearing, and at times, so frustrating. With a half-smile, Duke Filio shook his head and spoke. "Your mind is just too open, Leonia," he said, a gentle reprimand in his voice. "You need to close it a little." Now at the villa, Leonia asked about their location, her voice slightly drowsy from the long journey. Duke Filio, with his usual calm demeanor, explained that the villa belonged to the Belliodi family. However, in her sleepy state, Leonia misheard him. Instead of belongs, she thought he said cows. This led her to believe they were talking about making meat dishes. The misunderstanding added a light-hearted moment, as her tiredness combined with her lively imagination created an amusing scenario. Duke Filio glanced down at his daughter, who was clearly exhausted from their travels. With a faint smile, he decided not to correct her right away and instead scooped her up in his arms to carry her inside. As they approached the villa entrance, 2 staff members were already waiting to greet them. Their faces showed relief and excitement at the arrival of Duke Filio and his young daughter. They bowed respectfully and informed the Duke that they had prepared the villa in advance after receiving his urgent message. Duke Filio, always composed and efficient, wasted no time in asking about the children's room. However, the staff quickly apologized, explaining that due to the short notice, they hadn't been able to fully prepare a dedicated room for Lady Leonia. Instead, they had arranged one of the guest rooms for her use. Duke Filio gave a small nod of understanding. He knew his request had been rushed, and the arrangement was sufficient for now. As they entered the villa, the cool air and tranquil atmosphere greeted them. Duke Filio carried Leonia upstairs to the guest room, her small frame resting peacefully against his shoulder. Inside the room, he gently laid her down on the bed. She was still murmuring softly in her sleep, and he caught her muttering something about soju, which made him raise an eyebrow in mild amusement. Despite his daughter's eccentric comments, he couldn't help but feel a surge of affection as he watched her peaceful expression. Concerned about her comfort, Duke Filio called for the villa's maids and instructed them not to wake Leonia until dinner was ready. He also requested that they change her clothes while she slept so she could rest more comfortably. The maids, who were eager to follow the Duke's orders, nodded and assured him they would handle everything carefully. Satisfied, Duke Filio gave his daughter one last glance before stepping out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Now in his own quarters, Duke Filio changed into more relaxed clothing, trading his formal attire for something more suitable for resting. He settled into a sturdy chair, exhaling as he finally allowed himself a moment to unwind. However, the calm didn't last long, as Levi Path entered the room to deliver an important message. The tone of their conversation quickly turned serious as Levi Path relayed the update from the deputy commander. The message, originating from Mono, informed them that Mono had finally spoken, an important breakthrough that offered a glimmer of hope for obtaining answers. Duke Filio's expression hardened as he absorbed the information. He leaned forward slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Levi Path. "When do you think we'll reach the north?" he asked, his voice low and steady. Levi Path considered the question carefully before responding. "It will take at least 5 days, my lord." Duke Filio nodded thoughtfully. 5 days was manageable, but it also meant they had some time to prepare. "We'll stay here at the villa for a while," he decided, his voice leaving no room for argument. "It will give us time to regroup and plan." His attention then shifted to the knight who had relayed the message from Mono. "Where is the knight now?" he inquired. "He's still here, my lord," Levi Path replied. Duke Filio's gaze sharpened and his tone grew firm. "Ensure that the knight is not harmed, under any circumstances. Do whatever it takes to keep him safe." Levi Path nodded, understanding the gravity of the order. Now, in the serene and relaxing Greenland, Lady Leonia and Duke Filio were savoring their time together, strengthening the bond between father and daughter. The air was crisp and refreshing, and the lush greenery around them created an almost magical atmosphere. As they strolled through the open expanse, Leonia's eyes sparkled with wonder when she spotted the biggest and tallest tree she had ever seen. "Dad, look at that tree. It's so huge," Leonia exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. Duke Filio smiled at her enthusiasm, clearly pleased by her amazement. Seeing his daughter so captivated, Duke Filio thought of a way to make the moment even more special. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Leonia, stay still for a moment. Close your eyes and listen carefully. The forest has its own music. Let's take a moment to hear it." Leonia, always curious and eager to follow her father's lead, obediently closed her eyes and tuned in to the sounds of the forest. At first, all she noticed was silence, but as she concentrated, the subtle symphony of the forest began to emerge. The cheerful chirping of birds created a melody, while the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze added a gentle harmony. The faint hum of insects filled the background, making the forest come alive with its unique rhythm. Leonia's lips curved into a smile as she whispered, It's like, my ears are eating something delicious. The sounds are like yummy food. Her innocent, yet imaginative words made Duke Filio chuckle softly. He loved how his daughter's mind worked and how she could turn something so simple into something magical. After enjoying the peaceful moment, they resumed their walk, exploring the picturesque surroundings. The villa servants had prepared a basket filled with delicious food for their picnic. They found a cozy spot under the shade of a tree, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the ground. Duke Filio was thinking of crossing the woods into the nearby village to buy some souvenirs. Lady Leonia expressed her desire to write a letter to the estate in the capital, so Duke Filio suggested she write it after they had eaten and explored the village. Lady Leonia agreed with enthusiasm and decided to buy a gift as well. As they walked, Lady Leonia couldn't contain her happiness, making small dance-like jumps. She was so excited and satisfied, enjoying the simple yet delightful moments of play and bonding with her dad, fulfilling the wishes of a joyful 7-year-old. Finally, Duke Filio and Lady Leonia found an interesting spot for a picnic. The area was peaceful, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves and birds singing in the distance. Duke Filio carefully prepared a clean, large cloth to lay on the ground, making sure it was spread evenly, free of any dirt or debris. He then opened the picnic basket, revealing delicious bread and a bottle of drinks. As he was arranging the meal, Lady Leonia, ever eager, was the first to grab a piece of bread. She called out to her father, saying that he should take the first bite of the bread. However, Duke Filio noticed something else hidden on Lady Leonia's side, a sour and sweet sandwich. With a smile, he agreed that she could have the pretty one, noticing how delighted she seemed by the discovery. Lady Leonia, satisfied with her sandwich, happily remarked that kimbap tastes better when the sides are slightly burst. Duke Filio, curious about her reasoning, questioned this observation. Lady Leonia explained that it was something she had seen before, kimbap rolls seasoned with dried seaweed, wrapped around vegetables like ham. The combination seemed to delight her, and she enjoyed the sandwich with great enthusiasm. Although Duke Filio found the combination a bit unusual, he made no comment. He simply sat back and watched as his daughter happily ate her meal. He looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and enjoyed the fresh wind and beautiful view while eating his portion of the food. The calmness of the scene, with the distant sounds of nature surrounding them, made it a perfect moment. Once they finished their meal, they decided to walk into the nearby village. The village was bustling with activity, as many people were busy buying food, goods, and other supplies. Being close to the Lynette territory, the village had a steady flow of visitors, which contributed to the lively atmosphere. Duke Filio and Lady Leonia walked around, exploring various areas and shops. They took the time to try new things and enjoy the vibrant energy of the place. After a while, they found a quieter spot in the village, with a round table covered by a large umbrella. The area was less crowded, and the atmosphere felt more relaxed. Lady Leonia had already gotten some mail paper, which she planned to use to write a letter. She asked her father whether she needed to use formal language for the letter. Duke Filio, in a calm manner, reassured her that since the letter was for family, she didn't need to use formal language. She could speak comfortably. Hearing this, Lady Leonia felt happy and relieved, as it meant she could write her letter without worrying about unnecessary formalities. She began writing the letter, her pen moving swiftly across the paper as she put her thoughts into words. As she wrote, Lady Leonia couldn't help but notice that her father had been reading a lot lately. Curious, she asked if the book he was reading was interesting. Duke Filio, instead of answering immediately, asked if she had finished writing her letters. Lady Leonia replied that she still had 2 more to go, and then she would be done. Duke Filio, after a brief pause, brought up the book titled Celia and asked if Lady Leonia was sure about reading it. He handed her the book, but reminded her not to remove the bookmarks. Lady Leonia, excited to read, opened the book immediately and started scanning the pages. She was fascinated by the content and immediately shifted her focus to something else. As she read, she found herself amazed that her father had been reading this particular book. She checked the author's name and was surprised to discover that it was written by Ardea, her sensei. Her admiration for Ardea grew as she knew that despite his many personal issues, his skills were unparalleled. She had also heard that his students were impressive, with the most recent student being Varia. Intrigued by the book's contents, Lady Leonia asked Duke Filio for more information. Duke Filio explained that the book had been presented by Ardea, published the previous year, and had caused quite a stir in certain circles. The book was focused on investigating ancient ruins, a subject that fascinated many. Lady Leonia, her curiosity piqued, listened intently as her father explained further. She was particularly interested when he mentioned that the book explored the origins of humanity, and she began to think about the possibility of ancient ruins existing in their world as well. The idea of uncovering the mysteries of the past, especially the origins of humanity, left her feeling fascinated and eager to learn more. As they sat there, enjoying the peaceful surroundings and the quiet moments, the conversation turned to the potential of discovering more about the past. Lady Leonia, feeling more connected to her father with each passing moment, began to realize how much they both shared an interest in the deeper mysteries of their world. With the book in her hands, she found herself imagining the possibilities of what they could learn together in the future. The theories about humanity's origins are varied, and among them, the Belius Empire holds the belief that humanity originated from the vast southern seas. For Leonia, this concept felt somewhat reminiscent of the theory of evolution. Of course, it wasn't an exact theory of evolution. It had elements intertwined with creationism. The belief stated that God created life from the sea, and the final creation was humans. As she listened, Leonia found herself intrigued by the book's premise and expressed a desire to borrow it once Duke Filio finished reading. She also became curious about why the book had caused such a stir, as well as the rumor regarding Professor Ardea being an atheist. Duke Filio explained that while the Belius Empire's temple influence was weak, not believing in the gods was still seen as a significant issue. Even the Vorioti family, known for being delinquent believers, ensured they donated a considerable sum to the temple every year. This act of generosity made the Vorioti family one of the temple's favorites. Addressing her curiosity, Duke Filio clarified that Professor Ardea wasn't an atheist, but the content of his book was considered somewhat controversial. Leonia, still intrigued, asked if Ardea had written anything bad about Count Bosgruni in his thesis. Duke Filio sighed inwardly, as it was no secret to him how much his daughter loved meddling in other people's family matters. However, Leonia was quick to respond, saying it was her father who had first introduced her to their own family affairs. She pointed out that their family had plenty of matters to deal with as well. With a playful tone, she went on to suggest that they should write a novel about the Vorioti family, claiming that it would undoubtedly sell well. Leonia continued to explore the different stores, moving from one area to another, picking out a variety of gifts with great enthusiasm. She carefully selected each item, ensuring it suited the person she intended it for. Duke Filio followed behind her, observing her choices with a quiet smile. After a while, under the name of the delivery service, he noticed a few letters and gifts that hadn't been sent out. Curious, he asked Leonia about them. Leonia replied casually that these were meant for the northern family members, the orphans, and the teachers. She mentioned that one of the gifts was for Teacher Connie, a bottle of candy she thought the teacher might enjoy. She explained that she had been reflecting on it and realized she hadn't done anything significant for Teacher Connie yet. It felt like a small but meaningful gesture. Leonia then began talking more about Teacher Connie. She wasn't just an ordinary teacher to her. Teacher Connie was more than that. She was someone who had made a lasting impact on her life. Although Teacher Connie didn't hold much authority at the orphanage due to her gentle demeanor, she was the reason the children survived in that harsh and cunning place. Teacher Connie worked tirelessly to ensure the children were cared for, sneaking proper food to them while avoiding the watchful eyes of the director and the other teachers. She even spent her own money to buy medicine for sick children and made sure they were taught letters to prepare them for their futures. For Leonia, waking up one day in the nightmare of the orphanage had been terrifying, but Teacher Connie's presence had been her only light in that darkness. It was teacher Connie who had provided her with the strength to endure and hope for something better. As Duke Filio listened, he remembered something from the past. He recalled how, on the day he took Leonia away from the orphanage, teacher Connie was the only one who had glared at him. It was a small but vivid memory, and he brought it up to Leonia. Hearing this, Leonia laughed lightly and explained that it wasn't surprising. After all, from teacher Connie's perspective, Duke Filio had suddenly taken a child away without much explanation. Amused by her response, Duke Filio decided to ask another question. "Do you really like teacher Connie that much?" he asked, his tone casual but curious. Leonia didn't hesitate for a moment. She smiled brightly and answered, "Of course, I do." Her expression was so genuine that Duke Filio couldn't help but smile as well. After a brief pause, Duke Filio asked another question, his voice quieter this time. "Do you love teacher Connie more than you love me?" Leonia paused for a moment before stepping forward and giving her father a warm hug. She replied confidently, "I love you more, father." As she hugged him, she added, "But teacher Connie is different. She's like a comrade to me. We went through a lot together in that terrible place. There's a certain fondness because of that." She continued to explain, saying, "It feels like she's someone I leaned on and she leaned on me too. It's not the same as love for family, but it's special." Leonia then mentioned something teacher Connie had once said, that someone she loved was waiting for her. The way she said it, Leonia added, was both touching and heartbreaking. If it hadn't been for the children at the orphanage, it felt like she would have gone straight to the person she loved. Hearing this, Duke Filio fell silent for a moment. He didn't say much, but he reached out and gave Leonia a gentle pat on the back. It was a simple gesture, but it conveyed his support and understanding. Leonia felt comforted by it. As they continued walking toward the gate leading to the north, Duke Filio remarked softly, "We've made so many happy memories together, haven't we?" Lady Leonia and Duke Filio were already seated in the carriage, commencing their journey. Leonia experienced a sense of contentment, though a lingering disbelief remained regarding her earlier utterance within the opulent store. The memory of halting their progress to acquire a particular item, from the initial selection to the final purchase, played back in her mind. Observing Leonia's reaction to what he considered a minor matter, Duke Filio mused that if such a trivial occurrence elicited this response, he wondered how she would react to more significant events in the future. This observation provoked a mixed reaction within Leonia, a slight sense of annoyance mingled with a certain degree of intrigue. Duke Filio then drew her attention to the ornament adorning her head. He informed her that its value likely equated to the cost of a substantial mansion, explaining that each individual flower comprising the piece held a value equivalent to a house. This revelation caused a noticeable shift in Leonia's demeanor. A sense of nervous shock washed over her as her gaze fell upon the radiant flowers positioned on either side of her hair. Upon closer inspection, she observed the intricate details of each rose petal, noting that each one had been meticulously carved individually before being carefully affixed to the ornament. Furthermore, she understood that a specialized technique had been employed to reduce the overall weight of the jewels. The ornament, therefore, represented a convergence of the inherent value of the precious gems, the skilled handiwork of the artisan, and the exceptional level of craftsmanship involved in its creation. Consequently, its estimated worth was approximately 7 mansions. This information prompted Leonia to consider the consistent valuation of items within their household. She noted that the price of a mansion seemed to be the default unit of currency when assessing their possessions. Leonia was already aware that a single mansion served as a practical unit of currency within Vorioti. Duke Filio confirmed this observation, reiterating a previous statement that even during moments of inactivity, such as their current carriage ride, Vorioti's financial activity continued unabated. Prompted by curiosity, Leonia inquired about the extent of their financial gains. Duke Filio responded that their earnings had reached a level where accurate recording had become impractical, having been classified as immeasurable for a considerable period. Upon hearing this, Leonia proceeded to kneel before her father, demonstrating a gesture of respect and offering a promise of enduring filial piety. This display of deference, rooted in the acknowledgement of material wealth, made Duke Filio distinctly uncomfortable. Leonia, however, made no attempt to conceal or deny the underlying basis for her actions. Outside, Levi Path gestured towards a tree, specifically the one where Lady Leonia had previously been sick. Leonia, observing the tree, expressed a sense of satisfaction, noting that it appeared to have grown noticeably larger. Levi Path concurred with her assessment, jokingly suggesting that Leonia's contribution as fertilizer had been beneficial for the tree's growth. However, Levi Path also added that it was perhaps necessary to consider the matter from the tree's perspective as well. At that moment, Duke Filio arrived on the scene. Leonia, upon seeing him, quickly approached him to share her observation about the tree's increased size, emphasizing the location of her previous indisposition. Duke Filio then directed his gaze towards the tree in question. As he looked at it, his thoughts drifted back to his initial encounter with Leonia, recalling the circumstances of her time at the orphanage. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed Leonia's assessment regarding the tree's growth. Following this brief outdoor interlude, they made their way back to the main house. Upon their arrival, Miss Kara was visibly moved by the sight of Lady Leonia, tears welling in her eyes. Leonia reciprocated the sentiment, though she displayed a degree of shyness in the moment. She exchanged a glance with her father, who was also looking at her. A brief smile passed between them. The reunion was marked by a palpable sense of joy, though the emotional display remained somewhat restrained. The observation was made that Lady Leonia had grown considerably, to the point where her previous wardrobe was now unsuitable. Consequently, the head maid instructed the steward to summon someone to the dressing room to address the matter of new clothing. The need for new accessories was also brought up. Lady Leonia cheerfully informed them that she had already acquired a number of accessories during her travels, even employing a descriptive phrase, "from here all the way to there," to emphasize the extent of her purchases. Despite Leonia's assurances, the maid maintained her position, stating that it would be more appropriate for Leonia to acquire items custom-made by a skilled artisan or reputable store owner, emphasizing the importance of Leonia wearing higher-quality items befitting her station. The decision was made to provide Lady Leonia with some instruction on managing and spending finances. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a knight, Mr. Mono. He expressed his pleasure at seeing Lady Leonia, remarking on how much she had grown and that he almost didn't recognize her. He then made a light-hearted comment, suggesting that at this rate, Leonia would soon be ready for marriage. Duke Filio, however, did not find the joke amusing, perceiving a degree of excessive arrogance in Mr. Mono's remark. Sensing the change in Duke Filio's demeanor, whose expression had become serious and somewhat intimidating, Mr. Mono quickly shifted the topic of conversation, stating that he was simply expressing his genuine happiness at seeing his master and Lady Leonia after a considerable absence. Leonia was the first to re-enter the house fully, but Mr. Mono was perceptive enough to realize that she had deliberately moved ahead, demonstrating her keen observation skills. With the pleasantries concluded, the focus shifted to a more pressing matter, the situation within the underground prison. Mr. Mono and Duke Filio proceeded to the underground prison area. There, they observed the teachers from the orphanage, who appeared tired and weakened. Duke Filio fixed them with an intense, unwavering gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips as he remarked that the teachers were still doing well. Simultaneously, he emanated a palpable aura of menace, causing the teachers to cry out for assistance. Having completed this initial inspection, they prepared to address the primary purpose of their visit, but paused first to check on the director of the orphanage. They noted that the director had experienced a significant decline in health, having lost a considerable amount of weight and no longer exhibiting a healthy appearance. The director, his spirit broken by his confinement, desperately pleaded for release from the prison. He insisted that he had already provided all the information he possessed, begging for mercy. Duke Filio responded only with a steady gaze, drawing a comparison to Leonia's own experiences. He recounted how she had endured and resisted during her time at the orphanage, suggesting that, much like the director, she had likely resorted to any means necessary to survive her ordeal. With these words, Duke Filio continued his inspection, stating that the director had been imprisoned for only a single year, while Leonia's suffering at the orphanage had spanned 2 full years. He then declared that upon the completion of 2 years of imprisonment, he would grant them their freedom, regardless of their personal desires. However, the underlying meaning of his statement remained ambiguous. The imprisoned individuals began to raise their voices in loud protest, creating a considerable din that was unpleasant to Duke Filio's ears. Sir Momo, reacting to the noise, suggested a drastic measure: the removal of the prisoner's vocal cords to prevent further disturbances. Duke Filio immediately dismissed this suggestion as unacceptable. He offered an alternative solution, proposing that the prisoners be sent to Marquis Orcio, suggesting that her husband might find some use for them. Duke Filio then alluded to the rumors circulating throughout the kingdom regarding Marquis Orcio's seemingly innocent facade, behind which, it was said, she concealed dark secrets. He confirmed that these rumors, despite their sensational nature, held a basis in truth. The group then proceeded to the final prison cell, the primary objective of their visit. As Duke Filio observed the occupant within, a faint smile played upon his lips. He felt a profound sense of betrayal, unlike any he had previously experienced. With this unpleasant and unsettling task completed, they emerged from the underground prison into the bright sunlight and warm air outside. The atmosphere within the mansion contrasted sharply with the somberness of the prison. The reason for this shift in mood was the presence of an elderly man visiting the Boliotti estate. He was currently occupied with enjoying a cup of tea. Lady Leonia was taken aback by this unexpected visit, rendered momentarily speechless. She quietly closed the door behind her and spoke to the maid, Connie, expressing her reluctance to engage with Marquis Pardis, whom she considered to be a decidedly negative influence. However, before Leonia could further express her concerns, the elderly Marquis himself opened the door, a polite smile gracing his lips. Leonia, feeling obligated by social convention, offered a greeting and then directly inquired whether her father had instructed her to provide him with any specific service. The old man responded that he was not foolish enough to fabricate instructions using the Duke's name, a statement with which Leonia readily agreed. He then presented Leonia with a gift of sweet and delicious food. The old man then offered an excuse, stating that he simply desired to rest for a while. However, Leonia, carefully observing the old man, recalled her instructions to keep him at the estate for as long as possible. She reasoned that the elderly Marquis had not traveled to the estate simply to engage in frivolous activities with a young girl and suspected he would be unlikely to disclose his true purpose even if directly questioned. Deciding on a different approach, Leonia initiated a separate line of conversation, inquiring how he had managed to remain unnoticed behind her at the banquet, as she had been completely unaware of his presence at the time. The old man responded with a light-hearted remark, suggesting that he possessed a considerable skill in remaining unseen. He then drew attention to his attire, specifically pointing to a black, opaque gem, which appeared to be a black diamond. He explained that this particular type of gem could only be found within the Boliotti mines, and that Duke Filio himself had presented it to him. Leonia expressed her surprise at this information, her mind beginning to consider its implications. The old man, anticipating her train of thought, elaborated that the gem was not merely an ordinary stone. It possessed a distinct power. He stated that it was understandable that Lady Leonia would be unaware of this fact. He further explained that while this type of gem was exceptionally rare, it held no practical application in magic or the amplification of aura. The reason for its consistently high value at auctions, he continued, was that it was exclusively bestowed upon individuals whom the Boliotti family held in high trust. He then revealed the gem's specific function. It served to reduce the power of the beast Fong. Leonia was visibly taken aback by this revelation. However, for the maid, Connie, this information was commonplace knowledge. Leonia then turned to Connie and asked if she had been aware of this. Connie confirmed that she had, explaining that her parents were employed at the mines where the gems were extracted. Leonia then voiced a concern regarding the possibility of the Emperor launching an attack against the Boliotti territory. The old man offered a reassuring response, stating confidently that the emperor would be swiftly silenced before he could even contemplate such an action. A black diamond, as the name explicitly states, is a diamond possessing a black coloration. This is an exceptionally rare gemstone, with its only known source being the Boleody mines. The sole instance of one being released onto the open market was a single 1-carat black diamond sold by the previous Duke Boleody several decades prior, seemingly out of mere boredom. The auction price achieved by that particular diamond established a record that remains unbroken to this day. This unique diamond possesses the ability to weaken the power of the Beast Fong, a highly sought-after and valuable jewel. It is even speculated that it may be the Black Beast's sole vulnerability. Leonia considered this information, attempting to deduce the underlying meaning conveyed by the diamond. She ventured a guess, asking, "Does it mean, I will never forgive you if you betray me?" The old man responded that her interpretation was close to the mark. He clarified that the black diamond serves as a symbol of trust, bestowed only upon those individuals in whom the Duke places unwavering confidence. Leonia then offered her own interpretation, stating that it was his way of communicating that he would not allow them to meet a simple or easy death should they betray his trust. The old man appeared pleased with this assessment, even making a light-hearted, albeit somewhat morbid, remark about how he would find it a fitting end to be pierced by a beast fong. Both the maid and Leonia were rendered speechless by this unexpected reaction. The old man then shifted back to a more serious demeanor, cautioning Leonia not to underestimate a power capable of delaying death by even 3 seconds. Leonia understood the strategic implication of this brief delay. Such a small window of time could be sufficient for someone to evade her notice, even momentarily. Suddenly, a realization struck Leonia. She noticed that the eyes of her dolls were also crafted from black diamonds. This observation led her to understand the deeper meaning behind her father's use of black diamonds in her toys and clothing. It was a constant reminder of his presence and protection, a symbolic assurance that he would never abandon her. This deduction elicited a hearty laugh from the old man, while Miss Connie smiled discreetly, suppressing her own amusement. The atmosphere within that particular room, characterized by shared stories, lighthearted jokes, and genuine laughter, stood in stark contrast to the atmosphere prevailing in another room within the mansion, where tears flowed continuously. Another elderly man was weeping inconsolably for his daughter, Regina. Duke Filio conveyed the information they had gathered regarding Regina's fate, expressing his regret at having to deliver such devastating news so soon after the old man's arrival in the capital. The old man responded with a measure of acceptance, stating that he was nonetheless grateful to finally receive some information about his daughter, even if it was profoundly distressing. It was, he explained, a tangible trace of his daughter, whom he missed dearly. Although his heart was heavy with grief over her passing, he expressed that a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, albeit a small one. Duke Filio observed the old man's grief in silence. As a fellow father, and as a parent who cherished his own daughter, he felt a deep sense of empathy for the Count's profound loss. Filio himself had experienced a moment of intense fear and worry when he had learned of Leo's secret departure to meet in Syria, and he could only imagine the unbearable pain of discovering that he had lost his child permanently. Duke Filio then spoke, indicating that there was one more piece of crucial information that he needed to convey to the Count. Regina had left behind a child. This revelation caused the Count to tremble visibly. He instinctively grasped Filio's arms and began to weep anew. Filio then informed him that he had already met this child and that her name was Leonia. The Count, overwhelmed with a mixture of grief and anger, demanded to know the identity of the man responsible, the man who had abandoned his daughter and left such a young child to face the world alone. His anger was clearly rooted in his deep sorrow and acceptance of his daughter's passing. Filio responded that he was currently undertaking efforts to locate this man. He then clarified that his reason for inviting the old man to the capital extended beyond simply revealing Leo's existence. Duke Filio addressed the old man directly, informing him of his intention to continue raising Leo as his own daughter. He then attempted to speak further about Regina, but the old man interrupted him, stating that he could not bear to hear any more heartbreaking details about his daughter. In his heart, Regina remained his beloved daughter, and he considered himself unworthy to face House Boleoti, believing he had no justification for her actions. He then stated that the little lady, Leonia, was now the priority. He explained that Regina's actions bordered on betrayal, and that the Ermorite family accepted the responsibility for having raised such a daughter. The Count concluded that this outcome was preferable for Leonia's future, for Regina's eternal peace, and for the consequence of the Wandering Knight's meaningless death. Duke Filio presented the Count with a piece of paper, proceeding to explain the circumstances surrounding its contents. He detailed how a small contingent of Gladigo knights had undertaken a journey westward, establishing a temporary presence within a specific territory. This presence, he clarified, was facilitated by the assistance of Marquis Hesperi. The knights' investigations had led to a significant discovery: the remains of a young woman. Further examination of the site where the remains were interred revealed the presence of black hair within the surrounding dirt. The location of this discovery was particularly relevant: the mountain situated directly behind the orphanage where Leo had previously resided. Upon hearing this information, the old man's eyes once again filled with tears. It is a poignant and difficult scene to witness. One can imagine the emotional turmoil involved in such a situation. The individual experiences a period of intense weeping, followed by a brief moment of respite as they attempt to regain composure. However, the arrival of further distressing news triggers a renewed and intensified wave of grief, perpetuating the cycle of tears. Despite the immediate pain and sadness this news undoubtedly caused, it was also recognized that this information would ultimately serve a positive purpose. It was understood that this confirmation, however tragic, would initiate a gradual process of acceptance and understanding within the old man's mind, allowing him to eventually find some measure of peace regarding his daughter's circumstances. Leonia approached her father's room and knocked. Upon doing so, she heard a voice emanating from within, a voice that was distinctly not her father's. She was certain she had heard this voice previously. The door subsequently opened, and she directly inquired if Count Ermorite, whom she also referred to as Grandpa, was present. Filio remained silent. Leonia proceeded to explain that she had recently spent time with Grandpa Pardis, commenting on the unusual nature of his desire for her company that day. She then turned her attention to the old man present and asked if Filio was currently crying. The old man responded by stating that it was a bit of an unusual way of crying, a remark that prompted a feeling of sadness within Leonia. She then directly asked her father if he was experiencing a difficult time. Filio, however, was immersed in his own internal reflections. He was contemplating the fact that Leo's birth constituted House Boleoti's most closely guarded secret. He recalled his decision to entrust Leo to Marquis Pardis, a decision made to provide Count Ermorite with time to process the situation, as he feared the Count might become overwhelmed with emotion upon immediately seeing Leo in person. Filio now recognized that he had underestimated the profound depth of Count Ermorite's sadness. He felt a sense of personal responsibility, as though he had committed a significant error. He reflected that he should have provided more support to Regina and demonstrated a greater level of interest in her well-being. While Filio was engaged in this deep contemplation of the situation, Leonia's voice interrupted his thoughts, effectively altering the course of his reflections. "It's not your fault, Dad," she stated firmly. "If you intend to place blame on anyone, then you might as well focus on finding the wandering knight who seduced my birth mother." Upon hearing this, Filio registered a significant detail. Leo consistently referred to Regina as her birth mother, but had never once used the term birth father in reference to the wandering knight. This observation provided Filio with a new perspective. He understood the Count's grief and sympathized with his situation, but he also recognized the importance of not assigning blame unnecessarily. He offered a small smile, verbally agreeing with Leo's assessment. He then made a request of Leo, asking if she would be willing to offer some comfort to Count Ermorite. Leo agreed to this request and began to walk towards Count Ermorite, who remained seated on the sofa, still in a state of grief. Leo addressed him directly, saying, Grandpa. Upon seeing her grandpa's face, Leo experienced a distinct emotional shift. While she still did not feel a strong sense of affection for her birth mother, experiencing at best a feeling of sympathy, witnessing her grandpa's apparent devastation, as though his entire world had crumbled, caused Leo to feel a sense of unease, as if his sadness were contagious and might induce her own tears. She contemplated whether such profound sadness could truly be alleviated with simple words of consolation. Being a perceptive and intelligent child, Leo understood the appropriate course of action in such a delicate situation. She resolved to remain by her grandpa's side and engage him in conversation. She offered him assurances of her well-being, stating that she was loved, healthy, and possessed certain similarities to Regina. Her grandpa listened attentively to her words, his tears continuing to flow. Leonia maintained her composure and offered her grandpa a warm embrace. However, internally, she felt a sense of pity for him, fully aware that she was not his biological granddaughter. She understood that she was, in essence, a person who was the same age as her father, Filio. After a period of continued weeping, the old man finally began to regain his composure. He turned his face towards his granddaughter, a face marked by the effects of his tears, a sight that some might consider unattractive. However, Leo did not perceive it as either ugly or disgusting. She simply remarked that grown-ups were also capable of crying, adding that something else entirely was truly disgusting, her experiences with the teachers at the orphanage. This statement prompted the old man to express concern for his granddaughter, asking if her time at the orphanage had been difficult. Leonia responded by changing the tone of the conversation with a warm and gentle smile, acknowledging that it had indeed been challenging, but assuring him that she was now all right. She then, with renewed energy, began to recount the various punishments her father, Filio, had inflicted upon the orphanage teachers. She specifically reminded him of the promise Filio had made to her during the previous winter storm, that he would arrange for her to witness the orphanage teachers dancing as a form of birthday entertainment. Leo continued to share these anecdotes, and gradually, the atmosphere within the room began to shift. The old man began to laugh heartily, his previously sorrowful expression becoming noticeably more animated. He was clearly relieved to see his granddaughter in good spirits and doing well. The old man prepared to depart and return to his own residence. Before leaving, he extended an invitation to Leonia, suggesting that she visit his estate at some point in the future. Leonia acknowledged this invitation, indicating that she would remember it. Following this, her grandfather posed a specific question, asking if it would be agreeable to her for her to stay at his estate overnight during a potential visit. He added a caveat, explicitly stating that she should not hesitate to decline the offer if she felt it would impose any burden upon her. Upon hearing this proposition, Leonia responded with a subtle smile. She then offered an explanation for her hesitation, stating, "While I appreciate your family members and hold them in regard, I also believe that my presence at your estate, particularly an overnight stay, may potentially lead to a variety of misunderstandings." Leonia articulated this concern due to the fact that Count Moriarty's current wife and children were residing at his estate. More importantly, she emphasized the necessity of avoiding any potential misinterpretations or complications, given the sensitive nature of the secret regarding Leonia's parentage, specifically that she was Regina's daughter. The old man, upon hearing Leonia's reasoned explanation, expressed a sense of amazement at her foresight and careful consideration of the potential consequences. He readily admitted that he had been insufficiently attentive to these potential issues and acknowledged that he had been too careless in making the initial suggestion. He then proposed an alternative arrangement, stating that he would take the initiative to visit Leonia at a later time instead. He expressed his anticipation for this future visit, suggesting that they could have a pleasant time together then. Following this exchange, the old man departed. The preceding events and discussions had concluded with a positive and amicable resolution, achieved through a calm and productive conversation. This positive outcome was largely attributed to Leonia's wisdom and her habit of carefully considering the potential ramifications of any decision before making it. Now that the meeting had already ended, Duke Filio sat on the sofa, feeling very proud of his daughter for being so extraordinary. Even the head maid agreed with this sentiment, as she greatly admired Leonia for her intelligence and ability to handle situations with remarkable composure. Meanwhile, a girl named Insyria had quickly adapted to life in the north and was steadily becoming a capable employee within the household. At first, many people doubted her abilities, questioning whether she truly belonged among them, but she soon gained their recognition once they had the opportunity to witness her impressive skills firsthand. Strangely enough, despite her questionable past, the people around her even praised her for having stalked Filio in the past, as it was an incident that not only led to him sparing her life, but also resulted in her unexpected employment. Because of this unusual turn of events, she became somewhat of a celebrity among the Boleotis, with many regarding her with curiosity and even admiration. Now, as the evening continued, Duke Filio presented Leonia with a few new wristwatch designs that had been carefully developed and refined. The designs themselves were truly remarkable, featuring precise details and delicate craftsmanship that reflected the high standards expected of such creations. Each drawing displayed meticulous attention to proportion and contrast, ensuring that the aesthetics and functionality of the watches were perfectly balanced. Along with these visual elements, the designs were accompanied by detailed explanations on the intricate process of watch design, providing insightful information on the specific techniques involved in crafting them. Furthermore, there were disclaimers included in the notes, highlighting potential pitfalls and crucial aspects that required caution during the creation process. As he went through these, Duke Filio then turned his attention to Insyria and instructed her to memorize every single design that Leonia had created, ensuring that no detail would be overlooked or forgotten. In addition to this task, Filio also gave her 3 books, each containing essential knowledge that he expected her to commit to memory. He explained that while Leonia's ideas were undoubtedly incredible, she still lacked the necessary expertise in this specialized field, making it crucial for Insyria to bridge that gap on her behalf. Upon hearing this, Insyria initially felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, as the weight of such an important responsibility was placed upon her shoulders. Given her troubled past and the complicated relationships she had with those around her, she was unsure if she was truly the right person for such a demanding role. However, a small remark from Rupert suddenly shifted her perspective, making her reconsider her doubts. This particular field was where she excelled the most. Her memory was her strongest asset, and she had the ability to absorb and retain vast amounts of information with ease. Rupert, despite his initial reservations about trusting her, had recognized her capabilities, and everything she had demonstrated so far had not been a deception. With this newfound reassurance, she fully accepted the task without further hesitation. Without wasting any time, she left the room and immediately began reading, determined to complete her assignment. Now, shifting focus to a more serious matter, the situation regarding Count Ermart had begun to unfold. He had already departed for the west, and in his absence, Regina was set to arrive here. From what could be inferred, it appeared that Count Ermart wished for Regina to be buried on their grounds, a request that the mansion would fully honor to the best of its abilities. In light of this development, Rupert acknowledged the order without hesitation and promptly began making the necessary preparations to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly. Meanwhile, as for Leonia, if she was going to leave, then she should have had a good life, one that would have been worthy of the remarkable person she was. Now, Duke Filio suggested that they could officially claim Leonia's mother was of commoner roots, ensuring that her background would not raise suspicion. This meant taking deliberate action to manipulate the existence of a certain woman, carefully adjusting her personal information and traces so that she could be presented as Miss Leonia's birth mother. The process would require precise planning, as any inconsistencies could lead to unnecessary scrutiny. Every record, every trace, and every possible link would have to be modified to support this claim, making it appear as though this woman had truly existed in the role they needed her to fill. There could be no errors in the adjustments, as even the slightest oversight could compromise the entire plan. Additionally, Duke Filio issued a direct instruction to Rupert, making it clear that he was to stay out of Miss Regina's death report entirely. There was no reason for him to be involved, and any connection to the matter should be avoided. According to the plan, Miss Regina must be officially documented as someone who had died years ago due to a disease, removing any possibility of her presence interfering with their established narrative. At the same time, Miss Leonia's origins had to be rewritten to align with the story they were constructing. She must be portrayed as an illegitimate child, born outside of wedlock to a woman so unremarkable and so ordinary that tracking her down would be nearly impossible. Her existence must be nearly invisible, leaving behind only the necessary details to support the claim without offering any real avenues for further investigation. This idea was truly impressive in its execution. Despite the complexity of the situation, the strategy was undeniably effective. What made it even more shocking was the fact that, despite never having been married, Filio had taken the unprecedented step of publicly recognizing an illegitimate child as his own. Such an action was unheard of, as it was not only unconventional, but also carried significant risk. The potential consequences of acknowledging such a scandal were immense, yet Filio did not hesitate. Even Rupert, who had always remained composed in most situations, found himself taken aback by Filio's approach. He had not expected such a decision, nor had he imagined that Filio would go to such lengths to protect Leonia. Though Rupert had witnessed Filio's strong sense of responsibility before, this level of fatherly recognition and care was something he could not personally relate to. He understood the reasoning behind it, but he knew that if he were in the same situation, he could never bring himself to do the same. Duke Filio and Rupert needed to come up with a good and suitable scenario for the problem they were facing. It was likely that they had received contact from a pregnant woman with whom they had once been involved in the past. However, after asking around and gathering information, they eventually found her motionless body, and they also discovered that the child had been placed in an orphanage. Duke Filio was willing to do anything necessary to ensure that Leo stayed away from any bad intentions that people might have toward him, so he needed to change the story for Leo in a way that would prevent any problems from arising. It would be to Leo's advantage if Duke Filio had been in love with a commoner woman who did not actually exist in reality. While these two were occupied and feeling pressured to come up with different ideas that would work well for the situation, little Leonia was happily smiling because there were only 10 days left until her wonderful birthday arrived. Duke Filio and Leonia sat down together and talked about it, and in the end, they both agreed to make her birthday the same day they had first met. Now, with the beginning of winter approaching and the end of fall coming soon, the season in which she had met her father was about to arrive. Leo also wanted to work hard and do whatever she could manage, but for Duke Filio, there was no need for Leo to work overtime or push herself too much. However, for Leonia, Mr. Rupert was always working overtime, taking on extra tasks without rest. When she pointed this out, Filio simply responded by saying that there was always an exception. This response was not good for Rupert, who was already struggling due to the workload he had to handle. He worked tirelessly, barely getting any sleep, just to complete all the tasks assigned to him without delay. At this moment, Leonia was already outside, sitting on the carriage, waiting for everything to be settled. Meanwhile, Duke Filio remained inside the mansion, returning to a serious discussion regarding an important matter. He had recently heard that Marquis Orcio had sent a pill bottle, and after further inquiry, it was revealed that the contents of the bottle were actually a truth serum. Upon learning this, Filio immediately made a request for the bottle to be taken to the dungeon for safekeeping. However, Rupert had his own thoughts on the matter. He pointed out that Counter Marty had not yet arrived in the north, and in his opinion, it would be much better if Filio brought the Count there and conducted a cross-interrogation to ensure a clearer outcome. Filio, after hearing Rupert's suggestion, simply smiled to himself, wondering why he had to be the one to watch them confront each other. He already disliked the fact that one of the two was currently in the north, which was his land, but now Rupert wanted him to personally witness their meeting as well. With this, Rupert found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond right away. He could sense that Filio was displeased with the situation. Then, Duke Filio took a moment to remind Rupert that it was already enough having one person look down on him, and that person was Leo. After hearing this, Rupert quickly apologized for what he had said earlier. Now, Leonia was busy drawing while enjoying a sweet, icy drink that sat on her table. She held a pencil in her small hands, carefully sketching on the paper in front of her. A maid stood nearby, watching attentively as Leonia worked. The maid was pleased to see such an amazing drawing taking shape and felt genuinely happy to witness Leonia's artistic skills. To the maid, the drawing was already impressive, but for Leonia, it was different. She knew she could do much better. The reason was simple. Her small childlike hands were not as steady as they once were, and the writing utensils she had to use were uncomfortable. Because of these limitations, her drawing did not turn out as good as it could have been. Even master artisans needed the right tools to create their best work, so Leonia felt frustrated with the equipment available to her. All of a sudden, the maids who had been watching her closely made a request. They asked if Leo could draw them as well. Leo considered their request for a brief moment before agreeing. Without hesitation, she started drawing in complete silence, fully focused on capturing their likeness. She moved her pencil across the paper with precise strokes, working quickly yet carefully. Within minutes, she finished the drawing. As soon as Leo set her pencil down, the two maids looked at the drawing and were instantly stunned. They could hardly believe how well it had turned out. The level of detail and accuracy left them in awe. Both of them couldn't help but admire the drawing and began praising each other, excited about how pretty they looked in it. They kept complimenting one another, unable to contain their amazement. Leo then casually admitted that she really loved drawing. Hearing this, one of the maids curiously asked why she had been keeping such an amazing talent hidden all this time. Leo wanted to answer, but before she could speak, a sudden thought entered her mind. Without meaning to, she found herself recalling a moment from the past. She remembered the exact moment when she had opened her eyes and woken up in the body of a child. Back then, the environment at the orphanage had been extremely inadequate, making it difficult to do much of anything, let alone practice drawing. Because of that, she only started drawing again once she took residence at the Boliotti estate. She also recalled the quiet moments when she had secretly shed tears, struggling to hold a pencil properly for the first time in years. That experience remained a hidden memory, something she had never shared with anyone, not even until now. For Leonia, this moment brought back memories of the old days. A rush of old thoughts surfaced as she listened to Connie and Mia compliment her drawing. The way they reacted made her think about how much time had passed. It felt slightly awkward for her to talk about it because, in the world she had come from, she had been a fairly well-known doujinshi artist. Drawing had once been something she did with confidence, yet now she hesitated to say too much about it. Shaking off her thoughts, Leo quickly returned to reality and looked at Connie and Mia. Without delay, she asked them if she could stop by the orphanage sometime soon. The two maids immediately agreed with her request, saying that everyone at the orphanage would surely be happy to see Leonia again, as they were all her friends. Now, Maid Connie left first to inform the others of Leo's arrival so the children could have enough time to hide their gift properly. She walked ahead in a hurry, making sure everything would be ready before Leonia arrived at the orphanage. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Leonia sat comfortably, looking out the window as the scenery passed by. She found herself wondering about Miss Teacher Connie and whether she had already returned. Among all the people at the orphanage, Leonia had a special fondness for Teacher Connie. She was the only one who had truly taken care of the children, ensuring their well-being despite the difficulties they faced. That was why Leonia admired her so much. As she thought about this, Leonia made a decision. With a bright and affectionate expression, she planned to ask her dad for some help later. She wanted to provide support for Teacher Connie, believing that it was something she could do to make a difference. It wasn't just about offering assistance, it was about showing appreciation for everything Teacher Connie had done. Leonia was also certain about one thing. She was sure that Connie must have been happy, having had the chance to see her family and spend time with her lover. That thought alone made Leonia feel at ease. She enjoyed picturing it in her mind, imagining the warm and pleasant moments that Connie must have experienced. It was a simple yet comforting thought, one that made Leonia feel good about what she was planning. However, just as she was looking forward to ending the day on a happy note, like every other day before, something changed. That peaceful and enjoyable imagination she had was suddenly interrupted. It shifted into a silent and unexpected realization, making her pause for a moment as her thoughts took a different turn. Now, Leonia was happy to show her gift to her friends, and the same was true for them. They were just as happy to see her. They each exchanged short greetings, their voices filled with excitement as they reunited. The director of the orphanage, standing nearby, welcomed Leonia with a warm smile, clearly pleased by her unexpected visit. Leonia, realizing that she had arrived without prior notice, felt a little sorry for not informing them in advance. However, before she could say anything, the director quickly spoke up, insisting that it was not Leonia who should be apologizing. Instead, they felt that they were the ones at fault, having only ever received support from Leonia without being able to give anything in return. Despite their words, Leonia simply shook her head. She did not come here for gratitude or recognition. She had come because she wanted to see her friends. That was enough for her. Without wasting any more time, she ran toward the children, and they immediately surrounded her, their faces bright with joy. They began exchanging stories about their daily lives, eagerly sharing the little things that had happened since they last saw each other. Some of them spoke quickly, excited to tell Leonia everything, while others listened and nodded along. Their laughter filled the space, making it feel as if no time had passed at all. In the middle of this lively conversation, a voice suddenly called out to Leonia. But instead of using her current name, they called her by her old name, Nia. The unexpected sound made Leonia pause, and she turned around in surprise, her eyes widening when she saw the person who had spoken. It was Yuvin, her old friend. They had always gotten along well while Leonia was still living at the orphanage, but Yuvin had left before her. She had watched him go, believing that he had found a better future outside. Now, standing in front of her again, it was clear that Yuvin had returned. The fact that he was back could only mean one thing. He had been abandoned. This realization stirred something within Leonia. She remembered how, in the past, she had envied Yuvin for leaving the orphanage, imagining that he had gone to a warm and happy home where he would no longer have to worry about anything. At the same time, she had also felt sadness when he left, as he had been an important friend to her. But despite her mixed feelings, she had always sincerely wished for his happiness. Now, standing before her once more, Yuvin noticed the change in Leonia's expression. Seeing this, he quickly spoke up, assuring her that he was okay and that he was happy to be back at the orphanage. Leonia, however, remained silent for a moment. Her mind wandered back to the memory of the day Yuvin had left. She could still picture the way he had smiled back then, full of excitement and hope. Yet now, as he stood in front of her and said that he was happy to be back, she couldn't help but notice something strange. His tone was steady, and his words were clear, but there was something about his expression that made her pause. There were no visible signs that he was lying, but something felt different. Now, they were both having a conversation about what was happening at the moment and how Leonia's life was going. Leonia informed Yuvin that her name was now Leonia and that she was no longer called Nia. Yuvin listened carefully, nodding in understanding as she explained how her life had changed after leaving the orphanage. While they were both enjoying their conversation, a loud clap suddenly interrupted them. They turned to look and saw the director standing in front of everyone with a warm smile. The director then announced that since Lady Boliote had brought delicious snacks for everyone, they should now gather to taste and enjoy all the food together. With the warm sunlight shining down on them, the children and staff of the orphanage sat together, chatting and eating the treats that Leonia had brought. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and cheerful voices, as everyone enjoyed the feast. Leonia sat among them, smiling as she watched her friends happily eating. However, even as she joined in, her thoughts were drifting elsewhere. She found herself thinking about teacher Connie and wondering about her well-being. After some time, Leonia quietly called her two maids, Connie and Mia, and informed them that she would be going to the director's office. Both maids acknowledged her words and nodded in understanding. Leonia then turned and happily made her way toward the office. As she walked, countless thoughts swirled in her mind. She thought of various people from her past, individuals she had not seen in a long time and had no way of contacting. She also thought about the significant age differences between them and how time had changed many things. Suddenly, as she was about to take another step forward, she froze in place. From a short distance away, she could hear hushed voices whispering. At first, she did not pay much attention to them, but then she caught something in their words, something about Teacher Connie. A strange, heavy feeling settled in her chest, making her hesitate. She knew that she should not listen to these words, that she might regret hearing them. Yet, despite this, she remained still and silently listened to the ongoing conversation. The whispers spoke of Teacher Connie and how she had allegedly sold children from the orphanage where she used to work. As if that was not enough, they also mentioned that she had used Yuvin as a slave in a tavern. More and more accusations followed, revealing details about Teacher Connie's past misdeeds while working at the orphanage. Leonia's thoughts began racing. It had already been 3 years since she lived at the orphanage. She had been adopted about a year ago, which meant she had endured 2 years there before leaving. Remembering those years, she could not help but feel a mix of emotions. But above all, hearing these accusations about Teacher Connie was something she could not just ignore. Without a second thought, Leonia quickly rushed toward the room where the people were gathered, discussing these rumors. As she reached the doorway, she stood firmly and raised her voice, shouting that the information they were spreading was not true. The conversation inside came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned toward her. But before anyone could respond, Leonia suddenly turned and ran outside the orphanage. Her heart pounded in her chest as her feet moved quickly across the familiar grounds. She did not know what she was feeling, but she knew that she needed answers. Fortunately, Mia managed to catch up to her and gently stopped her from running any further. With concern in her voice, Mia asked Leonia what was wrong and why she was acting this way. However, Leonia did not hesitate in her reply. She raised her voice and declared that she wanted to see her dad. She wanted to ask him everything. She needed to understand the truth. Mia carefully listened to her words before finally nodding in agreement. She told Leonia that she understood, but before they went to see Duke Filio, Leonia needed to calm herself first. It was important that she was in the right state of mind so they could properly visit and discuss everything with the Duke. Now, Leonia sat silently in the carriage, her mind filled with everything that had happened. It all felt overwhelming and chaotic. The truth Yuvin had revealed, that he was never adopted but was actually sold, kept replaying in her head. He had been forced to use his weak body to work tirelessly every day in different places that sold wine. He barely got any sleep, and more than anything, he starved even more there than he ever had at the orphanage. The thought of it all made her uneasy, but there was nothing she could do to change the past. As nighttime fell, the carriage finally arrived at the mansion. The butler was already waiting at the entrance, ready to greet Leonia properly, but before he could say anything, she dashed out of the carriage like a bull charging forward. Her sudden movement startled the people around her, and they immediately tried to catch up with her. However, Leonia was fast. After all, she had once managed to outrun adults back at the orphanage. Without stopping, she ran straight toward Rupert's room, where Duke Filio was already present. The moment she entered, she didn't hesitate. She immediately asked about Teacher Connie, her voice firm and demanding. She wanted to know the truth. She wanted to hear that everything she had been told was just a lie. Duke Filio, however, remained still. He neither confirmed nor denied anything. To Leonia, his silence felt like something inside her had shattered, like a glass breaking into tiny pieces. But before she could react further, Filio pulled her into a firm yet calm embrace. For a brief moment, he thought about telling his daughter that everything was fine. He considered covering up the truth, assuring her that there was nothing to worry about. But instead of doing that, an idea came to his mind. He gently reminded Leonia of something important. She was the only beloved daughter of Duke Filio Boliotti. His words were spoken with certainty, as if he was making sure she wouldn't forget her place. Despite his reassurance, Leonia remained determined. She had a request. She wanted to talk to teacher Connie directly. She wanted to hear everything from her and understand the truth from the person involved. Duke Filio listened carefully and, after a brief pause, agreed to her request. Still not satisfied, Leonia turned to her father and asked another question. How long have you known about this? Filio exhaled slightly before answering. He admitted that he had found everything strange from the very beginning. His suspicion started when he noticed something specific about Leonia. She had black specks on her body. Only those of Boliotti blood bore such markings. It was a well-known fact among those familiar with the Boliotti family. Although there were rare cases where individuals not related to the Boliotti bloodline were born with similar markings, such occurrences were extremely uncommon. So, the real question was, why had the orphanage never contacted the Boliotti family? They had spent all their money on wine and entertainment, yet they had never once reached out to inform Filio about Leonia. It was even stranger considering that, had they done so, they could have gained a great deal of money. Before Duke Filio could continue, Leonia suddenly raised her hand to stop him. She didn't want to hear anything else from him. She had already made up her mind. She wanted to hear the rest directly from Miss Connie herself. Now, in the dimly lit room, two knights stood at attention, guarding teacher Connie. Her appearance had worsened due to the effects of the truth serum, and the lack of proper food had taken a toll on her. They estimated that the serum would last about half a day, meaning there were roughly 2 hours remaining before its effects wore off. Normally, truth serums only worked for about an hour at most, as anything stronger could damage a person's mind. However, the serum given by Marquis Orcio to Duke Filio was far stronger, strong enough to be considered a poison. Leonia stood in front of teacher Connie, ready to ask all the questions that had been weighing on her mind. But before she could say anything more, the woman suddenly let out a loud, unsettling laugh. It echoed through the room as if she found great amusement in the situation. Still laughing, the woman looked at Leonia and spoke. She revealed something shocking. Her real name was not Connie, but Sora. With this revelation, Leonia's mind started connecting different pieces of information, making things clearer. Questions that had lingered in her mind now seemed to have answers, though the truth was far from comforting. What came next was even more disturbing. Sora was not just an ordinary orphanage worker. She was the very reason why Leonia's mother was gone. The story she told was nothing like what Leonia had imagined. She spoke as if recalling an ordinary event, explaining that a carriage had been traveling along the river. But suddenly, it stopped and then plunged into the water. The shocking part was that this wasn't an accident. Sora had been the one driving the carriage. She described the event without hesitation, as if she were telling a simple and unimportant story. Despite the weight of what she had just confessed, there was no regret in her expression. Instead, she seemed pleased, as though she expected Leonia to be grateful for what she had done. Duke Filio, who had been standing nearby, listening to every word, felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was not just cruel, she was something far worse. To him, it felt as though she was merely pretending to be human, but in truth, she was more monstrous than anything he had ever encountered. Then suddenly her voice changed. Her once composed and almost amused tone turned wild and unstable. She began screaming, her voice growing louder and more frenzied. It sounded as though her vocal cords were on the verge of breaking. She dropped to the floor, gripping the ground with her hands as she shouted about a man who had once made her a promise. She kept repeating that he was supposed to return for her, and she spoke of how the Boliotti girl had meant nothing to him, just a plaything. Tears began to stream down her face as she continued her desperate rant. She spoke about how long she had waited for the man who had promised her something. That was the reason she had dared to lie about the girl's pregnancy and Leo's birth. Leonia stood frozen, absorbing every word. After hearing everything, she could no longer hold back. She raised her voice, letting out the feelings she had been holding inside. All the children at the orphanage had trusted this woman. They had all endured the hardships of that place, believing in her kindness. It wasn't just her. Yuvin and all the other children had suffered through everything because they had thought that Miss Connie, the woman who cared for them, was truly devoted to them. But in the end, all of it had been a lie. Leonia demanded to know why Sora had done all of this. Sora responded without hesitation, her voice filled with cruel amusement. To her, it had always been simple money. That was all that mattered. She had only ever seen the children as a way to make a profit. Then, she laughed again, this time even louder. It was a laugh filled with satisfaction, as if she was proud of how she had deceived everyone. Now, because of this crazed teacher, Duke Filio ordered her to continue speaking. The intense pain in her mind was evident as she struggled under the effects of the truth serum. Filio stood in front of her with a serious gaze, watching her every reaction. He admitted that Regina definitely had a naive side to her, a fact he had realized long ago. Then, without hesitation, he took out a strand of hair and held it up for Sora to see. The moment her eyes landed on it, her expression shifted. It was clear that she recognized it. Suddenly, Leonia called out to her father, asking him to let her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she wasted no time stepping forward and standing right in front of her former teacher. Without hesitation, she leaned in close, whispering in her ear with a voice so low that only the two of them could hear, "I'm not that child. I came from another world, you see." For Leonia, this moment was significant. She felt a sense of completion. Her beast Fong had finally reached its full potential. It was a moment she had long waited for. And with that, this meeting, this confrontation, would be their last. Once the meeting was officially over, Sir Rupert approached Duke Filio and reported that the teacher was still alive. Just a short while ago, Sir Keir had confirmed that she was still breathing. The only reason she had managed to survive was because of the black diamond in her pocket. Without it, there was no doubt she would have met a different fate. Sir Rupert continued his report, explaining in detail how Leonia's Fong had fully developed and how its power had spread across the entire estate the moment it was released. The effects were undeniable. Not only had it affected the knights who were standing just outside, but it had also impacted the people inside as well. The raw, unrefined power was overwhelming and merciless in its reach. Those who possessed the Black Diamond, like Nana and Kara, were fortunate enough to only suffer from severe headaches. However, everyone else was far worse off. They had been completely immobilized, unable to go about their daily routines, and some had even lost control over their movements entirely. It wasn't just the people who were affected. The horses in the stables had collapsed, falling into seizures, and even the cats that the maids had secretly cared for had been overwhelmed by the force of the power and had fallen unconscious. Now, Filio was deep in thought, reflecting on everything that had happened earlier. In terms of raw strength alone, Leonia had already surpassed Regina and even the previous Duke. It was remarkable, considering her young age, and there was no doubt that her talent was something to take pride in. However, the real issue was that she still did not know how to properly control and utilize her abilities. Without proper guidance, such overwhelming power could become dangerous, not just to others but to herself as well. This realization led Filio to make a decision. He needed to change Leonia's training methods. If she continued on this path, she had to be properly taught how to control her power. He could not afford to let her strength develop recklessly. While he was pleased that her beast Fong had fully formed, he disliked the circumstances that led to it. The fact that it happened because of that crazed teacher made him uneasy. But even more than that, what unsettled him the most was that Leonia had willingly chosen to use it to end someone's life. As the head of House Boliote, he had every reason to be proud of her. Her strength was undeniable, and in time, she would grow even more powerful. However, as Leonia's father, he could not ignore the concerns weighing on his heart. If she continued to develop her abilities, it would only be a matter of time before she was called to participate in monster hunts. And when that time came, she might have no choice but to personally kill living monsters, even if she did not want to. The responsibilities of the Master of Boliote were clear. One must kill in order to protect. It was a harsh truth that she would have to face eventually. As Filio stood by the window, his gaze drifted outside. The cold winds signaled the change of seasons, and in the northern lands, the first snow had begun to fall. The early signs of winter had arrived, bringing with it the quiet yet inevitable passage of time. He let out a slow breath, watching as the white flakes covered the landscape. There were now only 9 days left until Leonia's birthday. Now Leonia woke up from her deep sleep and immediately noticed that Filio was not there. The feeling of betrayal still lingered in her heart, but she reminded herself that she needed to stay strong. She could not afford to cry over it. There were more important things to focus on. Not long after, Duke Filio entered the room. Without saying much, they both walked together toward the dining area to have breakfast. As they sat down, Leonia took a quick look around and noticed that there were no servants in sight. It was unusual, so she turned to her father with a questioning look. Filio, noticing her confusion, explained that the servants were on break for the day. This meant that, for today, there was no one else to prepare their meal. Instead, Duke Filio personally cooked for Leonia. He placed a bowl of soup in front of her. Leonia took a small spoonful and immediately noticed that the taste was quite bland. It was clear that Filio had not used enough seasoning. She glanced at her father, expecting him to comment on it, but he remained silent. Though she could tell that he did not like the taste either, he did not complain about it. As she continued eating, she realized something. The soup was watered down, likely because Filio had tried to make it less salty for her. She also noticed that he had chopped the ingredients into very small pieces, making them easier for her to eat. These small details did not go unnoticed by Leonia. Even though the meal was simple, she understood that Filio had put in the effort to make it suitable for her. The realization made her eyes sting slightly, but she quickly blinked away any sign of tears. Once they finished eating, Filio took the time to assist his daughter in getting ready for the day. He carefully helped her with her hair and dress, making sure she was properly dressed before they moved on to more serious matters. When everything was set, they walked together to Duke Filio's office. This was where they would continue their discussion. If Leonia truly wanted to know more, this was the place to do it. Once inside the office, the atmosphere became heavier. They returned to the main topic, Sora, the woman who had once been known as Teacher Connie. Filio started by saying that Sora was likely one of those types of workers, possibly a guard or a spy. Leonia listened carefully, her mind piecing everything together. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. She also considered something else. Her father had probably realized that the truth serum Marquis Orcio had provided was extremely potent. It was not an ordinary serum. The manual had specifically advised that it should be diluted in pure water before use. However, Sora had been given the entire bottle without any dilution. Despite this, she had managed to remain conscious and maintain her sanity for nearly a quarter of a day. That level of endurance was not normal. It strongly suggested that she had undergone some form of training. If that was the case, then Sora was not just an ordinary person. She was most likely an assassin or a spy, someone who had been trained to withstand extreme conditions. Duke Filio also informed Leonia that one of the Western nobles who participated in illegal monster trading governed this land. Upon hearing this, Leonia felt confused because, based on what Filio had told her before, the orphanage was located in the west. If that was the case, then the nobles who ruled over that region were involved in the illegal trade of monsters. The connection between the orphanage and these nobles raised even more questions. Filio continued explaining that the unsuccessful attempt to illegally trade monsters had been carried out by Viscount Orr. This Viscount did not act alone. His actions had the tacit consent and support of the Emperor himself. The fact that such illegal activities were happening under the Emperor's watchful eye made everything even more complicated. Then, Filio brought up another name, Remus. The identity of the wandering soldier that Sora had mentioned in her half-insane state was none other than Remus Orr. He was the eldest son of House Orr and the older brother of Empress Consort Eusis. This revelation only added to the weight of the situation. Leonia could not help but think about what kind of person Remus really was. From what she had heard, He was nothing more than a disgusting piece of trash. Comparing him to the Emperor and Savidio, she could not decide who was worse. He was a man with cruel hobbies, things that did not suit a story meant for people of all ages. The more she thought about it, the more absurd everything seemed. Now that she knew the truth, she could not help but feel annoyed. Why did she have to deal with all of this? What had she done to deserve being caught up in such a situation? It felt like no matter how much she tried to make sense of things, the answers only brought more complications. After thinking about everything, Leonia suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She turned to Duke Filio and, without hesitation, apologized. She told him that she had dirted the Boliotti bloodline.
Leo secretly felt proud when she discovered that Voriotti blood flowed in her veins. At first, she did not know how to react. She kept it to herself and stayed quiet. But deep inside, the feeling of being part of the Voriotti family made her proud. She did not show it to others, but she started to change little by little. Later on, she gained enough affection and respect for her family. She started to accept them slowly. Over time, she felt more comfortable. One day, she finally called herself a Voriotti. She did not hesitate. It came naturally. She said it without being forced. It was a big step for her. But for Leonia, things were different. She could not stop herself from crying. She tried to hold it in, but the tears just fell. Her father saw her and he became a bit mad. He was not angry because of her tears, but because he thought she was being foolish. He had already explained her position in the family. He had already told her what she needed to know. That serious conversation was cut off. It stopped because of Leonia's face. Her face was all messed up. Her eyes were red. Her whole face was red. Her nose was running, and her mouth was also full of tears. She looked very sad and lost. Now, Leo went back to being gentle. He spoke calmly. He reminded Leonia, carefully and clearly, that she is the only daughter of Filio. He told her again that this is the one and only truth between them. Nothing else mattered. There were no lies. No other truth. Just this one. Leonia once called the other man, her biological father, a father. She called him that word. But Duke Filio did not like it. He wanted her to stop using that title for someone who did nothing for her. He wanted to remind her again and again that the one and true father in her life was him, Filio. He believed that everyone around them should not deny this fact. Leonia thought about her life. She thought about being an illegitimate child. She remembered that she was raised in an orphanage. That fact stayed with her. And even worse, the truth about Viscount Oller's son being her biological father made everything more painful. But now, Leonia had to forget those things. She needed to focus on what was true in the present. Her real and only family was Filio and the Voriotti family. No one else mattered. She had to ignore what other people might say. She had to stop thinking about the past. If she forgot that again, Duke Filio would scold her. He would not stay quiet. He would remind his lovely daughter, Leonia, of the truth. A few days passed. The weather was dark. The air was quiet. In the middle of the silent forest, the Voriotti family walked slowly. They were all wearing black clothes. They were going to the cemetery. Everyone stayed quiet. No one spoke. Some people were crying. The day felt heavy. Regina Voriotti had returned. It was her funeral. The funeral was simple. There were no grand decorations. Just a quiet ceremony. The Count stepped forward. He scattered the dirt with a strong and firm look on his face. Leo stood nearby. He looked at the scene and thought deeply. For Countess Ermarty, this moment must be hard. It must be complicated for her in many ways. From what Leonia had heard in the past, Countess Ermarty had always worried about Reina. She cared about her more than she showed. Leonia hoped that the tears she saw at the funeral were real. She wished that the people crying were being honest. She did not want her biological mother to suffer betrayal. Even in death, she hoped her mother was treated with truth. Leonia remembered how much betrayal she herself went through. She did not want her mother to feel the same. She stood in front of her mother's grave. She spoke to her. She told her she was happy to see her. But deep inside, Leonia did not know what to say. She wanted to speak, but her words were empty. Aside from saying hello or goodbye, She had nothing else in her heart. She felt sympathy. She felt pity. But there was no deep longing. She did not feel close. There was no strong bond. Nothing pulled her close to her mother. The only words that came to her mind were the ones she always said when leaving someone she cared about. Simple words. A normal farewell. A line that showed she might want to meet again someday. That was all she had. Nothing more. Just that. A few days after the funeral, the people who had attended the event gathered once again for another important meeting. Everyone who was invited showed up, except for Leonia. Leonia was upset. She was angry because she was not allowed to join the meeting. Now that she knew more about her own background and had learned many new things, she wanted to be involved in everything. She believed she had the right to listen and understand what was happening. But still, she was told to wait. She was told that she would be informed about everything later. The reason given was clear. What she had learned so far was suitable for general ears. But what was going to be discussed next was not for everyone to hear. It was only for those who were older, trusted, and fully aware of how serious everything was. Leonia agreed in the end. She accepted the decision. She trusted her father and understood that he had only shared what was appropriate for her age and for the current situation. She knew that he would not hide anything important from her. And what would come next was something that needed to be handled properly. In another room of the mansion, Duke Filio and Grandpa were sitting across from each other. They were deep in discussion. The grandpa had a skill, something special that helped him make people speak the truth. It was something he could use, thanks to a gift from Filio. That gift was not ordinary. It was something serious. It was the severed head of Sora. Pelliot had killed her personally. He had done it himself. Before doing so, he had hidden a black diamond inside Sora's clothes. The reason for this was to stop Leonia from killing Sora by accident if she had an outburst caused by the power of the fangs. And also, he wanted to be the one to end it. The head of Sora was then used as a tool. It was shown to a Western noble the Count had brought in. The goal was to force a confession out of that man. And it worked, at least at first. The man became scared and started to talk. But in the end, the confession didn't contain any useful or clear information. So, the man ended up in the same position as Sora. That noble, just like others, didn't even know that Regina existed. He had no knowledge about her. The crazy maid had said the same thing. None of them had any real idea about the full situation. Then Duke Filio spoke again. This time, he asked Viscount Ricos a question. He asked if House Oler had done anything strange or suspicious after the recent reception event. Ricos answered truthfully. He said they hadn't done anything wrong. They had only glanced at Leonia a few times during the party, but it was just with normal curiosity. In fact, House Oler had shown a bigger interest in something else. They had asked questions about the wristwatch business. They even said they wanted to become one of the investors. This was important information. It meant that House Oler had no clue at all about the truth behind Leonia's birth. Sora's betrayal, which came from both love and hate, had unexpectedly turned out to be helpful in hiding the truth. Also, Leonia's appearance, which closely matched Filio, made people believe what they were meant to believe. That helped to protect the secret. Things had reached a point where people who had no right were now looking at the Boliotti family with disrespect. One of the knights who was present spoke up. He asked why the wandering knight, the young lord from House Oler, had entered the northern lands. Why did he go there without permission? Ricos replied. He said there was no solid proof that it happened. However, there had been several suspicious activities in the Boliotti territory and the areas nearby during that period. Ricos had found out that the young lord from House Oler had joined the Imperial Knights at that time. He was already part of the military. There was still no clear evidence, but Ricos believed that there was room to doubt the situation. Something was not right. The question now was, when they started to make plans to capture ministers, was that truly their original plan? It seemed weak. According to Ricos, it was not a good plan. It was more likely that the real strategy was to collect information little by little from the 3 northern families who were working with them. Now, Boliotti had proof that someone had stolen information from them. Ricos also said that no ordinary knight could move around this freely unless someone from the top had allowed it. He pointed out that only the imperial family had the power to approve such actions. That meant someone important was involved. It could not just be a simple soldier. There were many questions now. Duke Filio wanted answers. He asked who was really behind all of it. Was it the current emperor? Was it the crown prince at that time? Or was it the former emperor who had already died? If the imperial family really was involved, then the question remains, was it the current emperor who was the crown prince at the time? Or was it the previous emperor who is now already dead? This is something that must be clearly identified. If Duke Filio could do things his way, he would prefer to remove the emperor from power entirely and begin a new dynastic era under better control. That is something he has thought about seriously. However, that path does not match what Leonia prefers. She has a different way of handling problems. Leonia would rather have a few toys she can manage and play with while she calmly and carefully works through the situation, step by step, at her own pace. She is not rushing into anything big. And since Filio's child does not wish to be a part of the imperial family at all, Filio understands that there's no use forcing something she clearly doesn't want. So, in the end, he supposes that it can't be helped and he accepts her choice. Now, they move to the next topic. What they found in Regina's remains is important. It was a necklace, specifically the necklace belonging to Remus Oler. They believe that Regina must have swallowed the necklace just before her death. This piece of evidence leads to more questions. It doesn't bring clear answers, but instead, it opens up more things to consider. Still, despite what happened, the cause of Regina's death is not the most urgent concern at the moment. Duke Filio says this clearly, and he even apologizes to Grandpa for saying something that may seem harsh or cold. But Grandpa agrees with him. He also understands that what truly matters now is not the sadness of the past, but the problem that stands before them. Even though it saddens him as Regina's father, he knows that the priority now is dealing with the Red Swan bastard, the one who managed to sneak into the north. That person is the real focus at this time. Filio brings up a suggestion. He says that if they put enough pressure on that person, then eventually the full truth about Regina's death will come out on its own. There's no need to chase it directly. It will follow naturally. Filio also admits something important. He has been inattentive. Because of that, the North was treated like a complete fool by others. That kind of disrespect cannot be allowed to continue. So now, Filio is determined to take action. He says clearly that he will make sure the North is no longer underestimated. He will make sure they pay attention. He will give them a lesson that they will never forget. And this will not be done quickly. It will not be rushed. This will be a very long and slow hunt. One that will unfold step by step until everything is settled. Now, the two maids who are really close to Leonia were called in. Filio asked them to take a seat and make themselves comfortable. Although his voice was calm, the aura he gave off felt a little different today. It wasn't something dangerous, but it was just enough to make the two maids hesitate for a moment. They glanced at each other and then took a step toward the head maid, as if asking for silent reassurance. However, there was no danger. They were safe, and there was no need to be scared. Once everyone was seated on their own sofa, the atmosphere in the room turned more serious. Filio started to speak again, informing them that Leonia had not clutched onto his thighs in the past few days. This was a big change from her usual behavior. When the Commander Knight heard this, he immediately became mad. He raised his voice and said that Leonia must be truly devastated if she hadn't touched Filio's thighs, something she always did. His voice was loud and full of concern, which made Sir Rupert flinch in surprise from where he was standing. But it wasn't only the Commander Knight who felt bad. The two maids, as well as the head maid, also became worried. One of the maids remembered something and spoke up. She said that Leonia hadn't been talking about muscle names at all lately. That was unusual because Leonia once promised to teach them about the importance of the erector spiny muscles, and she had been so excited about it. Remembering this, the maids felt even more concerned for Leonia, who had always been full of energy and curiosity about muscles. The head maid then gave her report. She said that Leonia had been playing with dolls, something that Leonia used to hate very much. In the past, she wouldn't even touch them. Not only that, but Leonia had also started reading fairy tales instead of her two favorite books. This change in behavior made everyone even more confused and concerned. Now, all the people in the room were both sad and confused. They didn't know what to do, and the changes in Leonia's actions were clear signs that something was wrong. Sir Rupert, who had been quiet, began to feel left out. Everyone else was reacting strongly to the situation, but he didn't feel the same way. It was as if he was the only one in the room who wasn't deeply affected. However, he stayed silent because if he said something like, "You're all acting weird," there was a real chance he might be buried in the snow. He decided it was better to keep his thoughts to himself. Then, Filio spoke again. He said that Leonia's birthday was coming soon. He couldn't allow his child to have a dull or unmemorable birthday, especially not over something that, in his eyes, was just a small matter. Sir Rupert, upon hearing this, was amazed. He looked around the room and thought that if an outsider walked in and saw them like this, they might think this group was a rebel army secretly checking their plans before starting a revolution. The atmosphere was that serious and focused. Filio then said that he wanted to think of the best way to lift Leonia's spirits. Since this was her first birthday being celebrated in House Boleoti, he wanted it to be a very special one. More than anything, he wanted Leonia to be happier than anyone else on that day. That was why he had called the two maids, Mai and Connie, because they spent a lot of time with Leonia every day and would understand her better than most. Filio believed that Mai and Connie could give helpful ideas about what kind of gift or surprise would make Leonia feel happy again. The two maids were touched and smiled, feeling happy that their opinions were valued. They both said that Leonia had been trying hard to pull herself together on her own, without asking for help or showing weakness. Because of that, they thought it would be really good if they could give her something related to muscles as a reward. Filio listened to their suggestion and agreed with it. He nodded, thinking that something related to muscles was indeed a good idea for Leonia. On the other hand, Sir Rupert still didn't understand how any of this made sense. A birthday present related to muscles? It was hard for him to follow, but he didn't say anything out loud. Filio then gave his next order. He told Sir Kellys to gather all the members of the Order of Gladigo tomorrow. There was still work to do, and this was only the beginning of the preparations. Now, Leonia was busy in the kitchen preparing cookies. She carefully shaped the dough into many different forms, stars, hearts, animals, and even small muscle shapes. She was focused and made a lot of cookies, each one carefully placed on the tray. These cookies were not just for fun. She planned to give them to everyone in House Boleoti. When the cookies were finally done and handed out, the maids, butlers, and other staff were very happy. They smiled, thanked her, and said the cookies were delicious. Seeing them so cheerful made Leonia feel good too. It was nice to see everyone enjoying her hard work. As she walked down the hallway with her personal guard, she talked about her plans. She said she was going to train hard from now on. She had realized something important again. The fangs of the beast were not just strong and cool. They were also dangerous. That power could easily hurt someone if she lost control. And she did not want to harm the people she cared about, especially the people in House Boleoti. She said clearly that she never wanted to see them hurt because of her. That was why she had to become stronger and more careful. She also said she wanted to become a daughter that her dad could be proud of. She wanted to grow into someone confident and someone who could stand strong on her own. She didn't just want to be known for the beast's power. She wanted to be known as a remarkable person, someone her father could look at and say, "That's my daughter." That's why she thought about giving cookies to the Knights of the Order altar as well. They worked hard and protected the family, so she wanted to thank them in her own way. Then, Leonia looked up at her guard and asked what she should give to her dad. She wanted to give something more than cookies, something more amazing. The guard smiled and said that just seeing her healthy, smiling, and full of energy would already be more than enough for Filio. He said that her presence was already the best gift. But Leonia shook her head. She wanted to give something even more special. She said it had to be something that would surprise her dad. The guard then jokingly suggested that if she gave her dad a small peck on the cheek, Filio would probably hop all the way to the ceiling out of joy. That idea made Leonia frown. She disagreed quickly. She said that her dad doesn't do that sort of thing. He was the icy Grand Duke of the North. He doesn't hop, no matter how happy he is. As they continued their walk, they kept talking. Leonia asked more questions and said more things about her plans. But after a while, she started to slow down. Her steps became smaller and her words got softer. She was clearly tired. It was time for her daily nap. The guard noticed and gently guided her back to her room. As they walked into the quiet hallway, Leonia was still talking, but her voice was sleepy. She started mumbling about her dad again. She said things like he's so cool, and he's really amazing, while rubbing her eyes. By the time they reached her room, she was already half asleep. The guard helped her get into bed and covered her with a blanket. While she was lying down, she kept talking softly, still mumbling about her cool and amazing dad. Then, slowly, her words faded, and she fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Now, Leonia was already wearing a martial arts uniform. She looked at herself and smiled because she really liked it. It was her first time wearing something like this, and she thought it looked good. The preparation was finally complete, and with her usual confidence, Leonia declared that starting today, she was going to become a new Leonia Boliote. She said it with a loud voice that echoed through the hallway. Mia and Connie, who were standing nearby, smiled and felt happy after hearing Leonia say those words. They were proud of her strong declaration. Miss Knight, who was also there, smiled too, but at the same time, she felt a bit worried. She thought that Leonia's voice was so loud that she might hurt her own throat from all the shouting and yelling. But she didn't stop her. Instead, she quietly followed and made sure everything would go smoothly. The group began to walk down the long hallway together. Leonia held a basket in her arms, and she looked pleased. She was happy because she was finally going to train hard. Miss Guard, walking beside her, noticed the basket and kindly offered her help. She said she could carry it for her since it looked a bit heavy. But Leonia shook her head and gave a small smile. She said that it was her job to carry the basket. While she appreciated the offer, she respectfully declined. She added that since she was going to become a new Boliote starting today, she had to do this herself. Miss Guard laughed a little and said she had heard that line many times already. So she asked again with a curious tone what kind of Boliote Leonia really wanted to be. She was interested and even guessed, saying maybe Leonia wanted to be more muscular this time. Leonia didn't laugh. Instead, she replied seriously. She said she wanted to be a powerful person, someone strong enough that no one would ever look down on the North or on House Boliote. She said she was going to become the head of House Boliote one day. To do that, she needed to grow strong, just like her dad, and protect this place that she loved so much. Leonia then said something that made the others quiet for a moment. She admitted that before, she didn't want to be responsible. She thought that responsibility was a nuisance and too much work. Most of the things she had done until now were only out of necessity. She did them just to help her dad and keep his reputation safe. But now things had changed. She was no longer doing it just for that reason. She said she needed to become tougher for herself too. She continued walking slowly while talking. She said she had always felt a little uncomfortable in her young body. Even after becoming a Boliote, she sometimes dreamed about going back to her adult body. She thought about it many times. But now, she didn't think that way anymore. She said her world was here, in this body with these people. She was still slow when walking, and her body was still weak. She could barely carry the basket of cookies, using both arms. Even so, she said she had to become a Boliote with the body she had now. She pointed out that Oler blood ran through her veins. Because of that, she believed she needed to work even harder. She wanted to become an even more perfect Boliote. She didn't want to be someone her dad needed to worry about. She wanted to be someone who could stand on her own and never be a burden to her father. So she kept walking forward, step by step, holding the basket tightly. The others followed behind her, watching her with quiet support. From that day forward, Leonia was truly starting to become a new version of herself, stronger, steadier, and ready to face whatever came next. Now they finally reached the training ground, and for Leonia, it was like she had entered heaven. As soon as she saw the surprise waiting for her, Her eyes grew wide, her cheeks turned red, and her happy voice came out loudly without her even noticing. She couldn't hide her excitement because the surprise was just too perfect. All the knights were wearing tight muscle shirts that showed off their muscles, and their powerful arms and chests were clearly visible. That was the reason why Leonia was so happy. She loved it completely. Miss Knight was standing beside her, and she was also smiling. She felt relieved and proud because she knew that Duke Filio had planned this carefully. He knew exactly what would cheer Leonia up, and it worked better than anyone expected. Seeing Leonia filled with energy again made the effort worth it. Leonia stood there for a few more seconds, admiring the scene, her eyes moving from one knight to the next. Then, without warning, another surprise appeared. Duke Filio himself walked into the training ground, wearing the same type of muscle shirt as the knights. The moment she saw him, Leonia's eyes widened even more and she froze for a second. Then her happy voice became even louder than before. She was totally shocked, in a good way, and her joy was clear. This gift made her very happy. She clapped her hands and jumped slightly where she stood. She then announced with confidence that she was now the new Leonia Boliotti. She proudly said that she would work hard every day, studying, training, and improving so that she could grow into a strong person who could stand tall and protect the people of the North. She repeated that she was serious about becoming a reliable and proud member of House Boliotti. The knights around her were touched by her words. They all smiled and began to cheer loudly. They shouted words of encouragement and support. They were happy to see Leonia full of spirit again, and they believed in her dream. The atmosphere became bright, strong, and full of energy again. Everyone could feel it. After the cheering, things slowly returned to their usual mood. Leonia started to speak again, this time with a playful voice. She had many small requests for her dad, things she wanted him to do for her. But Duke Filio, just like always, didn't agree right away. He refused some of the requests, which made Leonia pout and complain. The two of them began to go back and forth again, just like they usually did, arguing and teasing like a cat and a dog. The knights stood nearby, watching the familiar scene unfold. They didn't stop it. In fact, they smiled more. They knew that even if these two often argued and disagreed, this was just their way. They were already a true family. And not just any family, they were a family that could face anything together. A family that could, without effort, push away anything negative, even the harsh truth, far into the distance, and then some. Now, while it was winter outside, the weather was cold and the snow was falling heavily. But inside the house, it was a wonderful day because it was Leonia's birthday. The halls were warm, the fireplace was lit, and everything was quiet and peaceful. Today was a special day for her. She was thankful to her dad for everything he had done for her, especially today. But Duke Filio did not want to receive only a word of thanks. He expected something a little more. Leonia already knew that very well. Without saying anything, she gave her dad a heartfelt kiss on the cheek. They had already gotten up from bed and were standing near the window when Leonia noticed the weather. She looked outside and saw that the snow was falling even heavier than before. She began to wonder if the carriage could move in such conditions. She was thinking carefully, looking at the white scenery. Duke Filio saw her face and responded right away. He said that the snow was not heavy enough to stop the carriage. In the north, carriages travel even during snowstorms, and there were days snowier than this. So there was nothing to worry about. Leonia nodded. Soon after, Mia and Connie entered the room. They were cheerful and greeted Leonia with a warm smile. They congratulated her for her birthday, telling her that she was now turning 8 years old. It was a new year for her. Duke Filio left the room and went down to the dining hall first. Mia and Connie stayed behind to assist Leonia in preparing. They helped with her hair, her clothes, and made sure everything was ready for the day. Among the many gifts she was about to receive, there was one amazing thing she saw first, a red ruby. Attached to it were other colorful gems. It was elegant and shining. This was the first gift from Duke Filio for her birthday. Leonia loved the hairpin and tried to put it in her hair immediately. But the maid gently stopped her and said there were more gifts to come. In fact, there would be so many gifts that they would fill an entire room. Today, all those presents would be given to Leonia. They finished preparing and stepped out of the room. While walking down the hallway, Leonia noticed something. For the first time ever, she saw a door. She had walked past this hallway so many times, but she had never noticed this door before. It was the same color as the wall, with no handle, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even know it was there. But now that she saw it, she became curious. She tried to push it, but it didn't open. It wouldn't move. Mia and Connie saw her trying and explained that the space behind the door was a storage room. Leonia replied that the storage room should be outside, but Mia explained that in the north, during winter, going outside was very difficult. On days with strong snowstorms, even opening a window was dangerous. That's why they built a special storage room inside the mansion. It was used to store food, water, and daily supplies. Many houses in the north had this kind of feature. However, this one was a little different. Not everyone could go in. Only a few selected servants were allowed to enter, and even then, only for a short time. Mia and Connie were among those chosen few, and they proudly smiled as they explained it. Inside that room was where all of Leonia's birthday gifts were stored. Duke Filio had asked them to start putting the gifts there since last winter. Connie continued speaking and proudly said that Duke Filio always called Leonia's birthday gifts treasures. Even when he was living in the capital, he would collect gifts whenever he had time and send them to the northern mansion. Leonia started thinking deeply. Around this time last year, it had not even been 1 month since her adoption. At that time, she still called Duke Filio Mr. because she wasn't used to calling him Dad. It felt awkward back then. Leonia was truly thankful for the information she heard from Connie and Mia. Later that morning, a small congratulatory party was prepared by the mansion's servants. It was held in the lounge near the fireplace. Each maid and butler came up to Leonia, congratulating her for her birthday and giving her small gifts. For Leonia, she was thankful and showed her appreciation to each one of them. Mr. Rupert was also present at the event. He came forward and gave Leonia a gift wrapped neatly in brown paper. Inside were 2 thick books titled Illustrated Dictionary of Bulging Muscles, Volumes 1 and 2. He thanked Leonia for introducing someone very talented, who could help him with his work. Leonia accepted the books happily. It was the kind of gift she had really wanted. Out of joy, she stepped forward and gave Mr. Rupert a gentle kiss on the cheek. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from a chair in the room. Mr. Rupert became nervous, realizing that Duke Filio was watching the moment closely. But Mr. Rupert stayed silent, pretending like nothing had happened, thinking that he wasn't the one who made the sound. After that, the main gifts began arriving one by one. There were dresses, jewelry, new pairs of shoes, garden plants, delicious desserts, and many more. The last gift was presented by the talented individual whom Leonia had introduced earlier. She wrote a book of poems as her gift. It was a simple poetry book that she had written while thinking about Leonia after coming to the north. Leonia was a bit surprised by the kind of gift, since it was not something she expected. But still, she was thankful. Duke Filio stood at a distance, watching the conversations and the gift-giving. He was satisfied to see that his daughter now had a loyal subordinate beside her. The white-haired girl who gave the poem stood quietly. She looked nervous, unsure if Lady Leonia liked the gift. But Leonia said she was happy with it. Still, she quietly said to herself that she looked forward to a little cha-ching in the near future. Now, finally, the most awaited moment had arrived. Night had already appeared, and the sky had turned dark. The weather was good. There was no rain, and there was no snow. Everything outside was quiet, but the mansion was full of light. The windows were glowing from the many candles and lanterns placed around the house. It looked bright and festive. Outside the mansion, carriages were slowly arriving one by one. Each carriage was decorated, and it moved carefully across the snowy path. These carriages carried the guests who were invited to celebrate Leonia's birthday. The air was cold, but the mood was bright. Leonia was also outside. She stood near the entrance of the mansion, ready to welcome the guests as they arrived. She wore a beautiful dress and had her hair neatly done. As each guest stepped down from their carriage, Leonia greeted them with a polite smile. She thanked them for coming to her birthday. The guests were pleased to see her standing there, greeting them kindly and gracefully. They were happy to see that the young lady had grown so well. Among the guests was one familiar figure. It was Countess Vosgruni, Leonia's etiquette teacher. Her carriage stopped near the entrance, and she stepped down slowly. Leonia was happy to see her, but she also knew that this guest was different from the others. The Countess was her teacher, and she had taught her proper manners. So Leonia stood straight, slightly bowed her head, and calmly welcomed the Countess. She said, "Thank you for coming to my birthday party." The Countess was pleased. As her etiquette instructor, she could see the improvement in Leonia's posture, her greeting, and her calm behavior. It showed that Leonia had learned well. After the greeting, the Countess looked around but quickly noticed something missing. She asked about her husband and why he wasn't present at such a special occasion. Leonia also hadn't seen him, but according to Duke Filio, he was away on some kind of business. The Countess quietly nodded. She already knew what kind of business it was. Her husband was probably out surveying another ancient ruin, something he always did. That kind of work had always interested him, even from a young age. In fact, it was one of the reasons she had fallen in love with him during their younger days. While he followed his passion for research, she remained behind, managing the household and raising the children alone. Leonia, curious, asked why the Countess had never gotten a divorce. The Countess replied that she had been told something important. People said that the ownership of the house and the noble title would be given to her only if she did not divorce her husband. That condition was set by the previous Duke Boleody. It was a rule made to preserve the status and unity of the core noble families. Leonia listened and remembered something. The previous Duke had disliked Professor Ardea, the Countess's husband. At the academy in the capital, she had once heard a rumor. It said that Professor Ardea had abandoned his wife and children to live in the capital, even though he was a member of the core nobles. That kind of behavior was not accepted, especially by someone like the former Duke, who believed in strong family duty. Leonia thought that even among nobles who were respected and considered untouchable, there were still differences. Some nobles had the support of their families. Others were left to handle things on their own. If the marriage between the Countess and Professor Ardea still existed legally, then he was still connected to House Vosgruni. This made her think, maybe the house did not hate him. Maybe they still wanted to protect him in some way. But she didn't know the reason why. Leonia remembered that Duke Filio had once brought Professor Ardea to the mansion. That moment came to her mind again. She began to think more about the situation, but after a short pause, she stopped herself. This was her birthday. It was her special day. She didn't need to spend it thinking about complex questions. It was better to focus on the celebration and enjoy the company of the people who came for her. Leonia turned back to the Countess, smiled gently, and asked, "Shall we go inside now?" With that, they walked toward the grand doors of the mansion to join the party waiting inside. Now inside the hall, where the guests were enjoying the party, the atmosphere was bright and lively. The sound of conversations and light laughter could be heard all around. People were gathered in groups, talking about different topics while holding drinks and small plates of food. The decorations were simple but elegant, matching the importance of the event. Everyone seemed relaxed, enjoying the evening celebration. In one corner of the large room, there was a special area where all the birthday gifts were being arranged. These gifts were not simple or ordinary. Many of them were packed in huge boxes, wrapped in colorful paper and tied with wide ribbons. Some were decorated with small cards and golden seals, making the display look grand and important. A few guests walked past and admired the pile of gifts, whispering to each other about what might be inside. While people were looking around, a nobleman near the corner started a conversation with those standing close. He asked a question that many had quietly wondered about before. He said, "Is Duke Filio not planning to get married?" This question reached Leonia's grandfather, who was standing nearby. Upon hearing it, his face changed. He didn't shout or raise his voice, but he answered firmly. He said that this matter was something only Filio could decide. It was his life and his choice. Grandpa continued, saying there was no real need for Filio to get married anymore. He had already chosen his successor, so marriage was not something urgent for him. Even after hearing that, the nobleman still had more to say. He looked like he wanted to bring up another point, but before he could continue, Grandpa looked straight at him. His eyes were sharp and his tone was steady. He asked if there was something in particular that was bothering the nobleman. The gaze was enough to make anyone nervous. The nobleman, now feeling the pressure, spoke again but in a softer voice. He said he was only curious. Filio was still young, and people found it unusual that someone of his age and status was not even thinking about marriage. Grandpa listened, then slowly replied. He explained that no one in the north had ever disagreed with Duke Bolioti's decision to name his successor. The choice had been accepted by everyone. In fact, the story of the young lady, Leonia, proudly standing up at the imperial banquet and announcing herself as Filio's only daughter had spread across the entire empire. People remembered that moment. The nobleman opened his mouth as if to speak again, but Grandpa continued. He said that from the beginning, Filio's successor had already been clear. He reminded them that the purpose of marriage among nobles had always been to continue the family name. But when the line was already secure and a successor was confirmed, marriage was not absolutely needed. Then Grandpa mentioned the rumor. Across the empire, people had heard that the Duke had a great love for Leonia's biological mother, who was a commoner. The rumor said that because of this deep feeling, he had no interest in taking another wife. The story had already spread wide and fast. To make that story known, a lot of work had been done. People had shared it again and again, and soon, most nobles believed it. Because of this, the noble women who used to show interest in Filio had slowly stopped. They knew they had no chance anymore and gave up the idea of trying to marry him. Finally, Grandpa gave a last warning to the noblemen. His voice was calm but clear. He said, "If you keep worrying about Filio so much, you may end up with Filio worrying about you instead." The meaning behind this was not hidden. It was easy to understand. The message was simple. Stop thinking too much about someone else's life. You should worry about your own future, or how long it might last. Now, finally, the most awaited moment arrived. Leonia grabbed the attention of the guests. She and her father stood in front of the gifts, and the guests stayed silent, watching them closely. Leonia smiled and happily thanked everyone for coming to her birthday and for celebrating it together with her. She gave a simple but warm speech to everyone. Each guest was amazed and felt every word Leonia said. Lastly, Leonia picked up one gift. It was for her father. She thanked him for raising her so well. Now, let's go back to the time before the birthday party happened. Leonia was sitting alone on her chair in her room. On the table in front of her, there was a clean sheet of paper and a pen. She picked up the pen, but her hand paused. She wanted to do something for her dad. She wanted to repay him for everything he had done for her over the years. Instead of baking cookies or making something small, Leonia wanted to give him something more special, something that would truly show her appreciation. She thought for a long time. She felt stressed because she couldn't just go and buy a gift from a store. The money she had was given by her dad, so if she used it, it wouldn't feel like a real gift from her. That idea made her stop and think more deeply. So what would be a good gift? She tried to think of something meaningful, something personal. Then, she suddenly remembered what the maid once said to her. The maid had told her she had a special talent in drawing. That comment stayed in her mind. She looked down at the blank paper and made her decision. That would be her gift. She would draw something for her father, something he would never expect, but something that came from her heart and effort. She started sketching carefully, spending hours to make it right. She wanted it to be neat and beautiful. When she finally finished it, she looked at it with pride. It was a picture of Duke Filio, her father, and it showed him strong and kind. She placed it carefully in a large folder and added a letter she wrote by hand. This was her gift. She hoped he would like it. Now, back to the present time. Duke Filio held the gift in his hands. He slowly opened it. Inside, there was one large sheet of paper and another folded letter. As soon as he unfolded the large paper, he saw the drawing. It was a painted drawing of himself. He was speechless. He said nothing. Leonia watched his face and stepped forward. She proudly informed everyone that she worked hard on that drawing and spent time making it right. But Duke Filio remained silent, and everyone around them started to feel nervous. Then, Duke Filio looked down at the letter that came with the drawing. He opened it and began to read it silently. He still didn't say anything. Sir Rupert, seeing this, stepped forward and asked politely if something was wrong. As soon as Sir Rupert looked at Filio's face, he was shocked. There were small tears forming in Duke Filio's eyes. To gather himself and speak to the crowd, Duke Filio lightly stomped his foot on the floor. Then he began to speak clearly so everyone could hear. He said that, for Leonia, this gift was something very special. And to be honest, Duke Filio admitted that he had never really received a proper gift before. This one, he said, was the most splendid present he had ever received. He said he was truly happy for it and thankful. He said that he was very glad that Leonia was his daughter. After his words, Leonia and Filio hugged each other, a happy moment shared between father and daughter. Everyone was pleased and smiled at the scene. It was a simple but meaningful moment that everyone noticed. While everyone was still enjoying the atmosphere, one of the butlers stepped in quietly. He walked over and informed Duke Filio of something. He said that a letter had just arrived. Duke Filio looked annoyed and turned his gaze toward an old man nearby, who also had no idea who sent the letter. The butler then informed them clearly. The letter was from the Empress. Now, when Leonia heard what the butler said, she immediately felt annoyed and wanted to throw the letter away without even looking at it. But Duke Filio calmly told her that the gift was from the Empress. Hearing that, Leonia changed her mind and became curious. She wanted to know what kind of gift the Empress had sent. She leaned in closer as the wrapping was opened, and inside the box was something unexpected. At first, Leonia was confused. She didn't understand why the Empress, who never contacted them directly, would send her a gift. There had been no conversation or message from the Empress before this. Nothing had been said or written, and there was no clear reason for this sudden gesture. But then, a thought came to Leonia's mind. She remembered the small candy she had given away with a note. That note had been delivered through Marquis Pardis. That must be the reason. Maybe the Empress received the candy and decided to send something in return. Inside the box was a wooden sword and a bolt of fine fabric. The sword looked polished and well-crafted, and the fabric was made from a sturdy material. It was not something ordinary. It was expensive and clearly chosen with care. When Leonia heard from one of the attendants that the material was high quality and valuable, she couldn't help but feel pleased. The idea that the Empress had sent such thoughtful items made her feel proud. Along with the gift, there was also a letter. But it wasn't just any letter. It had a painting on it, delicate flowers drawn in soft colors. Leonia stared at the painting, unsure of what it meant. She couldn't understand the reason for the flower drawing. That's when the old man, who had been quiet all this time, stepped forward. His voice was calm and clear as he read the words written beneath the painting. "Thank you and be careful." His sudden words caught Leonia by surprise. She turned to him, asking directly what those words meant and why the Empress had written them in that way. The old man then explained that the flower in the painting carried a special meaning. It was part of the language of flowers. Every flower had its own message. The Empress was known to be very fond of flowers, so much that she personally tended a flower garden within the Empress Palace. She often used flowers to express messages. Leonia thought about the message again, "Be careful." It seemed strange at first, but then it made sense. She remembered the recent events. The Emperor was likely still angry. He had been embarrassed in front of everyone, and not by an adult or noble, but by a young girl. A girl younger than his own child had made him kneel at a grand party with countless eyes watching. That must have damaged his pride. The Empress's message was not just a polite warning. It was likely a careful signal. Be careful, not just to Leonia, but to Duke Filio as well. It was now clear that the imperial family was furious with the Boliotti house. Things were not calm, and this message might be a quiet way to tell them to stay alert. But Leonia did not feel afraid. If anything, she understood that things were now more serious. And if the imperial family could send hidden messages through flowers, then she should learn to do the same. She thought it was time to study the language of flowers herself. From now on, if she ever had to send something back to the Empress or the Imperial Palace, she wanted to choose her own flowers carefully. Maybe one day, she would send a flower gift that carried a strong and silent message. Perhaps one that simply meant death.
Now that the birthday celebration has ended, Leonia feels tired but content. As she walks beside her father, she softly asks, "Dad, are you happy to have me as your daughter?" Her heart swells with warmth, grateful that her father is Duke Filio. She's glad to have met him, feeling 100 times happier than what she had written in her letter. Leonia father, however, did not expect such words. In his youth, he had not known the warmth of parental love. Hard work, sweat, and tears were his only companions as he grew up. It was different for his cousin, who was treated by their parents with so much love and warmth. Now it was already night, and Leonia's father went back to his office to finish some tasks. There was still a guest who came even at this late hour. It was Leonia's teacher, a beautiful and elegant man. He politely said, "I apologize for not being able to attend the young lady's celebration." Leonia's father, Duke Filio, told him that there was no need to worry since Leonia had fun during her birthday. They then started to talk about the main reason for his visit. On the desk were a dozen papers related to an investigation about Leonia's mother. A body had been found in the village of Pyeongsa. After checking the hair and physical features, it was confirmed that the body belonged to a local resident. When the knights were sent away, Ardea stayed behind at the site. He found letters written in familiar handwriting, some from the time of the old Lord Gaon, and some more recent. The letters were filled with threats from an unknown sender and had been sent to the Academy of Ardea. All the letters had the same type of envelope and wax seal. The oldest letter found in the safe dated back more than 20 years. If that was the case, everything started while the late emperor was still alive. It seemed that the situation was slowly becoming clearer. There was also a reason why the crown prince could be seen confidently with the daughter of the Allure family, even though he had a fiancée at that time. During that period, the Allure family did not have any title. Allure might have been used as a pawn, carefully chosen by the late emperor. So the question remained, how did the late emperor survive that ambush? It was clear that the attack had been aimed at the northern mountains. The situation was becoming more troublesome. Duke Filio wanted to know how Ardea managed to survive, and Ardea answered that it was because of his disciple, Berea, the sister of Countess Enosh, who was closely related to the Allure family. Hearing this, Filio decided to keep an eye on that girl, because there was a high chance that their paths would cross again. A girl just woke up from her night dream. In the dream, she was being chased by the emperor and the knights in a dark forest. It was hard to believe such a strange dream, and she kept repeating to herself, "I'm alive. I'm alive." She went to bed late last night, and the nightmare came before she could resist it. After waking up, she stood up and started to prepare for the day, arranging her things and getting ready. Not long after, one of her friends knocked on her door, reminding her that it was time to eat and to avoid eating late again. She opened the door and followed her friend. When they arrived, there was food already prepared, warm, sweet, and freshly cooked. Both of them sat down to eat and started talking while having their meal. Their conversation turned to the Northern Territory, where a snowstorm was currently happening. However, that topic was not very interesting to them. What caught more attention was the news that the Northern Knights were hunting a monster outside the Glastigo Order of Knights. The group was led by the Borealty Duke family, who were known for their skill in battle and leadership in the north. While eating, Berea talked with the Duke's daughter, but something about their conversation felt slightly off. Still, Berea asked about Leonia's age. The reply was simple. Leonia was now 12 years old. She had grown into a lovely and strong girl, who could already join the expedition into the dark forest, filled with monsters. Duke Filio and his knights were fighting against monsters, but this time, it was not a normal one. The monster they faced was called Inapako, a dangerous creature with the ability to hide its presence in the shadow of its prey. Because of this, it was considered one of the top 5 monsters that the knights were particularly cautious of. For Leonia, however, this kind of monster was nothing special. With a sharp blade and quick movements, she faced it as if it were only a normal enemy. When she struck with accuracy, the monster looked weak in front of her. The knights around her were amazed at how skilled and strong their lady was. Leonia continued fighting and seemed fine, but she did not enjoy it when the hunt lasted for weeks. After several days and early mornings, the knights finally heard the news they had been waiting for. They would return to the mansion. But Leonia was not going back with them. She would stay with her father. Once the knights left, Lenia and Duke Filio prepared to travel to the peak of the mountain because there was something she had to see. Lenia felt something strange during their climb. The wind suddenly stopped, and her body felt lighter, as if it was slowly recovering. In addition, no monsters could be seen anymore, even though they were common before. The quietness of the area made her notice the change around them. While walking, Lenina began to hum a song she had made herself, one that she used to sing in the carriage with her father when she was younger. The lyrics came from an old northern folktale that Kara had once told her. When they finally reached the top of the mountain, they stood behind a tall rock. What spread out before them was the reason for the Boreati family's existence, and the reason why the people of the north continued to live there, facing the mountain range. One man was submitting documents to Berea for review, but for her, it was not possible to approve them. They could not carelessly allocate the budget to such a flawed plan, and the proposal needed to include more detailed information before it could move forward. People around the office had already heard how strict Berea could be when discussing proposals, and many were slightly intimidated by her. However, others saw her as gentle and calm, even though she was known for her strength and discipline. The finance department, where Berea worked, held the most authority among all administrative divisions. Although they often faced challenges in distributing national funds properly, the position still provided opportunities for career advancement. When people asked Berea the reason behind her hard work, she only said that she did not want to be taken advantage of. During the discussion, an old man's loud voice interrupted the room as he shouted Berea's name. When he saw her, he immediately blushed, caught off guard by her appearance. The man's behavior was inappropriate, but Berea handled the situation quickly. She took a towel, covered her hand, and struck him with a strong punch. The old man soon realized his mistake, and turned his attention back to the documents he had brought. Berea then explained the problems in a calm and professional manner. She pointed out that the proposal lacked proper documentation, detailed supporting materials, and a clear explanation of how the funds would be used. She also reminded everyone that manipulating data was strictly prohibited. Finally, she mentioned that the old man had recently ordered the road near the gate to be repaved, and she questioned him if he was trying to create a slush fund through that project.
Now that the issue had been resolved, quiet whispers began to spread throughout the building. The talk was about Viscount Oler, who was said to be backing the old man from earlier. It was already known by many that behind the scenes, Viscount Oler had connections with several proposals submitted by their side in recent days. Because of that support, Baron Ono Kenta was able to act freely without the fear of losing his position. This situation caused many people to feel uneasy, but no one dared to speak about it openly. Hearing the rumors, Baria's friend reminded her to be careful and not to make decisions too quickly. Baria listened and nodded, feeling thankful for the advice. She knew that caution was necessary, especially with how things were developing inside the department. Baria had long separated herself from her family. She chose to live in the dormitory even during her academy days and continued to do so after becoming an imperial administrator. The dormitory, which was under imperial control, became her home and workplace combined. The last time she had spoken to her family was during her sister's engagement party. That event had been difficult for her to attend, as she found it uncomfortable to watch the older man beside her younger sister pretending to act proper and respectful. Inside her office, Baria sat at her desk surrounded by stacks of document files. She carefully reviewed each one, checking every detail. The documents contained evidence related to the activities of the Imperial and Oler families, which she had gathered secretly while working in the finance department. Along with these, she also had the planning papers collected from Baron Ono Kenta earlier that day. As she read through the records, Baria recalled the past. She remembered that before, she had died helplessly, unable to do anything to stop what had happened. Now that she had returned to the past, she was determined not to allow the same thing to occur again. Still, there was one thing she did not understand. She had no knowledge of who Leonia was or what kind of person she might be. For that reason, Baria decided that she wanted to meet Duke Filio's daughter herself. For 5 years, Baria had been working hard, her white hair and green eyes focused on her task within the imperial palace. She had just finished a top-of-class graduation, and now, surrounded by countless documents, she reminded herself, I must never make a mistake. The goal was clear. She had been secretly gathering crucial evidence that exposed the imperial family's deep corruption and Oler schemes. Baria felt a surge of confidence, believing she could surely stop the imperial family and Oler with this proof. Her hope rested on forming an alliance with the formidable Duke Vorioti, known throughout the land as the Black Beast, called the strongest Vorioti in history. She thought, now, if I can just meet Duke Vorioti. Just as her final plan solidified, a confusing fact emerged, making her pause, but who on earth is that child? The child was Leonia Vorioti, a name she had never heard of in my previous life. This detail marked a major shift, as it showed that exactly 5 years ago, when Baria started her work, the Duke of Vorioti's illegitimate child first revealed her existence, a surprise that would now force Baria to change her entire future plan. Baria, with her wide, shocked green eyes and white hair, was thrown into confusion. The appearance of the Duke's daughter was a great shock to me, she thought, reading the news. This was because the Duke of Vorioti's daughter never appeared in my previous life, a fact she stressed in a different sense. To Baria, this child, when the Duke of Vorioti's illegitimate child first revealed her existence, was a complete anomaly. She was a child that didn't exist in the history she knew. At first, the situation was ugly. Quite a few nobles watched the child secretly, whispering malicious rumors and slander. However, everything changed when the father and daughter appeared in the capital, silencing all the bad talk instantly. This was due to the Duke's surprisingly strong love, as the Duke of Vorioti's paternal love was astonishing. Whispers even started to spread that the young Duke's daughter held the real power in Vorioti. But the ultimate change was that now, Leonia has become an idol of the Empire, helped by her beautiful appearance, closely resembling the Duke of Vorioti, making her a popular figure that no one could easily attack. Leonia Vorioti quickly became the capital's obsession. Whenever the young lady appeared in the capital, everyone tried to see her, with fans, even the immature boys, who would even line up at the local tea houses and bookstores the Duke's daughter frequently visited. Her abilities were truly incredible. She excelled equally in academics and swordsmanship. It was said she was excellent in her studies, with whispers suggesting that a famous professor who once caused a great stir in the empire was teaching her directly. Beyond her training, her genius was clear from her business savvy. At just 7 years old, she came up with the idea of a wristwatch. This design was so valuable that the watch designed by the Duke's daughter sold for more than most jewels, and the Vorioti mountain wristwatches became incredibly popular as wedding gifts. Due to this rapid and exceptional success, Leonia Vorioti is steadily raising her status as the next Duke, a powerful rise that, to the observers, led to the feeling that her progress even feels scary at times. Now Baria even used her salary just to gather information about Leonia. That night, Leonia felt happy to be back. As she soaked in the warm, steamy bath, comfort and relaxation washed over her. She thought to herself that her father probably wouldn't have planned to take her on the hunt, but she insisted, and in the end, he gave in to her stubbornness. After finishing her bath, Leonia returned to Encelia's room. Encelia, with her short blue-tinged silver hair, had gained a bit of weight since they first met. Yet she looked more comfortable and happier than ever before. The morning light filled the grand chamber, bright and warm, illuminating the exquisite floral arrangements of roses. Leonia Vorioti, the young lady with long black hair, sat up in her large bed, her expression a mix of concern and hope as she directed her question to the white-haired Enzelia. "So how's our little wolf pup?" Enzelia, radiating a joyful smile, stood amidst a glow of light and vibrant blue flowers. She delivered the wonderful news with gentle assurance. He just woke up from his nap. This simple update, that the little one was well and simply napping, caused a powerful, over-the-top reaction in Leonia, whose eyes widened in an exaggerated display of pure shock and relief. A celebratory voice announced the victory, stating, "Our baby has defeated the young lady." Then came the sweet command, "Let's give rupee to the young lady." which Enzelia happily accepted, confirming, "Yes, madam." As Leonia received the infant, Rupi, and held the baby close, her initial anxiety vanished, replaced by a gentle serenity. She looked down at the child, who was sleeping peacefully in her arms, and whispered a quiet, emotional sigh. "Oh, heavens." Enzelia then made a comment that emphasized the child's heritage, observing, "You know, our pup, he's the spitting image of your grandfather, isn't he?" The mention of her grandfather immediately caused a powerful, instinctual memory to surface for Leonia. The brief image of a fierce, white wolf with a single red eye, representing the family's magical heritage. Leonia chuckled softly, admitting to Enzelia, "I was shocked when I first saw him awake, Grandma." Finally, Leonia held her little wolf pup close, a loving smile on her face as she addressed the baby directly with a playful, protective warning. "You must not become so beefy like your grandfather, understood?" Encelia's story unfolds through her relationship with the man who proposed to her, a mix of humor, affection, and unexpected warmth. Rupi had fallen for her early on, yet Rupert soon realized that winning the heart of a former stalker completely infatuated with Vorioti and addicted to work was no easy task. Despite the challenges, his persistence and genuine care slowly drew Enzelia closer. Their proposal was once described as the worst proposal, awkward and far from romantic, but it became the start of a deep and lasting bond between them. From there, their relationship progressed smoothly, proving that love could grow even from the most imperfect beginnings. Their father was overjoyed by the marriage, perhaps even more than the couple themselves. He celebrated their marriage more than anyone else, showering them with affection and generous gifts, including an enormous sum as a wedding gift and a small old manor to ensure they lived an extremely blissful life. Enzelia, often seen in a purple dress and glasses, was deeply moved by these gestures. With teary eyes and a bright smile, she exclaimed, "That's so touching," before adding her usual playful line, "Let's go splurge." The wedding was a lovely scene filled with charm, pink flowers in full bloom and the soft glow of wine glasses under warm light. Enzelia stood gracefully in a white gown beside Rupert, her serious expression reflecting both nervousness and joy. A later moment showed the couple at a negotiation table in a dark room, their faces calm yet firm, until a voice in the background commented dryly, "That was really bad," breaking the tension with humor. As time passed, the family received heartwarming news. Just late autumn, a child was born to the couple. The atmosphere turned joyful as everyone celebrated the arrival of their firstborn. Rupi, the first son of the Viscount Vorioti, born just after my birthday, rested peacefully beside Enzelia, his tiny frame wrapped in warmth. Encelia's happiness overflowed as she looked at her baby with pride and said, "Our Rupi must have liked Vorioti from birth. He came into the world right after the young lady's birth date." But Leonia, gently holding the child, smiled softly and replied, "What would a baby know about that? Don't put too much pressure on the baby," a tender reminder that brought gentle laughter and warmth to their home. The discussion shifts warmly to Rupi's care, with Encelia's excitement lighting up the room as she turns to Leonia and admits, "Actually, father came yesterday." Her voice carries both pride and disbelief as she continues, revealing with wide eyes that her father had not only changed Rupi's diaper but had even bathed him himself. Can you believe it? It was such a rare and unexpected sight that even Enzelia seemed amazed at how naturally he had handled everything. Leonia's reaction comes quickly, her eyes widening as she blurts out, "Wow, that grandfather," her tone filled with surprise and admiration. After a brief pause, she adds with a laugh, "I was surprised how much better he was at it than me," acknowledging the Duke's unexpected skill with a touch of humor. As their laughter fades, a tender sense of gratitude fills the moment. Leonia reflects softly, realizing how deeply her father, Duke Filio, has embraced his role in their family. "He's so good to Rupi and I," she says with a gentle smile, her voice tinged with affection. "He loves Vorioti," she adds proudly, her admiration for him shining through. In her heart, she concludes that he is also the best grandfather to the children, a truth she feels deeply. Enzelia, meanwhile, is brimming with enthusiasm, her energy rising once more as she declares passionately, "Of course, I'll teach him every day about how great Vorioti is." Her determination fills the air, making Leonia chuckle nervously in response, offering only a hesitant "haha" as she scratches her cheek awkwardly. Though amused by Encelia's intensity, Leonia feels no real concern. Deep inside, Leonia reassures herself, thinking, "I'm not too worried." She knows that Enzelia, for all her quirks and strong opinions, truly loves her child. In her heart, she trusts that, since Enzelia truly cherishes her baby, she won't make her baby go through her own childhood experiences. That belief gives her peace. She also takes quiet comfort in knowing that, now Enzelia has Rupi by her side, and a reliable father-in-law too, making her confident that the little family will grow up surrounded by love and support. The scene softens as Enzelia is later shown in a calm, reflective moment, her eyes gentle as she gazes at her sleeping baby. Her usual spirited tone fades into something tender and sincere as she confides her true feelings. "I want our Rupi to like Vorioti not because of my wishes, but because he genuinely admires him." Those words reveal a depth to her that goes beyond her usual playful nature, a glimpse of a mother's genuine hope for her child's freedom to choose his own path. With a soft sigh and a faint smile, she concludes her thoughts, deciding with quiet conviction, "For now, I want to let our Rupi do lots of things he wants to do." Now Filio is back and concerned about Encelia's health. He feels worried that she returned to work even after just giving birth. Filio insists that she should take her maternity leave and get enough rest. However, Enzelia doesn't want to because she believes she can work like normal. But Filio disagrees, explaining that if she continues working, it might make the other employees feel pressured to do the same. He tells her that taking a rest is also important, so everyone will understand that they don't need to push themselves too hard. As everyone knows, Enzelia doesn't hold a very high position at work. She became Viscountess Ricos only after marrying Rupi. For Filio, even those in higher positions must follow their duties, which include using their leaves properly. Because of that, Enzelia has no choice but to agree and take a break. Later on, Leonia suddenly speaks up and asks her father if he can hold Rupi. At first, Filio refuses because he is unsure and nervous. But when Enzelia sweetly says that Rupi would be so happy and would grow up strong and healthy with grace and blessings, Filio finally gives in. He carefully holds Rupi in his arms, and that moment turns into a lovely and heartwarming scene filled with sweetness and care. Now Filio and Leonia were teasing each other, their playful voices filling the room with laughter and noise. However, Rupi, being just a baby, couldn't handle the loud sounds and began to cry softly at first, then louder. The two quickly stopped their teasing and focused on calming Rupi down. After a while, the room became peaceful again. Outside, everything was silent, but inside, Leonia still couldn't stop admiring how cute Rupi was. Filio agreed with a small smile, saying that all cubs were indeed adorable. A moment later, Leonia suddenly brought up a new topic. She told her father that he should find a wife and have a real child of his own. Leonia didn't want him to give up on love or marriage just because of her. Ever since adopting Leonia, Filio hadn't dated anyone or even tried. Even though he was now past 30, he still remained the same perfect and admirable man as before. After their talk, they entered the office. Filio sat down in his chair, feeling a bit stressed. He needed to travel to the capital within a week, and an invitation had arrived for the first prince's 16th birthday celebration, which would be held in the spring. Upon hearing that, Leonia immediately realized that this was where the original story began. Buria, the Black Beast. That was the title of the novel that showed part of this world. For some unknown reason, Leonia had entered that book and became the adopted daughter of the male lead. Through Filio, she came to understand that the events written in the novel were only a small portion of this world. Because of that, Leonia had been living freely, without worrying about following the original plot. Still, she never forgot about the protagonist of the story, Buria. Leonia often wondered what Buria looked like and what kind of personality she had. It would be fine if she were exactly as described in the novel, just like Filio, but it would also be interesting if she turned out to be completely different. Originally, Barya was a pacifist, a kind person who believed that people could understand each other's intentions and live in harmony through simple conversation. But that belief eventually led to betrayal and death. When Barya returned to the past, she abandoned those ideals and came back as someone colder and a little frightening. Now it was nighttime, and Leonia was beautifully dressed, though she felt a little sad. She had just returned home, yet she was already preparing to leave again. The thought of leaving so soon made her heart heavy, but she didn't complain. She quietly looked at her reflection, making sure her appearance was neat and proper. Suddenly, her father entered the room, also dressed in elegant clothes that perfectly suited his noble status. Both father and daughter looked striking together, their presence calm yet commanding. Even without saying much, it was clear they shared a strong resemblance, not only in looks but also in the way they carried themselves. As they stepped out and got into the carriage, the air felt cool and still. The night was calm, and the sound of the horses' hooves echoed softly along the road. Inside the carriage, Filio took out several documents, and Leonia, sitting beside him, leaned closer to help. The warm light of the carriage lamp made their faces glow softly as they began reading through the papers together. Leonia handled the documents with ease, her movements careful and precise. Thanks to her time studying for her successor training, she already knew how to manage official paperwork. She remembered how her father used to nag her about every little detail, the proper format, the order of steps, and the importance of checking everything twice. Back then, she often sighed and felt annoyed, but now she understood how valuable those lessons were. Her father watched her silently, noticing how she had matured. The once curious and impatient girl was now calm, confident, and dependable. Leonia turned another page and continued checking each document one by one. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on a certain paper. It was about the gate maintenance construction. The words on it made her heart skip for a moment. She stared at it carefully, reading every line to make sure she wasn't mistaken. This particular document was not just another report. It was something she had seen before in the original story. She realized what it meant right away. This was the sign she had been waiting for. The mention of the gate maintenance construction could only mean one thing. The events of the original story were finally beginning. The imperial family was starting to make its move, and soon everything that had been quiet up until now would start to change. Leonia looked out the window of the carriage, the night lights reflecting in her eyes, knowing that this was the true beginning of what lay ahead. Now, because Burya kicked a guy, he was suspended, and on top of that, she also had to leave the dormitory. Hearing those words, Burya couldn't help but stare intensely, thinking that since she was already suspended, it wouldn't hurt to beat up one more guy. A truly reckless and wild woman. Yet even so, you could still understand why she acted that way. Now, the Pardis Marquis family enjoys the favor of the imperial family. Their words are considered the will of the throne itself, and even Duke Boreodi keeps a close watch on them. Even the nation's chancellor bows a step before Marquis Pardis. Because of this, Barya thinks the current situation is a good opportunity. She decides that they will head north as planned. Rather than waiting for Duke Boreodi to come, Barya chooses to go and meet him herself. She already has the money on hand, no company loyalty to hold her back, and even more determination than before. Later, she talks to her friend, who once snuck off to a tavern with others. Her friend doesn't want that secret to be revealed, so in exchange, she tells Barya about a small hole in the wall. That night, Barya uses that same hole to sneak out. As she steps through it, she feels a strange sense of excitement, proud that she managed to pull it off. Outside, a man is waiting for her. He looks impressed by how she managed to escape using such a small opening. Barya feels a bit nervous, but they start talking naturally. The man, Pardis, invites her to his house. After thinking for a moment, Barya agrees and follows him into the carriage. Inside the carriage, Barya notices a symbol, a rabbit. It's the mark of the Albanu family. She looks at it for a moment, deep in thought, realizing how ironic it is. The beast of the treasury, she thinks. Judging people by their appearance really is meaningless. Behind that gentle, youthful face lies a strength that refuses to yield to injustice. She can't help but wonder how such a beast could have been born from a family known for its softness and grace. Varia doesn't have the energy for jokes, so she goes straight to the point. She asks Pardis the reason why he is helping her. He answers calmly, it's an order. Duke Boreodi will soon be coming up to the capital. Now, Varia's father was feeling stressed because of her reckless behavior. What she was doing was completely crazy and could damage the family's reputation. He couldn't understand why his daughter had changed so much. She used to be such a good child. Although she didn't inherit the Irvinu family's signature bright pink hair, she had recognized her shortcomings early and worked hard to overcome them. She studied diligently to be helpful to the family, obeyed her parents, and was always respectful. She was also a kind older sister who never once showed jealousy toward her younger sister Rhoda. But that child suddenly changed. When the two sisters were young, Varia had accidentally fallen into the lake while playing by the shore. She was barely rescued, but after that incident, everything about her began to change. Looking back now, it seemed that was the moment she started distancing herself from the family. Suddenly, Rhoda entered her father's office with a cheerful smile, calling out to him excitedly. Their talk began with light topics, like an upcoming vacation. Their conversation eventually turned to her older sister, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Her father sighed deeply and asked if there had been any news about Varia, but Rhoda shook her head. There was still no word from her. The talk then shifted to another matter, something about having a child. Her father mentioned it carefully, almost as if it were part of an arrangement or duty that had to be fulfilled. Rhoda, though taken aback, replied politely that everyone was busy but that she would do her best to follow his request. After that, the conversation slowly ended. Rhoda stood up, bowed respectfully, and left the room. But once she was outside, her expression changed completely. The smile she had forced earlier faded into a frown. Inside, she was angry and frustrated. The idea of being told to have a baby felt ridiculous to her. It was not something she wanted, not something she dreamed of. It felt like she was being trapped by expectations that didn't belong to her. As her carriage moved down the quiet road, Rhoda sat silently, her thoughts filled with confusion and resentment. She turned her gaze toward the window, letting the cold breeze touch her face. Then, suddenly, something caught her attention. Her eyes widened as she focused on a familiar figure walking along the street. The hair, the shape, the way that person moved. It was unmistakable. It was her sister, Varia, walking carelessly through the night as if she had no worries at all. Rhoda's heart pounded. For a moment, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The sister she hadn't heard from, the one who had disappeared and caused so much trouble, was right there, calm, alive, and walking as if nothing had happened.